Chapter 1. Xihe's Reversal, the Divine Level Evolution System. In the primordial chaos, Mount Buzhou, a peculiar map floated in the air, vividly depicting the patterns of the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers. Within the celestial map, Xihe's complexion was flushed, her body twisting in an unsettling and peculiar manner. Yet her gaze remained icy as she fixed it upon a figure before her. I offer you two choices. First, assist me in achieving enlightenment, after which I shall kill you, and your soul shall scatter. Second, I choose the second. I choose the second. Almost instantaneously, Qing hastily exclaimed. Having only recently traversed the primordial realm, he was still a nascent deity with considerable potential, possessing inherited techniques and divine powers. The prospect of achieving the luo, or even the esteemed position of a saint, was not beyond the realm of possibility. How could he possibly consent to such a demise? Very well, Xihe replied, momentarily taken aback, before suddenly sighing as if struck by a thought. Then you shall assist me in attaining enlightenment, and from this day forth, we shall never meet again. With that, Xihe waved her hand, and Qing felt himself ensnared by an invisible force. Before he could regain his senses, a fragrant breeze enveloped him, revealing Xihe's exquisite white skin, particularly her slender legs, which swiftly approached him, leading to an unexpected encounter. 300 years later, the celestial map trembled, and a man and woman emerged from within. She had cast a complex glance at the unconscious man before retracting the celestial map with a clenched jaw. Sanqing, Jing, Dijuan, Fuxi, and every individual present at this banquet, you shall all await your reckoning. The schemes against me shall not end here. Having uttered this, Xihe glanced once more at the prostrate Qing, gritted her teeth, and tossed a jade talisman onto him before stepping forward and vanishing without a trace. Finally gone. I was nearly drained dry. Xihe, just you wait. Once I grow stronger, I shall make you experience the oppression of being beneath me for 300 years. At the moment of Xihe's departure, Qing, lying on the ground, abruptly opened his eyes. Rubbing his waist, Qing felt an overwhelming mixture of emotions, both despair and an inexplicable sense of nostalgia. 300 years of dual cultivation. Had he not possessed the unique essence of the primordial goji tree, he might not have withstood Xihe's fervent demands. Moreover, Qing understood the circumstances he found himself in. He was currently situated after the third sermon by Hongjun, having recently completed the melding of paths and the distribution of treasures. Xihe had acquired the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the celestial map, among other artifacts, and even the innate supreme treasure, the Qian Ding, which was destined to appear when Nuwa mended the heavens, was seized by Xihe from the treasure distribution cliff. An innate supreme treasure, how enticing it was. The Sanqing, Jing, and even many innate deities within the Xixiao palace desired it. Yet, Xihe's power was formidable, being a mid-stage quasi-saint capable of severing two corpses. As the master of the moon star and pursued by Dijuan and Donghuang Tai, she was undeniably an unassailable presence. In desperation, those individuals sought to become Xihe's Dao partners through unconventional means, colloquially known as boarding the train first and buying the ticket later. However, she has sensed the anomaly and, leveraging the Qian Ding, forcibly broke free from the encircled area, yearning to return to the moon star, where the supreme Yin and cold powers could offer her salvation. Regrettably, Xihe underestimated the potency of the medicinal effects upon returning to Mount Buzhou. She could no longer hold herself together and fortuitously encountered Qing, drawing him into the celestial map, spiraling into uncontrollable chaos. Ding successfully acquired a drop of Xihe's blood. The strongest evolution system has been activated. Ding successfully acquired a drop of blood from the primordial goddess. Xihe rewards 1. Evolution privilege and a complete divine cultivation method. System: a golden finger? Upon hearing the system's prompt, Qing was momentarily taken aback, followed by a surge of excitement. He had traversed the primordial realm for a full 50,000 years and had attempted to summon the system long before, only to be met with silence. He had thought himself devoid of a golden finger, but little did he know that the activation condition would be this. In the next moment, Qing felt a sharp pain in his head, and the complete divine cultivation method flooded into his mind. Gather fortune, ignite divine fire, condense divine essence, forge the divine body, and evolve divine power. As the complete divine cultivation method was fully absorbed, Qing could not help but burst into laughter. Ha ha! I have succeeded! I have succeeded! My path, the complete method for attaining Tao, requires not even the primordial purple energy. Moreover, the pinnacle of the complete divine path is not the saint, nor the heavenly path, but the great Dao realm even Pangu failed to achieve. According to the information relayed by the complete divine cultivation method, he merely needed to possess sufficient faith to transform himself into a deity of faith, with incense as the foundation of the divine path. The ultimate goal of the divine path is the great Tao, transcending all contemporary cultivation methods. Even if he were to bind the Qing and the 12 ancestor witches together and seize the complete method of Pangu from their minds, it would still pale in comparison to the complete divine path he currently possessed, for Pangu had never completed the final step. In addition, Qing's mind was now illuminated with a clear path. Since he had formed such a relationship with Xihe, the latter could be considered his woman. What he needed to do now was to grow stronger, or alternatively, thoroughly conquer Nuwa, intercepting her during the creation of humanity to snatch the Sanking's teachings for the human race. At that point, he could leverage the power of humanity to gather faith and cultivate the divine path, rising against fate. However, this was merely a rough idea. Each step needed to be executed with utmost caution, ensuring he capitalized on every advantage of time, location, and human factors. Otherwise, a single misstep could lead to death and the obliteration of his Tao. With this in mind, Qing spoke, "System, introduce yourself." Ding, the strongest evolution system, capable of evolving all things techniques, divine powers, spiritual roots, spiritual treasures. Each evolution requires the consumption of one evolution privilege. Then how do I acquire privileges? Furrowing his brow, Qing inquired once more. After all, he currently possessed only one privilege, and that was due to the system's activation. Ding, each time a drop of blood from a primordial goddess is acquired, one evolution privilege can be activated. Note, the primordial goddess must possess a certain degree of renown in later generations. Ding, data template issued. You may view your own data and investigate the goddess fame. A score exceeding 80 unlocks privileges. Before Qing could fully process this, he felt a flash before his eyes, and a virtual data panel materialized before him. Qing, root, innate goji tree, unique, inferior, innate spiritual root. Cultivation, early Deluo, golden immortal. Innate divine power, indomitable. Techniques, earth escape technique, water spell, fire spell. Innate spiritual treasure. Innate goji spear, inferior, innate spiritual treasure. Evolution privileges. 1. Excellent. After reviewing his personal information panel, Qing's lips curled into a slight smile as he murmured, "To forge iron, one must be strong oneself. System, evolve my root." Chapter 2. The innate emperor goji tree, Xihe's desolation. Ding. Consumed 1 evolution privilege, root evolution initiated. Ding. Evolution successful. Congratulations to the host for evolving the root into the innate emperor goji tree, medium grade, innate spiritual root, unique. Ding. Root evolution complete, innate divine power upgraded to lifelong vitality. In the next moment, Qing felt an intense warmth enveloping him. With the evolution of his root, his innate divine power, along with his overall condition, experienced a significant enhancement. In this state, Qing felt an overwhelming heat throughout his body, particularly in his waist area, as if the deficit from 300 years was being restored in that instant, with a continuous influx of power aiding in the healing process. If he had previously required several thousand years for recuperation, now he could fully recover within 3 to 5 years at most. Such vitality. If given another opportunity, I will ensure that Xihe kneels and begs for mercy. Satisfied, Qing nodded appreciatively at the benefits derived from this evolution. Suddenly, he sensed a surge of spiritual energy within him. What is this? Narrowing his eyes, Qing felt a rush of excitement. Without hesitation, he settled into a meditative posture and began to cultivate. Break. A century later, Qing uttered a low shout, and the spiritual energy around him surged violently, the surrounding celestial energy rushing into his body. In that instant, Qing's cultivation soared into the midstage of the Deluo golden immortal realm. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Opening his eyes, he reveled in the abundant and stable spiritual energy within him, an even wider smile spreading across his face. Entering the midstage of the Deluo golden immortal realm, though still weak in this era where quiescence were commonplace, it nonetheless signified a genuine enhancement of his talent and potential due to the root evolution. Otherwise, he would not have been able to ascend to the midstage of Deluo golden immortal in mere decades. With this in mind, Qing summoned his personal panel once more to assess his status. Qing, root, innate emperor goji tree, unique, medium grade, innate spiritual root. Cultivation, mid-Deluo golden immortal. Innate divine power, lifelong vitality. Techniques, Earth escape technique, water spell, fire spell. Innate spiritual treasure. Innate goji spear inferior, innate spiritual treasure. Evolution privileges. 0. Excellent. It is nearly time to return. Having reviewed his personal panel, Qing's lips curved upwards as he prepared to depart. Suddenly, he paused, recalling something, and retrieved the jade talisman left by Xihe, furrowing his brow. Did Xihe leave this behind? Could it be a powerful technique? Is it still the formidable magical prowess? Upon this thought, Qing Di infused his power into it, eager to uncover the mystery. Yet, before Qing Di could regain his composure, the voice of Xihe resonated from within the jade talisman. Get lost. You are only permitted to contact me. There is no need for that. Dare you reach out to me, and you shall perish. Immediately, the jade talisman dimmed. This. Qing Di opened his mouth. Even he, despite his naivety, comprehended the situation. This jade talisman was, in fact, a communication talisman, specifically linked to Xihe. Could it be that Xihe wishes to reminisce? Only she can contact me. Does she truly believe I would come at her beck and call? Woman, wait for me. You shall soon find yourself kneeling, begging for mercy. With a sense of satisfaction, Qing Di tucked the jade talisman away, unaware of Xihe's motives for leaving it behind. However, he sensed, albeit vaguely, that she had begun to harbor feelings for him. Indeed, the ancient wisdom of the deities from his past life had not deceived him. The only path to a woman's heart was that singular, winding road. Without delay, Qing Di set forth toward his cave abode. Along the way, the once tiresome scenery seemed to transform into something pleasing to the eye. On the Tying star, Xihe ended the communication, her expression shifting subtly. She could not fathom why she had inexplicably left a communication talisman for Qing Di, but the thought of the frenzied 300 years within the celestial map stirred a tumult within her heart. However, she quickly quelled her inner turmoil and hastened into the Guanghan Palace. Sister, you have finally returned. As she entered, a voice rang out. Following the sound, she beheld Changxi approaching in haste, accompanied by Di Jun and Dong Huangtai. At this moment, both men noticed Xihe, and upon seeing her composed demeanor, a flicker of disappointment crossed their eyes, soon replaced by concern. Xihe, dear friend, where have you been? You vanished before the banquet concluded, and we heard nothing for over 3 centuries. It was only thanks to Changxi that we learned you had been missing for 300 years. Friend, it would be best for you to cultivate within the Tying star. After all, it is a primordial treasure coveted by many. Listening to Di Jun's words, Xihe felt a surge of complexity within her heart. She had noticed the momentary change in their expressions. Not just Di Jun and Dong Huangtai, but even her sister Chang. She displayed a hint of disappointment, further unsettling her. She had assumed the matter involved only those present at the banquet, yet it seemed she was aware of something, and shockingly, she had refrained from warning her, allowing her to fall into a trap. If not for encountering Qing Di, who knows what might have happened. Dear friends, I am perfectly fine. Sister, there is no need for worry. I am well and safe. Taking a deep breath, Xihe suppressed her emotions, her gaze calm as she addressed Di Jun, Dong Huangtai, and Changxi. I have merely been traveling for a time. Now, esteemed friends, I am weary and shall take my leave to rest. The gift from the Tao ancestor requires my prompt refinement. With that, Xihe moved forward, departing. Sister, wait for me, Changxi called out, hastily following after her. Meanwhile, Di Jun and Dong Huangtai's expressions darkened as Xihe left, especially upon witnessing her unmistakably regal stride, their eyes alight with jealousy and murderous intent. In an instant, both clenched their fists, gritting their teeth in fury. Who is it? Who on earth could it be? As they spoke, the two began to calculate with their fingers. However, mere moments later, both Di Jun and Dong Huangtai coughed up blood, their auras significantly diminished. One hand braced against a pillar, they gritted their teeth. I cannot discern. Damn it, who could it be? Sanqing? Jing? Junti? Or perhaps Han Yin and Kuanpeng? Whoever you are, if you dare to seize my fortune, I shall ensure your demise. Unbeknownst to all this, Qing Di remained blissfully ignorant. Little did he know that due to the awakening of the system, he had become an unquantifiable entity. Otherwise, had Di Jun and Dong Huangtai discovered that he was the one who had stolen Xi's blood, they would have swiftly descended upon him, leaving him utterly terrified. At this moment, Qing Di was delightfully returning to his cave to prepare a feast of food and drink in celebration. Before long, he became intoxicated and fell into a deep slumber. Time slipped away, and after an indeterminate period, Qing Di stirred awake, surveying the cave he had inhabited for tens of thousands of years. Rising from the ground, he declared, "It is about time. Next, I must begin my teachings. The power of faith. Only with sufficient faith can I ignite the divine fire, condense the divine essence, and truly step onto the divine path. Otherwise, my current cultivation, the innate goji method, will utterly fail to support my rapid ascent. Hongjun, the great teacher, if that is the case, then I shall impart my teachings to the weaker beings, for quantitative change shall lead to a qualitative transformation. I refuse to believe that I cannot acquire the faith I seek. Chapter 3. The Teaching at Buzhou Mountain. Time rushed by, and 10,000 years passed in silence. The way of heaven is that of loss and insufficiency. The way of earth is to bear virtue. The way of life is to follow heaven and establish one's fate. On this day, at the end of the sub-range of Mount Buzhou, Qingdi sat serenely atop a hill, surrounded by countless beings gathering below. As his discourse delved deeper and unfolded methodically, these beings responded with evident resonance, some even transformed from beasts into humanoid forms. Though they appeared as hybrids of man and beast, their power surged, and their intelligence blossomed, devoid of the usual menacing aura associated with typical beast transformations. As time flowed on, more and more beasts underwent metamorphosis, while flora swayed in the wind as if awakened to consciousness, expressing gratitude towards the figure atop the hill. Is he not the Taoist master of Mount Buzhou? Simultaneously, outside the realm of the sentient beings, a striking silhouette emerged. This woman stood at a height of 1.75 meters, with black hair and eyes, an oval face, willow-like brows, and phoenix eyes. Her figure was slender yet proportionate, clad in a flowing white gown, resembling a pure lotus emerging untainted from the mud. One might wonder what drives this Taoist master to impart teachings. Although the doctrines shared were only applicable to cultivators below the golden immortal level, the ability to persistently disseminate wisdom over millennia is indeed a remarkable feat. Hutu, one of the 12 ancestral witches of the witch clan, gazed towards Qingdi, her eyes flickering with a mix of complexity and acknowledgement. She felt an overwhelming sense of uncertainty regarding the future of the witch clan, particularly after witnessing the ancestral witches engage with formidable beings like the Three Purities, Emperor Jun, and Dong Huangtai. It became increasingly apparent to her that the witch clan was at a disadvantage, lacking a primordial spirit, except for the ancestral witches. The remaining clan members were unable to ascend to quasi-saint levels. Furthermore, the clan's reliance on bloodline lineage hindered their ability to calculate the heavenly mechanisms, leaving them vulnerable when confronted by cultivators. If ensnared in a cunning scheme, their plight could become irretrievable. Despite the witch clan's grandiose facade as the foremost race of the primordial era, Huda sensed the looming collapse of their foundation. Consequently, she ventured out to seek a path to redemption. Regrettably, after so many years, she had yet to discover any opportunity or hope to salvage her clan. In the midst of her contemplation, Qingdi's voice, which had been enlightening the hilltop, abruptly ceased. Instantly, all beings within the valley awakened. Before they could fully comprehend, Qingdi's voice resonated once more. This session of teachings has concluded. You may pose 3 questions. After I answer, I shall depart for another region to impart further teachings. Upon hearing this, the assembled beings gazed longingly at Qingdi, for this millennium of discourse had bestowed upon them immense wisdom. Continuing to listen would surely elevate their understanding further. However, they were all acutely aware of Qingdi's reputation. For millennia, he had delivered teachings 9 times, each lasting a millennium, and after answering 3 questions, he would invariably leave without exception. With this in mind, a multitude of beings began to ponder how best to maximize the benefit of their 3 inquiries. 3 questions. Indeed? At that moment, Huda narrowed her eyes slightly, deep in thought as she cast a glance at Qingdi atop the hill. Suddenly, she raised her hand and pointed towards a being not far away. Taoist Master. In the next instant, a voice erupted from the crowd. Dare I ask, Taoist Master? I have heard that when the Tao ancestor transmitted teachings on attaining sainthood, he mentioned 3 methods: the strength to affirm the Tao, the severance of the 3 corpses to validate the Tao, and the merit of the Tao. Furthermore, it is said that one must possess the primordial purple Qi to achieve sainthood. Is this true? The moment these words were spoken, silence enveloped the gathering. These beings were merely at the levels of earth immortal or celestial immortal, at best reaching the mystic immortal realm. When had anyone among them ever engaged with the concept of attaining sainthood? Instinctively, the gaze of some beings shifted towards the one who had posed the question. There he stood, neither humble nor arrogant, yet his expression appeared somewhat dazed, clearly unusual. Nevertheless, the surrounding crowd failed to discern anything amiss, including Qingdi atop the hill, who remained oblivious to the individual's peculiarity. Upon hearing the question, Qingdi fell into contemplation. To affirm the Tao through strength, to sever the 3 corpses for validation, to achieve merit for the Tao. Are these truly the only 3 methods to attain the Tao in the primordial realm? This was evidently implausible. For instance, the divine path he wished to cultivate could also lead to the Tao, and it was indeed a great Tao. As for the primordial purple Qi, Qingdi regarded it as a mere deception, even a form of bondage. As a transmigrator, he was acutely aware of the function of primordial purple Qi. The 6 saints attained the Tao primarily through the primordial purple Qi, entrusting their primordial spirit within it. thereby integrating both the primordial purple Qi and the heavenly Tao to achieve an everlasting state, where neither the heavenly Tao nor the saints perish. Though it appears immensely powerful, in reality it is a profound pitfall. Without entrusting the primordial spirit to the primordial purple Qi and failing to merge it with the heavenly Tao, can one truly become a saint after attaining the Tao? If primordial purple Qi were unnecessary, would not the successful attainment of the Tao free one from the constraints of the heavenly Tao? Though one might lose the ability to remain eternal and undying, would it not be a greater freedom without the heavenly Tao's constraints? The crux lies in the fact that once bound by the heavenly Tao, one must comply with its dictates, leaving the six saints to become mere instruments of the heavenly Tao, while Hongjun, as its representative, would eventually need to merge with the Tao. Once merged, Hongjun becomes the heavenly Tao, wielding the power of life and death over the six saints. This is a game of chess, with each move intricately linked and each scheme unfolding in succession. Undeniably, the primordial purple Qi is a pivotal component of this grand design. And for himself? If he wished to extricate himself from such cycles and games, he would need to complete the specialized cultivation of the divine path, thereby transcending the heavenly Tao and achieving the great Tao. Thus, he required more followers, more faith to ignite the divine flame and coalesce divine essence. With this thought, Qingdi raised his head. Indeed, to attain the heavenly Tao saint, the primordial purple Qi is essential. Without it, one cannot become a saint of the heavenly Tao. Upon hearing this, the assembly of beings fell into confusion, while Hutu, concealed behind a tree, felt her heart sink, murmuring, "There truly is no hope. What was I expecting? How could a mid-stage great Luo golden immortal possibly unravel the deadlock of my witch clan?" With that, Hutu turned to leave. Yet before she could depart, Qingdi atop the summit continued. However, should one merely seek to become a saint and not a saint of the heavenly Tao, it is indeed possible without the presence of primordial purple Qi. The so-called heavenly Tao saint refers to those selected by the heavenly Tao who attain sainthood afterward. In the absence of primordial purple Qi, there are alternative methods to achieve sainthood, thus not falling under the jurisdiction of the heavenly Tao. Chapter 4. Hutu's inquiry. Upon hearing these words, not only was Hutu taken aback, the surrounding innate beings were equally stunned, their eyes filled with disbelief and astonishment. It is the heavenly Tao saints that require primordial purple Qi to attain the Tao, yet there exists a possibility to achieve sainthood without it. How is this possible? Although they have never set foot in the Purple Cloud Palace, nor do they possess the qualifications to comprehend its inner workings, the information regarding the slaying of the three corpses to attain sanctification has nevertheless spread throughout the vast wilderness. This pertains to the path of enlightenment belonging to the Tao ancestor, which serves as the pivotal transition for the primordial realm from the great Luo era to the quasi-saint era. And now, what lies before us? The esteemed Taoist unexpectedly proclaimed that there exist additional methods to attain enlightenment, even without the primordial violet aura, a notion that is utterly astonishing. In an instant, the entire valley descended into silence. Is it truly possible? Could such a method exist? Huda could hardly contain her trembling form, for she had never anticipated receiving such profound information from Qingdi. Regardless of its veracity, one thing is indisputable: the other party must have mastered a new path to enlightenment, one that does not require the primordial violet aura to achieve sanctity. Contemplating this, Huda became anxious, hastily regaining control over the being. Esteemed Taoist, what is this method? In the next moment, the entity under Huda's influence inquired. At this moment, Qingdi sensed that something was amiss. The previous inquiry might have stemmed from the curiosity of these lowly beings. However, the persistent questioning regarding his method of enlightenment was far beyond what one could expect from such humble souls. Instinctively, Qingdi cast his gaze downward towards the mountain's base. In an instant, his eyes fixed upon the inquirer, and he discerned the underlying motives and discrepancies. Someone was manipulating him. With a slight narrowing of his eyes, Qingdi felt a surge of unease within. Regardless of who was orchestrating this, their intentions were undoubtedly aimed at him, suggesting that someone harbored discontent and sought to confront him. Who could it be? Hongjun, the esteemed Tao ancestor, would not personally engage in such matters against me. The three pure ones, Jane Junti, those vested interests might indeed target me. Yet, if it were them, they would likely have opted to eliminate me outright rather than engage in such futile discourse. So, who could it possibly be? While pondering, Qingdi's gaze swept across the surroundings. Soon, he pinpointed the figure concealed behind the tree, Hutu. Though he could not see her fully, it was evident that she was a woman, and he could not detect any fluctuations in her cultivation, indicating she was likely a being of superior strength. A woman, at least at the quasi-saint level. Such an entity was not to be trifled with. His thoughts raced as he felt an urge to withdraw. However, this session of imparting wisdom was not yet fully realized, and he could not simply depart. To do so would render a millennium of effort in vain. Intriguing. No matter who you are, this encounter will not be forgotten. With this thought in mind, Qingdi spoke. As previously mentioned, one can attain enlightenment through strength or merit, without necessitating the primordial purple energy to achieve sainthood. Conversely, the method of severing the three corpses, in my view, possesses certain flaws. While it is indeed the most compatible method for utilizing primordial purple energy, it fails to accommodate the path of enlightenment that does not require such energy. I am also aware of a fourth method of enlightenment, but it is limited to theory and has yet to be practiced. Thus I shall refrain from imparting it to avoid misleading others. After speaking, Qing Di discreetly glanced at Hutu's hiding place and continued, Now, you may pose your final question. However, I shall not speak further on the matter of enlightenment. This is not merely a fabrication by Qing Di. Indeed, one can attain the path to sanctity through the validation of strength and the merits of one's deeds, even in the absence of primordial purple energy. When Hongjun resided in the Purple Cloud Palace, he evidently deceived the deities, amplifying the challenges associated with the validation through strength while belittling the efficacy of the merit-based path. All to exalt his own method of severing the three corpses. The act of severing the three corpses is not a commendable one. To abandon one's moral compass and self-identity, can such a being still be deemed human, divine, or a cultivator? Once one loses the distinction between good and evil, and the ability to discern oneself, becoming solely self-serving in their calculations, what differentiates them from a mere puppet? Take, for instance, the three pure ones. Laozi stands as the solitary entity who has truly severed the three corpses, a ruthless individual who has entirely relinquished his moral self. He remains indifferent to anything that does not threaten his own interests, including the discord between Yuan Shi and Tong Tian. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian have only severed the two corpses of good and evil, leading them to embody nothing but arrogance and prejudice. Similarly, Xihe has also severed the two corpses, forsaking morality with a singular focus on expanding the Western teachings, regardless of the cost. As for Quan Ti, he has merely severed the good corpse, resulting in his relentless pursuit of goals without leaving any escape routes for himself, all for the rise of the Western teachings. Regarding Niwa, the judgment is complex. From the perspective of cultivators, Niwa is blameless and even a significant victor. However, from the viewpoint of humanity, Niwa is unworthy of being a saint and does not deserve to partake in the fortunes of humankind. After all, she tacitly allowed the demon race to annihilate 90% of humanity to forge the slaughtering witch sword. The interference of the three pure ones in the succession of the three sovereigns and five emperors was also partly due to her influence. The transformation of humanity from the protagonists of the primordial era to mere pawns in the War of the Gods was initiated by her. Since the time of King Zhou, humanity has known no king, only the Son of Heaven, the child of the heavenly Tao. The notion that he has grasped a fourth path to enlightenment is astonishing. Hutu's heart raced, unable to fathom the truth, yet a voice in her mind repeatedly affirmed the reality of it all. With this thought, Hutu could no longer contain herself. She stepped from behind the tree, foregoing inquiries to the beings around her, and raised her gaze toward Qing Di, bowing respectfully. Dare I ask, if one lacks a primordial spirit, can they still attain enlightenment and become a saint? It was she, Hutu, upon her emergence. Qing Di on the mountaintop immediately recognized her identity. It was not that Qing Di knew Hutu, rather, the system automatically provided information regarding her. Hutu, goddess value, 90. Race, witch, bloodline, Panga bloodline, fragmented, strength, early stage of quasi-saint, favorability, 70. Goodness, it is indeed Hutu. No wonder she posed such inquiries. She must be troubled about the future direction of the witch clan. Qing Di mused, his breath quickening. After all, his evolution system required the acquisition of divine blood, and the higher the goddess value, the greater the rewards. Previously, when he obtained a drop of Xihe's blood, the reward was immensely significant, an entire system of divine principles. Now, with Hutu's goddess value at 90 points, what enormous rewards could he reap from her blood? Chapter 5, Hutu's Deception? The favorability suddenly surged to 70. It appears Hutu genuinely cares about the future of the witch clan. This is understandable. In contrast to Niwa's duplicitous nature, Hutu's future actions are more aligned with positive outcomes. Leaning towards the witch clan, and she has consistently shown partiality, even without the constraints of her identity as an ancestral witch. With this in mind, Qing Di turned his gaze back to Hutu and slowly spoke. Indeed. However, if the ancestral witch wishes to know the specifics, follow me. After all, you would not want the method to resolve the witch clan's predicament to be compromised, would you? With that, Qing Di stepped forward, clouds swirling beneath his feet as he swiftly soared into the distance. Truly, at these words, Hutu's pupils contracted. Without hesitation, she employed the earth's principles to shrink the distance, pursuing Qing Di's departing figure. Farewell, Taoist. The beings in the valley bowed in respect, stunned by the revelation that the woman in white was indeed the legendary ancestral witch Hutu. Simultaneously, Qing Di's words resonated deeply within them. Prove the Tao through strength. Attain enlightenment through merit. Even without the primordial purple Qi, there still exists hope for enlightenment and sanctification in the future, albeit not as a heavenly Tao saint. Likewise, as these beings grow, Qing Di's words will undoubtedly echo throughout the primordial era, becoming known to countless beings, even leading to veneration by many. At the edge of the Buzhou mountain range, Qing Di landed upon a cliff. Before him lay an expansive plain. Departing this place would signify a true departure from the confines of Buzhou mountain. Yet, Qing Di paused, reflecting on the millennia he had spent imparting teachings within its boundaries. Calculating the time, it was nearly time for the final lecture at the Xihe Palace. He cared little for Hongjuan's teachings or his method of severing the three corpses. But Qing Di recalled that after the third lecture, Hongjuan would achieve unity and begin to distribute treasures. That cliff of treasure housed the majority of the innate spiritual treasures collected by Hongjuan prior to his enlightenment, a temptation that was substantial for Qing Di, who currently possessed only one inferior innate spiritual treasure. And then there is Hutu. This presents an excellent opportunity, whether for Hutu or the witch clan. They both serve as support for me. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Qing Di was not plotting for her blood at this moment. Rather, he recognized Hutu as the ancestral witch of the witch clan. If this is the case, why should he not leverage her status within the clan? The method of the ancestral witch's enlightenment intrigued him deeply. Moreover, he possessed means to aid the witch clan in growing stronger. If he could attain the title of witch sovereign, would that not lead to greater faith? He firmly believed that while the witch clan venerates Pangu, it does not preclude them from also venerating others. It is possible for him to siphon a portion of the witch clan's fortune and faith to enhance himself and refine the divine path. Once he acquires the faith of the witch clan, combined with the resources he has accumulated over millennia of preaching, its influence will only amplify over time, eventually spreading throughout the primordial era. Countless beings will inevitably place their trust in him, even attempting to worship him. When that time comes, an inexhaustible wellspring of faith will empower him, enabling him to transition his cultivation towards the divine path, establishing himself within the primordial era and transcending all. Approximately 3 minutes later, Huda successfully arrived at this location. Upon reaching Qing Di's vicinity, Huda fixed her determined gaze upon him and bowed. I am Hutu, the ancestral witch of the witch clan. May I inquire your name, fellow Taoist? Why must we recognize each other upon our first meeting? Simply refer to me as Daozuan. Glancing at Hutu, Qing Di refrained from revealing his true identity. How foolish it would be to disclose his name when he was imparting teachings in Buzhou and would continue to do so in the primordial era, effectively undermining Hongjuan's authority and potentially that of future saints. By withholding his true name, he ensures that the faith and fortune belonging to those who revere Daozuan will naturally accrue to him. Securely obtaining fortune and faith, he would not risk his future in reckless endeavors. Daozuan, indeed. After contemplating for a moment, Hutu glanced at Qing Di, who seemed reluctant to share his name. Although somewhat displeased, given her renowned beauty within the primordial realm, she found it perplexing that he harbored no inclination to reveal himself. Nevertheless, Hutu quickly regained her composure. This was not the time for trivial matters. Her primary concern lay in the path to enlightenment that Qing Di might possess, particularly one that could be attained without a primordial spirit. With this thought, she promptly bowed and asked, "Might you enlighten me on how the Wu clan can attain enlightenment?" In response, Qing Di chuckled. He had not anticipated Hutu's naivety in directly requesting the method of enlightenment, as if he were a benevolent figure ready to bestow such knowledge without restraint. Did she believe him to be a fool, willing to share the secrets of enlightenment in exchange for a mere favor? "Dear friend," he remarked, his expression tinged with mockery, "I regret to inform you that I, a mere Deluo, lack the capacity to assist you. Please, return to your clan. The Wu clan is beyond my reach." The notion that the key to breaking through was merely a favor struck Qing Di as absurd. Did he seem so gullible as to jeopardize himself for an intangible debt? A flash of anger crossed Hutu's face, her indignation flaring at Qing Di's disdainful demeanor. The Wu clan stood as the foremost race in the primordial realm. Why should he regard them with such contempt? Noticing her discontent, Qing Di shrugged nonchalantly and continued, "A race devoid of a primordial spirit, lacking the essence of Hongmeng, and without a saintly position. Do you truly believe they can endure in the long run? It seems you have not kept abreast of recent developments in the primordial realm. Whether it be the heavenly court established by the Eastern King or the ambitions of figures like Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai Yi, their forces, once fully formed, will leave the Wu clan with no claim to superiority. Without a primordial spirit, an understanding of fate, or strategic insight, how can you presume to carve a place in an era dominated by saints?" Upon hearing this, Hutu felt as though struck by lightning. She was no fool, nor did she possess the volatile temperament of other ancestral witches. Thus, she discerned the gravity of Qing Di's words and recognized the truth in his analysis. The impending crisis facing the Wu clan appeared far graver than she had anticipated, even threatening their very existence. Could it truly be that the Wu clan has no chance of altering their fate? Clenching her fists, Hutu's mind was a tempest of confusion, her previous anger dissipating as she suddenly knelt before Qing Di, bowing her head in supplication. "Please, esteemed one, save my clan. If you are willing to assist, I, Hutu, shall agree to any conditions, willing to pay any price." Seeing Hutu utterly unguarded, Qing Di realized that he had made significant progress in this negotiation, not permitting her to rise. He regarded her with an amused expression and posed a question of his own. "What if I were to ask you to aid me in my path to enlightenment?" At this moment, Qing Di felt an immense joy within his heart. Once he thoroughly subdued the Earth Mother, he could subsequently propose the transmission of the shamanic teachings. If he could secure the Earth Mother's assistance, using the Earth Tribe as a springboard for the entire shamanic clan, it was certain that a portion of people would genuinely embrace and believe in him. with an inexhaustible flow of fortune and faith empowering him to directly transition to the divine path. As he opened his mouth, the Earth Mother's body stiffened. She was no fool. She understood the implications of Qing Di's words, though she was infuriated by his audacity and wished to rend him to pieces. She remained pure and untainted. However, reflecting on Qing Di's remarks and the potential future of the shamanic clan, the Earth Mother gritted her teeth and raised her head. Very well, this is your assertion. Should you fail to provide me with a satisfactory response, you shall learn the consequences of deceiving me. With that, the Earth Mother abruptly stood, and in the next moment, a resplendent golden light enveloped her. As the laws of Earth surged forth, causing the ground to rise and envelop both her and Qing Di. In an instant, Qing Di found himself engulfed in darkness, and before he could react, the Earth Mother had already appeared before him. Moments later, he collapsed. Before he could regain his composure, the sound of the Earth Mother's horn echoed throughout the chamber, heralding the onset of yet another silent battle. What the heck? This is not what I meant. Qing Di opened his mouth, tears welling in his eyes. He had merely sought the Earth Mother's assistance in transmitting the shamanic teachings, never anticipating that his words would be so profoundly misunderstood. Unfortunately, with his cultivation at the mid-stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, he was powerless to resist against one whose cultivation was at least that of a late-stage quasi-saint, especially considering the Earth Mother's formidable physical prowess. Life is like that. Since he could not resist, he could only endure and find enjoyment in the experience. Ding. Successfully seized 1 blood essence from the Earth Mother. Reward. 1 evolution privilege. Reward. Complete Will See secret method. Reward. Complete Dao Palace secret method. Reward. Innate Dao body. Hearing the system notification, Qing Di's breath quickened. The Complete Will See secret method and Dao Palace secret method were exceptionally suitable for the cultivation of the shamanic clan. The Will See secret method cultivates the life will beneath the navel, elevating the physical form and enhancing strength, divided into phases of creating the bitter sea, refining the fountain of life, and establishing the divine bridge to reach the other shore. Upon completion, each realm allows for the refining of a device using divine patterns. Once the shamanic clan engages in this cultivation, not only will their physical strength and power increase, but they will also possess a life treasure akin to that of cultivators, elevating their combat prowess to an entirely new level. The Dao Palace secret method, divided into 5 realms, cultivates the 5 organs: the heart's divine abode, the liver's divine abode, the spleen's divine abode, the lungs' divine abode, and the kidney's divine abode. Upon completion, it can give rise to divine beings within the Dao Palace, akin to the 5 energies converging toward the Dao fruit, enabling a profound enhancement of one's vitality, constitution, and strength. If the shamanic clan were to master this, their combat capability would increase by several hundredfold, utterly overpowering all rivals of the same realm. It can be said that with the Complete Will See and Dao Palace secret methods in hand, the transmission of shamanic teachings would become vastly simpler. Initially, he had intended to impart martial arts to strategize for the shamanic clan, but compared to these 2 secret methods, martial arts seemed woefully inadequate. Most importantly, it was the innate Dao body. This entity, Qing Di, is utterly aware of its capabilities, able to condense the Dao fetus within its being. As long as the Dao fetus exists, its own cultivation will automatically progress, rendering closed-door training unnecessary. Mere sustenance and breathing suffice for enhancement. However, amidst the ongoing conflict, Qing Di finds it unwise to engage in fusion directly. Glancing at the resentful and aggrieved Ho Tu, Qing Di gritted its teeth and declared, "Come forth. I shall battle you to the bitter end." Time flew swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, a century had elapsed. With a thunderous roar, the secret chamber exploded into dust, and the figure of Ho Tu, clad in a flowing gown, emerged with a countenance fluctuating between anger and despair, hissing, "Follow me, or I shall slay you." Trailing behind, Qing Di, one hand resting on its waist, appeared pale, its legs trembling, swaying unsteadily in Ho Tu's wake, murmuring, "Absurd, utterly absurd. My foundation has evolved, yet still cannot withstand this. No wonder the ancestral, which is famed for its physical prowess. Merely a century of conflict nearly brought about my demise." His words reached Ho Tu's ears, who merely tightened her fists, showing no intention of attacking, her brows furrowed in frustration. After a century of warfare, Ho Tu had come to grasp Qing Di's sentiments. What this individual referred to as his path to enlightenment was, in fact, a desire to leverage her identity as the Earth Mother, and even to draw upon the ancestral shaman's authority to impart wisdom to the shamanic tribe. To his astonishment, she had completely misunderstood his intentions and had proactively fulfilled all of his expectations, which filled the Earth Mother with a mix of anger and profound embarrassment. With this thought in mind, she quickened her pace, utilizing her ability to traverse vast distances in an instant, compelling Qing Di to employ his own evasion techniques to keep up. Upon returning to the shamanic tribe, the Earth Mother and Qing Di attracted the attention of numerous clan members. However, she was too preoccupied to care about their stares and led Qing Di directly to a secluded courtyard. Pointing towards it, she declared, "You have 3 days to restore your strength. After 3 days, I expect you to present a method for my validation." Otherwise, this place shall become your final resting place. With that, she shot a fierce glare at Qing Di before turning on her heel and departing. Very well. Qing Di did not dispute her words. He had already prepared a strategy and felt no trepidation. With this resolution, he stepped into the courtyard and, upon entering the room, settled into a meditative posture. System. Merge with the primordial Tao embryo, he commanded, and grant me another evolution of my foundation. I refuse to believe that I, endowed with such extraordinary gifts, could be bested by a woman. All of you shall bear witness. I, Qing Di, shall become the mightiest man of the primordial era. He hoped that the primordial Tao embryo would resemble the one he remembered. Chapter 7. The primordial Tao embryo, strengthening through breath? Ding. The fusion with the primordial Tao embryo has commenced. In the next moment, Qing Di felt a warm current flowing within him. As this power coursed through his being, he sensed a transformation taking place, particularly at his dantian, where the original essence began to unify, forming a massive cyclone that gradually transformed the dantian into a Tao embryo. Thump, thump. The Tao embryo pulsed like a heartbeat, reminiscent of an infant's life. With each beat, Qing Di's cultivation method operated at an accelerated pace, requiring no conscious effort. The Tao embryo ensured its flawless execution, meticulously enhancing his every breath. Feeling the changes within, Qing Di was filled with elation. The primordial Tao embryo had not disappointed him. With this new embodiment, he would no longer endure the arduous trials of secluded cultivation, but instead possess ample time and energy to fulfill his teaching duties, complete various tasks, and engage in other pursuits. Ding. 1 evolution privilege consumed. Foundation evolution initiated. Ding. Evolution complete. Congratulations to the host. Foundation has evolved into the primordial sacred Qi divine tree. Unique. Top-tier primordial spirit root. Ding. Foundation evolution complete. Innate divine ability evolved into spring of life. Spring of life. As long as there is breath, flesh shall be reborn. In an instant, Qing Di felt a surge of vibrant life energy erupting within him. Nurtured by this vitality, his weakness dissipated entirely, rejuvenating not only his waist, but revitalizing his entire being, his life force radiating like the sun, causing the plants within the house, courtyard, and the entire Earth Mother Tribe's domain to grow wildly. In this state, Qing Di entered a transcendent condition, fervently absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, converting it into magical power. What is happening? What is transpiring? Why are the plants within the tribe flourishing uncontrollably? Such vitality. Has someone awakened the laws of life? Impossible. All our great shamans are away. Where could such an awakening come from? In an instant, the Earth Mother Tribe was in an uproar. Everyone was astonished by this sudden change and emerged from their abodes, staring in shock at the wildly growing flora. What is this? Simultaneously, the Earth Mother, as the ancestral shaman, received news of the occurrence. Upon stepping outside, she witnessed the relentless growth of the plants and the overwhelming life energy enveloping the entire tribal area, her eyes betraying a flicker of astonishment and confusion. But soon, a realization dawned upon her. She hastened to the courtyard where Qing Di resided. Indeed, it was he, observing the vibrant growth of the plants. The Earth Mother understood that all of this was the result of Qing Di's actions. In a moment of concern, she furrowed her brow and raised her hand towards the courtyard. Congeal. In the next instant, the principles of Earth trembled, and a colossal barrier materialized, isolating the courtyard from the outside world. Subsequently, the life waves that had permeated the area ceased abruptly, halting the plant's growth. Yet within the courtyard, the flora thrived at an accelerated rate, increasing tenfold. Ancestral shaman. Ancestral shaman. At that moment, several minor witches hurriedly arrived. Upon seeing Hutu and the courtyard before them, they quickly understood that everything was caused by the individuals Hutu had brought back. Their hearts were filled with immense curiosity regarding who could possess such vibrant life force, even awakening something akin to the laws of life. Nodding slightly, Hutu cast a glance at the minor witches and instructed, convey a message to summon the great witches from each division back to the base for a discussion. Additionally, order the clan members within the base to cut down the overgrown plants and restore the original appearance. Yes, yes, in unison. The minor witches dared not delay and swiftly departed. Hutu, however, did not leave. Instead, she stepped into the courtyard. Soon, she reached the place where Qing Di was located. Observing the changes in Qing Di, Hutu slightly furrowed her brow and murmured, such a rich vitality, such vigorous fluctuations of life force. Qing Di, what exactly are you doing? After a century of conflict, Hutu had learned Qing Di's true identity and name. Thus, her feelings towards him were complex. Breakthrough. 2 days later, Qing Di let out a low roar, and his magical power surged, quietly propelling him into the later stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Finally, a breakthrough. He opened his eyes, a satisfied smile gracing his lips at the enhancement he had achieved. His roots evolved once more, significantly enhancing his vitality, which in turn elevated his cultivation. Most importantly, as a superior innate spiritual root, his potential now rivaled that of the vast majority of innate deities within the primordial realm. Contemplating this, Qing Di summoned his personal panel for inspection. Qing Di root, innate holy goji tree, unique, superior innate spiritual root, cultivation, later stage of great luo golden immortal innate divine ability, spring of life magical techniques, earth escape technique, water spell, fire spell innate spiritual treasure, innate goji long spear, inferior innate spiritual treasure, evolution permissions, 0 not bad. I've reached the later stage of great luo golden immortal. I am considerably stronger than before, yet still a weakling. Suddenly, Hutu's voice echoed, awakening Qing Di from his thoughts. Hutu, upon seeing her figure not far away, Qing Di's body jolted, and he quickly closed his personal panel, rising from the ground and bowing respectfully. I apologize for the wait. I've had an epiphany and lost track of time. Have the members of your clan gathered? Nodding. Hutu did not elaborate on the 2 days that had passed, but instead spoke with a stern expression. Speak of the methods for the ancestral witches to attain enlightenment. If you deceive me, you know the consequences. All right. Qing Di nodded, not refusing. Given their previous confrontation, some matters could no longer be approached as before. With that thought, Qing Di did not hesitate. I possess 3 methods, each capable of enabling the ancestral witches to attain enlightenment. 3 methods. Upon hearing this, Hutu's breath quickened. The prospect of 3 pathways to enlightenment was a monumental revelation for the ancestral witches, who had long sought a way to the Tao. In an instant, Hutu could no longer contain herself, stepping forward to grasp Qing Di's hand, demanding, "What are they? What are these 3 methods?" Seeing Hutu's eagerness, Qing Di did not keep her in suspense, stating directly, "The first method is to attain enlightenment through strength. You have been deceived by Hongjun. The ancestral witch lineage carries the blood of Pangu, with unparalleled physical forms and strength. Attaining enlightenment through strength is entirely feasible. Pangu's failure was not due to achieving sainthood, but rather because he was on the path to the Tao. The so-called saint is merely a Hunyuan great luo golden immortal, the lowest existence during the chaos era. The vast majority of chaos demons possess the cultivation of a limitless great luo golden immortal, while Pangu had the cultivation of a Hunyuan limitless great luo golden immortal. After hearing Qing Di's account, Hutu felt as though she had been struck by lightning. The transmission of knowledge regarding the great luo and beyond had been severed for both the 3 pure ones and the ancestral witches. Consequently, they lacked the means to attain enlightenment. The 3 pure ones chose to seek guidance from Hongjun to practice the severing of 3 corpses, while the ancestral witches were utterly lost, appearing calm on the surface but internally anxious and restless. However, as Qing Di elaborated, Hutu realized that their unease stemmed from a lack of information, which had now completely dissipated. If attaining enlightenment through strength could lead to sainthood, it signified a bright future for the ancestral witches, freeing them from fear and trepidation. Is what you say truly authentic? Hutu inquired, her mouth agape. Though she had begun to trust Qing Di, she could not help but seek confirmation. After all, if what Qing Di proclaimed was indeed true, it would imply that Hongjun had been lying, even crafting a monumental deception against all beings of the primordial realm. Of course, I can swear upon the Tao. Shrugging, Qing Di recognized that Hutu was struggling to accept the truth. Yet, what he stated was indeed factual. Hongjun had been scheming against the primordial realm, manipulating the gods and all living beings. It could be said that the world of the primordial realm had fallen into a grand conspiracy since Hongjun attained enlightenment, entangled in a game of strategy and manipulation alongside the heavenly Tao. Hongjun's teachings directly severed the possibility of all beings attaining enlightenment through Hunyuan, enticing powerful beings with the allure of primordial purple qi and the status of a saint, leading everyone who reached the great luo golden immortal to immediately consider severing their corpses. Once this severance occurred, they embarked on a misguided evolution path, rendering it impossible to attain Hunyuan enlightenment without primordial purple qi. At most, they would become semi-saints or pseudo-saints. Thus, apart from Hongjun, no true experts existed in the primordial realm, nor were there any beings that transcended Hunyuan in the true sense. The calamities of the witch and demon races were schemes. The calamity of the gods was a scheme, and the future calamity of the journey to the west was likewise a scheme. Regardless of the type, all of it lay under the control of the heavenly Tao and Hongjun, with no one able to escape the confines they had established, becoming akin to domesticated beings. What Qing Di aimed to do was to break free from this vicious cycle, no longer becoming a pawn of Hongjun, but rather to emerge as a true player, ultimately surpassing the heavenly Tao and Hongjun, and achieving the supreme Tao. I believe you. As Hutu witnessed Qing Di daring to swear upon the Tao, the last remnants of her doubt vanished. Yet, because of this, her expression turned grim. She was not a fool, if Qing Di's words bore no fault. It implied that Hongjun had acted with intent. What could his ulterior motives be? What are the other 2 methods of enlightenment? Hutu inquired, her gaze fixed on Qing Di. The path of merit is not suitable for the witch clan. Without a primordial spirit, we cannot absorb merit, including the merit of creation left by our Father God. At her words, Qing Di let out a breath of relief. Hutu believed in him, resolving the primary issue at hand. With that, Qing Di no longer withheld information. Stating directly, the second method of enlightenment is highly suitable for the ancestral witches and the witch clan. This method is known as the path of laws. As the name implies, this is a doctrine rooted in the principles of the law. By thoroughly interpreting the laws one possesses, one can cultivate the seeds of these laws within oneself. Once these seeds are completely condensed, they can bloom and bear fruit, resulting in the attainment of the primordial Tao fruit. In unity with this achievement, one's strength will ascend to the level of the great Luo golden immortal, akin to that of a sage. The path of law realization, the seeds of the law, the condensation of the Tao fruit. Upon hearing Qing Di's words, Ho Tu's breath quickened. After all, if this were indeed true, it would be far more suitable for the 12 ancestor witches and the witch clan than the path of power. The 12 ancestor witches, born from the essence of Pangu, though originally afflicted by the intrusion of innate turbid qi resulting in a lack of primordial spirit, nonetheless possess a complete mastery of the laws. Di Jiang commands the law of space, Zhu Jiuyin governs the law of time, Zhu Rong embodies the law of fire, and Chang Liang wields the law of thunder. While Ho Tu embodies the law of earth, they have all comprehended these laws in their entirety, and as the ancestor witches elevate themselves, they have nearly brought their understanding to perfection. Thus, the only challenge that remains for them is to evolve the seeds of the laws and thereby condense the Tao fruit. With this thought in mind, Ho Tu anxiously inquired, how can we condense the seeds of the law and the Tao fruit? I do not know. Qing Di replied with a shrug, his expression calm. He was aware of several methods of law realization, but apart from possessing the complete divine path, he was uncertain about the specifics of the other methods. Paying no heed to Ho Tu's somewhat melancholic demeanor, Qing Di continued, however, you ancestor witches lack neither time nor opportunities for experimentation. If this information is shared, I believe the other ancestor witches will be unable to resist the urge to cultivate, and in due course, they will naturally discover the techniques and insights required to condense the seeds of the law and achieve the Tao fruit. At this juncture, Qing Di paused momentarily, then regarded Ho Tu with a scrutinizing gaze. In truth, I know of a method that would allow you to directly attain sagehood. However, once this path is completed, you would be confined to a certain realm and unable to emerge. Your power would undoubtedly reach the level of a sage, perhaps even surpass it, yet you would still be unable to contend with Hong Jun and the heavenly Tao, nor could you intervene in the future of the witch clan. Would you be willing to accept such a fate? These words were not a jest from Chang Di. He was well aware of the intricacies surrounding the reincarnation of Ho Tu's day. In the original narrative, Ho Tu was compelled into this cycle, akin to being thrust into a situation against her will. However, with careful manipulation and strategy, one could argue that this reincarnation presents a monumental opportunity. Should she successfully seize this chance, Ho Tu would stand on par with Hong Jun regrettably. Her most significant flaw lies in the absence of a primordial spirit. Otherwise, how could she, embodying the 6 paths of reincarnation as a representative of the earth, remain confined within the realm of the underworld? Is this assertion credible? With fervent eyes, Ho Tu fixed her gaze upon Chang Di, harboring anticipation and curiosity regarding his claims of a method to aid her in achieving enlightenment. Yet, all this hinged upon her relinquishing her freedom, unable to partake in or influence matters concerning the Wu clan, which left her in a state of turmoil and hesitation. Of course, with a shrug, Chang Di donned an expression that suggested he might deceive her, before continuing. Let us set this matter aside for now and discuss the third method of attaining enlightenment. In my view, the third approach could be termed the path of fortune. If your ancestral shaman were to execute this adeptly, I can assure you that a half-saint would emerge forthwith, should the demon race be utterly vanquished. Achieving sainthood would be a certainty. Chapter 9, Loyalty to the Tao, extorting Ho Tu the path of fortune? Surely this is implausible. I recall that the fierce beast Xihe, the dragon, the phoenix, and the Qilin clans met with failure, none having succeeded in the endeavor of the path of fortune. Ho Tu opened her mouth, remaining exceedingly composed. With an expression of indifference, she regarded Chang Di, her eyes reflecting inquiry, investigation, and confusion. After all, numerous failures had already laid bare the risks of this path, and many in the primordial realm were well aware of them. Yet, no one ventured to pursue this route, even the leaders of the demon race. Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai Yi, who had reached the pinnacle of power, could have swiftly attained half-saint status through the path of fortune, potentially overpowering the ancestral shamans. However, cognizant of the implications, neither dared to undertake any actions, much less tread the path of fortune. Was that not foolish? With a cold smile, Chang Di cast a glance at Ho Tu, showing no inclination to engage in a stalemate. He remarked nonchalantly, how could one pursue the path of fortune while simultaneously severing the 3 corpses? This is a fundamental truth known to every cultivator. Do you truly believe that Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai would abandon their positions? The only hope for the path of fortune lies in their progeny undertaking the practice, otherwise, they are wholly unqualified to even begin. This is not mere nonsense. The Tao itself emphasizes steadfastness. If one cannot even uphold their true heart, how can they attain the Tao? Thus, whether it be Emperor Jun, Dong Huang Tai, or even the future ordained saints such as the three purities in Yuhua. At this moment, even if they have perceived the issue of severing the three corpses, they have lost both the possibility and the courage to start anew. Therefore, in a certain sense, amidst the vast wilderness, the only beings capable of genuinely utilizing fortune to attain the Tao are undoubtedly the 12 ancestor witches. However, the division of 12 makes it nearly impossible to achieve the Tao. Yet, if they were to unite as one, given the current stature of the witch clan, attaining the status of a half-saint or a pseudo-saint would be more than sufficient. And the true attainment of the Tao and becoming a saint would not be out of reach, provided that no one intervenes, such as Hongjun. Oh, I see. With a sudden realization, Huta nodded in understanding of what Qingdi was expressing. Subsequently, Huta became exhilarated. After all, if what the rival has said is true, this indeed represents the witch clan's greatest opportunity, even the most promising hope for attaining the Tao and becoming a saint. The witch clan is no longer the formidable force it was during the era of Great Luo, with Hongjun attaining the Tao and becoming a saint. The era of quasi-saints has commenced. While the ancestor witches remain invincible, they can no longer match the strength of the cultivators by much. Meanwhile, the three purities, Xihe, Zhuanti, and Yuhua have all received the primordial purple energy. After 3 teachings, it is a foregone conclusion that the three purities and others will attain the Tao and become saints in the near future. Thus, the future of the witch clan appears bleak. However, if a saint were to emerge from the witch clan at this moment, even a half-saint or a pseudo-saint would still possess the ability to instill great deterrence, making it so that even future saints would hesitate to act recklessly. Therefore, you two are seeking fortune. Suddenly, Huda seemed to have thought of something, her body trembling as she fixed her gaze intently upon Qingdi. At this moment, Qingdi sensed the murderous intent emanating from the other's gaze. Despite the bewildering relationship that had unfolded between them in Ho-Tu's eyes, Qingdi held even less significance than a great shaman of the Ho-Tu tribe, let alone the matter concerning the ancestral shaman and the future of the entire shamanic clan. Do not worry. I have no intention of usurping the fortune of the shaman tribe. Qingdi hastily gestured, seeking to clarify. My teachings resemble those of Hongjun. By cultivating my path, one would become my disciple. But do you truly believe that the members of the shaman clan would betray the ancestral shamaness rule to become my unwavering followers? Such a notion is nearly impossible. Much like Hongjun's teachings, while the 3,000 guests at the Zishu Palace acknowledge his existence, apart from the 3 pure ones, Xihe, Zhuanti, and Yuhua, the rest are not his disciples. Even if they acknowledge him, it would not bring about any significant change. Upon hearing this, the coldness in Ho-Tu's eyes diminished considerably. As long as Qingdi did not aim to seize the fortune of the shaman tribe, the other matters seemed trivial. With this in mind, Ho-Tu promptly spoke. My clansmen have arrived. You may commence your teachings. Afterward, accompany me to the Panga Hall to analyze the matter of fortune and enlightenment. At that time, you may take your leave. Goodness, how heartless. Qingdi felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, realizing that he was being regarded merely as a tool. Had he not miscommunicated his intentions initially, it seemed unlikely that he would have fulfilled his objectives. With this thought, his guilt lessened significantly, and he nodded. I agree. However, our previous agreement is limited to this. Should you wish for me to recount the teachings at the Panga Hall, a different price shall apply. What do you intend? Ho-Tu furrowed her brow, her tone laced with dissatisfaction. After all, a relationship had developed between them, albeit under her initiative and misunderstanding. Yet it was Qingdi who now appeared to be calculating, which left Ho-Tu quite displeased. Simple. A smirk graced Qingdi's lips as he regarded Ho-Tu with playful intent, remaining silent. For a moment, their eyes locked. In the next instant, the murderous intent from Ho-Tu erupted. Her teeth gritted. You have misunderstood. With a hearty laugh, Qingdi's spirits lifted, feeling as though he had successfully toyed with her. Without hesitation, he stated plainly, I require a primordial spiritual treasure, at least of the highest quality among primordial treasures. Do not claim there are none. I refuse to believe that one of the hegemonic factions of the Honghuang, the shaman tribe, lacks primordial treasures. Even if there are no primordial spirits, such strategically significant treasures must be collected. After a deep, scrutinizing glance at Qingdi, Ho-Tu slowly replied, Do not expect to gain without effort. I shall wait for you outside. If you wish to teach, be prepared to step out. With that, Ho-Tu turned and strode toward the exit. A piece of the highest quality primordial treasure. A tremendous bargain. A smile crept onto Qingdi's face as he promptly followed suit. Before long, the two arrived at the tribal square, where, as expected, the clansmen of the Ho-Tu tribe had already gathered. Salutations to the ancestral shaman Ho-Tu. Salutations to the ancestral shaman Ho-Tu. Upon Ho-Tu's appearance, the surrounding shaman clansmen bowed in respect. Yet, more curious gazes were fixated on Qingdi, with many members of the shaman tribe furrowing their brows, puzzled as to why a cultivator was present in this place, and why Ho-Tu treated him with such seriousness. It appeared their relationship was rather amicable. Master Ho-Tu's day. At that moment, a towering figure, a 3-meter-tall grand shaman armed with a longbow and arrows, approached and bowed to Ho-Tu, stating, All members of our tribe who possess strength beyond the Xianxian realm have been assembled. We await your command, revered ancestral shaman. Chapter 10. The Doctrine of the Shaman Clan. Hutu opens the bitter sea. Nodding in acknowledgement, Hutu turned to Ho-E and remarked, "Well done, Ho-E. You may withdraw now and listen attentively." "Yes," Ho-E responded, his gaze instinctively glancing at Qing Di before he bowed and stepped back into the ranks. Is he the great shaman Ho-E? The man destined to shoot down the 9 golden crows and instigate the ultimate battle between shamans and demons. Moreover, if memory serves me correctly, Ho-Ye's future wife, Chang'e, seems to be related to Xihe, though it remains uncertain whether she is the benevolent corpse or her sister, Chang'e. Undoubtedly, Ho-E is indeed the man who ignited the conflict between shamans and demons, having survived the calamities of the shamanic and divine tribulations, and even the journey to the West Tribulation. Although it is a dishonorable fate to become Wu Gang, chopping wood on the moon, at least he survived. Reflecting inwardly, Qing Di felt a flicker of curiosity towards Ho-E. After all, tales of Ho-E shooting down the sun, pursuing Chang'e in anger, and transforming into Wu Gang had been recounted since childhood. Now it is your turn. Hutu turned to Qing Di and proclaimed, "This is a one-time opportunity. Do not expect it again." "Is that so?" With a smirk, Qing Di withdrew his thoughts and regarded Hutu with playful intrigue, saying, "I highly doubt it. The next time you summon me to impart knowledge, it should involve a primordial spiritual treasure, at least of superior quality." With that, without waiting for Hutu's response, Qing Di made his way to the front of the square, surveying the assembly. "In the coming century, I shall impart to you the secrets of the Wheel C. The Wheel C technique relies primarily on one's own vital essence, supplemented by the innate turbid energy within your bodies. It is a method exceptionally suited for the cultivation of the shamanic lineage, allowing even those with diluted or impure bloodlines to continuously grow stronger. The mention of the Wheel C technique, particularly its suitability for shamanic cultivation and its capacity to enhance even those with impure bloodlines, caused a stir among the gathered shamans. Their gazes were filled with confusion, skepticism, curiosity, and a hint of anticipation. After all, the shamanic race revered bloodlines. Only those with sufficiently potent blood could aspire to greater achievements and power. If what Qing Di claimed about the Wheel C technique were true, it would be of monumental significance, not just for them, but for the entire shamanic clan. "Friend, is what you say true?" Ho-E, the foremost shaman after Hutu, rose to confirm. The implications of such a revelation would be tremendously valuable for the shamanic people. Not only he, but all the gathered shamans, including the ancestral shaman Hutu, looked at Qing Di with eager curiosity, awaiting his answer. "You may refer to me as Daozun." With a calm smile, Qing Di glanced at Hutu, Ho-E, and the other shamans before continuing, "What I have stated is indeed true. Otherwise, I would not be here, nor would I have accompanied the ancestral shaman Hutu. Whether you choose to believe it or not is of no concern to me. In the coming century, I shall generously impart my teachings. If you listen closely and follow my guidance in cultivation, you will naturally discern the truth of the Wheel C technique." With that, Qing Di offered no further explanations. To impart knowledge, one must maintain a certain gravitas. Is it not evident how much effort Hong Jun expended to convey his teachings? Though his path to sanctification did not require him to emit an aura, the fact that he released his presence in the chaos indicates otherwise. To convey his teachings. After attaining enlightenment, Hong Jun deliberately entered the chaos, establishing the Xihe palace deep within it. Only after completing these endeavors did he publicly announce his enlightenment, prompting the deities of the wilderness to venture into the chaos, facing the trials of chaotic energies and disturbances before entering the Xihe palace to receive teachings. In contrast to Hong Jun's lofty demeanor, Qing Di appeared considerably less imposing at that moment, yet it did not imply he lacked his own style. After all, to aspire to divinity and earn devotion, one must create a sense of distance between oneself and others. With this thought in mind, Qing Di reached an open space. He formed a seal with his hands, causing the ground to tremble, rising visibly from beneath his feet. Under the watchful gaze of the shamans, the soil gradually formed a high platform. Once this was accomplished, Qing Di assumed a commanding position, overlooking the assembled shamans. Disregarding Hutu's skeptical glance, Qing Di seated himself in a meditative posture and began imparting his teachings. The Wheel C technique cultivates the life will beneath the navel, elevating the physical form and enhancing strength. It encompasses the opening of the bitter sea, the cultivation of the life spring, the establishment of the divine bridge, and the arrival at the other shore. As Qing Di elaborated, the shamans gradually entered a state of deep meditation. In this moment, Hutu beheld everything before her. Indeed, he possessed a method suitable for the cultivation of my witch clan. For a brief instant, Hutu felt a surge of excitement. Initially, she had presumed that Qing Di was merely an empty facade. Otherwise, why would he seek her assistance, even in a somewhat coercive manner? However, as the teachings of the Wheel C secret realm unfolded, Hutu observed numerous clan members entering a meditative state, which signified that this method was genuinely appropriate for the witch clan, even more so for their cultivation. With this realization, Hutu cast aside her initial skepticism, attentively listening to the discourse while attempting to cultivate herself. As the ancestral witch, she needed to lead by example. If the Xihe secret realm method harbored any flaws, she would be able to detect them immediately and prevent her kin from partaking in the teachings and practices. It was indeed authentic. The great witch Xihe was equally astonished. He had previously harbored doubts about whether Hotu had been deceived by this practitioner Qing Di. However, he refrained from voicing his concerns directly, opting instead to patiently await an opportunity to expose Qing Di's superficiality. Yet, he never anticipated that Qing Di was genuinely sincere. The Xihe secret realm was indeed suitable for the cultivation of the witch clan. And even Xihe himself had begun to sense the existence of the sea of suffering. Under Qing Di's guidance, the innate turbid energy within him surged forth, seeking to open the sea of suffering. In that moment, Xihe disregarded all else, wholeheartedly concentrating on listening to the teachings while endeavoring to unlock his own sea of suffering. It was not only Xihe. Hutu and many members of the Hotu tribe surrounding them shared in this fervor. Time flew swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 30 years had passed. With a low roar, Hotu harnessed her strength to successfully complete the opening of the sea of suffering. In an instant, her body trembled violently. The successful opening of the sea of suffering allowed her to immediately feel a continuous surge of power, even as the ancestral witch. The emergence of the sea of suffering elevated her strength and enhanced the intensity of her physical form. Such an enhancement may hold little significance for the ancestral witch. Yet for an ordinary member of the witch clan, it undoubtedly represents an immensely formidable existence. Furthermore, Huda was astonished to discover an extraordinary phenomenon. Upon the instant of her successful creation of the bitter sea, the innate turbid energy within her rapidly converged within the bitter sea, subtly hinting at a tendency to coalesce into a vessel, even imparting to her the notion and understanding of its potential to materialize into a tangible form. Chapter 11. Hutu's creation of the vessel, the majestic earthly tower. Is this a spiritual treasure? No, it cannot be. Is it a magical artifact? Neither does it fit that description. As a member of the witch clan, how could I possibly wield such a thing without a primordial spirit? Astonishingly, a vessel forged from innate turbid energy and my own vital essence can rival a spiritual treasure. Indeed, when perfected, it may even stand shoulder to shoulder with the finest innate spiritual treasures, or even the most exalted innate treasures. As her comprehension of the vessel deepened, the emotions etched upon Hutu's visage grew increasingly intense. Powerful. Invincible. This is the initial thought of Hutu at this moment. After all, the ancestral shaman is already immensely powerful, with a physical form that can be deemed invincible within the same realm. Should there be added even a single item, or perhaps several that rival the finest innate spiritual treasures, the number of those capable of contending within the vast expanse of primordial chaos would be exceedingly scarce. Furthermore, Hutu was astonished to discover another matter. The initial opening of the sea of suffering within the Xihe secret realm had already granted her a notable enhancement. What might be the outcome should she complete the entirety? Beyond the methods of the Xihe secret realm, did Qing Di also possess other techniques suitable for the cultivation of the witch clan? Most importantly, with his quasi-saintly perspective, he could discern that while the Xihe secret realm appeared formidable, it merely served as a foundational method for practitioners. There existed even more powerful techniques. If these could be disseminated throughout the witch clan, the future of the clan would be transformed. At this moment, Huda was filled with excitement. Yet, in the blink of an eye, her expression became frozen. This was because she recalled the previous words of Qing Di, as well as her own resolute declaration that it would be just this once. This implies that in order to obtain more, the witch clan must pay a higher price. A cost that may gradually escalate, potentially reaching a point that could severely cripple the clan. The mere thought of this filled Hutu with profound regret. Had she foreseen such consequences, she would have never uttered those words. Given the circumstances, it was certainly possible for Qing Di to impart his teachings without charge. Alas, it has come to pass. It is indeed true. Such a wondrous existence exists. In a short span of time, Hui also abruptly opened his eyes. Following Hutu, he too successfully accomplished the opening of the sea of suffering. It is precisely for this reason that he can distinctly sense the exceptional and formidable nature of his current state, as well as the immense significance of the Xihe secret method for the future of the witch clan. At this moment, his gaze upon Qing Di ignited with fervor. If he had harbored some belief before, at this instant, he was utterly convinced, his eyes reflecting a newfound intensity of warmth, recognition, and gratitude. It had arrived. Simultaneously, Qing Di atop the high platform became fully aware of his surroundings. With the acknowledgement from Hutu and Hui, he sensed a surge of divine power entering his being. Although he could not yet ignite the divine flame, and the distance to do so remained vast. The emergence of this divine power made it clear that his mission to impart wisdom to the Wu tribe had been successful. As more and more members of the Wu tribe completed the opening of the Bitter Sea, this divine power would flow abundantly. Furthermore, once the members of the Hutu tribe completed the Bitter Sea's opening and consolidated their destiny artifacts, it would undoubtedly cause a stir throughout the Wu tribe. At that time, he would be able to harness the divine power of the Wu tribe to fulfill his own ambition of transitioning to the divine path. Excellent. He silently cheered 3 times in his heart, feeling invigorated, and his demeanor while imparting teachings grew increasingly earnest. 50 years. 1/3 of the Hutu tribe's members had completed the Bitter Sea's opening. In an instant, Qing Di's divine power surged immensely. In a mere short span, He accumulated more divine power than the total of the previous 9,000 years. This was not solely due to the enhanced strength and deeper comprehension of the Wu tribe, but primarily because the Wu tribe was the foremost race in the primordial realm. In this current era, the demon race had yet to fully establish itself, and the third three heavens had not yet manifested, ensuring the Wu tribe's position remained unassailable within the primordial domain. Thus, as the foremost race of the primordial era, the quality and quantity of their divine belief were unparalleled, incomparable even to ordinary cultivators. What a remarkable privilege! During this period, the Wu tribe enjoyed the treatment befitting the protagonists of the heavenly realm. Was this not akin to reaping benefits without effort? In this moment, Qing's heart swelled with excitement. After all, if this notion were indeed true, could it be that in the future, both the demon race and humanity might allow him to disseminate his teachings? Engaging in such opportunistic endeavors bore no sense of guilt for him. The future of humanity must be approached through Nuwa. As for the demon race, gaining the recognition of Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai seemed an insurmountable challenge at present. Moreover, it was likely that the 33 heavens would soon fall under the dominion of the demon race, ushering in a genuine era of conflict between the shaman and demon factions. Nevertheless, one must first address the matters concerning the shaman clan, if he could subdue the entire shaman lineage. The immense power of belief could not only ignite divine flames but also assist him in solidifying his divine essence, ultimately allowing him to ascend to true divinity. With these thoughts, Qing remained resolute, diligently continuing to expound upon the methods of the. In the blink of an eye, a century had elapsed. Bestow upon me the power to condense. On this day, the thunderous roar of Hutu reverberated throughout the square. In the next moment, a surge of vital energy erupted from Hutu, as the innate turbid Qi unleashed its fury, enveloped by the terrifying aura of the ancestral witch. Simultaneously, a petal-shaped mark materialized upon Hutu's brow. Accompanied by the brilliance of the mark, a deep, resonant hum filled the air, revealing the amalgamation of the innate turbid Qi and the ancestral witch's vital essence, radiating a dark crimson glow. An extraordinary phenomenon unfolded in the heavens. As ominous clouds gathered across the vast expanse and relentless thunder converged, with lightning darting wildly within, a solidified dark crimson pillar of light emerged, manifesting an exquisite 8-layered pagoda suspended in midair. Yet, this 8-tiered pagoda was unlike any ordinary one. It emanated a dark red hue, surrounded by the terrifying waves of innate turbid Qi and the essence of the laws of earth. Strangely peculiar as it was, its formidable presence rivaled that of any supreme innate spiritual treasure. This scene instantly awakened all the members of the witch clan present. Without a moment's hesitation, they lifted their gazes towards the exquisite pagoda suspended in the sky, unable to suppress their exclamations of astonishment. It has come to fruition. The ancestral witch of the earth has manifested a fateful artifact. The powerful fluctuations emanating from it were overwhelming. I once witnessed the emergence of a top-grade innate spiritual treasure within the unyielding mountain, yet its resonance and might pale in comparison to this. Is this truly the case? If so, then does this exquisite pagoda not rival the supreme innate spiritual treasures? Furthermore, it is a treasure that our witch clan can utilize, which implies that once we also manifest a fateful artifact, we too could achieve a standard that rivals the coveted innate treasures sought after by cultivators. Chapter 12. Hui draws his long bow, a divine fire opportunity? In an instant, the breath of the witch clan members quickened. After all, the successful examples before them signified that they too could cultivate, and perhaps even manifest their own fateful artifacts. If this were truly to be universally disseminated among the entire shaman clan, not even the combined forces of the celestial court, the demon court, and the Xihe palace within the current primordial realm would stand a chance against the shaman clan wielding the life-controlling artifacts. Moreover, it is worth noting that the Xihe secret realm is divided into 4 distinct stages. This signifies that they can forge 4 artifacts, and their strength, upon completing the Xihe secret realm, is capable of utterly overpowering cultivators of the same realm. Engaging in cross-boundary combat is not out of the question. Tower of solid earth, coalesce for me. At that moment, the low roar of Hutu reverberated throughout the air. In the next instant, a dark red radiance surged into the heavens, accompanied by the terrifying pulsation of the laws of earth, transforming the entire sky above the Hutu tribe into a tawny hue. The emergence of the fateful artifact unequivocally proclaimed the authenticity of the Xihe secret realm's law, simultaneously announcing its recognition by the heavens and earth. Not even the heavenly Tao or Hongjun could intervene or disrupt its manifestation, as long as the witch clan present remained alive. The law of the Xihe secret realm would endure. Indeed, should Qing successfully transmit the teachings to the entire witch clan in the future, the only way to obliterate the law would be to annihilate both the witch clan and Qing. Such is the power of the fateful artifact. After a prolonged moment, as the celestial phenomenon subsided, Hutu extended her hand to receive the exquisite earthling long tower that descended from the sky, her eyes filled with astonishment and disbelief. Even though success had been achieved, the overwhelming might of the earthling long tower stirred tumultuous waves within her heart, rendering her momentarily dazed. Before Hutu could regain her composure, another resonant hum echoed. Following the sound, she beheld Hui successfully completing the opening of the bitter sea, with his own fateful artifact coalescing alongside it. A brilliant dark red glow enveloped a ferociously potent longbow that materialized in Hui's grasp. Is this truly a fateful artifact? It rivals, if not surpasses, the quality of a mid-grade, or even a high-grade innate spiritual treasure. Unable to contain his admiration, Xihe toyed with the longbow in his hands. The delight in his eyes unmistakable as he exclaimed, "How astonishing! The law of the Wheel-Sea secret realm has resolved our witch clan's inability to refine innate spiritual treasures without a primordial spirit, and the limitations of harnessing their power. With the existence of this fateful artifact, once it spreads throughout the witch clan, it will manifest an overwhelming might that could dominate all of Hong Huang, solidifying our position as the foremost race." His words ignited excitement among all present. Just as Xihe articulated, if this were indeed the case, it would herald an immense advancement for the future of the entire witch clan. Most significantly, Xihe's success indicated that this fateful artifact was not solely reserved for the ancestral witches, but could also be possessed by ordinary clansmen. Upon realizing this, the eyes of everyone in attendance turned fervently towards Qing upon the high platform, their gazes filled with fervor as they bowed in reverence, exclaiming, "Thank you, Daozun, for bestowing the law. Thank you, Daozun, for bestowing the law." In that instant, Qing felt a surge of potent faith flooding towards him. As this unwavering belief flowed continuously into his being, a wave of warmth began to manifest within his consciousness. This is sensing the stirring within himself. Qing was momentarily taken aback, only to be overwhelmed with exhilaration. Divine fire. Undoubtedly, this marks the inaugural step into the divine path, igniting the sacred fire. Although this divine flame is but a faint flicker, a mere whisper of a trend, it holds paramount significance for him. Especially since this force of faith seems to emanate not solely from the shamanic clan. It flows like a gentle stream, ceaseless and unwavering, suggesting that it will not wane in the near future. No, I must retreat into seclusion for cultivation. I must seize this opportunity to fully ignite the sacred fire and embark upon the divine path. With a sudden resolve, Qing rose to his feet. Stepping forth as a unique pattern emerged beneath his feet, causing his figure to vanish in an instant. In the next moment, Qing had arrived at the abode of the Earth Mother, urgently proclaiming, "Earth Mother Ancestor, my discourse has concluded, and I have gained insights. I require a period of seclusion." With that, Qing intended to take his leave. As for accompanying the Earth Mother to the Panga Hall to meet the other ancestors, he regrettably lacked the inclination at this moment. Very well. After a brief pause, the Earth Mother quickly regained her composure and addressed Qing. "You may return to your previous dwelling. I shall issue commands to ensure that no one disturbs you." Qing opened his mouth, only to swallow back the words of farewell that had been on the tip of his tongue. Although he understood that the Earth Mother's intention in retaining him was for the future of the shamanic clan, it was undeniable that her protection would afford him much greater safety during his seclusion. Most importantly, the sudden surge of faith made him vaguely aware that something was amiss in the primordial realm, and it was highly likely that it pertained to him. At this moment, Xihe approached with swift strides. After bowing respectfully to Qing, he solemnly declared, "I extend my heartfelt gratitude for the teachings bestowed by the Taoist master. I, Xihe, am willing to act as your guardian. During your seclusion, I shall vigilantly protect the courtyard to ensure that no one disturbs you." "Then I shall take my leave," Qing replied, regaining her composure and nodding without hesitation. With the assistance of both Xihe and Ho, she felt reassured regarding her safety. Moreover, the continuous influx of faith power was pouring in, leaving her no time for idle chatter. After a slight bow, she turned decisively and soared into her previous abode. Upon closing the door, Qing settled into a meditative posture and began to cultivate the divine path, harnessing the unwavering faith power to condense divine fire. "Ho, I shall take my leave now," Xihe said, casting a glance at Ho as he observed Qing entering seclusion. Being a top-tier shaman, there were numerous matters within the tribe that required his attention. If Ho were to decline, then go ahead. Ho waved her hand dismissively. Since a commitment has been made, it is imperative to uphold it. This is the integrity of our shamanic clan. Subsequently, I will arrange for others to take over your responsibilities. Moreover, this matter is of great significance, and I must visit the Panga Hall. Henceforth, the safety of the tribe, as well as that of Qing will rest in your hands. Indeed, Ancestor Ho. Without hesitation, Xihe raised the longbow, his newly condensed divine weapon, with a fierce determination. "If any adversaries appear, I shall seize this opportunity to test my newly forged bow." With a nod, Ho offered no further words. After briefly outlining a few matters, she swiftly transformed her essence and propelled herself rapidly towards the Panga Hall. The mystical technique of the Wheel-Sea that Qing had mastered was exceedingly vital for the shamanic tribe, regardless of whether there were subsequent teachings. She was resolute in persuading the other ancestral shamans to allow Qing to impart her wisdom to the remaining 11 ancestral tribes. Chapter 13. The Primordial Turmoil. Severing the three corpses Tao tradition? Simultaneously, the primordial realm was engulfed in the endless tumult that Qing had anticipated. The catalyst was undeniably the discourse held during Qing's encounter with Ho, where 3 questions were posed and answered. The content was astonishing, stirring the hearts of many, prompting countless beings to remember and boast about it to their friends and family. However, such boasting led to unforeseen consequences. Coinciding with Niwa's birthday, Invitations were extended to the three pure ones, Xihe, Zhuan, Emperor Jun, and Dong Huang Tai Yi, among other formidable beings, for a gathering at the Shi Palace on Mount Buzhou. After deliberation, the deities resolved to emulate Hong Jun and deliver teachings to the beings, hopeful of gaining further insights. After all, once so many powerful beings engaged in discourse, it would undoubtedly evolve into a profound discussion, offering immense benefits to every deity and participating being. Initially, there were no issues for a century. Yet, 100 years later, a bold being dared to inquire whether it was possible to attain sainthood without the presence of the primordial purple Qi. This inquiry rendered the Shi Palace utterly silent, encompassing not only the ordained sages upon the high platform but also those formidable beings who had yet to receive the primordial purple energy. Subsequently, Laozi and his companions did not hesitate to categorically reject such assertions. After all, Hongjun had articulated it with utmost clarity. Those devoid of primordial purple energy could never attain the sanctity of enlightenment. Coincidentally, among those who had listened to Qing Di's teachings stood a being who promptly voiced a rebuttal. To bolster his credibility, this individual elevated Qing Di's manifestation of the Taoist sage to the status of an unparalleled powerhouse, meticulously delineating the distinctions between the heavenly Tao saints and the primordial saints. Thus, the entire discourse crumbled irrevocably. The three pure ones, alongside Jian, Zhuan, and Yuhua, gritted their teeth in frustration as they sensed an overwhelming threat, though they remained oblivious to the identity of the Taoist sage or the veracity of his claims. The differentiation between the heavenly Tao saints and the primordial saints left them with no grounds for counterargument. As a result, the three pure ones were engulfed in turmoil. Just moments ago, they had been the fated saints, destined for supreme existence. Yet now, the notion that one could attain enlightenment without primordial purple energy, a being who, while not a heavenly Tao saint, would not be significantly weaker, was a bitter pill to swallow. However, that was not the crux of the matter. The focal point lay in a formidable being, who had long since achieved the great perfection of the Great Luo Golden Immortal but remained ensnared within the Great Luo realm due to the absence of an innate spiritual treasure to sever his ties. He had nearly succumbed to despair, contemplating the use of a postnatal spiritual treasure for severance when he unexpectedly heard these words. He immediately rose to express his willingness to attempt the endeavor, albeit requiring assistance from the other formidable beings. The three pure ones were inclined to thwart this, for should the experiment succeed, it would signify the end of the heavenly Tao saints' exalted status. Alas, they themselves had yet to attain the sanctity of enlightenment, and the multitude of formidable beings lacking primordial purple energy would never forsake such a golden opportunity. Without a moment's hesitation, a throng of powerful beings produced their treasured possessions, such as ginseng fruits, star anise hearts, and qilin fruits, collectively amassing a plethora of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Under the watchful eyes of countless cultivators, the willing experimental subject absorbed these offerings and, before the multitude, successfully advanced to the early stage of quasi-sainthood. Furthermore, as he commenced his cultivation of the path of strength, his quasi-saint initial stage powers became potent enough to rival those of a late-stage quasi-saint who had severed two ties, significantly enhancing his combat prowess and foundational strength. According to the evaluations of the assembled powerful beings, once this individual achieved the great perfection of quasi-sainthood, he would, even if not on par with a saint, possess formidable strength akin to that of a half-saint. In an instant, the primordial realm was set abuzz. The prospect of half-saint strength, even if success remained elusive, was of paramount importance to those powerful beings who had not acquired primordial purple energy. Consequently, Niua's birthday banquet came to an abrupt halt. Countless formidable beings departed, including Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai Yi, without exception, though they had already severed three ties. The realization that this method bore no future rendered their abandonment inevitable, as did the transition to other practices, particularly after witnessing the strength of the individual who advanced to quasi-sainthood through the path of strength. Many powerful beings began to contemplate self-abandonment of their cultivation and the renunciation of the three-tie severance method. Among them, the river of the underworld displayed the most resolute determination. As Niua had yet to attain the path of sanctification, the river of the underworld successfully severed one's corpse, having not reached an irretrievable state. Upon returning to the blood sea, the river of the underworld resolutely obliterated its own benevolent corpse and a supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Xian Yuan water-controlling banner. In reclaiming its own virtuous intentions, it harnessed the power of the blood sea to embark upon the path of proving its worth through strength, thereby forcefully elevating its cultivation to the late stage of quasi-saint. In this late stage of quasi-sainthood, where strength serves as proof of the path, its combat prowess was so formidable that even Laozi, who had already reached the stage of severing three corpses, found it necessary to avoid its brilliance. A terrifying aura surged forth, igniting the hearts of the great beings of the primordial era to undergo their own recultivation. Countless individuals self-destructed their benevolent and malevolent corpses, eagerly embarking on the path of proving their worth through strength and the merits of their deeds. This has led to a profound transformation within the vast wilderness over a mere few centuries. Apart from the three pure ones, Jian, Zhuan, Niua, and the red cloud that has acquired the primordial purple energy, nearly all other great beings have embarked on the path of proving their worth through strength. Consequently, The Taoist master, who first articulated the distinction between the saints of heaven and the saints of Hunyuan, has now gained immense renown within the wilderness, earning the recognition of countless cultivators and providing a continuous source of faith for Qing Di. Fortunately, Qing Di possesses a unique system, existing in a slender margin beyond the 4 nines of the heavenly way, which has obscured his identity from being discerned. Otherwise, the inability to ascertain the information about the Taoist master has left the 3 pure ones and others unwilling to accept defeat. After much deliberation, the 3 pure ones, Xihe, Junti, and Nuwa departed the wilderness, heading directly to the chaotic Purple Sky Palace to seek assistance from Hongjun, while also aiming to clarify the matter at hand. Sister Hutu, is what you say truly the case? In the Hall of Pangu, the ancestral witches, including Emperor Jiang and Zhu Jioyin, gathered in astonishment, their gazes fixed incredulously upon Hutu. The gravity of her words was indeed staggering. The method of the Wheel C secret realm, a practice suitable for the witch clan, capable of condensing a life weapon even superior to innate spiritual treasures. Most astonishingly, this purported method of the Wheel C secret realm is applicable to all members of the witch clan and originates from a single cultivator. This is simply unbelievable. Indeed, it is true. With a resigned sigh, Huda looked at the doubtful ancestral witches and, with a thought, summoned the life weapon she had condensed. The thick earthling long tower. This is the life weapon I formed from the first stage of the Wheel C secret realm, which opened the bitter sea. You may examine it for yourselves, my brothers. Chapter 14. The ecstatic ancestral witches requesting Qing Di to teach. Is this truly a life weapon? The Taoist master. Could it be the one who has stirred such a commotion in the wilderness recently? At the side of the thick earthling long tower, Emperor Jiang and the ancestral witches felt their breaths quicken, their eyes gleaming with fervor and joy, previously filled with skepticism. Their doubts vanished with the appearance of the thick earthling long tower, replaced by an insatiable desire. As ancestral witches, they are acutely aware of the terrifying enhancement innate spiritual treasures provide to cultivators, and they understand what tremendous advantages they would gain if they could master such treasures. Although a life weapon is not an innate spiritual treasure, its power is not inferior in the slightest. Most importantly, even without a primordial spirit, one can still condense them by practicing the Wheel C secret realm method. According to Hutu, it can yield at least 4 life weapons. Taking themselves as examples, the ancestral witches are certain that by practicing the Wheel C secret realm method, they will inevitably condense life weapons of comparable quality to top-tier innate spiritual treasures. And if fortune smiles upon them, the life weapons they produce may even rival innate supreme treasures. Upon contemplating this, Emperor Jiang and the ancestral witches felt their breaths quicken even more. What does it mean to cause a stir in the wilderness? Hutu inquired, slightly perplexed. After this incident, Huda was truly unaware of the circumstances, for she had been engrossed in listening to teachings and cultivating the secrets of the within the tribe during this period, entirely oblivious to the happenings in the outside world. Consequently, upon hearing the ancestral witches, including Emperor Jiang, speak of Qing Di with an air of nonchalance, her inner confusion and perplexity reached an unprecedented peak. Hutu, taken aback, was met with astonished gazes from Emperor Jiang and the other ancestral witches. Once it was confirmed that she was not jesting, they exchanged incredulous looks and exclaimed, "You do not know, little sister? How is it that the outside world claims you are one of the participants? Did you not inquire of the Taoist respectful one, who elucidated the distinctions between the heavenly Tao saints and the primordial saints?" In an instant, the ancestral witches animatedly recounted the events surrounding the matter. Only then did Huda grasp the gravity of the situation, her countenance shifting erratically, inwardly lamenting, "What a blunder, what a blunder. I should not have directly inquired. I never anticipated it would stir such a tempest." Undoubtedly, Qing Di's words had overturned the teachings of the Tao ancestor Hongjun and even undermined his status regarding the severing of the 3 corpses. Should Tao ancestor Hongjun pursue this matter, it is likely that Qing Di's life would be in jeopardy. In this moment, Huda harbored considerable concern for Qing Di. After all, should his identity be exposed, his future would undoubtedly be exceedingly grim. Not only would the Tao ancestor be affected, but also the ordained sages, Sanqing, Jiayin, Zhuanti, and Yuwa might find themselves in disarray. Most importantly, since previous statements had already been disseminated, and with an increasing number of transcendent beings in the Hongwang era turning to the path of power to validate their existence, how would the demon clans Dijuan and Dong Wangtai respond? Given their current status, if they were to pivot towards the path of fortune, it could lead to significant consequences. No, this cannot be delayed any longer. A decision must be made swiftly regarding the selection of candidates for cultivating the path of fortune. With this thought in mind, Huda spoke up, "Brothers, this matter indeed stems from my inquiries to the Tao ancestor on that day. However, during this time, I have been engrossed in the cultivation of the Wheel C secret realm within the tribe, and with the Tao ancestor's teachings, I have not been attentive to external affairs. I never anticipated that this matter would leak out, especially since those present were merely feeble beings, and I paid little heed. I had no idea it would turn out this way." Upon hearing Hutu's account, Emperor Jiang and the other ancestral witches suddenly understood. Compared to the external gossip, the technique of the Wheel C secret realm is indeed more suitable for the witch clan and is a necessity for them. Immediately, among the crowd, the ancestral witch Zhu Rong eagerly inquired, Sister Ho-Tu, may we cultivate the Wheel-C secret realm technique? Since you have completed it. Does that not imply you possess insights to share with us? Upon hearing these words, the other ancestral witches fixated their intense gazes upon Ho-Tu's. Having witnessed the formidable presence of the thick earthling long tower, their yearning for the Wheel-C secret realm technique grew significantly. Certainly, Ho-Tu nodded, gathering her thoughts and promptly responding. The so-called Wheel-C secret realm primarily involves the opening of the bitter sea. As Ho-Tu elaborated, Di Jiang and the other ancestral witches began to experiment. However, despite Ho-Tu's explanations repeated 3 or 4 times, neither Di Jiang, Zhu Jiuyin, nor Zhu Rong made any progress. They understood the words, grasped the principles, and even comprehended the procedures, yet when it came to actual practice, it proved exceedingly challenging, yielding little advancement. Is it impossible? Sister Ho-Tu, are you certain there is no mistake? The ancestral witches, including Di Jiang, pressed for answers, their urgency palpable. After all, having glimpsed the value and efficacy of the Wheel-C secret realm technique, the thought of being unable to cultivate it was disheartening. This is unexpected, Ho-Tu replied, momentarily taken aback. She could not fathom why something so seemingly simple was proving to be so arduous for Di Jiang and the others, to the point of being unable to even begin. Suddenly, a possibility flashed through her mind, and she spoke up. It is Qing. No, it is Dao Zun. The information I conveyed is accurate. The sole distinction is that Dao Zun himself has not appeared, nor has he truly imparted teachings to you brothers. Thus, unless you receive guidance directly from Dao Zun, it seems arduous to make any headway in cultivating the Wheel-C secret realm technique. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Di Jiang and the other ancestral witches darkened. If what Ho-Tu asserted was true, did it mean they needed to seek assistance from Dao Zun? While they were indeed curious about his identity, origins, and appearance, as exalted ancestral witches, they were reluctant to appear as supplicants. At this moment, Buddha had firmly confirmed her suspicions and declared unequivocally, it must be so. The Taoist master has stated that every time he imparts teachings, our witch clan must offer a piece of exquisite innate spiritual treasure. Initially, I was skeptical, but now it seems that everything was part of his grand design. Having witnessed the rarity and value of the Wheel-C secret realm's techniques, we have no choice but to acquiesce, even surrendering the exquisite innate spiritual treasures he requires. Upon hearing this, the once anxious Di Jiang and the other ancestral witches suddenly broke into smiles. Exquisite innate spiritual treasures indeed existed within the witch clan, yet they held no significance or value for them. One piece of exquisite innate spiritual treasure per teaching, should they successfully complete the cultivation within the Wheel-C secret realm. The rewards would be far greater. Chapter 15. The Conspiracy of the Monster Court and Emperor Jun's Resolution. Such trifling exquisite innate spiritual treasures are of little consequence. In an instant, Di Jiang spoke with an air of pride. After all, we obtain these treasures to prevent other cultivators from growing stronger. The severing of the 3 corpses is judged by the grade of innate spiritual treasures, thus we cannot relinquish them at that time. However, the circumstances have changed. Although exquisite innate spiritual treasures are indeed valuable, their inherent worth has significantly diminished. Currently, the cultivators within the primordial chaos are frantically destroying their own 3 corpses, striving to embark on the path of proving their worth through strength and merit, thus genuinely abandoning the practice of severing the 3 corpses. Consequently, even if we were to part with the innate treasures we have gathered, it would matter little. Moreover, we shall acquire life instruments, which are most suitable for our witch clan and the ancestral witches. As long as we can disseminate the techniques of the Wheel-C secret realm throughout the witch clan, our strength will see a substantial enhancement, and the status of the foremost race in the primordial chaos will remain unshakable. Who then could pose a threat to us? With these words, the approval of the ancestral witches, such as Zhu Jiuyin, was instantly garnered regarding the matter of offering innate treasures and having Qing Di impart teachings to the various tribes of the witch clan. This scene left Huda utterly astounded. She could hardly fathom that such significant changes had transpired in the primordial realm in such a brief span of time. The thought that all of this seemed to stem from her initial inquiry to Qing Di stirred a sense of unease within her. Brothers, she urged, since we have resolved to act, let us commence without delay. If all goes as anticipated, the Sanqing and their ilk will undoubtedly turn their focus on Dao Zun, thereby complicating the transmission of the teachings. Thus, before the destined sages of Sanqing arrive, we must take the initiative to propagate the doctrines, ensuring that every warrior of the witch clan can cultivate the secrets of the Wheel-C. Indeed, this reasoning is sound. It must be so. Almost instantaneously, the ancestral witches, including Di Jiuyin and others, nodded in agreement with Hodu's proposal. Without any hesitation, the 12 ancestral witches swiftly retrieved several innate spiritual treasures from within the Pango Hall and set off towards the Huda tribe. Sunstar, brother, what shall we do next? Dong Huang Tai inquired, observing Di Jiuyin as he paced restlessly within the hall. He was not alone. Kunping Fushi, Bai Zhe, and other demon leaders were also looking towards Di Jiuyin. The demon court had yet to attain the 33 heavens and had not truly become the foremost adversary of the witch clan. Yet the enmity between the 2 factions was undeniably profound. This has led to their current predicament, where even if they wish to change their cultivation path, they are apprehensive that the witch clan might seize this opportunity to strike, or that other cultivators might take advantage of their vulnerability. transitioning to a new path. After a moment's pause, Emperor Jun halted his steps. It appeared he had made a resolute decision, raising his head to address Dong Huang Tai and the others, stating, "To attain enlightenment through strength is undoubtedly the most suitable path for us. While the doctrine of merit is commendable, we cannot expect a continuous flow of merits, nor can we directly rely on it to achieve sanctity. Therefore, our best option now is to pursue enlightenment through strength. I intend to seal off the 9 heaven star domain starting today. We shall enter seclusion for a period, and once we successfully attain the quasi-saint realm through strength, we will continue to strategize for our grand enterprise." Upon hearing this, Kunping and the others felt a surge of energy. They were all aware of what Emperor Jun referred to as the grand enterprise. Otherwise, they would not have joined the monster court in the first place. Now that Emperor Jun was willing to halt the progress of their grand plans to pursue enlightenment through strength, it was evident that he was truly resolute. However, this also posed a dilemma. Should the 9 heaven star domain be invaded, their capacity to resist a quasi-saint would be non-existent. Their only hope lay with Dong Huang Tai, who possessed the Chaos Bell, now renamed the Dong Huang Bell. Emperor Jun. Kunping suddenly seemed to recall something and slowly lifted his head. "If you wish to continue with the grand enterprise, I have a suggestion for you." "Oh?" With a raised eyebrow, Emperor Jun regarded Kunping with curiosity. "Please enlighten me, Monster Master." Not only him, but Dong Huang Tai and the others also looked at Kunping with intrigue. Kunping's title as Monster Master was not merely a result of the establishment of the monster race. It was due to his creation of the monster script during his time in Biming, which earned him this esteemed title. For this reason, at this stage, both Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai held Kunping in considerable respect. Enlightenment through destiny. Kunping began, addressing their gaze. "Take the path of the ancient dragon, Phoenix. And Qilin. The stronger the destiny, the greater the power, the higher the destiny, the greater the likelihood of achieving enlightenment." Although the ancient dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin ultimately failed, before achieving enlightenment, their accumulated powers of destiny were not inferior to that of a half-saint. Since you, Emperor Jun, harbor grand ambitions, why not pursue this path? With the current status and foundation of the monster court, it is likely that after transitioning, you could swiftly return to the quasi-saint realm, perhaps even to the pinnacle. As for the future, it would involve learning from the ancient dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin to seize the heavens and enhance destiny, ensuring a tripartite balance that could yield near half-saint combat prowess. If one could truly unify the Hong Wang, achieving the position of a Hunyuan saint would be inevitable. Why not pursue such a path? Upon hearing this, Bai Zhe and the others' eyes brightened. Although they recognized the validity of Kunping's words, they also discerned his ulterior motives. The suggestion was to guide Emperor Jun toward destiny enlightenment, where he would naturally not be as formidable as one who pursued strength enlightenment. However, the monster court itself was not weak and held considerable destiny. Thus, Emperor Jun could swiftly return to the quasi-saint realm, ensuring their safety during their seclusion in the 9 heavens star domain. Realizing this, all eyes turned to Emperor Jun, including Dong Huang Tai. "Good." Acknowledging their gaze, Emperor Jun understood he had to make a choice and without hesitation agreed. After all, he was the lord of the monster court. If he were unwilling to sacrifice some of himself, how could he command the loyalty of Bai Zhe and the others? As for strength, Dong Huang Tai was no mere ornament. As the elder brother, he was well aware of his younger brother's talents. Plus, with the chaos spell in hand, neither Kunping nor Bai Zhe could exclude the 2 brothers from their plans. With this thought, Emperor Jun resolutely declared, "Then I shall trouble you, my friends, to protect me. I will first complete the transition to destiny enlightenment, and once I regain my quasi-saint strength, I shall assist you in your cultivation, providing protection." Chapter 16, The Path of Escape. The regrets of the 3 purities in the Purple Cloud Palace, the figures of Laozi, Yuanshi, Tongtian, Jieyin, Zhuanti, Niwa, and Hongyan arrived successfully. Upon their arrival, they found the entire entrance of the Purple Cloud Palace firmly shut, causing the 3 purities to furrow their brows. Given the tremendous upheaval in the Hong Wang, even the 3-corpse path of Hongjun faced significant threats. Logically, as the Dao ancestor, Hongjun should not remain indifferent unless, had he already merged with the Dao? If that were the case, could he still be considered their teacher? Unconsciously exchanging glances, the hearts of the 7 remained heavy. If Hongjun merged with the Dao, he would no longer be the true Hongjun but rather the heavenly Dao Hongjun, whose thought processes would align with the heavenly Dao rather than his own desires. Consequently, it would become exceedingly difficult for them to clarify the origins, identity, and intentions of the Dao Lord with Hongjun's assistance. Just then, the doors of the Purple Cloud Palace creaked open. Shortly thereafter, a young attendant emerged and approached the area before the 3 purities, clasping his fists in greetings, esteemed brothers and sisters. The Dao ancestor has commanded your presence within the Purple Cloud Palace. Very well. Without paying heed to the young attendant's presence, Laozi and the others hastily entered the palace. This scene, however, caused the attendant Haoyan's expression to darken momentarily, before he quickly adjusted his emotions and turned to enter the palace. "Greetings, teacher. Greetings, master. Greetings, Dao ancestor." Inside the Purple Cloud Palace, Laozi, Yuanshi, Tongtian, Jieyin, Zhuanti, Niwa, and Hongyan knelt on the ground in reverence. Even before achieving sanctity, they held great respect for Hongjun, especially now that he had merged with the Tao to become the heavenly Tao Hongjun. Rise. Casting a glance over the assembly, Hongjun spoke with an emotionless demeanor, void of warmth. Why have you come to my purple cloud palace instead of seeking opportunities for enlightenment in the Hongwang? It was done. He had truly merged with the Tao. Witnessing this situation, Laozi and the others realized their earlier conjecture had indeed been correct. In an instant, their expressions turned rather grim. After a brief exchange of glances, Laozi, as the eldest brother, was the first to rise and, bowing to Hongjun, said, Master, there have been changes within the Hongwang. Another self-proclaimed Tao Lord has spread rumors, claiming a distinction between heavenly Tao saints and Hunyuan saints, further devaluing your three-corpse path. Immediately, Laozi recounted the events of the majority of cultivators in the Hongwang transitioning to enlightenment through strength and the doctrine of merit. The narrative primarily focuses on the upheaval within the lineage of the three-corpse severing doctrine. The absence of numerous formidable practitioners poses a significant challenge to Hongjun, the bearer of this doctrine. How enlightening. Upon concluding Laozi's exposition, a glint of brilliance flickered in Hongjun's eyes atop the lotus platform. Subsequently, he began to calculate with his fingers. Observing this development, Laozi and the others below fell silent, their faces alight with anticipation as they gazed at Hongjun. Unfortunately, their hopes were destined to be dashed. The system of Qing belongs to the realm of evasion, beyond the jurisdiction of the heavenly Tao. To ascertain his identity, origins, and even his present location is not within the capacity of the mere heavenly Tao. Only the Pangu consciousness, existing in the depths of the primordial world, possesses such capability. And that is not something the likes of the three pure ones or the 12 ancestors of sorcery can command. After all, neither are they the complete embodiment of Pangu. They are but fragments of his essence. Indeed, every being within the primordial realm is part of Pangu, including ancient deities such as Hongjun, Luo Hu, and Yang Mei. Without Pangu, there would be no primordial realm. Although Pangu is male, he may also be regarded as the god of creation, the mother of all beings. How peculiar. After a moment, Hongjun opened his eyes, his brow furrowing slightly as he remarked, I cannot calculate this. The Taoist Lord, what a splendid Taoist Lord. He has indeed received assistance from the one who evades. I have truly underestimated him. I cannot calculate. Assistance from the one who evades. Upon hearing this, Laozi and the others below were left astounded. Although they had yet to attain enlightenment, they were all at least at the late stages of quasi-saint cultivation and were naturally aware of certain information and intelligence. The pinnacle of the primordial realm is 50. The heavenly Tao is 49, and evasion constitutes 1. Hongjun, merging with the Tao to become the heavenly Tao, is already the most esteemed existence within the primordial realm. Yet, the emergence of the Taoist Lord as the one who evades suggests that the latter's status will be equivalent to that of Hongjun. The title of Taoist Lord, once thought to be a jest, now reveals that the true jesters are they themselves. After all, Qing Di is the Taoist Lord, and the Taoist Lord represents the one who evades. This implies that the teachings of the Taoist patriarch, which advocate for proving the Tao through strength and merit, as well as the methods of enlightenment spoken of by the ancestral shaman of the earth, are likely genuine. Consequently, the distinction between the saints of heaven and the primordial saints has been firmly established. What, then, is the significance of their ascension to the status of saints of heaven? Is it merely an extension of immortality? Yet, this comes at the cost of sacrificing their dignity by bowing to Hongjun, and possibly facing future subjugation under the heavenly Tao. Hongjun once stated that upon achieving sanctification, the primordial purple energy would carry one's true spirit within the heavenly Tao. As long as the heavenly Tao endures, the saints shall not perish. While this may seem impressive, it essentially places one's life in the hands of the heavenly Tao, and thus, in Hongjun's hands as well. Now that the path of the primordial saints is known to be viable, and without any apparent sacrifice required, how could the three pure ones, Xihe, Zhuanti, Nuwa, and Hongjun lack their own aspirations? It seems that Hongjun has sensed the thoughts of the three pure ones and others upon the lotus platform, and he waved his hand dismissively, stating, while the existence of the primordial saints is indeed real, the probability of success is less than 1/10 that of becoming a saint of heaven. Moreover, to prove the Tao through strength and merit to become a primordial saint requires an accumulation several times, even dozens or hundreds of times greater than that of the saints of heaven. Do you believe you possess such capability and resolve? At these words, the expressions of Xihe, Zhuanti, Nuwa, and Hongjun shifted dramatically. Indeed, their foundations are not remarkable, their potential is not top tier, and they lack a complete inheritance. How could they possibly achieve enlightenment through their own strength? In comparison to the near certainty of becoming saints of heaven, the prospect of becoming primordial saints is somewhat ethereal. Only the three pure ones remained silent. Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tongtian were filled with immense pride, even arrogance. Though Hongjun's words appeared to consider their feelings, they ultimately intensified the dissatisfaction within the three pure ones. Had they been informed earlier, the three pure ones would have undoubtedly rejected the immensely flawed primordial purple energy and would not have aspired to become saints of heaven. After all, as manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit, their confidence in achieving sanctification is absolute. Alas, the Taoist patriarch had not emerged back then. Were it otherwise, would the three pure ones find themselves in such a predicament today? Chapter 17. Igniting the Divine Fire, attaining the great perfection of the great Luo Golden Immortal. However, the three pure ones dared not express their discontent, for they are now members of the heavenly Tao. To voice their dissatisfaction could jeopardize their own path to becoming saints of heaven. All of this is contingent upon their primordial spirits having merged with the primordial purple energy. Should Hongjun manipulate the primordial purple energy, their doom awaits. Master, what should we do next? After a brief silence, Jane was the first to voice a question. His words roused the contemplative Laozi and the others. Regardless of the circumstances, the Taoist patriarch represents a threat that must be swiftly addressed, whether through elimination or another means. They must ascertain his whereabouts. After all, as the representative of the first escape, he is fundamentally similar to Hongjun. If they could capture him, might there be an opportunity to replace him? I cannot deduce. Hongjun's cold gaze swept over them as he slowly spoke. However, I can provide you with a general direction. The existence of the Taoist patriarch is to disseminate the Tao, thus he will not remain idle. He will continue to propagate the Tao throughout the vast wilderness. You must seek him out yourselves. Furthermore, as the first escape, you must not treat him with disrespect, nor harbor thoughts of killing him. Otherwise, you shall bear the overwhelming karma and consequences. At best, your cultivation will dissipate. At worst, your souls will scatter. Even the primordial purple energy in your minds cannot protect you. Upon hearing this, the seven, who had previously harbored some misgivings, could not help but gasp in shock. The thought of losing their cultivation or facing death was intolerable, and certainly not something they could provoke. The Taoist patriarch. As the first escape, one can only cultivate goodwill, not enmity. Almost instantaneously, the resolve of Laozi and the others solidified. Yes, master. Yes, teacher. Yes, Tao ancestor. They replied in unison before bowing to Hongjun and turning to leave the purple cloud palace. Once they returned to the chaos, the seven flew towards the vast wilderness. Yet there was little exchange or conversation among them. Each bore a countenance marked by worry, complexity, and turmoil. As for Qing Di, he remained oblivious to all of this. At this moment, bolstered by a continuous influx of faith power, he had finally arrived at a pivotal juncture. Let it be, he exclaimed. As the power of the law surged around him, the faith energy being transferred into his sea of consciousness. With the operation of the divine path's principles, a flame quietly flickered to life within his boundless sea of consciousness. As the power flowed in, the flame burned ever more fiercely, swiftly transforming into a blazing sun hanging within that realm. In that instant, the magical energy surrounding Qing Di visibly dissipated, replaced by pure divine power coursing through his body and limbs. The first step of the divine path, the successful condensation of the divine fire. Thus, Qing Di had truly entered the realm of the divine path, albeit not yet at its zenith. As long as the faith power continued to flow, the divine fire would grow, ultimately igniting the sea of consciousness and condensing the divine nature, allowing him to become a genuine deity. Moreover, with the successful condensation of the divine fire, Qing Di's path had been irrevocably set. In this manner, his cultivation surged to the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal, awaiting only the further condensation of his divine nature to ascend to quasi-saint status, thereby standing alongside the current top-tier powerhouses of the vast wilderness. Excellent, excellent. Finally, success. The divine fire has condensed, and I have stepped into the divine path. Furthermore, my realm has elevated to the great perfection of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Once my divine fire completely ignites the sea of consciousness, none of the same realm shall stand against me. Opening his eyes to assess his condition, Qing Di stood up from the ground, filled with excitement. Ever since he acquired the complete teachings of the divine path, he had been eager to act, even risking himself repeatedly. After 10,000 years, he had finally succeeded. He had truly crossed the threshold of the divine path, heralding a bright future ahead. Wait, something's off. Suddenly, Qing Di sensed something amiss. Stretching out his right hand, a brilliant white light enveloped him as the goji spear materialized in his grasp. However, this time, the goji spear had become imbued with divine qualities, radiating with a spectrum of colors, the interplay of yin and yang, and the five elements swirling about. Its quality had leaped from a low-grade innate spiritual treasure to a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. Evolved? My primordial artifact? Qing Di furrowed his brow and pondered, with divine qualities. It has gained the capacity for evolution. As my divine essence strengthens in the future, it will continue to evolve, potentially reaching a level comparable to the Pangu axe, the Chaos Pearl, or the 36 Chaos Qing Lotus. It seems I must hasten my teachings and expand my audience. For this faith power alone is insufficient to propel me forward at such a pace. Resolute in his decision, Qing Di swiftly employed a spell to cleanse himself of any impurities, then stepped confidently towards the door. Previously, Ho Tu had urged him to meet the other ancestral witches. And though he had hesitated at that time, he now recognized the necessity of doing so. After all, he required the strength of the witch clan, and indeed, the very power of their collective faith, to continually elevate his cultivation and enhance the capabilities of his goji long spear. Master Dao, it is time. Upon Qing Di's exit, Ho Yi, who had been vigilantly guarding outside, sensed his presence and promptly approached him. Upon seeing Qing Di, Xihe expressed his excitement, stating, "I am immensely grateful for the Taoist's bestowed method. I have successfully completed the opening of the bitter sea and the condensation of my life weapon. Truly remarkable." As he spoke, Xihe produced his longbow from behind him. Unlike the rudimentary version he had initially created, this bow was now exquisitely adorned, embellished with intricate carvings of divine beasts such as dragons, phoenixes, and Shilants. Most strikingly, this longbow emanated an aura of boundless malevolence and murkiness, instilling a sense of trepidation in anyone who beheld it. Its presence rivaled that of high-quality innate spiritual treasures. Indeed, the methods of the Xihe secret realm are astonishing. It truly suits the witch clan, achieving such an extraordinary outcome. If I were to impart the subsequent methods to the witch clan, their status as the foremost race in the primordial world would undoubtedly remain unassailable. Contemplating this, Qing Di reached for the life weapon longbow to examine it closely. Suddenly, the bow emitted a low hum, trembling as if it yearned to break free from Qing Di's grasp. Silence. Observing this, Qing Di furrowed his brow and commanded sternly. Remarkably, at the instant his words were uttered, the longbow fell silent. Moreover, Qing Di was astonished to discover that he seemed to possess a capacity akin to the golden words of the saints. However, unlike the saintly golden words, which relied on one's own Tao fruit and magical power, his newfound ability appeared to be rooted in the divine power within him. The stronger his divine power, the more potent this ability became. Chapter 18, The Great Law Command, The Shock of the Ancestral Which. How is this possible? Staring blankly at the scene, Xihe was bewildered yet profoundly impacted. The longbow was his life weapon. Its resistance was due to his status as its master, rendering it unmanageable by anyone else. Yet now, with just a reprimand from Qing Di, his life weapon had obediently quieted down, a phenomenon bordering on the unbelievable. Indeed, this ability is quite impressive. Ignoring Xihe's reaction, Qing Di held the longbow, marveling, whether in praise of the bow or of his exceptional ability remained unclear. After a moment, Qing Di regained his composure and casually tossed the longbow back to Xihe. This longbow is commendable. However, its very existence places you in a somewhat passive position. A fine bow requires suitable arrows to reach its full potential, and thus, you will need to condense arrows as life weapons, which is somewhat wasteful. Upon hearing these words, Xihe nodded in understanding. He recognized the truth in Qing Di's statement, as the methods of the Xihe secret realm were divided into 4 stages, allowing for only 4 life weapons to be condensed. While others required only 1 opportunity to create their weapons, he would need to expend 2. Master Tao. Xihe respectfully clasped his fist and bowed. "This is my choice, and I shall stand by it. However, Master Tao, this life weapon should logically only be manipulable by me. Why were you able to do so just now?" This concern weighed heavily on Xihe's mind. If only Qing Di held such a capacity, it could be overlooked, for he was the one who imparted the methods of the Xihe secret realm. But if others could wield similar powers, it would pose a significant risk for the witch clan, with those who condensed life weapons potentially becoming targets. "Fear not." Qing Di discerned Xihe's apprehensions and waved his hand dismissively. "This is a new mastery of mine, the Great Law Command, beyond my own Great Law Command. Even the golden words of the mysterious gate cannot achieve such feats. As for you, the life weapons in your possession are far more suited to you than to me, and I trust that the ancestral witches will soon arrive with what I require." Upon hearing this, Xihe breathed a sigh of relief. The Great Law Command, though he was unfamiliar with its nature, the fact that only Qing Di mastered it alleviated his worries. As for Qing Di's subsequent remarks, he held no doubts, knowing that the methods of the Xihe secret realm were indeed crucial to the witch clan. Once the news was conveyed by the ancestral witch Xihe, the other ancestral witches would certainly not remain idle. At that moment, a hurried sound of footsteps echoed through the air. Looking in the direction of the sound, one could see a great shaman approaching in haste. "Xihe," from a distance, the shaman called out. However, upon reaching the vicinity, the shaman recognized Qing Di's face and, with a look of delight, exclaimed, "Master Daozuan, you have emerged from seclusion. This is truly wonderful. The ancestral shaman Xihe and the others are here, waiting in the reception hall, hoping that you might grace us with your presence." The entire clan of the Xihe tribe held immense respect and recognition for Qing Di. After all, the secrets of the Wheel of Sea were of unparalleled value to them, capable of altering destinies. For the powerful members of the shaman clan, it would only enhance their strength, while even those of lesser bloodlines could harness this knowledge to grow stronger. "Have they arrived?" Qing Di narrowed his eyes and spoke. "I understand. Lead the way. Great Shaman Xihe, I shall take my leave now." With that, Qing Di followed the great shaman towards the reception hall. After a moment's hesitation, Xihe decided to accompany them, feeling it necessary to inform the 12 ancestral shamans about the ability of the Great Law to suppress fate artifacts, allowing them to make a decision. In the reception hall of the Xihe tribe, as Qing Di stepped inside, he immediately drew the attention of the ancestral shamans, including Di Jiang. Yet, upon sensing the aura of a great Luo golden immortal emanating from Qing Di, the shamans were struck with disbelief. Zhu Rong could not help but exclaim, "A great Luo golden immortal? How is that possible?" The world speaks of you as an ancient deity. Yet you possess merely the cultivation of a great Luo golden immortal. Upon hearing this, the other ancestral shamans, including Zhu Jioyin, also reacted. Despite their initial shock and some mental preparation, they could hardly contain their astonishment. Incredible! The legendary Daozuan is merely a great Luo golden immortal. Indeed. I had thought that anyone capable of rivaling Hongjun would at least be of semi-saint cultivation. They marveled. Grappling with the notion that a mere great Luo golden immortal could master the path to enlightenment and gain the recognition of the entire pantheon of ancient deities. If they were to discover that the one who proposed all this was only a great Luo golden immortal, they would surely be left speechless. As Qing Di observed the ancestral shamans regarding him as a rare specimen, he could not help but furrow his brow in displeasure. In the vast shaman clan, aside from Hutu, he truly found little merit in the other ancestral shamans. It was not that their strength was lacking, on the contrary. Their prowess was among the pinnacle of the primordial realm, potentially surpassing even Hutu. However, Qing Di, familiar with the original narrative, held a poor opinion of the likes of Di Jiang and the other ancestral shamans. They were undeniably lacking in intellect, oblivious to strategy, as reincarnations of Panga's essence. How could the 12 ancestral shamans lack wisdom? They simply dismissed it, favoring brute force to resolve all matters. In the original tale, the 12 ancestral shamans were depicted as overwhelmingly defeating the demon clan, even overpowering figures like the 3 pure ones who had not yet attained enlightenment. Even if they were ruthless enough to eliminate these beings, the annihilation of their own clan would not be a concern, especially in the future. When the demon clan forged the slaughtering witch sword, the shaman clan, fully aware of the information, not only failed to intervene but allowed the slaughter of humanity to proceed, ultimately leading to the demise of each ancestral shaman beneath their own arrogance, becoming the souls claimed by the sword. Moreover, the wars between Gong Gong and Zhu Rong were unfathomable, with both sides engaging in a life-and-death struggle over a mere tiger soul blade. Zhu Rong's eventual death resulted in the incomplete 12 capitals heavenly array, and Gong Gong's furious collision with Buzhou Mountain consumed all the merits of Pangu within the shaman clan, leading to their downfall. Had it not been for Huda transforming into reincarnation to seize a sliver of hope, the shaman clan would have been utterly exterminated in the cataclysmic war against the demons. Sirs, noticing Qing Di's shift in mood, Huda quickly interjected, "This is Daozuan. Let us first discuss the matter of the transaction. For only through Daozuan's teachings can our shaman clan learn the secrets of the Wheel of Xihe, becoming stronger to confront the ever-increasing might of the innate deities and primordial beings." Upon hearing this, Di Jiang and the other ancestral shamans fell silent. After exchanging glances, they dared not speak further. As Huda indicated, all matters paled in significance before the secrets of the Wheel of Xihe. Without Qing Di's teachings, not only they but also the rest of the shaman clan would be unable to learn the secrets of the Wheel of Xihe. Nor could they forge fate artifacts for their own use. Realizing this, Zhu Jioyin took a step forward and said, "Apologies, Daozuan, we were indeed presumptuous. However, the world speaks of you as an ancient deity, a figure comparable to the Dao ancestor Hongjun. We were momentarily incredulous. Please do not take offense." An ancient deity? Comparable to Hongjun? Where did this rumor originate? With a twitch of his lips, Qing Di instinctively glanced towards Hotu's location. After all, he was merely here to impart his teachings. How could such a multitude of events suddenly arise? The Daozuan is not me. Observing the situation, Hotu, unaware of Qing Di's intentions, swiftly waved his hand to explain. The matter is as follows. She then proceeded to recount the tale of Nuwa's birthday banquet, as well as the great powers of the wilderness who transformed their paths through strength to attain enlightenment and merit. Is it truly so? Upon hearing Hotu's account, Qing Di was left momentarily speechless. He had never anticipated that his humble act of teaching on Mount Buzhou would trigger such significant upheaval. Particularly, the recognition of his distinction between the heavenly Dao saints and the primordial saints by the great powers of the wilderness implied that he had effectively shattered Hongjun's lineage of the 3 corpses. Fortunately, Hongjun had already merged with the Dao and could not intervene personally. Otherwise, Qing Di dared not envision the calamity that would befall him. Nonetheless, given the current circumstances, he needed to accelerate his teachings. After all, he was still merely at the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal stage, albeit possessing the strength to contend with those at the quasi-saint level. However, should Hongjun dispatch the 3 purities, Jiayin, Zhuanti, or Nuwa to assault him, he would find himself in a precarious position. It was imperative that he swiftly advance to the quasi-saint level. Then he could continue to share his teachings and harvest faith. Ideally, he would complete several task objectives. Only by rapidly strengthening himself could he secure his existence in the wilderness. In a fleeting moment, Qing Di's heart had already reached a resolution. With his identity exposed, he truly could not afford to delay any longer. Contemplating this, he turned his gaze towards the ancestral witches, including Emperor Jiang, and spoke. "Since you esteemed ancestral witches have come to this place, you must also be aware of my request and conditions. Should you agree, I shall personally impart teachings to the witch clan, assisting more of our kin in mastering the secrets of the Wheel Xihe. Conversely, if you do not consent, then I shall take my leave." This is not merely a matter of intimidation. Rather, the departure of him and Huta has become widely known throughout the primordial chaos. While it may not have registered with anyone just yet, It is only a matter of time before the attention of those formidable beings from the primordial realm is drawn towards the witch clan. At that point, the likelihood of their own exposure will significantly increase. There is no doubt, having received a response from Qingdi, the ancestral witches, including Dijiao, are resolute in their actions. Although Qingdi's status as a great Luo Golden Immortal is astonishing and hard to fathom, there is no question that the secret methods of the wheel Xihe possesses are precisely what they urgently require. As for the innate spiritual treasures, the witch clan is utterly incapable of utilizing such items, let alone the value of the life instruments, which far surpasses that of the ineffective innate spiritual treasures in their eyes. Second brother, Dijiang suddenly turned to Zhu Jioyin and said, "Present the items." Of course. Elder brother. Without further ado, Zhu Jioyin swiftly produced the 5 innate spiritual treasures he had previously acquired from the Pango Hall, presenting them. Among these, 3 were exquisite innate spiritual treasures while 2 were of superior quality. I hope you can convey this to the remaining 11 tribes of the witch clan. What are your thoughts, my friend? However, Qingdi paid no heed to Zhu Jioyin's inquiry, his gaze intensely fixed on the 5 floating innate spiritual treasures: a longsword, a small pagoda, a seal, a ruler, and a pearl. Among these, the most resplendent are the divine sword, the life tower, and the Qianyuan pearl. Instinctively, I reached out to summon them before me, and Qingdi directly extended his consciousness to examine them. The sword of slaughter, a supreme innate spiritual treasure, contains 38 innate prohibitions. The life tower, another supreme innate spiritual treasure, houses 36 innate prohibitions, and the Qianyuan pearl, also a supreme innate spiritual treasure, comprises 38 innate prohibitions. Excellent. After reviewing the information on these 3 exquisite innate spiritual treasures, a smile crept onto Qingdi's lips. The sword of slaughter is primarily offensive. The life tower is predominantly defensive, while the Qianyuan pearl serves as a supportive entity. With the possession of these 3 supreme innate spiritual treasures, the gap between him and the top-tier divine beings within the primordial realm is effectively bridged. Furthermore, the other seals and rulers are classified as high-quality innate spiritual treasures, possessing considerable value and utility. Of course, precise information will only be obtained after he refines them. Nonetheless, he remains exceedingly satisfied with these 5 innate spiritual treasures overall. Contemplating this, Qingdi promptly spoke. However, traveling to each tribe individually is far too slow. If possible, I implore the ancestor witches to gather our kin. I wish to impart the secret of mastering the wheel C to them all at once. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jiang and the other ancestor witches hesitated, their expressions revealing their concerns. It was not that they were unable to gather their kin, but rather that the witch clan is vast, with an immense population and territory, making it exceedingly difficult to assemble everyone together, and the time required would be monumental. At this moment, Huda stepped forward to elucidate. This matter presents considerable challenges. The territory of my witch clan is vast, and our kin are dispersed over an extensive area. It is precisely for this reason that our ancestral witches established their respective tribes across various regions for governance. While the desire to summon all clan members to disseminate teachings may seem like a permanent solution, the difficulty is indeed monumental. Merely gathering everyone could take several millennia. Several millennia to convene? Upon hearing this, Qingdi furrowed his brow, filled with hesitation. After all, what he sought was a swift resolution. The method of the, while commendable, could be accomplished in no more than a century. If one were to wait for thousands of years, it would indeed be a preposterous endeavor. Understanding this, Qingdi nodded and spoke. Let us gather the neighboring ancestral witch tribes together to preach. With 2 ancestral witches per team, we shall complete the task in merely 6 sessions. Ancestral witch Ho-Tu, please summon the clansmen from the vicinity of the Ho-Tu tribe to a relatively closer area, and I will deliver the teachings directly. Upon hearing this, before Ho-Tu could respond, both Chang Liang and Zhu Rong, seated nearby, excitedly stood up. Sister, our tribe is the closest to you. We shall handle the subsequent matters. Chapter 20. The Affection of Ho-Tu, the Legacy of Pangu. Having spoken, Zhu Rong and Chang Liang hurriedly dashed out of the meeting hall, racing back to their own tribes. It was no joke. The quicker the preaching occurred, the better. Moreover, with Qingdi merely at the level of a great Luo Golden Immortal, should Hong Jun become enraged, the consequences would be dire. In the hearts of the 12 ancestral witches, the fate of Qingdi provoking Hong Jun could be exceedingly tragic. Thus the urgency to complete the preaching swiftly was paramount to securing their tribe's standing. Observing the hasty departure of Chang Liang and Zhu Rong, Dijiang and the other ancestral witches exchanged glances, their expressions betraying a smirk. They were not oblivious to the intentions of the 2. Yet, despite their disdain, they too did not linger. Sister Ho-Tu, we leave this to you for now. Sister Ho-Tu, I shall return to gather our people. Sister Ho-Tu, when the time comes, you can guide the Taoist master around to complete the preaching. We will await you within the tribe. As they spoke, Dijiang, Zhu Jioyin, and the other ancestral witches hastily departed the meeting hall, rushing back to their tribes. They too needed to swiftly gather listeners for the teachings, as acquiring the method of the and completing their cultivation was of utmost importance. Goodness, how impatient they are. Qingdi couldn't help but reflect on the scene before him. Meanwhile, Ho-Tu gazed at Qing with a complex expression and inquired, "Have you ever contemplated your future?" Raising an eyebrow, Qing looked at Ho-Tu, puzzled by her sudden question. However, he had a comprehensive plan for his future and shrugged in response, "I have my own agenda. What, are you reluctant to see me go? Dream on." Ho-Tu rolled her eyes and retorted, "I merely worry that with your current strength, should it become exposed, the ensuing crisis would be profoundly immense. Taoist Hong Jun is a saint. Even a mere flick of his finger would be beyond your resistance. Worry for me." The corners of Qing mouth curled into a playful smirk. Though his foremost woman was Xihe, their relationship was fundamentally one of threat and being threatened. And after that encounter, the difficulty of meeting again had significantly increased. Conversely, with Ho-Tu, although it had begun as a misunderstanding, it posed no threat. Her concern for him was genuinely surprising, prompting Qing to secretly admire. Indeed, the words of the ancestor apply universally to all women. Nevertheless, despite sensing her concern, Qing had no intention of lingering or relying on her. With this in mind, he promptly replied, "There is no need for concern. Hong Jun will not act personally. He has already merged with the Tao and is now a part of the heavenly Tao. If he could manipulate the heavenly Tao, I would indeed be in peril. But in the current situation, Hong Jun is governed by the heavenly Tao and possesses no initiative. Thus, the threat from a saint is virtually negligible. As for Hong Jun's disciples," here, Qing words faltered as he seemed to contemplate something. "What about those disciples?" Ho-Tu inquired curiously. She was genuinely astonished that Qing possessed such extensive knowledge, particularly regarding Hong Jun being controlled by the heavenly Tao, a notion that seemed almost unfathomable. After all, if that were the case, why would the most exalted saint of the primordial world choose to merge with the Tao and lose himself? Merely a pile of rubble. Coming back to himself, Qing smirked, Xihe, Zhuan and Nu are not to be feared. Among the three pure ones, Yuan Shi and Tong Tian also harbor significant flaws, so I need not worry excessively. The only exception is Laozi. He indeed possesses some remarkable qualities, especially with the presence of the heaven and earth Xian Huang Pagoda. With its existence, no one in the same realm can contend with him, and even Hong Jun would find it challenging to deal with him." The mention of the heaven and earth Xian Huang Pagoda darkened Ho-Tu's expression. As an ancestral witch, she had come into being almost simultaneously with the emergence of the three pure ones. However, they had paid no heed at that time, which led to Laozi seizing the heaven and earth Xian Huang Pagoda. This treasure, formed from 80% of the innate Xian Huang Qi and 20% of the merit from the creation of the world, was considered a postnatal treasure, yet in reality, it was not inferior to innate treasures. Had they known this earlier, how could the 12 ancestral witches have refrained from seizing it? Instinctively, Ho-Tu asked, "Since you are so confident, what if the three pure ones not only do not oppose you, but instead seek to befriend you?" After speaking, Ho-Tu fixed her gaze intently on Qing, her eyes filled with both expectation and scrutiny. After all, the three pure ones and the ancestral witches were natural adversaries. In such a scenario, Ho-Tu naturally feared that Qing might grow close to the three pure ones or even turn against the ancestral witches. No need for that. Waving his hand, Qing was aware of Ho-Tu's concerns and promptly stated, "Our paths diverge, and we cannot collaborate. The severing of the three corpses and the saints of the heavenly Tao diverges from my path, ensuring we shall never become allies. As for you ancestral witches." Here, Qing paused for a moment before sincerely suggesting, "I believe you could foster a more harmonious relationship with the three pure ones, perhaps even become allies. It would be best to exchange primordial spirits and essence blood. In this way, the three pure ones would gain the strength of Pangu's bloodline, while you ancestral witches could obtain the existence of primordial spirits." Considering the future where Ho-Tu would undergo reincarnation and death, although she would reconstruct her primordial spirit into a tranquil state using immense merit, by that time, the true essence of Ho-Tu would no longer be present, resembling more of a mere representative of the earth. If Ho-Tu could acquire a primordial spirit, even if she were to undergo reincarnation, reconstructing her physical form would not pose a problem. With the support of immense merit and the earth Tao, Ho-Tu might even surpass Hong Jun. After all, as one of his women, Qing naturally wished to alter her fate. "That is impossible." Shaking her head, Ho-Tu regarded Qing with a complex expression before replying. "The true legacy of Pangu is singular. The conflict between the three pure ones and the ancestral witches is irreconcilable. We ancestral witches cannot forsake the legacy left by our father, and there is no possibility of reconciliation between the two sides. Come, let us head to the area bordering the Ho-Tu tribe, Changliang tribe, and Zhurong tribe. By the time we arrive, the clansmen from the two tribes should have gathered." The legacy of Pangu? With his eyes slightly narrowed, Qing followed the footsteps of Ho-Tu, his curiosity intensifying. What exactly was the legacy of Pangu that commanded such attention from the ancestor witches and the three pure ones, compelling them to pursue it relentlessly? Was it the Pangu Palace? The merits of Pangu's creation of the heavens? Pangu's fortune? Or perhaps something else entirely? Chapter 21. Xihe's invitation and the Saint's obstruction. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a millennium had passed. Within this span, Qing Di fulfilled his pact with the ancestor witches, successfully imparting teachings to 11 ancestor witch tribes. Consequently, all 12 ancestor witches completed the cultivation of the secret realm of Luan Hai, successfully opening the Sea of Suffering and coalescing their first life artifact. Moreover, the most formidable shamans within the witch clan, alongside the majority of the great shamans, also achieved the opening of the Sea of Suffering and the condensation of life artifacts. The power of the witch clan experienced a remarkable surge in elevation within merely 1,000 years. As for the subsequent 3 realms, they could not be mastered in a single day. Upon concluding his final impartation of teachings, Qing Di bid farewell to the 12 ancestor witches and chose to depart from the witch clan. After all, he had spent over a millennium among them, and it was likely that the formidable beings of the primordial wilderness had begun to take notice of the witch clan, and perhaps even of his own existence. Buzzing shortly after Qing Di left the territory of the witch clan, a sudden buzzing sound emanated from within his embrace. What is this? Raising an eyebrow in surprise, Qing Di took out the jade talisman, his expression somewhat dazed. Xihe, what does she want from me? Filled with curiosity, Qing Di infused his magical power into the jade talisman. In the next moment, it radiated brilliantly, and Xihe's voice resonated from within. Come to the East Sea. I await you in the Tang Valley. The East Sea Tang Valley? Is that not the future abode of the 10 golden crows? With a raised eyebrow, Qing Di's eyes revealed a glimmer of surprise and confusion. After all, although she had left the jade talisman, there had not been any profound emotional connection between them. Nevertheless, since she had summoned him, Qing Di had no intention of declining. His original plan after leaving the witch clan was to seek a secluded area for closed-door cultivation, primarily to expedite the condensation of his divine fire into a divine essence, and most importantly, to refine the 5 innate spiritual treasures obtained from the witch clan. The innate spiritual treasure is embedded with prohibitions. Only upon refining these prohibitions can its true power be unleashed. Otherwise, even the finest innate spiritual treasure merely serves as a decorative item, akin to an ordinary magical artifact. Take, for instance, the Eastern Emperor Xihe. Although he wields the innate supreme treasure, the chaos spell, he is unable to refine all the prohibitions contained within it. Thus, the chaos spell was renamed the Eastern Emperor Bell, not as a mere pretense, but because he has not truly grasped the essence of the chaos spell. Coincidentally, I too shall journey to the Eastern Sea. If all goes well, it is here that the future of humanity shall take root. Although Nuwa has yet to create humanity and attain enlightenment, he can still leave his footprints, traces, and even a legacy. With this thought, Qing Di's lips curled into a smile as he soared into the sky, heading swiftly towards the Eastern Sea. Fellow Taoist, please hold. However, before Qing Di could travel far, a voice suddenly resonated from behind. Turning to follow the sound, he saw a quasi-saint practitioner transforming into a streak of light, rapidly approaching. In just a few breaths, the individual appeared before Qing Di. What brings you here, fellow Taoist? Qing Di inquired, frowning slightly, his heart sinking. After all, the other party was a quasi-saint, yet he did not exude the formidable aura of one who has attained the Tao through strength. Nor did he radiate the purity of one who has achieved the Tao through virtue. The only possibility left was that he had pursued the path of severing the 3 corpses. Thus, this person might very well be seeking him out. There is no need for caution. Sensing Qing Di's apprehension, the newcomer waved his hand dismissively. After all, it is well known in the primordial world that the revered Taoist is an ancient deity, and even those not classified as saints exist in the realm of demi-saints. They are not figures that a mere great Luo golden immortal could recklessly confront. With this in mind, Xihe promptly spoke. I observed you traveling eastward. Are you perhaps heading to the Eastern Sea to join the Celestial Court? The Celestial Court? Qing Di raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. The Celestial Court was a formidable force created through the joint efforts of the esteemed Dong Wang Gong, the male deity, and Shi Wang Mu, the female deity, both of whom were appointed by Hong Jun. Within the primordial realm, it stood as the second most powerful entity, only surpassed by the Wu clan, and could even contend with the Demon Court. However, with the conclusion of Hong Jun's teachings, countless formidable beings ascended to the quasi-saint realm, and neither Dong Wang Gong nor Shi Wang Mu had obtained the Hong Meng purple qi. Consequently, the status of the celestial court within the primordial realm became increasingly precarious. Powerful cultivators would not show them any deference, and weaker cultivators, even if they joined, could offer little assistance. Moreover, in the near future, the Demon Court, led by Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai, would annihilate the celestial court and Dong Wang Gong, thereby appropriating its foundations to merge with the Demon Court, effectively establishing a true balance of power between the Demon Clan and the Wu Clan. Thus, joining the Celestial Court at this juncture would be tantamount to courting disaster. Fellow Taoist, before Qing Di could voice his rejection, Xihe assumed his silence indicated acquiescence and continued, I too intend to join the Celestial Court. This time, Dong Wang Gong has truly invested heavily. It is said he has acquired an exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the wordless heavenly book. This treasure is exceptionally unique, requiring the approval of its possessor for refinement. Dong Wang Gong is presenting it as a prize if one attains first place and secures the book's endorsement. It would indeed be an extraordinarily powerful innate treasure. The wordless heavenly book? It chooses its master? Upon hearing this, Qing Di's interest was piqued. The wordless heavenly book was recorded in later texts, seemingly acquired by a great adept during the Fengshen era, possessing extraordinary power and mystery. Given that the celestial court is situated in the Eastern Sea, he saw this as an opportunity to assess the situation. Moreover, he had a vague feeling that Xihe sought him out for a reason connected to this matter. Are you also planning to join the celestial court? With this thought, Qing Di feigned surprise, saying, "What a coincidence. I too intend to visit the celestial court for an investigation. If it truly possesses the grandeur as rumored, joining would be a commendable choice for us wandering cultivators. I am Qing Di. May I ask your name, fellow Taoist?" "Greetings, Qing Di Taoist," Xihe chuckled lightly. "I am Xihe, a wandering cultivator from Buzhou Mountain. It seems we are kindred spirits upon our first meeting. Why not journey east together?" "Of course." With a bashful smile, Qing Di feigned anxiety, replying, "However, my abilities are quite modest, and traveling alongside you may be somewhat troublesome." "Not at all." Waving his hand, Xihe replied nonchalantly, "Our meeting is fate. You need only share a portion of your gains from the Wu clan, and I shall ensure your safety." "How does that sound?" At these words, Qing Di's brow furrowed slightly. He had not anticipated that this fellow harbored such intentions. Although he was uncertain how Xihe had learned of his gains within the Wu clan, the notion of parting with an innate spiritual treasure was quite audacious. With this in mind, Qing Di slowly raised his head to meet Xihe's gaze. His thoughts coalesced, and the innate Emperor Qi spear materialized in his hand, which he then thrust toward Xihe's heart without hesitation. Chapter 22. The Great Law's Decree Unleashed, Slaying the Quasi-Saints. "Fellow Taoist, do not be hasty," Xihe observed with a calm smile, raising his right hand to form a lotus seal and pointing it at the spearhead approaching him. "Freeze." In the next moment, a vast surge of magical power enveloped the area. In an instant, Qing Di felt his movements halted, as if he himself were ensnared by an unseen force. After the strike, Xihe looked up with a smile, an aura of boundless killing intent radiating from him. His eyes fixed on Qing Di, yet his expression remained jovial. "Your dealings with the Wu clan have stirred quite a commotion, attracting many prying eyes. I have already dealt with the majority of them. Should you not consider rewarding me for my assistance?" While Qing Di was uncertain how this individual had formed relations with the Wu clan, he understood that sometimes one must make sacrifices between treasures and life. It was evident that Xihe had long set his sights on him. Moreover, to monopolize the opportunity, he had eliminated the remaining observers. Xihe was indeed a force to be reckoned with. Feeling a weight in his heart, Qing Di remained resolute, unwilling to yield. Although the opponent was a quasi-saint, Qing Di had discerned from the moment of Xihe's attack that his cultivation was merely at the early stage of quasi-sainthood. This implies that even if he accomplished the severance of the corpse, the spiritual treasure embodying the essence of good and evil, one of his three corpses, would inevitably be weak, and it is highly likely to be his sole innate spiritual treasure. Consequently, Xihe's power would only instill a modicum of fear. Without a spiritual treasure for protection or profound magical abilities at his disposal, such a quasi-saint would merely be the weakest among them. Contemplating this, Qing Di's lips curled into a smirk, a rather commendable scheme indeed. However, regrettably, you have miscalculated the disparity in strength between us. A quasi-saint, how lofty can one be? With that, the Great Law command was activated. Divine power surged forth, instantly dispelling the immobilization spell that bound Qing Di. At that moment, the innate Huangqi spear in his grasp erupted with brilliant light. A glint of cold radiance blossomed forth, and the spear shot out like a dragon. Qing Di's form twisted violently, the long spear piercing through Xihe's heart, causing his corporeal body to disintegrate rapidly. "What is this?" As his body crumbled, Xihe's countenance turned ashen. He could sense the imminent threat of death, and his very soul felt ensnared, unable to flee. Most critically, the power borne by this spear was neither magic nor law, but an entirely new and unprecedented force that he found utterly unmanageable, leaving him incapable of resistance. With a smile at the corners of his mouth, Qing Di spun around, charging once more towards Xihe. In the next moment, he had arrived behind Xihe, the long spear thrusting forward without hesitation, piercing through the opponent's skull. With a splatter of blood, Xihe's fragmented primordial spirit burst forth, furiously roaring, "Damn you, Qing Di! I will fight you to the death. You destroy my corporeal form and impair my primordial spirit. Today, I shall perish alongside you." As he spoke, Xihe began to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, his damaged primordial spirit swelling, as if preparing for self-destruction. Is that all? However, Qing Di remained unfazed. Choosing not to wield the innate Huangqi spear, but rather raised his left hand towards Xihe's fragmented primordial spirit, declaring, "I decree, imprison. I decree, let all the spiritual energy of heaven and earth dissipate." In the next moment, the Great Law command was activated once more. Qing Di felt more than half of his magical and divine power drained from within him. At that instant, Xihe's swelling primordial spirit was confined in place, and the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth vanished in an instant, directly thwarting his attempt to absorb it for self-destruction. With his primordial spirit imprisoned and his self-destruction thwarted, Xihe was filled with disbelief, his eyes locked onto Qing Di as he helplessly pleaded, "Do not kill me. Please. I beg you, do not take my life. Qing Di, I was merely confused for a moment. I implore you to show mercy." Regrettably, Qing Di paid no heed to his words. Taking a step forward, he stood before Xihe, his left hand reaching out to seize the imprisoned primordial spirit. A smile gracing his lips. "Dear friend, there is truly no remedy for regret. From the moment you sought to strike against me, you should have been prepared for a counterattack. Come now, let me see how you came to know of my information." Soul-searching technique. Capture. In an instant, the soul-searching technique was unleashed. A scream echoed, as Xihe's already damaged primordial spirit dimmed further under the influence of the technique. The excruciating pain of memories being relentlessly extracted rendering him unable to end his own suffering. For a full 5 minutes, Xihe's cries of anguish finally ceased, his entire being dimmed to the utmost degree. As Qing Di withdrew his hand, Xihe's primordial spirit shattered, disintegrating into countless particles scattered across the cosmos. Thus, a quasi-saint of the early stage met his demise at the hands of Qing Di, though he did not unleash his full power. The struggle for life and death transcended reason. This was a true battle, not a turn-based game. With a deep exhale, Qing Di's expression soured as he remarked, "Ancestor Witch, I have truly underestimated you all. You deliberately stirred up commotion to lure cultivators to investigate. While I may not have exposed my identity as a Taoist lord, you still sought to have others believe I was a cultivator linked to the Witch clan. Consequently, those with enmity towards the Witch clan would naturally not spare me. And even the enemies of the Witch clan would not forgive me. At that point, it seems my only option would be to join the Witch clan." From his memories, Qing Di had come to understand the underlying reasons. This entire scheme was orchestrated by the ancestral witches. Although there was no overt targeting of him, it nonetheless exposed his existence to the many wandering cultivators within the vicinity of Mount Buzhou. It is feared that the close ties he has with the Witch clan have already been leaked, and in the future, he will undoubtedly face numerous cultivators seeking to trouble him, perhaps even incessantly. However, given the circumstances, Qing Di could not confront the 12 ancestral witches, for his strength could not contend with the now mightier ancestral witches. Yet, he had no intention of letting this matter rest. 12 ancestral witches, you shall await your reckoning. Sooner or later, you will fall into my grasp, and then I shall ensure you suffer grievously." Resolute in his decision, Qing Di continued his flight eastward. Within Xihe's memories, aside from matters pertaining to the Witch clan, the previously mentioned wordless heavenly scripture was indeed real. Moreover, this wordless scripture was even more extraordinary than what Xihe had described. Even the Eastern King, a quasi-saint at the late stage, had suffered backlash while attempting to refine it, indicating that this wordless scripture was far beyond the comparison of an ordinary supreme, innate spiritual treasure. Most importantly, Qing Di sensed a faint connection to this wordless scripture, feeling that it resonated profoundly with the divine path he cultivated. With this thought in mind, Qing Di hastened his pace, intending to visit Tang Valley to meet Xihe, and after refining the spiritual treasure, he would then compete for the wordless scripture within the celestial court. As he departed the realm of Mount Buzhou, the Witch clan welcomed an unexpected guest. The three pure ones, alongside Jane, Zhuanti, Niuhua, and Hongyun, returned from the chaos. During their journey, they gradually regained their composure and, after some analysis, concluded that Daozuan was likely within the Witch clan. Even if he were not, the ancestral Witch Hutu would certainly possess some information. Thus, upon their return to the Honghuang, they hastened to the Witch clan to investigate. From Hongjun, they had acquired the answers they sought. Qing Di, as a fugitive, was an indestructible entity. However, since he was a fugitive, there must also be a glimmer of hope for them. The truth of the existence of the primordial saint was a significant blow to them. They were now eager to obtain the methods of proving their path, or to receive an opportunity and hope for accelerated enlightenment from Daozuan. "Why have you come to our Witch clan, three pure ones?" Coincidentally, as the three pure ones arrived, the 12 ancestral witches were gathered together. Upon receiving reports from their great witches, the 12 ancestral witches immediately confronted the three pure ones. Unlike in the past, the 12 ancestral witches now exuded confidence and vigor. Their gazes towards the three pure ones devoid of the previous wariness and apprehension, replaced instead with eagerness and a fighting spirit. The three pure ones immediately sensed something amiss with the 12 ancestral witches, stirring emotions within them. It was not without reason. They felt the shift in the ancestral witches, sensing that the former caution they held towards them seemed to have vanished. Had they received assistance from Daozuan? Had Daozuan resolved the Witch clan's issues regarding the primordial spirit? Had the Witch clan truly found a suitable method to attain enlightenment? With this in mind, Zhuanti instinctively inquired, "Esteemed ancestral witches, have you perhaps received the methods of proving your path from Daozuan?" As soon as the words left his mouth, the three pure ones anxiously turned their gazes towards the 12 ancestral witches. It was no jest. The current 12 ancestral witches were immensely powerful, and combined with the fact that the Witch clan was the foremost race in the Honghuang, Should the ancestral witches acquire a suitable method of enlightenment that did not require a primordial spirit, it would be exceedingly perilous for them. However, with a hearty laugh, Di Jiang did not hold back, but rather spoke exuberantly. Daozuan is indeed Daozuan. The absence of a primordial spirit does not preclude one from attaining enlightenment, nor from enhancing oneself. Moreover, we are of the Panga bloodline. Pangu's path of proving through strength is indeed a path of enlightenment, distinct from the heavenly path. Thus, the notion that proving through strength is a failure is entirely a fabrication. For us ancestral witches, proving through strength is effortless. Even if we resort to the path of laws, we are more than capable of cultivating it. This is a point where we ancestral witches possess an inherent advantage. For the bloodline inherited from Father Pangu is not merely ornamental. As he spoke, Di Jiang's gaze towards the three pure ones was unmistakably filled with disdain. Not just him, but the other ancestral witches shared the same sentiment. In this scene, those present, including Xihe, cast a subconscious glance at the three pure ones. Yet none dared to utter a word. After all, they were not fools. They could certainly discern the veiled mockery from the 12 ancestor witches. The illustrious essence of Pangu had transformed, and the three pure ones had become disciples of Hongjun, designated as the ordained saints of the heavenly Tao. While this appeared to be a splendid opportunity with boundless prospects, it was, in truth, a self-imposed limitation on their futures, even a compromise of their pride, leading them far from the authentic legacy of Pangu. Di Jiang, Yuan Shi's expression darkened, as the one among the three pure ones most concerned with appearances. How could he endure such blatant affront from the ancestor witches? In almost an instant, Yuan Shi summoned his jade talisman, hurling it towards Di Jiang's position. Of course, he was aware of its futility, for the physical might of the ancestor witches could not be shaken by mere innate spiritual treasures, unless he resorted to the Panga banner, which would inevitably lead to a declaration of war. Jade talisman. Upon witnessing this, Di Jiang smiled, a glimmer of disdain flashing in his eyes as he conjured an exaggeratedly long spear into his hand. The long spear, entirely cloaked in ebony, emanated an innate murkiness. Intricate carvings of dragons, phoenixes, and cheilants adorned its surface, appearing remarkably lifelike. With a mere flick, a beam of spear light shot forth, colliding directly with the jade rui. A deafening explosion ensued, shattering the spear light, while the jade rui lamentingly retreated to the side of Yuan Shi. A spiritual treasure? Impossible. What is this? It rivals even the finest innate spiritual treasures. In that moment, Jane and the others could not suppress their astonished exclamations. Even Laozi, Yuan Shi, and Tong Tian stared in disbelief at the spear held by Emperor Jiang. This object is undoubtedly not a congenital spiritual treasure. However, its power rivals that of the finest congenital spiritual artifacts. The most significant aspect is that it emanates innate turbid energy, summoned from within the body of Emperor Jiang, which implies that it bears some resemblance to a congenital spiritual treasure and can even be wielded by the ancestral witches. An ancestral witch, by nature, is formidable, with an invincible physique that is hard to contest. Coupled with the possession of something comparable to the finest congenital spiritual treasures, this presents an immense calamity. Gudu instinctively swallowed hard. Zhu Ti and Xihe exchanged glances, both filled with envy as they inquired, Emperor Jiang, is this object in your possession a congenital spiritual treasure? Are the ancestral witches not devoid of a primordial spirit? Upon the utterance of these words, Laozi and others attentively listened. After all, the sudden possession of something akin to a supreme congenital treasure by an ancestral, which is no trivial matter. The critical question is whether this object is a unique entity or if it can be mass-produced. If it can be manufactured in quantity, would not the strength of the 12 ancestral witches soar? Might even the general members of the witch clan experience enhancement? Moreover, given the extraordinary power of this object, could it be possible for oneself to acquire one or two for personal use? Observing the reactions of the three pure ones and others, Emperor Jiang felt a surge of joy within. He understood precisely what these individuals were eager to ascertain. However, this was a technique and method tailored for the witch clan, not one that cultivators could master. Most importantly, he intended to seize this opportunity to publicly declare the close relationship between the witch clan and the Taoist sage, which is crucial for the future of the witch clan. During the 1,000 years of teachings, the 12 ancestral witches had genuinely acknowledged Qing Di, and even before their departure, Emperor Jiang and the other ancestral witches personally invited Qing Di to join the witch clan. Although Qing Di declined, the ancestral witches had already devised a plan. And should it succeed, the Taoist sage would ultimately have no choice but to align with the witch clan. With this thought, Emperor Jiang spoke. This is not a congenital spiritual treasure, but a fate instrument unique to my witch clan. Its power indeed rivals that of a congenital spiritual treasure. Yet it is a result of the cultivation of the Taoist sages' will-see secret method by the members of my witch clan. Only those who have condensed it may utilize it. For others, even possessing it would be of lesser value than a spiritual treasure. Chapter 24. The will-see secret method shocks the primordial world. The will-see secret method? A fate instrument? Self-condensed. After hearing Emperor Zhang's explanation, the three pure ones, Xihe, Zhuan-Ti, Nuwa, and Hongyun were left utterly astonished. What arcane art is this? Its astonishing and formidable nature is capable of assisting the ancestral shaman in forging a destiny weapon that rivals the most exquisite innate spiritual treasures, and it is applicable to the entire Wu clan. Does this not imply that in the future, each member of the Wu clan could possess a destiny weapon, each a treasure on par with innate spiritual artifacts? The mere thought of this fills the eyes of Jane and Zhuan-Ti with envy, turning them a deep shade of red. Though they are disciples of Hongjun, as nominal students, they have received far too little. The only treasure they can truly wield is the 12th grade merit golden lotus held by Jane, and beyond that, they possess not a single exquisite innate spiritual artifact. But now, the destiny weapons of the Wu clan rival innate spiritual treasures, and it is highly likely that each person will possess one in the future. Such opulence indeed brings tears of envy to the corners of the mouths of these two impoverished souls. Now, may I inquire what brings the three pure ones to intrude upon the territory of my Wu clan? At this moment, Emperor Jiang spoke up to question. The necessary actions had been taken. He had successfully made everyone aware that the secrets of the Wu clan's will see were derived from the Taoist master. Consequently, the relationship between the Wu clan and the Taoist master would grow increasingly intimate, prompting the other formidable beings of the wilderness to follow the ancestral Wu's plan. Furious, the old one clenched his fists, feeling a sense of suffocation. After all, Emperor Zhang's actions were undeniably provocative, yet they found themselves too intimidated to act rashly. Even with the strength of quasi-saint late-stage cultivation, they were aware that the ancestral Wu were not far behind them in prowess. Now, bolstered by the power of their fateful artifacts, they were not a force they could contend with. Taoist master, damn it, what do you truly intend to achieve? By imparting the secrets of the Wu clan and granting them such wondrous artifacts, are you genuinely facilitating the Wu clan's dominion over the wilderness? Internally raging, they burned with fury. Yet, at this juncture, they could not continue to confront the ancestral Wu, as that would only serve to ignite a war that would benefit them not at all. Understanding this, Jane promptly interjected, "Esteemed ancestors, do not misunderstand. My brother and I merely wish to admire the Taoist master's grandeur within the Wu clan. However, since the Taoist master is not present here, we shall take our leave." Without waiting for a response from the old one and his companions, Jane swiftly departed, tugging along the furious and reddening-eyed Zhuan-Ti. "Esteemed ancestors, I merely came to observe. Farewell." Watching Jane and Zhuan-Ti hastily retreat, Hongyun did not hesitate to leave as well. After all, the 12 ancestors were notorious for their brutish nature, should a conflict arise. A bloodbath would be inevitable, and Hongyun was no adept in combat. "My three senior brothers, I too shall take my leave." With Hongyun's departure, Nuwa showed no inclination to linger. She bowed respectfully to the three pure ones, disregarding the presence of the 12 ancestors, and transformed into a streak of light, hastily departing. As a great sage of the demon court, she was eager to return and inform Fuxi, Dong Huang Tai and others of such pivotal information. In a fleeting moment, only the three pure ones remained, showing no intentions of leaving. "What of you three pure ones?" In response, Emperor Jiang and the other ancestors looked upon the three pure ones with intrigue. Their gratitude towards Qing Di was undeniable, for without the emergence of the fateful artifacts, today would not have unfolded so smoothly. Simultaneously, the 12 ancestors' determination to have Qing Di join the Wu clan grew even stronger. Humph! With a cold snort, Yuanshi and Tong Tian felt a profound sense of frustration and dissatisfaction. In days of old, the 12 ancestors would never have dared to provoke them without facing retribution. But now, the 12 ancestors had evidently become much stronger, especially with their fateful artifacts in hand, making it exceedingly difficult for cultivators of the same realm to contend with them unless they resorted to a path of strength. "Esteemed ancestors." The old one was the first to regain his composure, taking a deep breath to suppress his emotions, and bowed respectfully. "We have come to seek an audience with the legendary Taoist master. Might I inquire if he is in the Wu clan?" "Not here." Shrugging, Emperor Jiang replied nonchalantly. "Though the Taoist master maintains a good rapport with our Wu clan, there are other matters he must attend to, so he cannot linger in one place for long." "Old one, you and the three pure ones have abandoned the pride of Pangu. Perhaps it would be wise to relinquish the title of Pangu's orthodox lineage?" Upon hearing this, Zhu Rong and the other ancestors' eyes lit up as they chimed in. "Indeed, three pure ones. Since you have chosen to forsake the pride of Pangu and embrace the identity of heavenly Tao saints, you no longer possess the qualification to contend for the title of Pangu's orthodox lineage. Old one, Yuanshi, Tongtian, you now lack the pride and confidence of Pangu. You are unworthy. Indeed, the orthodox lineage of Pangu is established through strength or, at the very least, through the principles of the Tao. It is not something you opportunistic characters can aspire to." Fools! Hearing these words, the old one, Yuanshi, and Tongtian were enraged. They could hardly believe that they would be mocked and looked down upon by the ancestral Wu in such a manner. With indignation boiling within him, The Old One summoned the Taiji diagram. If that is the case, then my brothers and I shall take this opportunity to spar with the esteemed ancestors. As soon as these words were uttered, Yuanshi and Tongtian conjured their respective sacred treasures, the Panga banner and the 4 swords of Zhejian, and the might of the 3 pure ones surged forth. Battle. However, Emperor Jiang and the other ancestors showed no sign of fear. Instead, they eagerly summoned their own gathered fateful artifacts, stepping forward to unleash their ancestral forms. In an instant, the 12 colossal figures wielding fateful artifacts stood firm between heaven and earth, unhesitatingly charging towards the 3 pure ones. Battle. The Old One, Yuanshi, and Tongtian wasted no time in responding, guiding their sacred treasures to meet the oncoming assault. In that moment, the clash between the 3 pure ones and the 12 ancestors erupted. The terrifying power unleashed spread forth, igniting the region of Buzhou Mountain. Countless cultivators could not help but turn their gazes, instinctively making their way toward the territory of the Wu clan to investigate. Unfortunately, before they could delve deeper, they encountered the formidable Great Witches, who thwarted their advances. Having already coalesced their fateful artifacts, the top-tier Great Witches wielded unparalleled strength, rendering even quasi-saint experts powerless against them. In a flash, news of the Taoist master imparting the secrets of the Wheel Sea to the Wu clan and their acquisition of fateful artifacts comparable to innate spiritual treasures spread throughout the wilderness. In an instant, the innate deities of the wilderness and countless beings were shaken. The marvel and might of the Wheel Sea's secrets once again ignited a yearning within many. While curiosity and recognition for Qing surged rapidly within the hearts of sentient beings, leading to an increasing number of followers embracing Qing. Chapter 25. The Defeat of the 3 Pure Ones. The wilderness in turmoil as the clash between the ancestors and the 3 Pure Ones erupted. The acknowledgement of Qing's status as the Taoist master soared among the beings of the wilderness. This has led to an elevation in the reverence and faith of numerous primordial beings towards the Taoist Lord. As Qing hastens towards the eastern sea's Tang Valley, he senses a continuous surge of belief power, akin to sweet dew for his current state. The divine fire, already ignited within him, intensifies at this moment, rapidly exhibiting a trend of conflagration within his consciousness. Feeling the situation within himself, Qing perceives that he is nearing the point of coalescing his divine essence, approaching the status of a quasi-saint among primordial beings. Previously, he had garnered the faith of over 80% of the Witch clan, and now, with the additional faith from so many primordial beings, he estimates that within a millennium, he can completely fill his consciousness with divine fire, thereby naturally solidifying his divine essence. Consequently, the magical power within him will be utterly transformed into divine strength. The potency of the great law will reach unprecedented heights, and he will ascend to the rank of quasi-saint, leaving few capable of contesting him within the same realm. A millennium. I can afford to wait. At least, the gathering of deities by the Eastern King to vie for the wordless heavenly scripture will not conclude within 1,000 years. First, I shall proceed to the Tang Valley and discern what Xihe intends to do. Taking a deep breath, Qing hesitated not and accelerated towards the eastern sea's Tang Valley. 2 centuries later, the battle between the 3 Pure Ones and the ancestral witches concluded. Surprisingly, it was the 3 Pure Ones who faced defeat this time. Despite their cultivation in the late quasi-saint stage, wielding innate treasures and the 4 swords of extermination, they found themselves somewhat overwhelmed when confronting the 12 ancestral witches, who possessed treasures rivaling the finest innate spirit weapons. After 2 centuries of relentless conflict, the 3 Pure Ones became utterly exhausted and significantly weakened. Had it not been for Laozi summoning the Tower of Heaven and Earth to protect Yuanshi and Tongtian at the final moment, they might have lost all hope of retreating from the Witch clan's territory. Such a result instantly caused an uproar in the vast wilderness. Countless powerful beings and innate creatures were utterly stunned by this outcome. Similarly, they genuinely felt the frailty of the 3 corpse cutting technique. Otherwise, how could the treasures in the hands of the Sanqing fail to contend with the 12 ancestor witches, forcing them to retreat in disgrace? Contemplating this, the once hesitant powerful beings promptly chose to abandon the path of cutting the 3 corpses and instead turned to cultivate through strength, merit, and even the laws revealed by the 12 ancestor witches. In an instant, Hongjuan's faith within the vast wilderness plummeted. Fortunately, he had already merged with the Tao, otherwise, he would likely have been driven to fury. This incident also invigorated the 12 ancestor witches, as defeating the Sanqing marked a historic first for them. Consequently, all but Emperor Jiang among the 12 ancestor witches firmly resolved to cultivate through strength. As for Emperor Jiang, he had begun to pursue the path of destiny, mobilizing the fortune of the entire Witch clan to empower himself. Coincidentally, Emperor Jun was also engaging in the cultivation of destiny. Even Nuwa's return to the 9 Heavens star domain did not yield any signs of life, compelling her to relay the information regarding the Taoist patriarch's teachings on the Witch clans to Dongwang Tai, Fuxi, and Kunping. In a moment, the demon court was shaken. Dongwang Tai and others were stunned by the so-called life instruments, sensing the profound malice within. After all, the physical bodies of the ancestor witches were already immensely powerful. And now with the aid of life instruments, coupled with the ability to disseminate secret techniques throughout the witch clan, how could they remain indifferent? However, since the Taoist patriarch's transmission of the teachings had been completed, they could not afford to disrupt anything further. After a brief period of contemplation, Dongwang Tai, Kunping, and Fushi resolutely decided to dispatch subordinates from the demon court into the vast wilderness to search for the whereabouts of the Taoist patriarch. This perfectly aligned with Nuwa's intentions, as she too was eager to meet the Taoist patriarch to inquire about her path to enlightenment and her slim chance of survival. The Sanqing had actually been defeated? On Mount Sumeru, Jane and Xuanzi exchanged glances, both displaying expressions of shock and disbelief. Although they had evacuated at the first opportunity, they had held considerable confidence in the Sanqing. But now, the Sanqing had suffered defeat and even fled in disarray, showcasing the terrifying power wielded by the 12 ancestor witches after acquiring life instruments. Master, Xuanzi instinctively spoke, what shall we do next? This Taoist patriarch is likely more formidable than we anticipated. Calm yourself. After a moment of contemplation, Jane slowly replied, the Taoist patriarch is elusive. He is not someone we can provoke at will. Conversely, I believe the Taoist patriarch holds our slim chance of survival. Frankly, I now regret choosing the path of cutting the 3 corpses. While Emperor Jun, the River of Darkness, and Dongwang Tai may still have the option to reconsider, you and I have not utilized innate spiritual treasures, but instead relied on our own golden bodies as vessels. If we abandon the path of cutting the 3 corpses, our golden bodies will be destroyed, and we will face eternal damnation. It is imperative that we remain calm. Waiting is the best choice. After this incident, I fear the Sanqing and Nuwa will be even more eager to seek the Taoist patriarch. Upon hearing this, Xuanzi fell silent, though reluctant to accept it. What Jane said was indeed the truth. Ha ha ha, delightful. Within the Wuzhuang temple, Han Yun finished a ginseng fruit and then turned his sharp gaze towards Xuanzi, saying, old friend, the Sanqing has lost to the ancestor witches. This is truly the greatest marvel of the vast wilderness. Xuanzi shook his head, sighed, and then spoke towards the outer region of Wuzhuang temple. Han Yun, give it up. The primordial purple energy corresponding to the heavenly Tao saints is not suitable for you. And it is, in fact, a grave pitfall. Do not forget, the Sanqing, Jane, Xuanzi, and Nuwa are all disciples of Han Jun, while you are not. Once they attain sainthood, you will become the target of everyone's ire. This is not mere alarmism. Although the path of the sage of primordial unity has already emerged, once the era of the sages dawns, Han Yun will undoubtedly become the object of desire for countless individuals, a coveted prize. As he opened his mouth, Han Yun hesitated to refuse immediately, fully aware of his precarious situation. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and with renewed vigor, he exclaimed, old friend, it has come to me that the Tao ancestor spoke of the Tao sovereign as the means of escape, symbolizing a glimmer of hope within the vast wilderness. If that is the case, why should we not seek him? If we can locate the Tao sovereign, perhaps we can eradicate my current threats and troubles, and even shatter the chains of your own pursuit of truth through strength. Chapter 26. The 3 purities conspire to revolt? Tengu meets Xihe. It is not solely Han Yun who is the Xuanzi. Within the vast wilderness, many mighty practitioners are now contemplating the search for Qingdi, eager to consult with him. Although this endeavor has not yet been conducted with great fanfare, the actions to seek the Tao sovereign have quietly commenced. Once Qingdi appears and begins to impart teachings, it is feared that the great practitioners of the wilderness will flock to him in droves. Among them were the 3 pure ones, who had returned to Kunlun Mountain. Following their defeat in the encounter with the ancestral shaman, the proud 3 pure ones found themselves somewhat disheartened. Brother, must we truly persist? Tong Tian inquired hesitantly within Kunlun Mountain. Yuan Shi, too, furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of confusion and uncertainty regarding the path of severing the 3 corpses and the pursuit of becoming a saint of the heavenly Tao. Do we have any other choice? With a sigh, Laozi's eyes flickered with a hint of helplessness as he spoke. From the moment our primordial spirits merged with the primordial purple energy, we forfeited our options and the possibility of retreat. Even though we are aware that Hong Jun is scheming against us, and that we are merely pawns in his game, we remain powerless to alter our fate. At this point, Laozi clenched his fists tightly. As the leader of the 3 pure ones, his pride was unmatched by Yuan Shi and Tong Tian. Consequently, he found it difficult to accept such an outcome, yet he was left with no recourse. After all, at this juncture, Laozi had yet to attain the path of sanctification and had not received the Pangu inheritance of transforming the 3 pure ones into one. Otherwise, he would not be so troubled. Damn Hong Jun. Tong Tian slammed his fist on the table, gritting his teeth. Is he not blatantly treating us as fools? I refuse to accept this. How can we, the dignified manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit, be subjected to such treatment and manipulation? Is it possible that Dao Zun, as a master of evasion, could resolve the flaws and dangers we face? Upon hearing this, both Laozi and Yuan Shi's eyes brightened. Subsequently, the three pure ones ceased their conversation, instead settling into a meditative posture, summoning their respective auspicious clouds to merge, thus initiating a conspiracy that would remain hidden from all prying eyes and calculations. Unbeknownst to Qing Di, after 2 centuries, he successfully arrived at the land of the East Sea and found the vast. This was the place. As far as the eye could see, the scenery was laid bare. Unlike the transplanted Fusang trees from the Sun Star in later generations, the current was merely a paradise. Somewhat better than most renowned mountains and rivers of the primordial chaos, yet not particularly outstanding or eye-catching. Once Qing Di entered, it wasn't long before he caught sight of Xihe. Upon their reunion, Qing Di felt as though he had traversed through the ages. Xihe, adorned in a flowing white gown, her raven hair cascading freely, was even more striking and enchanting than he remembered from the time on Buzhou Mountain. Most notably, her eyes now shimmered with a silvery hue, emanating an unbounded chill, piercingly cold. Taoist Xihe, Qing Di greeted as he approached her valley on a cloud, while unreservedly inquiring, "May I ask what brings you to seek me?" Achieving the great completion of the Deluo Golden Immortal so swiftly. "Your cultivation has advanced remarkably," she remarked, her gaze sweeping over him, contemplative. "To reach such a realm in merely 10,000 years, could you share your secret?" Silence enveloped them. Qing Di offered no response, no explanation. Despite their past entanglement, it had merely been a forced affair devoid of genuine affection. Most importantly, he would not divulge a single detail regarding the system he possessed. Unwilling to press further, Xihe's eyes dimmed momentarily. She then spoke directly, "In that case, I shall not pry. I have come to you regarding the wordless heavenly book that the Eastern King of the Celestial Court will soon present. Its value is immense and of great importance to me. I hope you can lend me your strength to acquire it. Additionally, you have roamed the primordial chaos. Do you possess any knowledge regarding the Taoist patriarch?" Indeed, it was for the wordless heavenly book. Yet what did Xihe wish to discuss? Contemplating internally, Qing Di replied, "I can assist you, but the wordless heavenly book is a treasure, one I am also interested in. Hence, we shall rely on our own means. As for the Taoist patriarch, he is a being as elusive as a dragon. I am unaware of his whereabouts. But what do you seek from him? Are you also considering abandoning the cutting of the 3 corpses to pursue other paths of enlightenment?" Furrowing her brow, Xihe was taken aback that Qing Di also coveted the wordless heavenly book. However, since the treasures of heaven and earth are claimed by the capable, she did not impose any demands. She moved to a nearby stone bench and sat gracefully, saying slowly, "Indeed, I have forsaken the method of cutting the 3 corpses and chosen a path of enlightenment grounded in principles. However, the tying laws I have mastered harbor certain risks. Although I know how to resolve them, I do not wish to associate with the Jinwu lineage, which is why I seek the Taoist patriarch for a glimmer of hope. Enlightenment through principles?" Qing Di pondered, grasping Xihe's intention. As the innate deity of the tying star, Xihe was a special tying body, the ideal furnace for cultivators of the utmost yang. To resolve her issues, she would need the convergence of yin and yang, and among all in the primordial chaos. Only 3 could fulfill that: Dijun, Donghuang Tai-yi, and the Eastern King. Since she had chosen to distance herself from Dijun and Donghuang Tai-yi, her objectives in the primordial chaos, aside from the wordless heavenly book, likely included matters concerning the Eastern King. With this realization, Qing Di slightly frowned and asked, "Do you intend to engage in dual cultivation with the Eastern King?" "No," she shook her head, her expression proud. "I shall not rely on any man. Indeed, I have matters to discuss with the Eastern King, but it is not for a relationship. Rather, I await his demise to seize the supreme yang essence within him." The death of the Eastern King? What secrets did Xihe possess? Or was it that the demon court was preparing to take action? With narrowed eyes, Qing Di knew that the fall of the celestial court had been orchestrated by Dijun, Donghuang Tai-yi, and others. Had it not been for his prior remarks leading to the current upheaval in the primordial chaos, Dijun and Donghuang Tai-yi would have likely already targeted the Eastern King, establishing the demon race to vie for dominion over the primordial chaos alongside the witch clan. Realizing this, Qing Di spoke, "In truth, you need not pursue that course. Remember, from yin emerges yang. If you can cultivate the tying laws to their utmost, the yang that arises will fundamentally alleviate your risks and resolve your issues. Do you believe I can still achieve the utmost yin?" Xihe said, her brows knitting in dissatisfaction. "Do not forget what transpired that day. My ultimate yin has already been shattered." Qing Di opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, due to that incident, Xihe's original yin had long been fragmented, making it impossible to attain the ultimate state of yin giving rise to yang. Although it was related to him, it was also Xihe's own choice, and he truly did not wish to bear the blame. Yet, given that she was his woman, Qing Di could not refuse her. "What do you wish to do?" Taking a deep breath, Qing Di stated, "To slay the Eastern King is no simple task. He is at the late stage of quasi-saint cultivation, and as the foremost male immortal bestowed by the Tao ancestor Hongjun. He is also the ruler of the celestial court. Just the two of us alone cannot contend with him, nor can we kill him to seize his supreme yang essence. This is not a matter of Qingdi evading responsibility. Given a little time for his cultivation to reach the quasi-saint level, there might still be a glimmer of success. However, at present, he is merely at the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal stage, yet to complete the transformation of his divine essence into a deity. His combat prowess, at best, can barely match that of an early to mid-stage quasi-saint. Attempting to assassinate Dong Wang Gong under the protection of countless powerful beings and cultivators within the celestial court is tantamount to courting death. I have devised a plan. Casting a glance at Qingdi, Xihe spoke in a calm tone. The upcoming banquet at the celestial court is exceptionally grand, particularly due to the unique value of the wordless heavenly book. It is anticipated that virtually every renowned and powerful figure in the vast wilderness will receive an invitation. I am aware that many have set their sights on the wordless heavenly book, and moreover, Dong Wang Gong has made numerous enemies within the celestial court. If we manage the situation adeptly, his demise could very well be orchestrated. Most importantly, I have received word that Zhuangmu has yet to break her seal, indicating that she has not truly acknowledged Dong Wang Gong, and her presence in the celestial court may have been a reluctant choice, possibly due to some compromising situation. Consequently, should the conflict truly arise, the likelihood of Zhuangmu lending her assistance to us is significantly high. Zhuangmu. Upon hearing this, Qingdi's eyes narrowed slightly. This is also a primordial goddess, and her recognition in later generations is exceedingly high. If this is indeed the case, should I attempt to pursue her? After all, each task reward signifies evolution points. My current foundation has already reached the level of superior, innate spiritual roots. Yet I still lack a bit to truly compare with the top-tier innate deities. If I were to evolve once or twice, my foundation would rival the likes of the three pure ones, Emperor Jun, and Dong Huang Tai Yi, elevating my cultivation, potential, and depth significantly. Without further hesitation, Qingdi replied resolutely. However, I cannot embark just yet. I still need to refine my spiritual treasures and stabilize my realm. Only with thorough preparation can I increase my chances of success. Gazing deeply at Qingdi, she did not refuse. She rose and walked towards her dwelling, stating, "In a millennium, at most, we shall depart for the celestial court on Penglai Island." A millennium? That is more than sufficient. With a smile, Qingdi stood and soared away from the valley. He had no intention of entangling himself with Xihe. Their relationship was merely a reluctant arrangement, and Qingdi would not approach her as a sycophant without truly winning her heart. Before long, Qingdi arrived at a gorge in Tang Valley. Upon entering, he casually selected a spot to open a cave. Once inside, Qingdi summoned the 5 innate spiritual treasures he had previously acquired from the witch clan. It was time to refine them. 3 were of the finest quality, and 2 were of superior quality. Let me see their complete information and capabilities after refinement. As he spoke, Qingdi grasped the slaughtering divine sword and began the sacrificial ritual. Buzz. In an instant, the slaughtering divine sword emitted a low hum. As Qingdi infused it with his consciousness, mana, and divine power, the sword trembled, revealing faintly visible intricate patterns. Crack, crack. The sound of shattering resonated continuously as the innate prohibitions within the slaughtering divine sword were refined, collapsing and transforming into golden beams of light. In just a century, 32 innate prohibitions were successfully refined, leaving 6 standing resolutely, immovable as mountains. No matter how he infused his consciousness, mana, and divine power, they remained impervious. Is this the limit? Indeed, the cultivation of a great Luo golden immortal is still somewhat lacking. The remaining 6 innate prohibitions will likely require my ascension to quasi-saint before they can be fully refined. Opening his eyes, a flicker of disappointment flashed within Qingdi, soon replaced by surprise. As the innate prohibitions within the slaughtering divine sword were refined, its characteristics and information were revealed. Slaughtering divine sword, finest quality innate spiritual treasure. Contains the complete slaughtering law. Each time a living being is slain, it accumulates killing intent and aura, which can be transformed into a seed of the slaughtering law upon reaching a certain threshold for further refinement. A seed of the slaughtering law, if successfully refined, it would grant me access to the fundamentals of the slaughtering law, significantly enhancing my combat prowess. Truly, as expected of a finest quality innate spiritual treasure. It is remarkably powerful and wondrous. With a sense of admiration, Qingdi summoned the slaughtering divine sword into his sea of consciousness, allowing divine fire to temper it, augmenting its strength further. Having completed this, Qingdi once again grasped the Tower of Life, Qianyuan Pearl, Yin Yang Seal, and 5 elements. Without a moment's hesitation, he commenced the sacrificial ritual with focused intent on all 4 treasures simultaneously. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 400 years had passed. Buzz, buzz. 2 resonant hums echoed as the Yin Yang Seal and 5 elements shone brilliantly. The innate prohibitions within them were entirely refined. and both transformed into streams of light that automatically flew into Qing Di's body. With all innate prohibitions refined, the capabilities of the yin-yang seal and 5 elements were fully unlocked, allowing them to unleash their utmost power in Qing Di's hands. Simultaneously, the information regarding the yin-yang seal and 5 elements was fully revealed. Yin-yang seal, superior quality, innate spiritual treasure, contains the innate yin and yang energies. When wielded, it can transform into a yin-yang divine dragon. 5 elements, superior quality, innate spiritual treasure, contains the innate energies of the 5 elements. Each attack carries the force of the 5 elements. Well, it is acceptable. However, there remains a significant gap compared to finest quality innate spiritual treasures. After absorbing the information, Qing Di shook his head and then focused intently on the Tower of Life and Qianyuan Pearl. The 30-second innate restriction between the two is on the verge of collapse, and once it shatters completely, his ritual of refining shall conclude. Chapter 28. Crafting Strategies of the 24 Heavens. Break. As the innate restrictions within the Tower of Life and the Qianyuan Pearl displayed web-like fissures, Qing Di uttered a low command, and his divine power, magic, and consciousness surged forth in a tremendous collision. Crack, crack. The resonant sounds of shattering echoed as the 30-second innate restriction within the Tower of Life and the Qianyuan Pearl was obliterated. At this moment, Qing Di withdrew his consciousness and magic, marking the end of this innate spiritual treasure refinement. Subsequently, Qing Di eagerly began to probe the information of both treasures. Given the prior experience with the killing divine sword, his expectations for these two exquisite innate spiritual treasures remained exceedingly high. In the next moment, the information of the Tower of Life and the Qianyuan Pearl emerged. Tower of Life. Exquisite innate spiritual treasure. A small tower atop one's head. The source of life power continuously mends one's injuries, forming a life barrier capable of withstanding attacks. Qianyuan Pearl. Exquisite innate spiritual treasure. Within it nurtures a miniature universe. Once refined, one can harness the power of this small universe to enhance combat capabilities. Is this all? What about the lost seed? Surely, you must be counterfeit exquisite innate spiritual treasures. Upon reviewing the information, Qing Di felt a profound sense of disappointment. Although the current effects and characteristics of the Tower of Life and the Qianyuan Pearl were undeniably potent, they still fell short in comparison to the killing divine sword by several tiers. At this moment, Qing Di could not help but exclaim. Even though this sword of slaughter was a supreme innate spiritual treasure, adorned with 38 innate prohibitions, it was nonetheless incomparable to ordinary treasures of its kind. With a swift motion of his hand, Qing Di directly retracted the Tower of Life. This entity serves as an inexhaustible source of self-healing, enabling one to engage in combat with the capability to exchange wounds for wounds and lives for lives, ultimately emerging victorious. However, beyond this, the Tower of Life holds little additional value. The so-called barrier is, to be frank, rather insignificant, and it pales in comparison to the heaven and earth mystical tower in my possession. Nevertheless, the Qianyuan Pearl brings him some satisfaction. Within it lies a small world, capable of harnessing the power of heaven and earth in battle, which presents a dimensional advantage against cultivators of the same realm. Yet, it remains merely satisfactory, as one must consider the limitations of how much heavenly and earthly power a small world can contain. After all, it is not the 24 heavens. Suddenly, Qing Di's spirit surged with realization. The 24 heavens. This artifact is the future's lamp, evolved from the acquisition of Zhao Gongming's 24 sea anchoring pearls using the Qingquan ruler. It opens the 24 celestial realms, allowing for a connection to 24 vast worlds, thereby enabling one to harness the powers of these realms in battle. In the forthcoming age, it is destined to be among the foremost forces beneath the saints. Moreover, these 24 celestial realms possess unique attributes, enabling them to evolve sentient beings and create new races. Thus, if one were to obtain the 24 sea anchoring pearls and the Qingquan ruler and successfully manifest the 24 celestial realms, could it not facilitate the continuous propagation of one's faith? This would, in turn, allow for the relentless accumulation of belief power to enhance oneself. In a moment of fervor, Qing Di's eyes sparkled with an unmistakable desire. The 24 sea anchoring pearls currently lay not in Zhao Gongming's possession, but in the hands of Tang Tian. As the 3 pure ones have yet to attain enlightenment, and Ran Deng has not yet entered the teaching of explication. This significantly increases Qing Di's chances of acquiring the Qingquan ruler and the 24 sea anchoring pearls. With adept maneuvering, it is entirely feasible to obtain these treasures with minimal sacrifice. Tang Tian resides in Kunlun Mountain, and it is not difficult to scheme for the 24 sea anchoring pearls he possesses. While Ran Deng may lack substantial information, historical accounts indicate that before joining the teaching of explication, both Ran Deng and Xihe were already poised for action. This context elucidates why, following the sealing of the gods, Ran Deng unhesitatingly betrayed the teaching of explication to join the Western sect, ultimately rising to the position of the third leader, second only to Xihe and Junti. Thus, By leveraging the presence of Jane and Juandi, locating Randang becomes entirely feasible, and the challenge of seizing his Qianquan ruler diminishes significantly due to his lack of formidable background and strength. It is resolved. The Qianquan ruler and the 24 sea anchoring pearls must be secured. Such an extraordinary artifact as the 24 celestial realms rightfully belongs to me. Without hesitation, Qing Di rose from the ground and stepped towards the cave's entrance. After 500 years of self-cultivation, he had completed his refinement. While the power of belief continued to flow into him, he still fell short of solidifying his divine rank. Therefore, there was no need for him to linger in Tang Valley any longer. It was time to embark on a journey to the celestial court to assist Xihe in her endeavors. Anticipation welled within Qing Di. According to Xihe's previous words, the upcoming feast at the celestial court would gather the majority of the great powers from the primordial realm. In such circumstances, would the three pure ones attend? Would Randang make an appearance? If so, it would present the perfect opportunity to obtain the Qianquan ruler and the 24 sea anchoring pearls. Before long, Qing Di arrived at Xihe's abode. Xihe, my friend, it is time for us to depart. Without further ado, Qing Di addressed the house. Moments later, the wooden door swung open, and Xihe emerged, casting a discerning glance at Qing Di. Indeed, your aura has grown more refined, nearly rivaling that of some lesser quasi-saint cultivators. It seems the spiritual treasures you've acquired are of considerable caliber, significantly enhancing your combat prowess. Let us proceed to Penglai Island. Although it is still early, we can strategize in advance. With that, Xihe soared into the air and sped towards the regions beyond Tang Valley. Observing this, Qing Di followed suit without delay. Penglai Island. Dong Wanggong, are you truly prepared to relinquish the Book of No Words? The West Queen Mother regarded the elegantly adorned and spirited Dong Wanggong with concern. Do you not realize the immense value of this item? If it were to be disclosed, the repercussions could be dire. As his nominal partner, the West Queen Mother was acutely aware of the book's formidable power. She had witnessed Dong Wanggong's bloodied failure during its refinement and had herself attempted to refine it. Albeit unsuccessfully, many quasi-saint powers within the celestial court had also failed. Despite their inability to master it, the West Queen Mother understood the artifact's immense worth. Dong Wanggong's decision to part with it was far from advantageous. Indeed, he replied with a confident smile, there is no need for concern. If neither of us could refine it, how could anyone else succeed? Furthermore, this banquet serves our grand ambition. The loss of the Book of No Words is inconsequential. The one who acquires it will possess formidable strength, status, and foundation, beneficial to us in every respect. Upon hearing this, the West Queen Mother furrowed her brow. She sensed impending trouble, perhaps even a grave crisis. The Book of No Words, seemingly a supreme innate spiritual treasure, was perceived by all who encountered it as holding value comparable to an innate supreme treasure. The fact that it remained undistributed in the hands of Dong Wanggong and the West Queen Mother kept others from acting, even amidst suspicion. However, this situation was markedly different. Dong Wanggong had summoned numerous great powers to the banquet and intended to present the Book of No Words. If someone were to claim it on the spot, that would be one matter. However, if no one does, the silent book would become a death warrant, potent enough to bring ruin to the Eastern Lord and, indeed, the entire celestial court. Observing the spirited demeanor of the Eastern Lord, the Western Queen understood that her attempts at consolation would yield no fruit. Due to the Eastern Lord's obstinate nature, despite being nominally recognized as partners for many years, the Western Queen had never shared any intimate connection with him. Are you truly resolved to proceed in this manner? She inquired, her determination solidifying with each repetition. Should the Eastern Lord persist in his course, she would need to seek an escape for her own future. Of course, the Eastern Lord replied, dismissively waving his hand, entirely oblivious to the Western Queen's emotions and concerns. With unwavering confidence, he declared, rest assured, I shall manage this matter adeptly. Once our celestial court advances further, we will emerge as the foremost power of the primordial realm. Even in the face of the Witch Clan, we shall not shy away from battle. The authority of the male and female celestial leaders shall remain unassailable. Moreover, I may even have the fortune to attain enlightenment and become a saint. Simultaneously, powerful beings from across the primordial realm received invitations from the Eastern Lord. The gathering held little allure for most, as the Tao ancestor had long since merged with the Tao and ceased to govern the affairs of the primordial realm. The titles of male and female celestial leaders, once conferred, had become mere decorations, and no one wished to have a peer of the same realm overshadow them. Yet, the silent book intrigued many, having been rumored to be a rare and exceptional innate spiritual treasure, potentially rivaling the innate supreme treasures. With the Eastern Lord now poised to unveil it, how could the deities let such an opportunity slip away? Without hesitation, all renowned cultivators who had successfully transitioned back to the quasi-saint realm began their journey to the Isle of Penglai. This also includes figures such as Sanqing, Jin, Juanti, Niuhua, Emperor Jun, and Dong Wangtai. The enchanting Penglai Island. Qing Di and Xihe arrived on clouds. As far as the eye could see, the entire Panlai Island was enveloped in an ethereal aura, with the surging spiritual essence of heaven and earth converging within, truly deserving its reputation as one of the three immortal islands. However, at this moment, the islands of Fangzhong and Yingzhou had yet to manifest, thus the triad of heaven, earth, and humanity had not yet formed the sacred trio of immortal islands. Such is the essence of Panlai Island. Indeed, it is a splendid place for cultivation. After taking a few glances, Qingdi found himself increasingly enamored. The immortal island of Panlai is known to be formed from fragments of chaos. If one could thoroughly refine it, the entire island could be carried like a treasured artifact. Most importantly, the interior of Panlai Island contains a complete spiritual vein, which Qingdi could transplant into the Qianyuan pearl, nurturing the small world of Qian and potentially giving rise to countless beings. However, mere curiosity is not something you can grasp. Casting a sidelong glance at Qingdi, Xihe spoke nonchalantly. Once the Eastern Prince falls and the Celestial Court collapses, Panlai Island will become highly coveted, and with your current strength, it will be beyond your reach. Furthermore, this is the East Sea. Do you truly believe the Dragon Clan is merely ornamental? Upon hearing this, Qingdi nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, in later generations, even after the demise of the Eastern Prince, Panlai Island was not claimed by any individual but became a gathering place for loose cultivators. Especially after the collapse of Mount Buzhou, Panlai Island could undoubtedly rival top sanctuaries such as Kunlun Mountain and Shouyang Mountain, making it an object of desire for countless individuals. As for the Dragon Clan, they are certainly not to be underestimated. Although they have remained low-key in recent years, the future demon race aims to establish itself as an equal to the witch race. Yet they cannot compel the Dragon Clan to join them, nor can they demand the participation of ancient lineages such as the Phoenix and Qilin clans. The only occasion when the Dragon Clan truly bowed down was when they joined the Heavenly Court's ranks, a gesture to honor Dao ancestor Hongjun. Although they remain a force that listens to directives without obligation to comply, this illustrates that even a decrepit camel is larger than a horse. Thus, the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans are formidable powers not to be trifled with. Shall we proceed directly? Qingdi inquired, not wishing to prolong the discussion. There's no rush, Xihe replied, shaking her head as she produced a jade talisman. We must first seek the Western Queen Mother. The current Panlai Island is shrouded in a grand formation. To venture in recklessly would be fatal. However, with the assistance of the Western Queen Mother, entering will be a trivial matter. Having said this, Xihe began to contact the Western Queen Mother. Approximately half an hour later, a maid flew out from Panlai Island. Upon spotting Qingdi and Xihe, she swiftly approached and bowed respectfully, saying, "Greetings, esteemed seniors. The Western Queen Mother has summoned you. Please follow me." Very well. Qingdi and Xihe nodded in agreement, following the maid into Panlai Island. With the maid's pass in hand, they encountered no obstacles and smoothly entered. Soon, under the maid's guidance, they arrived at the residence of the Western Queen Mother. Esteemed seniors, the Western Queen Mother awaits you inside. Upon reaching the entrance, the maid dared not enter, bowing respectfully before turning to leave. Witnessing this, Qingdi and Xihe exchanged no further words and stepped into the palace. "Xihe, you've arrived," the Western Queen Mother said without looking up as she brewed tea. Dressed in a light golden long gown, her emerald green hair cascading down, her exquisitely fair face, paired with an undeniable alluring figure, compelled Qingdi to silently marvel at her beauty. At that moment, information about the Western Queen Mother appeared before Qingdi. Western Queen Mother Goddess Value, 94 indeed, with a goddess value of 94. The Western Queen Mother is a potential target for conquest. But wait, shouldn't the goddess value only indicate the presence of a pure being? Has the Western Queen Mother truly not had any relations with the Eastern Prince? Qingdi's breath quickened, not out of desire, but from a fervent aspiration for advancement. Especially since the Western Queen Mother exuded a regal aura that was distinctly different from Xihe or Hutu, friend of the Western Queen Mother. It has been a long time. Xihe stepped forward and bowed respectfully, then curiously glanced at the tea set in her hands, asking, "Is this the set of innate spiritual treasures? Shouldn't we sample your Dao Enlightenment tea?" "Dao Enlightenment tea," Qingdi exclaimed, his eyes lighting up in surprise. The Enlightenment tea is one of the finest innate spiritual roots within the primordial realm. When brewed, its leaves can potentially grant cultivators a moment of profound insight. Although the likelihood of such an occurrence is quite low, it undeniably invigorates the mind, allowing practitioners to remain alert during their cultivation, thus minimizing the risk of falling into chaotic delusions. The Enlightenment tea is indispensable for you. The Queen Mother of the West set down her tea set and lifted her gaze. Upon noticing the presence of Qingdi beside Xihe, a flicker of astonishment and bewilderment crossed her eyes. When Xihe had previously contacted her, there was no mention of accompanying company, especially not a male companion. In the next moment, the Queen Mother seemed to sense something amiss and turned to Xihe, exclaiming in surprise, "Xihe, has your primordial Yin been shattered?" As a female immortal, the Queen Mother could not immediately discern the truth, but Xihe, being the essence of the great Yin, could not conceal her innate power. Though Xihe still emanated the aura of the great Qing, her close friend, the Queen Mother, could distinctly perceive a notable difference. It is indeed the result of the treasures acquired from the treasure cliff. With a sigh, Xihe spoke with a hint of resignation. The Qiankuanding. It is a primordial treasure, capable of both offense and defense, with boundless applications. Even though Xihe was aware of the implications, she had no intention of relinquishing the Qiankuanding. Over the years, she has successfully refined the Qiankuanding. And combined with her formidable prowess at the late stage of the quasi-saint realm, there are few in the vast expanse of Honghuang who pose a threat to her safety. Is it him? With Xihe's affirmation, the expression of the West Queen Mother grew somewhat complex. She was acutely aware of her friend's pride. Typically, she would not permit a man to be by her side, yet Qing was an exception, which inevitably led her to question the situation. Her delicate face flushed slightly, but Xihe swiftly composed herself and pointed towards Qing. This is Qing, a wandering cultivator from the unraveling mountain. On that day, I was schemed against. Although I managed to leave that area in time, the poison was too deep to eradicate, leaving me no choice. Listening to Xihe's words, Qing opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. What do you mean by no choice? That was coercion. Nevertheless, being in the presence of outsiders, Qing still showed her respect. With that thought, she cupped her fists in greeting. I am Qing, the wandering cultivator. It is an honor to meet the West Queen Mother. Greetings, fellow Taoist Qing. The West Queen Mother nodded slightly, not overly concerned with Qing. From Xihe's words, it was evident that their initial relationship was born out of necessity. Moreover, Qing was merely at the great Luo golden immortal level, which made the West Queen Mother even less inclined to regard him highly. Although Qing was strikingly handsome, far surpassing other men in Honghuang, in this world, strength reigns supreme, and power is the best testament. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the West Queen Mother turned to Xihe and inquired, Speak, what brings you here? I am aware of your nature. You would not venture out of the Tying Star without a significant reason. Faced with this inquiry, Xihe found it difficult to respond. After all, her aim was to eliminate Dong Wanggong and seize his supreme yang source of power. However, since Dong Wanggong was still the West Queen Mother's partner, it was not easy for her to broach the subject. Ahem, with a light cough, Qing realized it was time for him to step forward. He took a step closer and said, Dear friend West Queen Mother, Xihe has come seeking the Wizizi Tianshu. I have heard that Dong Wanggong intends to reveal it. Is that true? Upon hearing this, Xihe quickly chimed in. The Wizizi Tianshu is quite extraordinary. I too have heard tales and information regarding it. Does Dong Wanggong truly intend to part with it? Is that so? Nodding, the West Queen Mother had no doubts. After all, the matter of the Wizizi Tianshu had already stirred a great commotion within Honghuang, making it natural for Xihe and Qing to be curious. However, considering the potential threat posed by the Wizizi Tianshu, the West Queen Mother cautioned. Xihe, it would be wise for you to refrain from involving yourself with it. You have already acquired the Qiankuanding, which has made you a target. Were it not for the emergence of Dao Zun stirring the tides of Honghuang, you would have long been under the scrutiny of countless others. Although the Wizizi Tianshu is a supreme innate spiritual treasure, it rivals innate supreme treasures in might. If you were to obtain it, I fear that the great powers within Honghuang would not let you go easily. Hearing this, Xihe nodded in agreement. She was acutely aware of this. However, what she currently sought was merely an excuse. With this thought in mind, Xihe approached and engaged in conversation with the Queen Mother of the West, while Qing sat aside, savoring tea, contemplating how to acquire the Book of No Words. After all, the words of the Queen Mother had been quite explicit. That artifact rivaled the existence of innate treasures, and how could he possibly remain indifferent? If he were to make the Book of No Words his fated artifact, it would greatly benefit his cultivation of the divine path and enhance his strength in the future. As time passed, the conversation between Xihe and the Queen Mother deepened, leaving Qing idle and ultimately being sent to a guest room by the Queen Mother's attendants. In this manner, time flew swiftly by, and in the blink of an eye, over 200 years had elapsed. On that day, Qing had just finished breakfast with Shi Wangmu, and Xihe when a maid hurriedly approached them. Upon reaching the front of Shi Wangmu, the maid immediately bowed and said, I report to you, revered Shi Wangmu, that Dong Wanggong has requested your presence. It is said that the 3 pure ones have arrived, and Dong Wanggong is currently hosting them. The mention of the 3 pure ones sparked a flicker of anticipation within Qing. After all, Tong Tian still possessed the 24 sea calming pearls that he desperately needed. With their appearance, he could seize the opportunity to acquire them. I understand, Shi Wangmu replied, waving her hand as her brow slightly furrowed. Please inform Dong Wanggong that I will arrive shortly. Yes, the maid responded and hurriedly departed. Shi Wangmu, do you harbor a strong aversion towards the 3 pure ones? Xihe inquired with curiosity. After all, she did not recall any animosity between Shi Wangmu and the 3 pure ones, yet the latter's reaction undeniably indicated her reluctance. Not at all, Shi Wangmu dismissed with a wave of her hand, regaining her composure. However, the arrival of the three pure ones signifies that Dong Wang Gong has escalated matters considerably. A slight misstep could lead to a disastrous fall into an abyss. Being his Dao partner, if anything were to happen to Dong Wang Gong. As she spoke, a sigh escaped Shi Wangmu, her worries unmistakable. Dear friend Shi Wangmu, you need not be so troubled, Qing Di interjected with a slight smile. To gain, one must be willing to part with something. If trouble does arise, as long as you refrain from insisting on taking anything, and instead offer Dong Wang Gong's possessions, no one would dare to make things difficult for you. The foremost of celestial maidens. Even if it is merely for show, it is still sanctioned by the Dao ancestor, and both the three pure ones and others must show some respect. Chapter 31. The first encounter with the three pure ones, the conspiracy of Di Jun exposed. At these words, Shi Wangmu's expression darkened. She was not a fool. She could discern the implications behind Qing Di's words. Although what Qing Di said was true, she, as the foremost celestial maiden, would lose face entirely if she were to act in such a manner. You need not concern yourself. She shot Qing Di a glare and stood up, saying, Come, Xihe, let us go see for ourselves. It is the perfect opportunity to inquire whether the three pure ones indeed conspired against you. Xihe's eyes brightened at this. Indeed, there had been countless guests at the banquet that day, each with their own schemes for the Qian Ding. However, the one who had poisoned her drink was the individual she most desired to find and eliminate. She had a vague suspicion about the perpetrator, but needed more information to confirm it. With the three pure ones now present on Penglai Island, this was indeed an excellent opportunity to uncover the truth of the matter. Very well, Xihe agreed, standing up. However, she did not leave immediately but turned to Qing Di, stating, You must accompany me. Upon hearing this, Shi Wangmu frowned. Her feelings towards Qing Di were not particularly favorable, though she did not understand why Xihe insisted on bringing Qing Di along. Despite their seemingly amicable relationship, she could not outright refuse. That is precisely my intention, Qing Di replied, standing as well. He too wished to seize this opportunity to meet the three pure ones in his current guise, particularly Tong Tian, who possessed the 24 sea calming pearls that Qing Di sought to acquire. In the East Wang Immortal Palace Hall, Qing Di, Xihe, and Shi Wangmu arrived. Greetings to the three esteemed Dao friends. Upon seeing the three pure ones, Shi Wangmu bowed respectfully. Greetings, esteemed Shi Wangmu. Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tong Tian stood up in return, not daring to show any disrespect, for she was the foremost celestial maiden and deserved their respect. However, after their initial greetings, Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tong Tian's gazes turned to Xihe, their expressions revealing surprise as they said, Greetings, Dao friend Xihe. We did not expect you to also be present on Penglai Island. Life truly is full of unexpected encounters. The three pure ones held little emotional attachment or admiration for Xihe. Their recognition of her, and the kindness they extended, was primarily due to her possession of the innate treasure, the Qian Ding. It was an invaluable artifact that no one could overlook, including Dong Wang Gong, who sat at the head of the gathering. Greetings to the three esteemed Dao friends. Xihe reciprocated the bow. Following this, her gaze swept over the three pure ones before she spoke. Esteemed Dao friends, there is a matter that has weighed heavily on my heart for quite some time. Today, being in the presence of the three of you, I hope to resolve my lingering doubts. At her words, Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tong Tian exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of what Xihe wished to inquire about. However, upon noticing the solemnity in each other's expressions, Laozi nodded and said, Please, Dao friend Xihe, speak freely. As long as it does not involve the privacy of the three pure ones, we shall answer truthfully. Thank you. Grateful for Laozi's affirmation, Xihe wasted no time and directly stated, After the conclusion of the third sermon, we returned from distributing treasures and attended a gathering. However, at that gathering, I fell victim to a nefarious scheme as my drink was tampered with. I wonder if the three esteemed Dao friends know who was behind this? What? The three pure ones were taken aback, exchanging alarmed glances. No wonder you left without a word that day. It is truly shameless for someone to conspire against you, even going so far as to poison your drink. However, we also drank from the same wine and encountered no issues, which indicates that the perpetrator targeted only you. Dao friend Xihe. Who could it be? I recall that the wine seemed to have originated from the Demon Court, the Xianghuang Palace, and the North Sea Demon Master Palace. Thus, the individuals who had access to the wine must be limited to those few. At this point, Laozi Yuanshi and Tong Tian suddenly fell silent. Based on their analysis, the identity of the person who had poisoned Xihe was becoming clearer. Was it someone from the Demon Court? Di Jun, Dong Huang Tai Yi, Fu Shi Kuanpeng? Or perhaps it was by Xihe and other demon leaders. Qing Di pondered thoughtfully. He too was curious about who had conspired against Xihe, especially given the apparent intent to seize both her life and wealth. Now that it seemed the perpetrator was likely within the Demon Court, Di Jun's suspicion appeared to be the most substantial. After all, in the original narrative, Xihe ultimately ended up with Di Jun, and even her sister, Changxi, became one of Di Jun's concubines. Thus, it seemed plausible that Di Jun would have a motive to conspire against Xihe. I remember now. Suddenly, Dong Wang Gong, seated at the head, seemed to have a revelation, smiting his forehead as he exclaimed, Dijun. Dao friend, Xihe was seated not far from Dijun, which meant all the wine passed through his hands before reaching you. If someone truly poisoned the drink, then the earlier individuals could not have missed it every time. The only possibility is that Dijun, being the one in closest contact, had the opportunity to act. Upon the utterance of these words, a flicker of brilliance flashed in the eyes of the three purities, yet they refrained from voicing their agreement. After all, Dijun now held the title of the Lord of the Demon Court, and coupled with his ambitious nature, alongside the support of formidable beings such as Dong Huang Tai Yi, Fu Shi, Nuwa, and Kuan Peng, it was not inconceivable for the Demon Court to ascend to greater heights in the future. They were cautious not to offend him directly. How repugnant he is. The West Queen Mother, however, was far more forthright, expressing her disdain and contempt for Dijun without reservation. Only Xihe, with her fists clenched tightly, found her suspicions about the three purities and Dong Wanggong's words confirmed. Though she remained silent, the chilling aura and murderous intent emanating from her was palpable to Qing Di, who stood beside her. It was evident that this matter would not conclude easily for Xihe. The prospect of a heavenly marriage with Dijun had transformed into an unending enmity. What a twist! Can Dijun still fulfill the heavenly marriage without Xihe? Can he still give rise to 10 little golden crows? Reflecting inwardly, Qing Di's gaze swiftly settled upon Tong Tian. After a moment's contemplation, he chose to take the initiative, stepping forward to pay his respects, saying, Greetings, Dao friend Tong Tian. I have long heard of your illustrious reputation, and it is indeed a privilege to meet you today. Might I request a moment of your time for a private conversation? With that, Qing Di fixed his gaze intently on Tong Tian, awaiting his response. Chapter 32. The Transaction for the Sea-Settling Pearl. Upon hearing this, the gathered crowd turned to Qing Di in astonishment. Most notably, Dong Wanggong, seated at the head, regarded Qing Di with evident displeasure. After all, he was the lord of the Celestial Court. Despite Xihe and Qing Di having spent many years on Penglai Island, they had never properly acknowledged his presence. Now, with the three purities in attendance, Qing Di had audaciously chosen to overlook Dong Wanggong in favor of seeking Tong Tian. A blatant disregard for etiquette and respect. Not only he, but Laozi, Yuan Shi, and the West Queen Mother also regarded Qing Di with perplexity. Unable to fathom why he would opt to approach Tong Tian, especially in such a public setting, completely disregarding Dong Wanggong's dignity. What business do you have with me? Tong Tian paid no mind to the tension, instead feeling quite honored by Qing Di's attention. For this very reason, Tong Tian felt a surge of happiness. As the three purities were indeed one body, yet most decisions were made by Laozi and Yuan Shi, leaving him often in a role akin to that of a mere observer. Without further ado, Qing Di stated plainly, Dao friend, you possess an item of great necessity for me, and I wish to exchange it for something of my own. Of course, whether the transaction took place would ultimately depend on your choice, Dao friend Tong Tian. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into contemplation. Although they were unaware of Qing Di's desires, it was evident that the item in question was of no ordinary caliber, given its association with Tong Tian. The three purities were no longer the impoverished figures they had once been. They had acquired the vast majority of treasures within the precious divide. Very well. Tong Tian did not refuse. His curiosity piqued. He was eager to learn what Qing Di sought and what he would offer in return. Dear elder brother, second brother, Dao friend Dong Wanggong, Dao friend West Queen Mother, and Dao friend Xihe, I shall take my leave. With a bow, Tong Tian stood and made his way toward the hall's exit. Farewell, esteemed friends. Not wishing to linger on the matter, Qing Di followed suit, bowing respectfully before departing the grand hall alongside Tong Tian. The East Wanggong furrowed his brow in dissatisfaction at the display of discourtesy. Yet, as Qing Di and Xihe were guests of the West Queen Mother, he refrained from expressing his ire. Instead, he forced a smile and turned to the West Queen Mother and Xihe, saying, Please, be seated. Though Dao friend Tong Tian is absent, with Laozi and Yuan Shi present, we can continue our previous discussions. Meanwhile, upon exiting the Celestial Palace, Qing Di and Tong Tian sped away to a secluded location. Once they landed, Tong Tian turned to Qing Di and inquired, Speak, what is it you desire? And what do you offer in exchange? True to his reputation, Tong Tian was succinct and direct. Qing Di wasted no time and replied, The item I seek is not excessively rare. I have learned that Dao friend possesses 24 sea-settling pearls from the precious divide within the Zishao Palace. This item holds significant value for me, prompting my bold request to Dao friend Tong Tian. As for the exchange, at this juncture, Qing Di summoned the Life Tower and inquired, Is this item negotiable? In Qing Di's view, the Life Tower was somewhat of a superfluous entity. While it could significantly restore vitality, its own essence was that of the primordial Saint Qi tree, which inherently emphasized regeneration and vigor. Therefore, the Life Tower held little value for Qing Di at this moment. Acquiring the sea-settling pearls in exchange would be a substantial gain. An exquisite primordial spiritual treasure. Tong Tian was taken aback, impressed by Qing Di's sincerity. He was well aware of the sea-settling pearls, which, while numbering 24, were merely mid-grade primordial spiritual treasures. Even when combined, their power could rival that of an exquisite primordial spiritual treasure, yet they still differed from true top-tier treasures. It must be said, Qing Di's bargaining chip was considerable enough to pique Tong Tian's interest. However, he did not readily acquiesce and instead asked, "Might you elaborate on the capabilities of this tower? You seek the sea-settling pearls, so you must have knowledge of their properties. Yet I remain uninformed regarding the tower's functions and value." "Certainly." With a smile, Qing Di recognized the opportunity had arisen. Tong Tian would not inquire unless he was genuinely intrigued. With this in mind, Qing Di elaborated. "The Life Tower is an exquisite primordial spiritual treasure, containing 36 primordial prohibitions. Moreover, when positioned above one's head, it forms a protective barrier of life, infused with the essence of life itself. During combat, you can draw upon this life force to heal injuries, even maintaining your condition at its peak. It is to be noted that possessing it would exponentially enhance your combat prowess, especially considering your expertise in swordsmanship and formations, where your defenses may be lacking. This is not mere conjecture. Based on the original text from the period of the Fengshen, the disciples of the have predominantly acquired offensive artifacts, with defensive treasures being exceedingly rare. The exquisite innate spiritual treasures are even scarcer. It is reasonable to surmise that upon learning the details of the Tower of Life, Tong Tian was moved. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the 24 sea-controlling pearls and unhesitatingly handed them to Qing Di, declaring, "I accept this trade. From this moment forth, these 24 sea-controlling pearls belong to you, my friend." With a grateful heart, Qing Di stored the pearls, feeling a wave of relief wash over him, accompanied by a knowing smile. The sea-controlling pearls were now in his possession. Next, he merely needed to find an opportune moment to eliminate Randall, seize his Qian Kun ruler. And then the evolution of the 24 heavens would face no hindrance. Once he ascended to the quasi-saint realm, he would be invincible among his peers. With this thought in mind, Qing Di resolutely retracted his consciousness imprint from the Tower of Life and promptly offered it to Tong Tian. "Tong Tian, this Tower of Life now belongs to you. However, I advise you to keep this matter confidential, given your exceptional offensive prowess. Should others learn that you possess a defensive-grade innate spiritual treasure, you may attract jealousy or even schemes against you." Tong Tian, however, dismissed the concern with a hearty laugh. After collecting the Tower of Life, he said, "Thank you for your advice. Yet, with my 3 brothers united, there is truly little to fear in the vast wilderness. This item is indeed crucial for me. If you desire anything else that is not of the exquisite innate spiritual treasure caliber, I can certainly offer you 1 or 2 additional items." At this point, a flicker of resentment crossed Tong Tian's eyes. He vividly recalled the harrowing encounters within the territory of the Wu clan. The formidable defensive capabilities of the ancestral shaman had left him struggling even with the 4 swords of extermination in hand. Lacking a protective treasure, the emergence of the Tower of Life had indeed rectified a significant shortcoming within him. Hence, Tong Tian now regarded Qing Di with a friendly gaze, even proactively suggesting to gift him 1 or 2 innate spiritual treasures as compensation. Chapter 33. The Innate 5 Elements Pearls, the Invasion of the Xian Turtle. Upon hearing this, Qing Di was taken aback. He had not anticipated Tong Tian to be so generous. What was initially a fair trade now included an offer of compensation. True to his nature of not passing up a good deal, Qing Di pondered momentarily before responding, "To be honest, I am unaware of the specific treasures you obtained within the treasure cliff." The sea-controlling pearls were news he had stumbled upon inadvertently. He wondered if Tong Tian would permit him a glimpse of them. Of course, Tong Tian replied with a hearty laugh, not refusing. With a sweeping gesture, a cloud of auspiciousness materialized, revealing a plethora of dazzling innate spiritual treasures, their brilliance so intense that one could hardly bear to look directly at them. Among these, Qing Di noticed not only ordinary innate spiritual treasures, but also several exquisite ones. However, as he had surmised earlier, these exquisite treasures were all offensively inclined, with none possessing defensive properties. Indeed, Hong Jun had meticulously calculated this. The absence of defensive artifacts and those capable of suppressing fortune was a strategy to prevent Tong Tian's from truly standing alone in the future. If Tong Tian were to acquire treasures like the Chaos Bell, the Taiji Diagram, or the Panga Banner, capable of suppressing fortune, his sect would not face utter defeat nor extinction. His future might even hold the promise of rivaling Hong Jun. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Qing Di's gaze settled on 5 pearls radiating various hues. "Tong Tian, I have set my sights on the innate 5 elements pearls. They consist of the innate metal pearl, the innate water pearl, the innate fire pearl, the innate earth pearl, and the innate wood pearl. Each is a superior innate spiritual treasure, embodying the primordial forces of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Should I acquire them, I could seamlessly integrate them into my Qianyuan pearl. Though the Qianyuan pearl is merely an exquisite innate spiritual treasure, with proper manipulation, it has the potential to ascend to the status of an innate supreme treasure. While it may only serve as an auxiliary supreme treasure, its value is immeasurable, especially for one like Qingdi, who practices the divine path. It is of equal importance to the legendary Book of No Words. Certainly, with a sweeping gesture, the innate 5 elements pearls soared forth from the auspicious cloud. After bestowing them upon Qingdi, Tongtian remarked, "Very well, Qingdi, our trade is now thoroughly concluded. If you have no further matters at hand, it is time for us to return. The grand banquet hosted by Dong Wanggong is no trivial affair." Nodding, Qingdi understood Tongtian's intent. Until Dong Wanggong's demise, it was essential to maintain decorum. Primarily, Qingdi also wished to witness the legendary Book of No Words and ascertain if he could acquire it. "Please, Tongtian, hold on." However, Qingdi did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, he halted Tongtian's departure, saying, "Tongtian, the trade is complete, yet there is something I am quite curious about, and I would like to seek your clarification." "Oh," Tongtian paused, casting a quizzical glance at Qingdi, then replied, "Please, speak your mind. As long as it does not pertain to personal secrets, I shall answer without reservation." The trade of the Tower of Life had greatly pleased Tongtian, elevating his regard for Qingdi significantly. Otherwise, he would not have stayed to provide answers, as the pride of the Sanqing was beyond question. "Thank you." With a smile, Qingdi wasted no time and directly inquired, "Tongtian, why do you not cultivate through strength to attain the Tao? As I understand, you initially obtained the 4 swords of extermination and the formation diagram in the Xihe Palace, which are incapable of suppressing fortune. In such circumstances, becoming a saint of the heavenly Tao does not seem advantageous for you." With that, Qingdi fixed his gaze intently upon Tongtian. This piqued his curiosity, as he sought to gauge the sentiments of Tongtian and the other saints of the heavenly Tao. If possible, Qingdi wished to prevent the likes of the 3 purities from ascending to the status of heavenly Tao saints. After all, he was now at odds with Hongjun, even opposing the heavenly Tao itself. Thus, it was imperative to undermine the strength of Hongjun's followers. With a bitter smile, Tongtian shook his head and remarked, "It is not that I am unwilling, but rather that we have no room for choice. Dear friend Qingdi, let us depart. It is time for us to return. As for the matter of transformation, the primordial purple energy has already fused with our primordial spirits. Unless I abandon my primordial spirit, which I am not inclined to do," Tongtian concluded, taking his leave with a hint of melancholy. Understanding dawned upon Qingdi, illuminating the reasons behind their predicament. A glimmer of insight sparked in his eyes, and he promptly followed Tongtian. While it was indeed impossible to extricate the primordial purple energy from the primordial spirit, Qingdi believed there were resolute methods to consider, depending on the choices of Tongtian and his companions. In a short while, Qingdi and Tongtian returned to the grand hall of the immortal court. Upon their return, Dong Wanggong and the others displayed expressions of curiosity. However, they refrained from inquiring further, as this transaction had transpired privately between Qingdi and Tongtian. Even Laozi and Yuanshi merely opened their mouths to speak, but did not pursue further questions. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Qingdi and Tongtian proceeded to their respective seats. "Esteemed friend Dong Wanggong," at this moment, the primordial one inquired, "is it true that you intend to unveil the wordless heavenly scripture in search of a fated individual?" Upon hearing this, the recently seated Qingdi immediately cast a glance towards the Eastern Prince. Similarly, Laozi, Tongtian, and Xihe were no exception. After all, according to external rumors, the wordless heavenly scripture was said to rival the innate treasures and may even possess the potential to become one. Indeed, it is true. With a hearty laugh, the Eastern Prince did not keep them in suspense. He raised his wine cup and slowly declared, "In less than a century, the banquet will commence. At that time, if you, my esteemed friends, are interested, you may attempt to subdue the wordless heavenly scripture. However, be warned, this scripture is exceedingly unique and powerful. Failure may result in a backlash, so prepare yourselves mentally." Receiving this affirmative response, the 3 pure ones, Qingdi and Xihe, all displayed smiles. Then, Laozi spoke slowly. "It is a matter of destiny. If one wishes to obtain the wordless heavenly scripture, one must naturally be prepared to pay the price." Before Laozi could finish, a hurried sound of footsteps resonated through the hall. A guardian from the celestial court abruptly entered, bowing respectfully. "I report to you, esteemed Eastern Prince. An enormous black tortoise has appeared beyond Penglai Island, and is currently assaulting the protective barrier, causing significant damage in several areas." The black tortoise? Attacking Penglai Island? Upon hearing this, the gathered individuals were left utterly astonished. This is indeed the stronghold of the celestial court, presided over by the Eastern King, with numerous quasi-saints of the celestial court residing within. From whence has this audacious tortoise emerged? Is it not courting death? Such insolence! It is to be expected that the Eastern King shall be furious. In an instant, as he slammed his palm on the table, his formidable power, akin to that of a perfected sage, surged forth, transforming his countenance into one of utmost displeasure. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, "Cursed tortoise! I should never have spared your life. How dare you assault my Penglai Island? Today, I shall see you slain." With that, the Eastern King vanished in a flash. Soaring out of the hall. Witnessing this scene, Qing Di, Xihe, Laozi, Yuan Shi, and Tong Tian exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by the Eastern King's wrath. Only the Western Queen maintained a calm demeanor, clearly aware of the underlying reasons. Dear friend, what is the story behind this tortoise? Laozi instinctively inquired, noticing the Western Queen's reaction. Upon hearing this, Qing Di and the others turned their curious gazes towards her. With a sigh, the Western Queen rose and spoke. This matter is one of our failures towards the tortoise. The original wordless book was indeed a gift from him, but with the condition that we assist him in taking form. However, after obtaining the book, the Eastern King did not fulfill his promise. As the Western Queen recounted the tale, Qing Di and the others quickly grasped the situation. After exchanging glances, Qing Di suggested, in that case, shall we not go and see for ourselves? At this moment, he was certain that this tortoise was destined to be the very one whose limbs would be severed by Tong Tian and forged into the pillar of heaven, replacing the Mount Buzhou to support the world of the primordial. Records indicate that the tortoise possesses immense strength and an extraordinarily unique lineage, seemingly a half-chaotic demon god, which is why it cannot take form. To reach the stage of transformation, it must attain the level of a primordial sage. Yet, in this epoch dominated by Hongjun, such advancement appears nearly impossible, especially with the 6 sages governing the primordial realm, as none would willingly allow a rival to emerge or share their own interests. Indeed, your words carry great weight. In an instant, Laozi, Yuan Shi, Tong Tian, and Xihe all nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the group hastily departed the grand hall, racing towards the outside world. Boom, boom. Outside Penglai Island, the gargantuan tortoise relentlessly assaulted the island's protective barrier. Its inherent strength was formidable, and although its realm was concealed, it was not inferior to that of a perfected sage, even approaching the pinnacle of sagehood. This has resulted in the formidable protective array of Penglai Island being unable to withstand the relentless assaults, leading to countless fissures appearing and the spiritual energy within the island becoming wildly turbulent. Xiangui, you have gone too far. Do you truly believe that your unparalleled defenses grant you the liberty to act without restraint? Today, let you learn that my celestial court is not to be trifled with. At this moment, the quasi-saint powers within the celestial court arrived outside the island. Upon witnessing Xiangui's behavior, the 18 mid-quasi-saint cultivators launched a fierce counterattack. Instantly, innumerable spells and divine abilities descended from the heavens, relentlessly bombarding Xiangui's massive form. The thunderous explosions echoed as spells detonated, their terrifying might even fracturing the very fabric of space, creating numerous rifts through which chaotic spatial currents rampaged, voraciously consuming and destroying everything in their vicinity. With such overwhelming force, even a slight misstep could spell doom for a quasi-saint. Yet, when these terrifying spatial currents reached Xiangui, they silently shattered, posing no threat whatsoever. The faint azure glow emanating from Xiangui's shell repelled all attacks and destruction. Dong Wanggong, come forth, he roared, the azure radiance around him intensifying. Accompanied by the ferocious surge of magical power, streams of water converged into towering columns, transforming into spears of water that hurled towards the 18 quasi-saint powers in the sky. Damn it, this turtle shell is truly impervious. Its defense rivals even the finest innate spiritual treasures. Faced with this situation, the 18 quasi-saint beings' expressions darkened, and as they swiftly evaded the water spears, they formed formations in groups of 3 or 5, combining their powers to unleash spells and divine abilities against Xiangui. Unfortunately, reality turned out to be cruel. No matter how they attacked, Xiangui remained as immovable as a mountain, his shell blocking all assaults, rendering the attacks of the 18 mid-quasi-saint cultivators utterly feeble before him. Just then, Dong Wanggong's furious roar resounded. In the next moment, his figure appeared in the vicinity outside Penglai Island, wielding the finest innate spiritual treasure, the dragon-headed staff, gazing down at Xiangui's colossal form. Gritting his teeth as he declared, Penglai Island is the stronghold of my celestial court. Do you seek to provoke me to the death? As soon as these words were uttered, the 18 quasi-saints collectively exhaled in relief. After exchanging glances, they rapidly positioned themselves behind Dong Wanggong, their gazes imbued with murderous intent, fixated on Xiangui. If given the chance, they would relish the opportunity to dismember him. Yet Xiangui's defenses were simply too formidable for them to breach. With the true master present, Xiangui ceased his assault on Penglai Island. Lifting his head, his eyes, akin to suns, burned with fury, a chilling and icy murderous intent radiating from them. Xiangui's voice was frosty. I offer you 2 choices. Either fulfill your promise to assist me in taking form, or hand over the wordless heavenly book, and I shall depart. Otherwise, the mere protective array will not withstand me, and Penglai Island will be reduced to ruins. Scoundrel! Gritting his teeth, Dong Wanggong had not anticipated Xiangui's audacity. It was precisely this that made him regret not having acted decisively in the past. However, now that the latter had come to provoke him, he would certainly not show any mercy, whether to assist in his transformation or relinquish the wordless heavenly book. Neither was feasible for Dong Wanggong. Die, he growled, channeling his mid-quasi-saint magical power into the dragon-headed staff. In the next moment, a dragon's roar reverberated throughout the surroundings. The dragon-headed staff blazed with golden light, transforming into a 9-clawed golden dragon that soared into the sky, exuding an aura akin to Dong Wanggong. Its claws poised to strike at Xihe on the sea's surface, warping the space in its wake, as the 9-clawed golden dragon seemed intent on obliterating everything in its path. The sound of the explosion resounded as the claws of the 9-clawed golden dragon struck fiercely against Xihe's shell. The two terrifying forces converged, clashing and counteracting each other, eventually settling into a calm that was visible to the naked eye. Yet, Xihe's shell remained unscathed, while the prized innate spiritual treasure, the dragon-headed staff, emitted a mournful cry, the massive 9-clawed golden dragon vanishing, leaving only the dimmed staff returning to Dong Wanggong's grasp. How is this possible? How could your defensive power have increased so dramatically? Staring blankly at the scene, Dong Wanggong was left dumbfounded. In the past, he had deceived Xihe into surrendering the wordless heavenly book precisely because the latter could not take form and was even weaker than himself. Thus, Dong Wanggong had always felt secure, never truly considering him a threat. But now, in such a brief span of time, the Xihe has remarkably grown stronger, particularly in terms of its defense, which is astonishingly more formidable than even the physical defenses of the ancestral witch. Truly, it deserves the title of the foremost Xihe in the realm. Its unparalleled defense is indeed extraordinary. With such fortitude, even the ancestral, which would surely retreat in deference. At this moment, Qing Di, Laozi, Yuanshi, Tontian, Xihe, and the Queen Mother of the West had already arrived at the battlefield. Upon witnessing the situation of the Xihe, a flicker of astonishment appeared on their faces. Particularly, Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tontian cast glances at the formidable defensive capabilities of the Xihe with a hint of envy. Previously, they had been severely beaten by the ancestral witch on Buzhou Mountain, leaving them with psychological scars. Except for Laozi, who possessed the treasure of the Tianyi Tower and remained unafraid, Yuanshi and Tontian had suffered significant losses. Thus, when Qing Di proposed a trade involving the Tower of Life, Tontian readily agreed, even going so far as to offer the innate 5 elements pearl alongside the promised Dihai pearl. Indeed, it was he. Qing Di narrowed his eyes. He had suspected that the Xihe was the entity destined to be slain by Tontian, and upon seeing its true form, his conviction deepened. For a moment, Qing Di felt a surge of ambition, not for any other reason, but because the Xihe was a semi-chaotic demon god, with no possibility of transformation or attaining the Tao of the primordial. However, should the Xihe submit to him, he could fully maximize its value. A semi-chaotic demon god's body, if integrated into the Qianyuan pearl, could completely evolve the contained small 1,000 worlds, potentially transforming them into a great 1,000 worlds, or even surpassing that threshold. If the Qianyuan pearl were to reach such a stage, it could be dubbed a small Hongwang world, allowing him to create myriad beings and cultivate countless followers who would continually offer their devotion. As for the 24 heavens, once refined, they could indeed greatly enhance Qing Di's strength, but they would require his active participation in converting believers or relocating beings into them to become his followers. One involved self-creation, while the other provided shelter. The two were not comparable. East Wanggong, surrender the wordless heavenly book, or today I shall destroy your Taoist temple and obliterate your celestial court. The icy voice of the Xihe echoed, having been deceived for so many years. Its inner fury had reached a boiling point. With East Wanggong showing no mercy in his assault, the Xihe's murderous intent had quietly erupted. Do not assume that the Xihe is a benevolent being. It was, after all, a semi-chaotic demon god, its ferocious nature rivaling that of the ancient beasts of yore. The Xihe gritted its teeth, wishing to tear East Wanggong apart. Yet, the recent attempts had demonstrated that the Xihe's strength had grown to a level far beyond what he could contend with. Surrendering the wordless heavenly book was out of the question, as he needed it to commence the banquet and realize his ambition of strengthening the celestial court, ultimately making it the paramount power of Hongwang. With this thought, East Wanggong instinctively turned to the Sanqing, Qing Di, and Xihe, saying, "Esteemed friends, I implore you to lend me your assistance." Upon hearing this, the Xihe and the celestial court cultivators around them turned their attention, though most gazes were directed at the Sanqing, dismissing Qing Di, whose cultivation was merely at the Deluo golden immortal level. "My apologies, East Wanggong." Seeing the situation, Xihe unhesitatingly declined, stating, "I have merely come as a guest to Penglai Island. This conflict lies solely between you and the Xihe, and I shall not involve myself." Upon hearing this, East Wanggong's expression darkened. Though he felt a surge of dissatisfaction towards Xihe, he concealed it and looked to the Sanqing with a glimmer of hope. After all, the Sanqing's strength was beyond his reach. Most importantly, Yuanshi wielded the Panga banner, a treasure of creation, while Tongtian possessed the four swords of Zhuming that even the four saints could not breach. With their assistance, the impenetrable shell of the Xiangui would pose no problem. Sanqing, I advise you to refrain from meddling in this matter. Before Laozi or the others could speak, the Xiangui coldly snorted from a distance. Heed the words of the Taoist master. I have completely abandoned the opportunity for transformation and fully condensed my essence within this form. Even your innate treasures cannot harm me. Conversely, I can traverse freely. Today, I can breach the protective array of Penglai Island, and in the future, I can dismantle the prohibitions of your Kunlun Mountain. The moment these words were spoken, Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tongtian's expressions darkened. Although they had no intention of intervening, the Xiangui's threat nonetheless stripped them of their dignity. They could not afford to disregard the Xiangui's menace. After all, if what it spoke was true, they would soon find themselves in grave trouble. Though they were unaware of the Xiangui's current limits, provoking an opponent who had surpassed the late-stage quasi-saint and walked the path of strength was not something they wished to encounter. You worry too much, Xiangui. With this thought, Laozi swallowed his pride and spoke. We have merely come as guests to Penglai Island today. Moreover, our goal is to witness the legendary wordless heavenly book, with no intention of becoming enemies with you. Upon hearing this, the Xiangui's expression remained unchanged. However, East Wanggong's countenance turned as cold as ice. He realized that the Sanqing and Xihe were unwilling to assist him. With this realization, East Wanggong gritted his teeth, thinking, Sanqing, Xihe, you shall pay for your disdain. Once my plans come to fruition, I shall see how you maintain your arrogance. When I attain the Tao and become a saint, you will regret your actions today for all eternity. Roiling within, East Wanggong did not give up. Instead, he produced a formation map and proclaimed, Where are the cultivators of the celestial court? Chapter 36. East Wanggong's hidden card, the 10,000 Immortals formation? Here, here. The responses echoed throughout the heavens. Countless sounds of breaking air resonated, as numerous cultivators flew out from various regions of Penglai Island. Within a mere breath, tens of thousands of cultivators had filled the entire sky, so densely packed that even the sun was obscured. Goodness, the celestial court is quite populous. Observing this scene, Qing couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Although he had spent hundreds of years on Penglai Island, he had never ventured out to explore, nor had he counted the number of cultivators within. Yet, now faced with the sudden emergence of tens of thousands of cultivators, the sheer number alone surpassed that of most factions in Hongwang, except for the Wu clan and the Demon Court. Only the Celestial Court could summon such a multitude in an instant. Indeed, there is strength in numbers. Tongtian suddenly echoed this sentiment. His words opened the floodgates, prompting Laozi and Yuanshi to chime in. Truly, the Celestial Court, the original power of Hongwang, possesses some remarkable means. Though the number of quasi-saints was few and only a third were Deluo Golden Immortals, it was clear that there was potential for development. After all, Penglai Island's geographic position was excellent, rivaling Buzhou Mountain and Kunlun Mountain. Yet, why did the Celestial Court recruit so many lowly beings? Their overwhelming demonic aura was quite repugnant. Listening to the words of the Sanqing and Qing, the Queen Mother of the West wore a complex expression. The Celestial Court. In the ancient primordial era, the foremost power was revered, and it was precisely this significance that led her to choose to become a Tao partner with the Eastern Sovereign. However, the Western Queen Mother also possessed her own boundaries. Her ultimate aim was to attain enlightenment. Thus, she made an agreement with the Eastern Sovereign, stipulating that the final step could only be taken when they truly commanded the Celestial Court over the primordial realm. Yet, who could have anticipated the subsequent clandestine resurgence of the Witch Clan? The Eastern Emperor Tai, Emperor Jun, Fuxi, Nuwa, and Kuanping united to establish the Monster Court. Although the Monster Court may currently lack the numbers of the Celestial Court, its intrinsic elite combat prowess is beyond comparison with that of the Celestial Court. In recent years, countless cultivators have opted to join the Demon Court rather than the Celestial Court, leading to the gradual decline of the once illustrious Celestial Court, which is now even facing the threat of dissolution. At this moment, the low roar of the Eastern King echoed once more. In the next instant, the formation diagram in his hand radiated brilliantly. Accompanied by an enigmatic aura, tens of thousands of cultivators were drawn directly into the vast array, constructing an independent little world. Simultaneously, the aura emanating from the Eastern King began to surge. Perfected Sage, great perfection of Sage, ultimate Sage. He attained the pinnacle of the perfected Sage stage. Only a hair's breadth away from reaching the semi-saint realm, his overwhelming pressure radiating an extraordinary terror. How could this be? What kind of formation is this that nearly elevates the Eastern King to the semi-saint level? Tongtian could not help but exclaim. As a master of formations, his obsession with array techniques was profound. Moreover, holding the four swords of Zhu Xian and the Zhu Xian formation diagram, he was undoubtedly the foremost figure in the primordial formation realm. Yet now, the Eastern King's display had utterly stunned him. Perfected Sage at its zenith. On the verge of the semi-saint stage, this terrifying enhancement provoked both desire and envy. How could it be so powerful? Both Laozi and Yuanshi were taken aback. They never anticipated that the Eastern King possessed such a hidden strength. For a moment, both felt a pang of regret for not offering their assistance earlier. With this grand array in play, the Eastern King's status within the primordial realm was as stable as a mountain, unless a saint appeared or numerous semi-saints emerged. His position was unassailable, perfected sage at its apex. On the ocean's surface, the Xihe turtle also grew solemn. He had not expected the Eastern King to be so formidable, and the grand array to be so fearsome. Sensing an aura from the Eastern King that rivaled, even surpassed, his own, the Xihe turtle let out a mighty roar, shaking the heavens. In the next moment, the sea boiled over. Endless waters converged into a vortex, followed by columns of water shooting skyward, spiraling upwards at a visible speed, transforming into a fearsome Xihe turtle that charged toward the Eastern King. Well met. Observing this, the Eastern King let out a proud roar. He then wielded his dragon head staff once more, transforming it into a nine-headed, clawing golden dragon that surged forward to meet the oncoming threat. Boom, boom. The thunderous sounds resonated continuously, marking the commencement of the battle between the Xihe turtle and the Eastern King. Two entities nearing the semi-saint level clashed, and the terrifying aftermath left Qing and others struggling to withstand the pressure. With a roar, Laozi summoned the heavenly yellow tower to shield himself, Yuanshi, and Tantian. Simultaneously, Xihe unhesitatingly called forth the Qiankuan cauldron. In the next moment, the Qiankuan cauldron descended, enveloping Qing, Xihe, and the Queen Mother of the West in its protective glow. The Qiankuan cauldron, a treasure of innate origin. This scene immediately drew the attention of both Laozi and Tantian. Their hearts were stirred by the sight of the Qiankuan ding, a primordial treasure of immense significance. Particularly for Tantian, who lacked such an innate artifact while his elder and second brother possessed theirs. Although the four swords of Xihe were formidable, perhaps even surpassing innate treasures in strength, they lacked the true essence of a primordial artifact. They did not possess the ability to suppress fate or provide protection. Truly, the Qiankuan ding exemplified the power of a primordial treasure. The residual waves were contained, and Qing reflexively cast a glance at the Qiankuan ding, feeling a surge of emotion within. However, he held no particular desire for it. Despite its merits, he recognized that he had no practical use for it. He was neither an artifact forger nor an alchemist. The true value of the Qiankuan ding lay in its ability to counteract the innate rather than serve an offense or defense. As time passed, the battle between the Eastern King and the Xihe intensified, causing the spatial realm outside of Penglai Island to collapse, shatter, and disintegrate. Under such circumstances, Qing and his companions were compelled to retreat a distance, wishing to avoid being engulfed in the chaos. Simultaneously, more and more invited cultivators hastened to the gathering. Upon witnessing the battle outside Penglai Island, countless powerful beings could not suppress their astonishment, exclaiming in disbelief, "My heavens, what is happening? The Eastern King is so formidable. And what of the Xihe? How can he be so powerful without having transformed?" Approaching the threshold of a demigod, it was indeed terrifying. The Eastern King's formation was impressive, capable of channeling the strength of tens of thousands of cultivators into himself. Particularly, the figures from the demon court, Emperor Jun, Dong Huang Tai Yi, Fu Shi, Nu Hua, Kuan Peng, Bai Zhe, turned pale with fear upon witnessing the Eastern King's near demigod prowess. Chapter 37, The Gathering of Deities. Has the Xihe fallen into madness? How could this be? The Eastern King, on what grounds? Such a formation, capable of augmenting its wielder with the strength of all, had reached an unprecedented level. Similar formations had existed in the past, but they had only been able to achieve the peak of quasi-sainthood and could not advance further. The Eastern King's formation, gathering tens of thousands of disparate beings, was nearing the realm of a demigod. If the numbers were greater and the strength stronger, would it not ascend to the stages of demigod, false saint, or even rival the saints themselves? Clenching their fists, the expressions of Emperor Jun, Dong Huang Tai Yi, and others grew grim and serious. After all, the demon court's ambition to grow stronger undoubtedly relied on absorbing the celestial court. Likewise, for the celestial court to become the foremost power in the primordial world, it too needed to consume the demon court. The two sides had reached an irreconcilable state, and the Eastern King's revealed trump card left them deeply unsettled. A glance among themselves extinguished any lingering thoughts of countering the celestial court. They had all successfully transitioned in their cultivation, but aside from Emperor Jun, the rest, Dong Huang Tai Yi, Kuan Peng, and Fu Shi, were still merely in the early stages of quasi-sainthood. Even if their combat strength rivaled that of their former selves who had slain the second corpse, the disparity in realm was still significant. The Eastern King now possessed the capability to annihilate them and potentially obliterate the demon court. Xihe, push forward. Xihe, defeat the Eastern King. Reflexively, Emperor Jun and the others cheered inwardly for the Xihe, yet outwardly, they maintained a serious demeanor. seemingly engrossed in the clash between the Eastern King and the Xihe. Good heavens! The great powers of the primordial world have arrived. Qing Di immediately sensed the presence of Emperor Jun and the others. As he observed the figures emerging from the sea, his gaze wandered in search of Randang. The 24 sea-calming pearls were already in his possession. What remained was to acquire the Qiankuan. Once he possessed the Qiankuan, he could create the 24 heavens, thereby consolidating a divine status and entering the quasi-saint phase. There were still many quasi-saints within the primordial realm, though the number of late-stage quasi-saints had diminished significantly, with most being early to mid-stage. Of course, there were those who had not transitioned. However, those who pursued the path of slaying 3 corpses possessed inherently lower strength, rendering them incapable of contending with or matching their peers in the same realm, especially under conditions of personal shortcomings. Is he not here? Has Randang not arrived? Or is it that he lacks the qualifications? After scanning the surroundings, Qing Di could not help but frown. His failure to locate Randang suggested that the latter might not make an appearance on Penglai Island. Considering that Randang had joined the Chan sect at the level of a great Luo Jingxian, it seemed reasonable that he would not be present here. Contemplating this, Qing Di instinctively shifted his gaze towards Xihe and Zhu Yi. As acquaintances of Randang, Xihe and Zhu Yi would likely know his whereabouts. It was time to devise a plan to extract information about Randang from them. Emperor Jun. At that moment, Xihe's frigid voice, laced with resentment, rang out. Upon hearing this, Qing Di snapped back to reality. Following Xihe's gaze, he immediately spotted Emperor Jun, Dong Huang Tai, and other high-ranking members of the demon court gathered together. He thought to himself, indeed, it was Emperor Jun who orchestrated the events of the past. In truth, he felt a sense of gratitude towards him. Had it not been for Emperor Jun's machinations, he would never have had the opportunity to engage with Xihe and awaken his system. As he contemplated this, Qing Di's gaze involuntarily swept towards Shi Wangmu. Undeniably, she had become one of Qing Di's targets. However, due to the disparity in their strengths, Qing Di refrained from revealing his intentions. Yet, once his own power was sufficient, he would need to set his plans into motion. Ultimately, the primordial world was one where strength reigned supreme. If he were at the level of Hong Jun, he would not need to consider strategies or favorability. A mere inclination towards him would suffice to prompt a response. Perhaps even an affirmative one. Xihe, you must not. The Queen Mother of the West sensed the discord in Xihe's tone and promptly intervened. Although she, too, harbored profound disdain for the actions of Di Jun and his ilk, even contemplating aiding Xihe in exacting a brutal vengeance, she recognized that Di Jun was, after all, the sovereign of the demon court. The formidable presence of Eastern Emperor Tai and his companions was not to be trifled with. Confronting them would not be a simple endeavor. Thank you, the Queen Mother of the West said. With her intervention, Xihe regained her composure, taking a deep breath to suppress the murderous intent she felt towards Di Jun. Yet, the tension in her clenched fists betrayed her inner turmoil. At that moment, the furious roar of the Xiangue resonated through the heavens and earth. The scene revealed that Xiangue had failed in his magical duel. Countless jets of water exploded, shattering the surrounding area as if a torrential downpour had commenced. The 9-headed golden dragon roared and writhed in the air, launching an assault on Xiangue from all directions. Bang, bang, bang. The incessant sounds of collision echoed, causing Xiangue's shell to tremble slightly, faint cracks beginning to surface. Having elevated his strength to a stage perilously close to that of a half-saint, coupled with the power of an exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the Eastern Emperor had gained the upper hand. His strikes were merciless, clearly aimed at obliterating Xiangue. Have we lost? Many powerful beings sighed internally at this turn of events. Truth be told, they all hoped for Xiangue's victory. Such an outcome would leave the Eastern Emperor severely weakened, thus presenting them with an opportunity. Alas, the Eastern Emperor prevailed. With the formation in his grasp, no one dared to challenge him. At least for the foreseeable future, no one possessed the courage to do so. Xiangue perished. After sustaining the battle for some time, the Eastern Emperor seized the dragon-headed staff and charged towards Xiangue like a streak of light. Damn it! Realizing the impending danger, Xiangue immediately perceived the murderous intent exuding from the Eastern Emperor. Though reluctant, he understood that he could no longer contend with him. As long as I survive, there will always be hope, Xiangue thought, his eyes suddenly glowing with a fierce purple light. Following this, a chilling demonic aura surged forth from his body. Gradually, Xiangue's head transformed into that of a dragon, his eyes shimmering with a purple hue as he let out a low growl. Roar. In the next moment, an irresistible wave of demonic energy erupted, enveloping not only the Eastern Emperor, but also the surrounding cultivators. Chapter 38. The Surge of Inner Demons. The collapse of the 10,000 Immortals formation. Is this demonic energy? Has Xiangue succumbed to madness? In an instant, the heavens and earth lost their color, and the expressions of countless powerful beings shifted dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, they all retreated in haste, unwilling to linger any longer in that perilous place. Demons. This concept did not exist at the dawn of creation. However, following the fierce competition among the dragon, phoenix, and Xihe, the notion of evil has become deeply ingrained in the hearts and minds of all beings in the primordial world, who are not only aware of its existence, but also cognizant of its terrifying nature. The heart's demon at its core is an existence that countless cultivators shun. For once a cultivator is afflicted by this inner turmoil, their lifelong pursuit of mastery is nearly doomed to failure. Unless one can vanquish this inner demon, can such a condition be easily altered? Particularly in the case of the legendary battle between Hanjun and Luo Ho, which annihilated the entire western expanse of the primordial world. Although Luo Ho was defeated, his transformation into a demonic entity, coupled with the chilling phrase "as the demon grows, the path diminishes," has since become one of the fundamental tenets of the primordial realm. Consequently, the surging demonic energy within the Xihe turtle signifies a clear inclination towards demonic possession, prompting countless cultivators to recoil in fear, apprehensive of being tainted by this malevolent energy, leading to potential madness and the emergence of inner demons. Brother, has this Xihe turtle succumbed to the demonic path? Under the heavenly Xihe yellow tower, Tong Tian's astonishment was palpable. Similarly, Yuan Shi's expression darkened considerably. They were now recognized as destined saints. Even if they had not yet attained the path of sanctity, their futures were undoubtedly aligned with the orthodox teachings of the Xihe man, rather than the demonic path. In such circumstances, the Xihe turtles' fall into madness could easily render them potential adversaries, a disheartening revelation indeed. It is not the true essence of the demonic path. Laozi observed for a moment before speaking. This is the manifestation of inner demons, likely provoked by the Eastern King. Regardless, the state of demonic possession would undoubtedly amplify the Xihe turtle's strength. Having already approached the threshold of half-sainthood, he was likely to. However, before Laozi could finish his thought, anguished cries erupted around them. Following the sound, it became evident that within the myriad celestial formation linked to the Eastern King, countless cultivators had exploded into nothingness. In an instant, tens of thousands of cultivators had perished beneath the might of the great Luo, causing the formation's numbers to dwindle by a third. While those who survived remained alive, many struggled to endure, unable to hold on much longer. What in the world? Has the formation collapsed? Tong Tian exclaimed in shock. It was not only him. Qing Di, Xihe, the Western Queen Mother, Laozi, Yuan Shi, and others were equally incredulous. The formidable strength of the myriad celestial formation was beyond question. How could it falter so easily after just one encounter? Inner demons. It is the power of inner demons. Suddenly, Qing Di seemed to grasp something. His spirit invigorated as he declared, the Xihe turtle has been triggered by inner demons, causing their power to radiate outward. We, with our innate treasures for protection, are fortunate, but the Eastern King lacks such defenses. Even if he can disregard the invasion of this power due to his formidable cultivation, the formation cannot shield him from the forces of the demonic path. Thus, the cultivators within are succumbing to their explosive demise, unable to withstand the incursion of inner demons. Upon hearing this, the Western Queen Mother, Xihe, Laozi, Yuan Shi, and Tong Tian all experienced a moment of clarity. As they comprehended the situation, the Western Queen Mother, Laozi, and Yuan Shi regarded Qing Di with newfound respect. Although he was merely a great Luo golden immortal, his ability to discern the intricacies of the matter so swiftly was indeed remarkable. Xihe turtle, the Eastern King, was now frenzied, roaring in madness. His hair disheveled. The power that had once been perilously close to half-sainthood plummeted to the zenith of quasi-sainthood. Faced with the relentless invasion of inner demon energy, the Eastern King's eyes turned a fierce red, clearly losing control. Without a moment's hesitation, he plunged into a state of chaotic fury, wielding his dragon-headed staff as he charged towards the Xihe turtle. Yet, with his diminished strength, his attacks lacked their former potency. Even the exceptional innate treasure of the dragon-headed staff could not breach the Xihe turtle's defenses. Instead, under the sway of inner demons, the Xihe turtle unleashed torrents of water infused with demonic energy. The disoriented Eastern King was struck directly, blood spurting from his mouth as he was sent flying. Nevertheless, the Xihe turtle showed no signs of relenting. Regardless of the Eastern King's retreat, its colossal form closed in rapidly, transforming the countless water jets into lethal spears aimed at the Eastern King. This is an opportunity, Xihe. Qing Di's eyes sparkled with realization. He understood that Xihe's goal was to acquire the Eastern King's supreme solar essence. Previously, the Eastern King had been an unstoppable force with the assistance of the myriad celestial formation, but now, with the formation in ruins and his strength waning, coupled with the Xihe turtle's relentless pursuit, this presented a golden opportunity. I am aware. Casting a glance at Qing Di, Xihe felt a stirring within. Observing the Eastern King's increasing desperation beneath the Xihe turtle's onslaught, he quietly began to summon his own power, preparing to strike at any moment. Brother, what shall we do? Yuan Shi and Tong Tian turned to Laozi. Although the Eastern King's defeat seemed inevitable, the fact that the Xihe turtle was now demonic raised the question of whether they should intervene. Do not rush. Laozi shook his head, unwilling to make a firm decision regarding intervention. After all, they had already offended the Eastern King. Even if they were to assist now, it would hardly be seen as a gesture of goodwill. Conversely, should the Eastern King survive, with the formidable reputation of the myriad celestial formation, he would undoubtedly become a future source of trouble, not just for them, but also for the distant Eastern Emperor Taiyi and others, who were now stirring with intent. They were not looking to rescue the Eastern King, but rather to seize the opportunity to profit from his impending demise. Fellow Taoists, save me. In a moment of dire urgency, the Eastern King's cry for help rang out. Turning toward the sound, they beheld the Eastern King in a state of utter disarray, drenched in blood. Yet, driven by his will to survive, he began to employ the blood-burning secret technique to hasten his escape. However, even with this effort, he could not shake off the relentless pursuit of the Xian turtle. He was compelled to plead, "Whoever can repel the Xian turtle, I shall bestow upon them the wordless heavenly book and the diagram of the myriad celestial formation." At this declaration, silence fell across the Eastern Sea. Following this, a chorus of heavy breaths filled the air. The wordless heavenly book, while uncertain in its potential for recognizing a master, was nonetheless intriguing. However, the diagram of the myriad celestial formation was of far greater significance. They had witnessed the Eastern King briefly attain near half-saint combat power through the myriad celestial formation. If they could acquire it, brother, Eastern Emperor Taiyi glanced at Emperor Jun, his meaning unspoken but clear. The potential of the wordless heavenly book was uncertain, yet they were not overly concerned about it. After all, the two brothers possessed exceptional innate treasures, including the sun and moon's essence wheels and the river diagram and Luo book, alongside the chaos bell, a treasure of creation. Yet, they were determined to obtain the diagram of the myriad celestial formation. Just moments ago, the Eastern King had leveraged the celestial court's forces to attain the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, perilously close to half-sainthood. If they secured this formation, combined with their existing treasures, they could contend even with true half-saints. Moreover, should the demon court develop to a certain extent, it would not be impossible for them to harness the myriad celestial formation to achieve temporary saint-level combat power. No, however, before Emperor Jun could voice his thoughts, Kunping interjected, "The Eastern King will not relinquish the diagram of the myriad celestial formation. Even if he were to save him, he would at most relinquish the unadorned tome rather than the diagram of the myriad celestial formations, for this is the very foundation of his existence. Conversely, should he perish here?" At this point, Kunping ceased his discourse. However, Emperor Jun, Donghuang Taiyi, and Fuxi, among others, found their eyes brightened with understanding. Indeed, as Kunping articulated, Dong Wanggong could never genuinely part with such a pivotal secret as the diagram of the myriad celestial formations. Hence, at this juncture, providing assistance to him would be less advantageous than awaiting an opportune moment. Should Dong Wanggong meet his demise, both the unadorned tome and the diagram of the myriad celestial formations would become unclaimed treasures, and they would not lack the means or possibility to seize them. Many others harbored similar sentiments as well. This also led to a profound silence over the vast ocean following the cries of the Eastern Lord. Yet no cultivator ventured forth to offer assistance. Cursed be it! Cursed be it! Observing this situation, the Eastern Lord was acutely aware of the intentions of this group. His expression turned ashen, and as he continued to utter curses, he hastened his escape. Moreover, this time he had learned to be prudent. He did not linger within the confines of Penglai Island, but instead made a beeline for the primordial continent. Compared to battling within the ocean against formidable beings like the Xian Gui, entering the terrestrial realm would allow him to shift the odds in his favor, as there were numerous powerful practitioners on land. Alas, the Eastern Lord must flee. Witnessing this, the cultivators present changed their expressions. They discerned the Eastern Lord's intentions and realized they could not allow him to escape into the interior of the primordial land. Otherwise, whether the Xian Gui could defeat him, given a significant reduction in its combat prowess, remained uncertain. With this thought in mind, a glint of cold brilliance flashed in Kunping's eyes. "Esteemed friends, I shall take my leave first." With that, Kunping leapt into the air, transforming into a colossal golden-winged rock, soaring into the sky and vanishing in an instant. Alas, Kunping intends to seize the treasure. That scoundrel seeks to profit from the chaos. Kunping must not be allowed to succeed. The grand formation of myriad immortals must not fall into his hands. At this moment, the cultivators who were captivated by the grand formation of the 10,000 immortals sprang into action, employing their escape techniques to transform into streaks of light as they swiftly pursued. This also includes figures such as Emperor Jun, Donghuang Taiyi, and Fu Xi from the demon court. It can even be asserted that at this moment, their hearts are more fervent than those of others. The Kunping is the sovereign of the North Sea, revered by all beings within, and among them are not a few quasi-saints and great Luo golden immortals. If Kunping were to obtain the diagram of the 10,000 immortals array, he would master the array and harness the power of the northern underworld, thereby becoming a true sovereign. Naturally, he would no longer remain within the confines of the demon court. After all, Kunpeng's initial entry into the demon court was not by choice. It was a forceful invitation from Dijuan, Dongwang Tai, Fuxi, and Inhua, who compelled him through martial pressure. Once he possesses the strength to resist, how could Kunpeng possibly serve as a subordinate? Brother, shall we proceed? Tong Tian inquired after a moment's hesitation. To be honest, he was also intrigued by the diagram of the 10,000 immortals array. It was an immense temptation for anyone well-versed in formations. Frankly, even if the diagram and a primordial treasure were laid before him, he would unhesitatingly choose the diagram. Let us go. Without further ado, I declared. It was high time to conclude the reign of the Eastern Prince, the foremost among the male immortals. Furthermore, this time we need not intervene, Kunpeng, Dijuan, and the likes would undoubtedly eliminate him, and we could act afterward. With that, I withdrew the Tower of Heaven and Earth. Subsequently, I, Yuan Shi, and Tong Tian swiftly employed our escape techniques and pursued the matter. Sighing, Zhuangmu spoke. Xihe, what should I do? The Eastern Prince is likely facing dire consequences this time. As the queen of the female immortals, Zhuangmu was acutely aware of what the actions of the three pure ones and Dijuan signified. Even if the Xiangui could not slay the Eastern Prince today, he would not return alive. Zhuangmu, I believe the words of Qingdi hold merit. Xihe pondered for a moment before responding. This matter no longer concerns you. It has escalated beyond your involvement. Moreover, after the Penlai Immortal Island faces countless invasions and plunders, if I were you, I would leave this place. Your own Taoist sanctuary lies in the western Kunlun, although not the main vein of Kunlun Mountain. It is a realm of fortune, as long as you offer some benefits to the three pure ones upon your return. Their protection will ensure no one dares to trouble you. Conversely, if you linger here, the downfall of the immortal court will commence with you. Upon hearing this, Zhuangmu's complexion turned ashen. She was unwilling to lose face and did not wish to forfeit her authority as the matriarch of the immortal court. However, in the face of life and death, these concerns paled in significance. As Xihe had stated, if she did not depart now, she would undoubtedly become the next target after the Eastern Prince's demise. Very well, I shall gather my belongings and return to the western Kunlun. Without hesitation, Zhuangmu swiftly made her decision, turning to fly back to Penlai Immortal Island to collect her possessions and bid farewell to her attendants and subordinates. Qingdi, will you accompany me? After Zhuangmu left, Xihe fixed her piercing gaze upon Qingdi. The Eastern Prince's fate was sealed. Her opportunity had arrived. Yet seizing the ultimate yang essence left behind after his death would not be a trivial endeavor. I shall not go, Qingdi replied without hesitation, casting a glance at Xihe. At present, my strength cannot assist you and may even become a liability. Furthermore, it would be prudent to wait until the 10,000 Immortals array and the unwritten heavenly book are contended before making your move. Utilize the power of the Qian Kuan Ding to seize what you can and retreat. Do not attempt to covet those two items, for whoever obtains them shall encounter misfortune. Chapter 40. The core of Penlai Immortal Island. Kunpeng's counterattack. I understand. After casting a deep glance at Qingdi, Xihe recognized the truth in her words. A mere Deluo golden immortal like Qingdi could not provide her with substantial aid. She had realized this from the outset, yet she had inexplicably reached out to Qingdi. Now that they had met, it was clear she needed to plan for her future. With this in mind, Xihe spoke. I shall take my leave first. Depart quickly. This place will not remain safe. Wait. Feeling a warmth in her heart, Qingdi instinctively spoke up. Do not pursue the path of severing the three corpses. It is a dead end. Even if you were to obtain the primordial purple qi, you would remain bound by others throughout your life. Your innate lunar form can be cultivated to its utmost. If you do so, it is not impossible for you to attain the Tao of a Hunyuan saint, living freely without constraints. If you feel insecure, wait a while and shift your cultivation. Once I reach the quasi-saint level, I can protect you. Though their connection was fleeting, Xia's words of concern were sincere, and Qingdi was not devoid of sentiment. Both held feelings for one another. I understand. After casting a detached glance at Qingdi, Xihe transformed into a streak of flowing light and vanished from the scene. Only after departing the confines of Penlai Immortal Island did Xihe allow a slight smile to grace her lips as she murmured, a path of reformed cultivation? Qingdi, I shall await your ascendance. With that, she accelerated towards the fleeing direction of the Eastern Prince. As Xihe departed, Qingdi breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, he did not leave Penlai Immortal Island immediately. Instead, he concealed himself within a region amidst the white clouds. Shortly thereafter, Zhuangmu led a group of female cultivators away from Penlai Immortal Island, heading straight for the western Kunlun. Opportunity. As Zhuangmu and her entourage left, Qingdi surged forth, flying towards Penlai Immortal Island. The formation activated when she departed had yet to close, and in the blink of an eye, he had entered. At that moment, Zhuangmu, sensing something amiss as she turned to glance back at Penlai Immortal Island, caught a glint of cold light in her beautiful eyes and murmured, Qingdi, it seems you have long been plotting. Who could have imagined that just a quarter of an hour ago, she was still the matriarch of the immortal court, only to now find herself a wandering soul. Three pure ones, Demon Court, Mingyi, Xinyuanzi, Qingdi, prepare for my vengeance. With that, Zhuangmu swiftly turned and led her female cultivators away. Meanwhile, after entering Penglai Immortal Island, Qingdi began his search. Due to the earlier events concerning the 10,000 Immortals array, all cultivators within Penglai Immortal Island had already departed, and they were still following the Eastern Prince to escape, with Zhuangmu taking away the last group. The entirety of Penglai Immortal Island was now devoid of inhabitants. In this situation, Qingdi did not rush to collect the treasures left behind by the Immortal Court. Instead, he fervently sought the core of Penglai Immortal Island, the Chaos Fragments. He understood that the Chaos Fragments were the pivotal treasure. As long as he acquired and refined them, Penglai Immortal Island would become his personal domain. Thus, all other treasures within would rightfully belong to him, and he need not waste time scavenging at this moment. I have found you. Not long after, Qingdi discovered the core of the Penglai Immortal Island within the residence of the Eastern King, the Chaotic Fragment. Upon entering, he found himself in a secret chamber where the Chaotic Fragment floated amidst a myriad of restrictions and formations from the outside world. Gaining access to the fragment was no simple feat, however. This challenge did not deter Qingdi. After merely glancing around, he summoned 90% of his divine power and invoked the Great Law Command. I decree, the restrictions and formations before me shall be severed. In the next moment, the Great Law Command erupted forth, causing the formations and restrictions to collapse rapidly, revealing a pathway leading deep within. Yet, Qingdi was drenched in sweat. With blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, he had underestimated the potency of the restrictions within this realm. Even with the forceful destruction enabled by the Great Law Command, the consumption of his magical and divine energy was immense. Despite his formidable foundation, he could not withstand such depletion and was compelled to burn his lifespan to sustain the operation of the Great Law Command. In merely 15 minutes, nearly one-third of the hair on his head had turned silver, a clear indication of severe overconsumption of his lifespan. Fortunately, the restrictions had been completely dismantled, and the power of the Great Law Command gradually waned. Qingdi gasped, I'm utterly exhausted. I nearly drained myself dry. I shall never engage in such uncertain endeavors again. Having expended about a quarter of his life essence, he needed to replenish it swiftly, ideally by obtaining another opportunity for evolution to enhance his foundation once more. Muttering to himself, Qingdi stepped into the secret chamber. Approaching the Chaotic Fragment, he did not immediately commence the process of refinement. Instead, he sat cross-legged to repair himself, restoring his magical and divine power. Meanwhile, on the other side, the gods had initiated their pursuit of the Eastern King. Esteemed Eastern King, please wait. Kunpeng was the first to catch up with the Eastern King, calling out as he hurled a palace towards him. This is the palace of the Demon Master, a manifestation of the celestial merits and the personal abode formed when Kunpeng established the art of demon writing. It is a treasure of acquired merits, with power that rivals even the finest innate spiritual treasures, and it kills without entangling itself in karmic retribution. Kunpeng. As the crisis loomed, the movements of Dong Wanggong faltered momentarily. He narrowly evaded the assault of the palace of the Demon Master, yet at that moment, the Xian turtle had already caught up. In an instant, Dong Wanggong's eyes turned crimson, revealing signs of madness, as he glared at Kunpeng, wishing to rend him into 1,000 pieces. To his utter disbelief, the latter not only refrained from aiding him but instead turned against him. Had he not dodged that previous strike, he would surely have met his demise. Alas, dear friend Dong Wanggong, my apologies, I seem to have miscalculated. Having failed to land his attack, Kunpeng chose not to engage Dong Wanggong directly. Instead, he positioned himself to block any possibility of escape, his face adorned with an expression of guilt as he spoke. Forgive me, Dong Wanggong. It has been quite some time since I last engaged in combat, and my skills have grown rusty. Oh dear, the Xian turtle has caught up. I am no match for him. You must fend for yourself. With that, Kunpeng flapped his wings vigorously, hastily departing the scene. Before his exit, he summoned the winds of the 9 heavens, directing them towards Dong Wanggong, leaving him no chance to retreat into the wilderness, and instead propelling him towards the already approaching Xian turtle. Chapter 41. The Siege of the Gods. The death of Dong Wanggong. Kunpeng. Dong Wanggong's voice was hoarse, the flames of hatred surging within him. All this turmoil was due to Kunpeng. Had it not been for him, would he find himself in such a dire predicament? With his previous speed, the Xian turtle could not have caught up. Safety lay within the wilds. Yet, Dong Wanggong perish. At that moment, the furious roar of the Xian turtle reverberated across the sea. Dong Wanggong felt a wave of darkness wash over him, turning to find the colossal form of the Xian turtle looming behind. Before he could regain his footing, the massive creature collided with him. With a thunderous crash, Dong Wanggong's protective treasures shattered, and several innate spiritual artifacts wailed as they returned to his being. Though he managed to withstand the blow, he was not unscathed. Blood gushed from his mouth, his complexion turned ashen, and his vitality waned to its lowest ebb. Cursed Xian turtle. Dong Wanggong's inner thoughts whirled. At this juncture, He was acutely aware of the precariousness of his situation. If he did not resolve this matter swiftly, death awaited him. Yet, as the monarch of the celestial court, with boundless ambition, how could he resign himself to such an end? With a steely resolve, he retrieved the wordless heavenly book and unhesitatingly hurled it towards the Xihe turtle. Xihe turtle, take this back. You had best leave with it, otherwise, when the other mighty beings arrive, you shall not escape unscathed. Upon hearing this, a flicker of reason crossed the Xihe turtle's crimson eyes. Though ensnared by madness, he had not completely lost his wits to become a mere killing machine. Thus, he recognized that while Dong Wanggong's words were somewhat exaggerated, they contained a kernel of truth. The wordless heavenly book was an unparalleled innate treasure, perhaps even a primal artifact. No being could resist such temptation. Though it was now dangerously close to the realm of the semi-saint, it was still not truly a semi-saint. Should he attract the attention of numerous mighty beings, he would not fare well. Count yourself fortunate, Dong Wanggong. With a cold snort, the Xihe turtle opened its mouth and swallowed the wordless heavenly book whole. Immediately thereafter, its massive form shook violently, summoning torrents of seawater that transformed into columns, surging towards Dong Wanggong. Having completed this act, the Xihe turtle did not linger to witness the outcome, its limbs moving with intricate patterns, propelling its colossal body away at great speed. Cursed creature, block it for me. Seeing this, Dong Wanggong's expression changed drastically. He hastily wielded his dragon-headed staff to defend himself. His strength had greatly diminished, far from the near semi-saint level he had previously attained. Faced with the Xihe turtle's final onslaught, he felt the specter of death creeping ever closer. Boom, boom. The explosive sounds echoed, the dragon-headed staff cried out in anguish, quaking violently, and cracks began to form upon it. Even if it remained intact, the damage inflicted would require millennia to mend. Yet, this alone could not halt the deluge, as several water columns crashed into Dong Wanggong's form. The cries of anguish rang out, and Dong Wanggong spewed blood, while the myriad celestial formations behind him echoed with endless screams. The great Luo golden immortals perished, and the quasi-saints were gravely wounded. In that moment, the entire myriad celestial formation shattered, and Dong Wanggong's aura plummeted to that of an early quasi-saint. Though his realm did not diminish, given his current grievous injuries, he would require considerable time to recover, and the prospect of continuing his conquest of the wilderness appeared nearly impossible. Most critically, his peril was far from over. A prime opportunity. The ever-watchful Kunpeng seized the moment, accelerating towards Dong Wanggong with ferocity. Kunpeng. The threat loomed, and Dong Wanggong was thrown into a panic. His strength had severely waned, and he was grievously injured. Under such circumstances, how could he hope to withstand Kunpeng's attack? In a mere instant, one of Dong Wanggong's arms was severed. A scream erupted as Dong Wanggong's vision turned red with rage. Gazing upon the incoming Kunpeng, a fierce and resolute glint flickered in his eyes. Kunpeng, I shall take your life. With a roar, Dong Wanggong grasped the myriad celestial formation and brandished it. In the next moment, a dozen quasi-saint powers from the celestial court appeared before him. Before they could comprehend the situation, Dong Wanggong had already formed a seal with his hands. Explode. Instantaneously, the bodies of the dozen quasi-saints detonated, unleashing a terrifying force that enveloped both Dong Wanggong and Kunpeng. Boom, boom. The deafening explosions resounded across the East Sea, leaving the swiftly arriving Di Jun, Dong Huang Tai Yi, Laozi, and others stunned by the scene before them. Self-detonation. A dozen quasi-saints have exploded their bodies. The terrifying power displayed here is undeniably comparable to the full-force strike of a perfected saint-level practitioner. Even the lethal techniques left behind by the mystic turtle before its departure pale in comparison at this moment. Fortunately, I did not pursue the Eastern Prince immediately. This madman, the Eastern Prince, is truly insane to resort to self-detonating the bodies of his subordinates. Does he not fear the repercussions? Numerous formidable beings and primordial deities have arrived at this location. Observing the residual waves from the saint-level self-detonation still spreading, they cannot help but swallow hard. Their eyes filled with astonishment, dread, and apprehension. Eastern Prince, I vow to bring about your demise. At this moment, the anguished voice of Kunpeng reverberated through the air. Accompanied by a fierce gale, Kunpeng, drenched in blood, surged forth. His presence diminished, and he continuously spat blood, clearly grievously wounded. Yet, disregarding his own plight, he charged directly towards the equally tragic Dong Wanggong. Alas, we must halt him. Kunpeng must not reach his goal first. Upon witnessing this dire situation, the three clear ones, along with Emperor Jun and others, awakened from their stupor. Without any hesitation, they resolutely took action. At this juncture, Dong Wanggong's demise was inevitable, and they no longer intended to feign indifference, summoning their respective spiritual treasures to assault Dong Wanggong's position. A quarter of an hour later, Dong Wanggong fell. His physical form shattered, his primordial spirit obliterated. He was entirely vanquished under the relentless onslaught of the three clear ones, Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai. Just before the last fragment of his primordial spirit disintegrated, Dong Wanggong's vengeful voice echoed across the sea. 3 clear ones. Jane, Xuanti, Nuwa, Emperor Jun. Dong Huang Tai, Kunping, may you all meet a wretched end. Just wait, for I, Dong Wanggong, shall return for vengeance. At that moment, the dragon head staff, the myriad fairy formation map, and numerous innate spiritual treasures in Dong Wanggong's possession became formless entities, buzzing as they began to flee in all directions. Chapter 42. The complete annihilation of Dong Wanggong and the refinement of the core of Penglai Island Chase. Do not let those treasures escape. The dragon head staff. That is a supreme innate spiritual treasure. It belongs to me. The myriad fairy formation. It is a formation map. Pursue it swiftly. In an instant, the deities were momentarily taken aback. However, once they regained their composure, those innate spiritual treasures had already soared forth, and each deity, with expressions of urgency, began their relentless pursuit. Among them, the dragon head staff and the 10,000 immortals array diagram have become highly sought after, with the vast majority of cultivators pursuing them fervently. In contrast, although there are many high-grade innate spiritual treasures, few have shown interest in chasing after them. At this moment, Xihe appeared at the site of the remnants of the Eastern King Palace. After surveying the area, she summoned the Qing cauldron to absorb all the debris within. Upon completing this task, a smile graced Xihe's face as she murmured, I did not expect this to go so smoothly. With these remnants, I should be able to extract enough of the pure yang essence to resolve my current issues. With that, she stowed away the Qing cauldron and without hesitation transformed into a beam of light, vanishing from the spot, her destination not being the Tyne Star, but rather the direction of the Penglai Immortal Island. Refine it for me. Meanwhile, within the Eastern King Palace of Penglai Immortal Island, Qing Di was nearing the end of his refinement of the chaotic fragments. With a low shout, the power of the law and divine strength surged forth from within him. At that moment, Qing Di's vision blurred, and upon regaining clarity, he found himself in an independent small space. Within this realm, he beheld a diminutive primordial spirit. Before Qing Di could investigate further, the irate voice of the small primordial spirit echoed, Damn you, Kunping. Damn you, Xingwei. And you, Sanqing, Jane, Xuanti, Dijuan, Dong Wang Tai. You are all cursed. All of you must die. Just wait. Once I am resurrected, I will make you pay dearly. Upon hearing this curse, a hint of incredulity flashed in Qing Di's eyes. He never anticipated that while merely refining the core of Penglai Immortal Island, he would encounter the Eastern King Palace. And moreover, the means of its resurrection left behind. From the latter's words, it was evident that the Eastern King had already been slain, and this tiny primordial spirit was his last resort and hope. Yet, would Qing Di grant him an opportunity? Setting aside whether he succeeded, the pure yang essence contained within this small remnant soul was considerable. Furthermore, he required the ownership of Penglai Immortal Island, making the annihilation of the Eastern King's remnant soul an imperative task. With this thought, a cold glimmer flashed in Qing Di's eyes, and with a mere thought, the sword of slaughter appeared in his hand, plunging towards the Eastern King. As the crisis approached, the Eastern King's remnant soul sensed the danger immediately. However, before he could react, Qing Di's sword of slaughter had completely pierced through the soul's form. In the next moment, the laws of slaughter were set into motion. The Eastern King's remnant soul, in terror, realized he could not move, let alone retaliate, under the invasion of the slaughter laws. He found himself utterly devoid of any resistance. Qing Di struggled to lift his head. The Eastern King's remnant soul fixed its gaze upon Qing Di's primordial spirit, an overwhelming hatred radiating from its eyes, wishing nothing more than to rend him apart. Isn't it just me? With a smirk, Qing Di understood that the other party had lost all power to resist. Moreover, as a remnant soul, the Eastern King could not even self-destruct, rendering him no threat whatsoever. With this in mind, Qing Di did not strike immediately. Instead, he raised his left hand towards the Eastern King, proclaiming, I decree, pure yang essence, deprivation. Instantly, the grand decree was enacted, accompanied by the vast consumption of divine and magical power. The pure yang essence within the Eastern King's remnant soul was extracted at a visible rate. In an instant, the cries of the Eastern King's remnant soul reverberated throughout the fragmented space. The wails persisted for over an hour before abruptly ceasing, and the remnant soul of the Eastern King was completely obliterated as Qing Di withdrew the sword of slaughter. However, Qing Di paid little heed to this, instead collecting the small, fist-sized sources of pure yang energy that emanated from the remnants without hesitation. Consequently, the entire space collapsed utterly. Simultaneously, Qing Di in the outside world abruptly opened his eyes, witnessing the chaotic fragments suddenly shining with brilliance. Trembling as he felt the emergence of a small phantom of Penglai Immortal Island before him. With but a thought, he could discern the details and information scattered throughout the island. This signified that the core of Penglai Immortal Island had been entirely grasped by Qing Di. transforming it into his private possession from this day forth. Excellent, excellent. In that moment, Qing Di could not contain his exuberant laughter. Penglai Immortal Island was now his, along with everything left behind by the Celestial Court. Most importantly, as he fully refined Penglai Immortal Island, he faintly sensed the spatial coordinates of Fangzhong Island and Yingzhou Island. This implies that as long as he searches diligently, he will undoubtedly discover these two uncharted celestial islands, untouched and undiscovered by any cultivator. All the resources, treasures of heaven and earth, and innate spiritual artifacts found therein will belong to him. Upon this realization, Qing Di could no longer remain still. With a mere thought, he summoned the chaotic fragment into his consciousness. At that instant, the chaotic fragment emitted a resonant hum. Simultaneously, the Qianyuan pearl, residing within Qing Di's consciousness, burst forth with brilliant light. To Qing Di's astonishment, the two entities remarkably fused together. Subsequently, the entire Penglai Island quietly vanished from the East Sea, having been directly transferred into the Qianyuan pearl. Moreover, as the two merged, the innate restrictions of the Qianyuan pearl ascended to the 39th level, evidently evolving after absorbing the core of Penglai Island. Qing Di swallowed hard, his breath quickening. While he had previously speculated about their fusion, the evolution of the Qianyuan pearl was beyond his expectations. If absorbing Penglai Island could enhance one innate restriction, what would happen if he were to absorb Fangzhong Island and Yingzhou Island as well? Would it not increase the restrictions by 2? Should the innate restrictions of the Qianyuan pearl reach 41, it would attain the status of an innate supreme treasure. With this thought in mind, Qing Di could no longer contain himself and swiftly soared toward the coordinates of Fangzhong Island that he had sensed earlier. Fellow Taoist, please wait. However, before Qing Di could travel far, a voice called out from the side. Turning to investigate, he saw Jane and Juanti, who had somehow arrived at this location, each excitedly clutching a piece of high-grade innate spiritual treasure, their eyes gleaming as if they had spotted prey. Chapter 43. The recognition of Jane and Juanti. It was indeed them. Truly, wishes do come true. Internally, Qing Di could not help but admire Jane and Juanti. After all, in this primordial era, few possessed the audacity to be so shameless, and they were among the finest exemplars. It was precisely due to their unabashed persistence that they could seize the primordial purple energy and, in the future, attain enlightenment to become saints, ultimately revitalizing the West and establishing what would later be known as the Great Vehicle Buddhism, fulfilling the 48 grand vows made at the time of their enlightenment. In contrast to the future plight of the three pure ones, who would be schemed against into losing their freedom, imprisoned within the purple cloud palace, or even devoured by the fallen saint elixir at the whim of Hongjun, Jane and Juanti fared far better. Although they too were still controlled by Hongjun as heavenly Tao saints, they were the first to break away from the orthodox path and form a side sect, subsequently repaying the merits of their 48 grand vows, thus restoring themselves to a near state of freedom. Even in the future, when facing Hongjun, he would merely issue tasks, leaving the decision to act or not to Jane and Juanti's discretion. Conversely, the three pure ones, having consumed the fallen saint elixir, had utterly become Hongjun's enforcers, dogs, and even slaves. Of course, had such shameless behavior befallen him, Qing Di would not have been pleased. However, at this moment, he indeed required the strength of Jane and Juanti to locate Randang and seize the cosmic ruler from him. As for danger, Qing Di was not overly concerned. Although he was merely at the perfect stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, he still possessed the strength to contend with quasi-saints. He was well aware of the treasures held by Jane and Juanti, whether it be the 12th grade Merit Golden Lotus or the 7th-treasure Marvelous Tree. They were fundamentally not instruments of slaughter, posing little threat to him. With this in mind, Qing Di spoke up. What brings you two esteemed Taoists here? Upon hearing this, Jane and Juanti exchanged glances, both sensing the unusual nature of Qing Di. After all, the latter was merely a great Luo Golden Immortal, yet showed no signs of fear when facing two quasi-saints. Most importantly, they perceived no disdain or contempt in Qing Di's eyes, a rare trait among the Eastern cultivators who had encountered them throughout the years. Brother, Juanti instinctively remarked, this person appears to be unlike the others. Indeed, Jane nodded in agreement. His gaze lacks the arrogance and prejudice typical of other Eastern cultivators. He seems to be a steadfast and sincere fellow Taoist. Come, brother, let us get to know him. Though he may be weak at present, his future potential is boundless. With their opinions aligned, Jane and Juanti swiftly approached Qing Di. Their gazes locked. Jane and Juanti initiated. Jane, Juanti, greets you, esteemed Taoist. May I inquire your name? I am the humble Qing Di. With a slight smile, Qing Di did not feign arrogance, but rather treated them with a sense of calm, saying, I have long heard of your esteemed deeds, and I am filled with admiration. Meeting you today feels like a reunion of old friends. Oh, upon hearing this, Jane and Juanti raised their eyebrows. The knowledge that Qing Di held them in high regard was an indication that his thoughts diverged from the norm. Exchanging a glance, Juanti instinctively asked, Are you sure? Taoist Qing, that you are not jesting about my brother and me? Our reputation in the primordial realm is not exactly favorable. Jane nodded, choosing to remain silent. That is merely the arrogance of foolish individuals. With a serene smile, Qing responded, the process is not important. What matters is the outcome. The primordial purple energy and heavenly Tao saints were, during that era, entities sought after by countless individuals yet remained beyond their grasp. However, esteemed Taoists have merely lost some face, yet the results have been favorable, have they not? I fear that many of the great powers in the primordial realm now regret their actions. To regret, while simultaneously ridiculing, is the true essence of hypocrisy. Those as forthright as you two cannot be called gentlemen, but they are undeniably true to their nature. Upon hearing this, Jane and Junie both laughed. Such words had never been spoken before, striking a chord deep within their hearts. For the first time in many years, the two felt the presence of a kindred spirit within this vast wilderness. They never considered themselves to be paragons of virtue, nor did they deem themselves as embodiments of moral righteousness. As Qing aptly articulated, all their actions were rooted in self-interest. They were more than willing to pursue endeavors that benefited themselves, even if it meant enduring shame or facing scorn. To Qing, this epitomized the essence of a true cultivator. Everyone is inherently self-serving, so why feign morality? Do you not see that when the interests of the three pure ones are at stake, even fraternal bonds can be severed? Do you not observe that Nuwa, when designing for her own benefit, unhesitatingly chose to act against the witch clan during the calamity of the witches and demons? Such words resonate deeply. Upon hearing this, Jane immediately inquired, might I ask where you intend to journey next? If time permits, shall we find a place to gather and discuss? At this, the nearby Xuanti nodded in agreement, saying, indeed, Qing, we have forged a bond. It would be splendid to explore our thoughts together. I have previously seen you at the Panlai Immortal Island, and I trust you are aware of the outcome. The Eastern Prince has perished, leaving the island devoid of a master. Why not join us in dividing the spoils? This is indeed quite astonishing. Internally perplexed, Qing feigned disappointment outwardly. It is too late. You two friends are unaware. While you were pursuing the Eastern Prince, my limited strength prevented me from joining, yet I harbored the desire to explore the fabled Panlai Island. Unfortunately, after the Western Queen Mother departed with her entourage, the island was seized by others and has now vanished into the vast sea. Any attempt to reach it would be futile. What? Panlai Island has been taken? Upon hearing this, Xihe and Xuanti were left dumbfounded. They had forsaken the competition for the myriad celestial formations and the dragon-head staff, believing the trajectory of several innate spiritual treasures pointed towards Panlai Island. They had meticulously planned to acquire the treasures and arrive at the island ahead of others. Little did they expect that someone would have outpaced them, even absconding with the entire island. This was simply inconceivable. Chapter 44, Mutual Understanding? The Descent of the Lamp of Wisdom. Who could it be? Who has acted before me? Xuanti lamented, his expression twisted with grief. Although both had each acquired a superior innate treasure and achieved considerable gains, the thought of Panlai Island being taken, with all the celestial court's wealth snatched away, nearly brought him to tears. Had they known, they would never have chased the Eastern Prince, but rather rushed to Panlai Island to seize the treasures of the celestial court. Now it was too late. The island was gone, and they felt as though they had missed an opportunity of immense value. I am not certain, Qing replied with a bitter smile, carefully concealing his true intentions. He continued, however, that individual must be extraordinarily powerful. It has only been a short while since the Western Queen Mother departed, yet they managed to relocate the island. Panlai Island is said to be formed from the shards of chaos, harboring immense fortune, great virtues, and countless spiritual veins. It is not something that just anyone can move. In my estimation, one would have to possess strength nearing that of a half-saint, akin to what the Eastern Prince and Xihe exhibited in battle. Otherwise, no one could wield such power. Upon hearing this, Xihe and Xuanti's expressions grew even more somber. Qing's words echoed their own thoughts. The Celestial Court's foundation was already of considerable value, let alone a treasure like Panlai Island. Regrettably, they had lost their chance, as Qing indicated. This was indeed not the act of an ordinary individual. However, since Xihe was previously engaged in hunting the Eastern Prince, it was impossible for him to have returned and taken Panlai Island. This implied the existence of a half-saint or perhaps even a stronger entity within the wilderness. Friend, could we possibly return? Xuanti asked, unwilling to concede. Certainly, Qing nodded, not declining the invitation. Although he sought to locate Fengzhong Island and Yingzhou Island, he was not foolish enough to venture forth without Xihe and Xuanti. Instead, he aimed to extract from them the whereabouts of the Lamp of Wisdom. Consequently, the three swiftly departed, hastening towards the location where Panlai Island once resided. In a short time, they arrived at the site, only to find an empty expanse. The island was nowhere to be seen. It truly is gone. Damn it, who could have done this? Xuanti exclaimed, overwhelmed with disbelief. Witnessing the void with their own eyes shattered the last vestiges of their defenses. After all, They had only recently met Qing Di and could not wholly trust him. How about it, dear friends? Did I deceive you? Qing Di observed their dismay, secretly amused, while outwardly maintaining an expression of disappointment. You jest, Qing Di. Zhuan Ti replied with a bitter smile, realizing that hope had all but faded. Without further insistence, he inquired, do you have any destination in mind? Not at all. Qing Di shrugged. Having firmly resolved to uncover the whereabouts of the lamp of wisdom and determined not to let Xihe and Zhuan Ti depart without the answers he sought. Then, let us retreat to a small island nearby for a discussion, Xihe suggested, revealing a hint of a smile as he pointed northward. There lies a small island we had previously considered. After our conversation, my disciple and I could claim it and return it to the west. I fear you might find it amusing, but our western lands are in dire straits. Apart from the barely sufficient Sumi Mountain, the rest is nothing but a wasteland, with spiritual veins all but destroyed. Even the restoration of Sumi Mountain to a standard level of a spiritual site is only possible because my disciple and I managed to gather some spiritual veins to replenish it. At this point, Xihe chose not to elaborate further. After all, the impoverished state of the West was common knowledge. The former demon sovereign, Luo Hu, had obliterated the entire region with a single strike of the four swords of extermination, leading to the demise of most powerful beings aside from Hongjun. That is certainly commendable. Qing Di replied with a serene smile, showing no signs of disdain. There is no need for such urgency, dear friends. Although recovery has not yet been achieved, with persistent effort, Sumi Mountain will eventually be restored, perhaps even rivaling the esteemed standards of Kunlun Mountain and Penglai Island. As for the western lands, while the spiritual veins may be severed, it does not mean they cannot be restored. Upon hearing this, Xihe and Zhuan Ti felt invigorated. Indeed, as Qing Di stated, one must create resources when they are lacking. No spiritual veins? One could create or restore them. In time, they would surely rehabilitate the western lands, and then, your words hold great wisdom, Xihe and Zhuan Ti responded, their gazes towards Qing Di filled with eagerness and acknowledgement. Shortly thereafter, guided by Xihe and Zhuan Ti, the trio made their way to the small island. Their discussion spanned a total of 49 days, after which Xihe and Zhuan Ti reluctantly took possession of the island and set off for the west. Victory. With the departure of Xihe and Zhuan Ti, a slight smile graced Qing Di's lips. After nearly 7 weeks of dialogue, he had forged a deep bond with Xihe and Zhuan Ti. In this context, Qing Di effortlessly gleaned the whereabouts of the Lamp of Wisdom, the god burial mountain in the northwestern wilderness. The place of the Lamp of Enlightenment is also the sanctuary where it cultivates. According to the teachings of Xihe and Zhuan Ti, the lamp, due to its insufficient innate talent and the invasion of deathly energy, has lingered at the level of the great Luo Golden Immortal for many years, unable to advance to the status of a quasi-saint, even failing to perform the simple act of severing corpses. Nevertheless, the lamp is a diligent practitioner, spending almost all its time in solitary meditation within its sanctuary, with each retreat lasting an exceedingly long duration. With a hearty laugh, Qing Di, with a glint of cold light in his eyes, declared, Lamp, it is your turn now. The Qingquan, this object is fated to be mine. Is this your purpose? Qingquan, did you align yourself with Xihe and Zhuan Ti solely to acquire it? However, before Qing Di could elaborate further, the voice of Xihe resonated in his ears. Turning to the sound, he saw Xihe appearing in his vicinity, her expression peculiar as she gazed at Qing Di. Xihe, did you not pursue Dong Wanggong? Have you obtained what you sought? Qing Di inquired curiously as he flew forward. Without hesitation, he produced the source of pure yang he had acquired, casting it toward Xihe with unwavering confidence. Even if you did not acquire it, I have vanquished the remnants of Dong Wanggong's soul. This source of pure yang should suffice for your needs. As Xihe beheld the approaching essence of pure yang, a flicker of astonishment arose in her beautiful eyes. She had not anticipated that remnants of Dong Wanggong's soul still existed. Should he be resurrected, he would undoubtedly seek vengeance against her and her companions. Yet, with this singular threat neutralized by Qing Di, the complete essence of pure yang he provided surpassed the fragmented version she had obtained, being far more refined. I have acquired the remnants of Dong Wanggong, Xihe explained succinctly, not refusing. However, I do not intend to return, since I must undergo a transformation. I require a secure location. Once I address my deficiencies, the transition will proceed more smoothly. Upon hearing this, Qing Di pondered thoughtfully. The fact that Xihe would not return to the Taiyin Star indicated that she harbored some reservations. Reflecting on the events of the past at the Unzao Mountain, Qing Di began to sense who the true orchestrator and executor of the matter was. Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, nodding in agreement. In that case, what are your plans? Tang Valley, Xihe replied after a moment's contemplation. Though it is barren, it is remote and relatively unknown. Retreating into Tang Valley is the most prudent choice. She then looked at Qing Di and asked, do you truly require the Qingquan? I recall that the lamp is also one of the 3,000 guests of the Purple Cloud Palace. Do you have confidence? Xihe implied that if Qing Di lacked assurance, she could assist him. After all, Qing Di had generously given her the precious essence of pure yang, which touched her deeply. Of course, Qing Di responded, brimming with confidence. Though the lamp is indeed one of the 3,000 guests of the Purple Cloud Palace, its intrinsic limitations render the completion of severing 3 corpses nearly impossible. This is precisely why, after all these years, the lamp has been unable to ascend to the status of a quasi-saint. Under the same rank of great Luo Golden Immortal, none can rival me. At this, Xihe inwardly chastised him for his naivety. However, she maintained an indifferent demeanor, nodding in agreement. In that case, go forth on your own. I shall head to Tang Valley. Remember your words, and when you ascend to the quasi-saint realm, come to protect me. With that, Xihe departed, riding the clouds without delay. Only after Xihe's departure did Qing Di awaken from his reverie, filled with regret. How could I have missed that? What a blunder. He lamented. Had he admitted uncertainty, Xihe might have accompanied him. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his composure. While the company of a beautiful woman is desirable, it could hinder Xihe's endeavors. Most importantly, Qing Di's power of belief was nearing completion, and the divine fire within his consciousness was nearly ignited across all realms. Under such circumstances, while he would indeed seek to challenge the lamp, it would not be an immediate pursuit. He needed to complete the condensation of his divine rank to ascend to the quasi-saint level. At that time, regardless of whether the lamp was a great Luo Golden Immortal or a quasi-saint, it would pose no threat to him and would not be able to escape his grasp. With this thought, Qing Di suppressed his inner turmoil and turned, resolutely heading towards the direction of the God Burial Mountain. Meanwhile, the battle in the East Sea raged on. Dong Wang Gong had fallen. Yet, the allure of the dragon head scepter and the myriad celestial formations remained immensely captivating. This has led to countless formidable beings and innate deities vying for the possession of the dragon head staff. While the side of the 10,000 Immortals array also boasts numerous powerful figures, such as the 3 Pure Ones, Emperor Jun, the Eastern Emperor Tai, the Nether River, and the Kunping. In such tumultuous circumstances, a fierce battle erupted. The 3 Pure Ones, along with the members of the Demon Court, the Nether River, and several other mighty beings, engaged in combat around the 10,000 Immortals array. In an instant, the entire Eastern Sea was set ablaze with chaos. As the conflict escalated, the waters roared and the winds surged throughout the Eastern Sea. After a prolonged struggle lasting over a decade, the 10,000 Immortals array was forcibly seized by Tong Tian, wielding the 4 swords of extermination. On the other side, the dragon head staff was also claimed by a late-stage quasi-saint cultivator, leaving the Eastern Sea stained with blood. As many quasi-saints and great Luo Golden Immortals perished in this fierce contest, their lives reduced to mere ashes. At last, he arrived at the God Burial Mountain range. Gazing upon the majestic landscape, a smile graced Qing Di's lips, his eyes filled with fervor. The lamp of ignition is located here, as is the Qingquan ruler. With the acquisition of the Qingquan ruler, coupled with the sea-stabilizing pearl he possesses, he could potentially manifest the 24 heavens. Over the past decade, the divine fire within him has ignited every corner of his consciousness, enabling him to attempt to condense his divine essence and ascend to a true deity, thereby advancing his cultivation to the quasi-saint realm. First, he must enter seclusion to cultivate. Once I break through to the quasi-saint realm, the lamp of ignition will undoubtedly meet its demise. Taking a deep breath, Qing Di refrained from proceeding further. After casually locating a cave abode, he entered without hesitation. The moment he settled into a meditative posture, he began to mobilize the divine techniques to refine the power within him. In order to condense his divine essence, he must transform his internal magical energy into divine power. Only when all his strength is converted into divine power can he solidify his divine essence and become an innate deity. As time passed, within a mere 200 years, the last vestige of magical energy within Qing Di was exhausted and transformed into a strand of divine power. At this point, only divine power remained within him, devoid of any trace of magical energy. Now is the moment. Clenching his fists tightly, Qing Di wasted no time activating the secret divine method, causing the divine fire within his consciousness to blaze fiercely. Consuming all, it incinerated the heavens. In just a fleeting moment, Qing Di felt excruciating pain. Under the influence of this force, his entire consciousness quaked, subtly exhibiting signs of collapse. Even his primordial spirit, standing amidst the turmoil, felt the repercussions, as the pain emanating from the depths of his soul was far more intense than that of his corporeal form. A cry of anguish echoed as Qing Di collapsed to the ground, rolling in agony while the divine power surged ceaselessly into his consciousness, continuously igniting the divine fire and refining everything in its path. Chapter 46. Condensing Divine Essence, advancing to quasi-saint as the divine fire raged on. Qing Di's consciousness began to undergo rapid transformation. In the deepest recesses of his mind, a unique altar gradually took shape. With its emergence, the divine fire, which had once filled his entire consciousness, began to stir, as if it had found a target, incessantly flowing into the altar. As time passed, It wasn't long before his entire consciousness was left barren, with only the altar and his primordial spirit standing within. At this moment, the altar erupted with a dazzling brilliance, unleashing a spectrum of colors that swiftly connected to Qing Di's primordial spirit. In that instant, Qing Di's primordial spirit abruptly opened its eyes. A radiant point of light emerged at the center of his brow, growing increasingly luminous as it absorbed the vibrant hues, eventually transforming into a crystal core the size of a pinky finger. With the manifestation of this crystal core, countless white threads suddenly sprouted from Qing Di's body, drawing forth an endless stream of belief power from across the primordial realm. This power flowed through the threads into his being, merging with the crystal core at a visibly rapid pace. The rhythmic sound akin to a heartbeat reverberated from within the crystal core, and in a brief span, the energy contained within reached a state of fullness. Simultaneously, the crystal core began to undergo a transformation. The white belief power continuously enveloped and refined it. Time passed, and eventually, the crystal core vanished, giving rise to a golden divine essence that floated in the air, ultimately merging seamlessly with the center of his primordial spirit. Buzzing resonated through the air as the spiritual energy of the burial god mountain stirred vigorously. In the next moment, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded, as torrents of spiritual energy converged towards the cave where Qing Di resided. Such a tremendous commotion startled Ran Dang, who was deep in meditation within the mountain. What is this? A spiritual treasure emerging? Sensing the external disturbance, Ran Dang was momentarily taken aback, followed by an overwhelming joy. After all, such a grand celestial phenomenon, and the surge of spiritual energy indicated that the emerging innate spiritual treasure was at least of superior quality, if not of the utmost excellence. The thought of soon acquiring a supreme innate spiritual treasure stirred Ran Dang's excitement, prompting him to hastily exit his cave and dash towards the area from which the spiritual energy flowed. Unbeknownst to all this, Qing Di remained unaware. At this juncture, he had just awakened, and his appearance had undergone a remarkable transformation. While his height and physique remained unchanged, his hair had turned to shimmering gold, and his eyes now radiated a silver glow. He emanated an aura that transcended innate deities, embodying a presence that was neither purely divine nor demonic. Most notably, a golden vertical mark had emerged at the center of Qing Di's brow. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a unique divine eye within it, though at this moment, it was still in the process of formation, awaiting its full emergence. Unbeknownst to Qing Di, the transformations surrounding him were profound, yet he could distinctly sense the remarkable shift within himself, particularly the surging divine power coursing through him, as if he had undergone a complete metamorphosis. However, mere self-awareness could not elucidate his precise condition, prompting Qing Di to unhesitatingly access his personal interface for clarity. Qing Di's attributes were as follows. Footnote: innate divine chi tree, exceptional innate spiritual root, talent, source of life, eye of faith, awakening pending, strength, early stage of quasi-saint, magical powers, great law command, divine treasures, sword of slaughter, Qingquan pearl, 24 sea calming pearls, evolution permission, 0. Indeed, his foundation had evolved. Upon transforming into an innate deity, his qualifications and potential had experienced an extraordinary elevation, rivaling the benefits of a typical evolution permission. Moreover, he had acquired the innate talent of the eye of faith. Although it remained dormant, its awakening would provide immense assistance. With a satisfied smile, Qing Di acknowledged the success of his transformation. Instinctively, he rose to pursue his objective. Yet, in an instant, an unusual expression crossed his face as he sensed external commotion. It was Ran Dang who had arrived. How intriguing. Ran Dang, you have come to me unbidden. Excellent. This spares me the trouble of seeking you out. Muttering to himself, Qing Di stepped out of the cave. Damn, someone has beaten me to it. Upon Qing Di's emergence, Ran Dang's expression darkened. To him, Qing Di's sudden appearance, combined with the dissipating celestial aura, suggested that the treasure had likely fallen into Qing Di's hands. Most concerning was the absence of any oppressive aura emanating from Qing Di, leading Ran Dang to mistakenly assume that Qing Di's strength was meager. What he failed to realize was that Qing Di had transformed into an innate deity, his internal power now a pure divine force. Not even a half-saint could discern the true extent of his strength. Let us see how this unfolds. The treasures here are fated to be mine. If he has the sense to retreat, so be it. If not, my Qingquan ruler will not hesitate to claim another soul. Resolute, Ran Dang floated gracefully to a position not far from Qing Di and, with a slight bow, addressed him. I am Ran Dang, a humble practitioner. Pleased to meet you, friend. May I inquire your name? Sensing the murderous intent flickering in Ran Dang's eyes, Qing Di smiled. The audacity of attempting to kill him was indeed foolish. Furthermore, he had no intention of wasting time on this encounter. Having entered the quasi-saint stage, he needed to resolve matters with Ran Dang and proceed to safeguard Xihe. After all, she was his beloved, and he could not simply stand by as she faced threats. He sensed that many would come seeking her if she chose to cultivate anew. With this in mind, Qing Di wasted no time. He raised his hand and proclaimed, "I declare, this area is now sealed." In the next moment, the great law command erupted. With Qingdi's ascension to divinity and the infusion of pure divine power, the great law command transformed into a true divine art. In an instant, the region spanning 1,000 miles was enveloped by an enigmatic divine force, rendering escape impossible for anyone below the late quasi-saint level. Only then did Randeng perceive the impending peril. The gravity of Qingdi's seemingly prophetic command heightened his anxiety, especially when confronted by Qingdi's cold, silver eyes. A shiver coursed through him, prompting him to exclaim, "Friend, do not misunderstand me. I harbor no ill will. I merely sensed the unusual celestial phenomena and sought to investigate. Since the treasure has already belonged to you, I shall take my leave." Chapter 47. Annihilating Randeng and seizing the Qianquan ruler with that, Randeng attempted to retreat. Sensing the ominous threat of death looming over him, "Leave? Can you truly escape?" Seeing this, Qingdi chuckled. He had forsaken the pursuit of Fangzhong Island, Yingzhou Island, and even the company of Xihe to find Randeng, to claim the Qianquan ruler. Now that the principal had presented himself, how could he allow an escape? With a single step, Qingdi closed the distance to Randeng. "Friend, are you truly intent on this course?" Faced with the situation, Randeng's countenance shifted as he quickly summoned the Qianquan ruler, gripping it tightly while his gaze fixed on Qingdi, anxiety surging within him. He recognized the peril he was in, especially as he could not ascertain Qingdi's depth. Previously, he had presumed him to be weak. But the current circumstances revealed that Qingdi's strength evidently surpassed his own, leaving him oblivious to Qingdi's true capabilities. Yet, what of it? A smirk graced Qingdi's lips as he summoned the sword of slaughter into his grasp. In an instant, a murderous intent erupted from him, and he swung the sword toward Randeng. In the blink of an eye, the blade's radiance shone forth, accompanied by an icy chill, before Randeng could react. His arm wielding the Qianquan ruler was severed. Blood gushed forth as Randeng let out a scream, awakening from his stupor. At this moment, his heart was filled with an overwhelming sense of dread. As he retreated in a frenzy, he muttered to himself, "Damn that person. Who is he? So ruthless and merciless. What enmity could he possibly have against me?" In this moment, Randeng found himself utterly perplexed. He could not fathom why he had provoked such a harbinger of death, and he even began to suspect that the previous celestial phenomena were orchestrated by Qingdi, intended to lure him to this very place. Yet, at this juncture, Qingdi showed no inclination to pursue him. Instead, he raised his left hand and unleashed a surge of divine power that drew the Qianquan ruler, along with Randeng's severed arm, into the vicinity before him. Randeng gasped, uttering a single word, and under the influence of the great law, his severed arm disintegrated into fine ash. Simultaneously, the Qianquan ruler writhed and struggled, seemingly sensing a threat and attempting to flee toward Randeng. "I command, bind," he declared once more, and the force of the great law ensnared the Qianquan ruler, rendering it immobile. With a resolute step forward, Qingdi seized the ruler in his grasp, examining it with keen interest before a torrent of divine power surged into it. A piercing scream echoed through the air as the soul imprint belonging to Randeng within the Qianquan ruler was utterly obliterated, leaving him, already injured, in a state of utter exhaustion. Upon reaching the boundary of the spatial confinement, Randeng realized with dismay that escape was impossible. No matter how he attempted to strike back, he could not shatter the bonds of the spatial barrier. Despair etched across his face, he floated in place, his eyes filled with dread and terror. Finally, it was within his grasp. However, Qingdi remained unfazed, his face alight with ecstasy as he clutched the Qianquan ruler. "The Dinghai Pearl," he exclaimed, having fulfilled the prerequisite of gathering the 24 heavens. Overwhelmed by this realization, Qingdi burst into laughter, his voice resonating through the surroundings, rousing Randeng from his stupor. The Qianquan ruler. It was his objective all along. Turning to face Qingdi, who was reveling in his possession of the ruler, Randeng comprehended the situation all too well. Consequently, his heart swelled with frustration and desolation. Once, he had been one to proclaim to lesser cultivators, "This treasure is destined for me." Yet, he never anticipated that he would find himself ensnared in a deadly quest for treasure, with his prior misjudgment leaving him no room for maneuver. The Qianquan ruler had already fallen into Qingdi's hands, and Randeng no longer believed he held any value or leverage for negotiation. Even so, he remained. At this moment, Qingdi's figure silently appeared before Randeng. Grasping the slaughtering divine sword in one hand and the Qianquan ruler in the other, he proclaimed with spirited confidence, "You have proven quite elusive." After millennia of searching, had it not been for Xihe and Zhuan-Ti, he feared he might never have uncovered your whereabouts or your lair. Xihe, Zhuan-Ti, Randeng's pupils constricted, and an inexhaustible hatred erupted from the depths of his eyes. He could hardly believe that this harbinger of death had learned of his location from Xihe and Zhuan-Ti. In an instant, he yearned to rend Xihe and Zhuan-Ti into 1,000 pieces. Yet, he was compelled to force a smile. "My dear fellow, this Qianquan ruler is fated to be with you, and I have merely safeguarded it for a time. Now that it has returned to its rightful owner, Can we not let this matter rest? Fear gripped Randang. He feared that Qing Di would take his life, leaving him utterly defenseless and without the possibility of resistance. I'm afraid that's not an option. Qing Di shook his head, revealing his ruthless nature. Raising the slaughtering divine sword, he declared, to cut the grass without removing the roots is to allow it to flourish anew. My friend, since we have forged this karma today, I shall sever it. Farewell. Randang. With that, Qing Di moved, and the slaughtering divine sword swept through the air, its cold gleam illuminating the moment as Randang's head and body were severed apart. At that instant, Randang's primordial spirit fled from his decapitated body. Glaring at Qing Di with venomous hatred, "You vile creature, do you truly intend to eradicate me entirely? If I cannot survive, then neither shall you. Let us perish together." As he spoke, Randang ignited his primordial spirit, charging towards Qing Di, his spirit radiating a palpable surge of energy, clearly poised for self-destruction. Self-destruction? You are unworthy. Qing Di scoffed at the sight, swinging the slaughtering divine sword once more. I declare, my divine sword shall obliterate all. In the next moment, the sword sliced through the air, imbued with the mighty decree of divine power, cleaving through Randang's primordial spirit, which swiftly disintegrated into ash before it could even comprehend its demise. With a sigh of relief, Qing Di sheathed the slaughtering divine sword and gazed at the Qianquan ruler in his left hand, murmuring, the item is now in my possession. Next, I must gather the 24 heavens. It was the perfect opportunity to serve as a guardian for Xihe for a time, using this chance to fully evolve the 24 heavens. Once Xihe's matters were settled, he would seek out Fangzhong Island and Yingzhou Island to elevate the grade and essence of the Qianquan pearl. Having resolved his intentions, Qing Di did not linger. With a wave of his hand, he dispelled the spatial barriers surrounding the area and soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of light heading straight for the East Sea. As Qing Di departed, the entire God Burial Mountain fell into silence. Suddenly, the ground where Randang had perished began to crack open. A hand covered in red fur emerged from the depths, seizing Randang's remains and dragging them into the earth. The ground writhed, and ominous blood surged forth from below, quickly enveloping the valley to form a blood pool, where a humanoid entity could be seen lying, continuously absorbing the negative and malevolent energies within the God Burial Mountain. 10 years later, Qing Di successfully returned to the East Sea, flying directly towards the Tang Valley. Help! Senior, save me! However, he had not flown long when a desperate cry caught his attention. Looking towards the source, he saw a plump youth hastily fleeing with 3 white clouds, pursued relentlessly by a fierce dragon exuding a murderous aura. With a single glance, Qing Di discerned that the fleeing youth was merely at the true immortal stage, while the dragon hunting him had reached the Tai true immortal realm. Under ordinary circumstances, Qing Di would not have bothered to intervene. However, upon noticing the 3 clouds trailing behind the youth, he was taken aback as a data panel subtly appeared before him. Yun Xiao Goddess Value, 93 by Xiao Goddess Value, 90 Qiong Xiao Goddess Value, 90 well, they are indeed the 3 Xiaos. Thus, this youth must be Zhao Gongming. With a raised brow, Qing Di felt a surge of excitement. A goddess value of 90 signifies that the 3 Xiaos are recognized deities. If I could secure even a drop of their essence, it would undoubtedly trigger a reward from the system. Previously, Xihe and Ho-Tu had significantly contributed to his growth and progress. Furthermore, the 3 Xiaos represented 3 chances for evolution. This was exceedingly significant for Qing Di at this moment. With these thoughts in mind, Qing Di stepped forward and appeared in the vicinity of Zhao Gongming and the 3 Xiaos. After assessing the situation, he spoke slowly. I can save you, but as a price, the 3 clouds at your back will belong to me. There was no preamble. With his strength now at the quasi-saint stage, apart from Hong Jun and the heavenly Tao, few in the vast wilderness could instill fear in Qing Di. Moreover, Tong Tian had yet to attain the status of a saint, and the Jia sect had left no trace. In such circumstances, it was improbable for the 3 Xiaos to seek mentorship from Tong Tian or find any security. Conversely, if the 3 Xiaos were to accompany him, Qing Di was confident in his ability to protect them. Most importantly, he required a place of his own, and with a domain. The presence of maidens would also be essential. Senior, Zhao Gongming stammered, taken aback. He had never expected Qing Di to make such a demand. Although he and the 3 Xiaos were not blood siblings, he had indeed guarded them for thousands of years. As the transformation of the 3 fairies drew near, the thought of abandoning them seemed unfathomable. Observing this, Qing Di raised an eyebrow and, turning to the side, declared, in that case, it appears we are fated to part ways. Farewell. With that, Qing Di took flight without hesitation, though it was merely a fade, as no escape technique was employed. At that moment, the dragon had already closed in, and with a thunderous roar, the overwhelming surge of demonic energy and malevolence locked onto Zhao Gongming and the 3 fairies. Senior, wait. At this critical juncture, the still untransformed Yun Xiao urgently called out, my sisters and I are willing to accompany you. Please, save our brother Zhao Gongming. Were it not for his protection, we would have long since been lost to despair. We hope you will grant us this favor. Upon hearing this, Bi Xiu and Qiong Xiao chimed in. Senior, we too are willing to follow you. Please extend your aid. as long as you save our brother. We shall be your devoted servants from this day forth." At this moment, Sanxiao spoke with great urgency, uncertain whether her concern was for Zhao Gongming or for her own safety. This caused Zhao Gongming, who was standing nearby, to exhibit an array of emotions. Feeling a sense of melancholy and uncertainty, he was unsure whether Sanxiao's intentions were to rescue him or to save herself. However, Qingdi was indifferent to such matters. Upon receiving the answers he sought, he waved his hand decisively and declared, "Then it is settled. Come forth, little Jiaolong, for I am in need of a steed." As he spoke, divine power surged from within Qingdi, manifesting as a rope that ensnared the neck of the distant Jiaolong. Such strength. Unrivaled. Who is this person? In that instant, the Jiaolong's expression shifted dramatically. He sensed Qingdi's formidable might and struggled to escape. Alas, under Qingdi's confinement, escape was utterly impossible. Come. With a tug on the divine rope, the Jiaolong was forcibly drawn to Qingdi's presence. Without granting the Jiaolong a chance to utter a word, Qingdi stated directly, "You have two choices, either become my steed or perish. I am willing to become your steed, esteemed one." The Jiaolong exclaimed in a moment of clarity. He realized that Qingdi's power surpassed that of the four seas dragon kings, who were beings of the perfected great Luo golden immortal realm. To be a steed for such a quasi-saint was undoubtedly a stroke of fortune, even if it seemed somewhat humiliating for one of his kind. Very well. Qingdi nodded in satisfaction, casting a discerning glance at the Jiaolong. "From this day forth, you shall be known as Little Xihe. Your form lacks the pure bloodline of a true dragon, but fret not. I shall assist you in becoming a genuine dragon rather than a mere Jiaolong." "Thank you, Master." Little Xihe rejoiced upon hearing this. The prospect of transforming into a true dragon was an irresistible temptation for any Jiaolong with impure lineage. In that moment, he simply wished to exclaim, "What of being a steed? I am delighted, I am overjoyed." Yet Qingdi paid no heed to such exuberance. After subduing a steed, he turned his attention to Zhao Gongming and remarked, "The matter is resolved. You may depart from this place. The wilderness is fraught with peril. It would be wise for you to seek a secluded island for your cultivation. Furthermore, if fortune favors you, keep an ear out for news from the outside world. I have heard that the Taoist master will soon come to the Eastern Sea to impart teachings." Without waiting for Zhao Gongming's response, Qingdi mounted Little Xihe, who had yet to assume his true form, and pointed towards the direction of Tang Valley, saying, "Proceed that way." "Yes, master." Little Xihe acquiesced, swiftly maneuvering his serpentine body as he whisked Qingdi and Sanxiao away from the area. Chapter 49. The Enlightenment of Little Xihe. The zealous Sanxiao, the Taoist master, is delivering teachings? Who is this individual that he knows the whereabouts of the Taoist master? However, should the Taoist master indeed deliver teachings, the value of this encounter would be immense for me. Zhao Gongming clenched his fists, his face flushed with excitement. It was not that he was unwilling to part with Sanxiao. After all, she had yet to transform, even though she addressed him as brother. Yet, how much of this was genuine affection, and how much was mere pretense, remained uncertain. Even though Sanxiao's choice appeared to have saved Zhao Gongming, he suspected that her motives were primarily self-serving. After all, to ally with such a powerful quasi-saint would render any concern for her mere true immortal brother insignificant. He feared that upon their next encounter, they might be strangers. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on sorrow for long. In a mere moment, he composed himself and resolutely set off towards the distance. Zhao Gongming had made up his mind to heed Qingdi's advice and find a secure location to settle down while awaiting the Taoist master's teachings. When the time came, he would attend, perhaps gaining significant enlightenment and rewards. Meanwhile, Qingdi, riding on the back of the Jiaolong, had arrived at Tang Valley. After surveying the surroundings, he pointed toward an uninhabited mountain and instructed, "Go there." "Yes, master." Little Xihe responded, swiftly conveying Qingdi and Sanxiao to the mountaintop. Upon alighting, Qingdi waved his hand, and a surge of divine power enveloped Little Xihe. "Master, what is this?" Little Xihe felt a sudden panic as he sensed himself being restrained. The disparity in power was overwhelming. If Qingdi wished to harm him, he would have no means of resistance. "There is no need for alarm." Qingdi reassured him with a calm gesture. "Do not resist. I shall assist you in purging your demonic aura." Without further ado, Qingdi invoked the great righteous command. "I declare, dissipate the demonic aura." In the next moment, the power of the great righteous command surged forth, causing the bloodthirsty demonic aura surrounding Little Xihe to disperse instantly. As the demonic energy dissipated, his vitality and magical power were significantly enhanced, propelling his cultivation to the initial stage of the golden immortal realm. Golden immortal realm. My heavens, has he truly ascended so quickly? Previously, Little Xihe was merely at the late stage of the true immortal realm. How could he transform into a golden immortal in an instant? This scene left the onlooker, Sanxiao, utterly astonished. Although they had yet to assume their forms, their hearts were brimming with excitement and anticipation. After all, they were now considered part of Qingdi's realm. The latter could effortlessly assist the black figure in enhancing her cultivation, seemingly without any detriment to her foundational essence, which undeniably stirred their hearts. It is essential to recognize that, as beings of the ethereal white clouds, their existence was inherently tenuous. Had they not encountered Zhao Gongming after gaining sentience, promptly acknowledging him as a brother and receiving his guidance, The question of whether they could have persevered until this moment remains uncertain. The most pressing challenge before them was the transformation into their true forms. Having now witnessed Qingdi's extraordinary abilities firsthand, Sanxiao's heart was aflame with eagerness. Thank you, esteemed master. At this moment, Xihe awakened. Upon sensing his own condition, he felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. He could hardly believe that he had effortlessly undergone a transformation, even attaining a realm he had never before envisioned, the initial stage of the golden immortal realm. For him, there had always been a lack of certainty and ideas in the past. However, the present was different. Qing had effortlessly enlightened him, endowing him with such formidable power. If he were to receive further guidance, it would be nothing short of extraordinary. Without needing to gesture dismissively, Qing spoke with nonchalance. Now that you have completed your transformation, you shall erect a palace here. I will reside in this place for some time, and if possible, this hot spring valley will also become my sanctuary. Yes, my lord. Upon hearing this, Xihe promptly acquiesced. Constructing a palace posed no significant challenge for him. With a flicker of his form, Xihe transformed into a towering figure, 3 meters tall, adorned with a singular horn upon his forehead and a serpentine tail trailing behind him. Having accomplished this, he did not linger but swiftly soared towards the lower regions of the mountain, in search of materials to build the palace. My lord, may we be of assistance? My lord, we too can help in the construction of the palace. My lord. At that moment, Yun Xiao, Bi Xiao, and Xiong Xiao could no longer contain their impatience. They gracefully floated to where Qing resided, enveloping him within their white cloud forms while pleading earnestly. What you seek is transformation, is it not? With a slight smile, Qing cast a glance at the 3 sisters before speaking in a calm tone. This is not a challenge for me, but you must understand that should I assist you in your transformation, you will become my private possessions in the future. Have you considered this carefully? Private possessions. A mere 3 words, yet the implications were clear to the 3 sisters, Yun Xiao, Bi Xiao, and Xiong Xiao. If it were anyone else, they would have promptly declined without hesitation. However, standing before the enigmatic, powerful, and domineering Qing, they found themselves at a loss for reasons to refuse. After all, the 3 sisters were not yet the revered disciples of a great master. They were merely 3 ordinary white clouds in the vast expanse of primordial chaos. Almost instantaneously, the 3 sisters responded in unison, My lord, we are willing. My lord, we are prepared to give everything. My lord, we will remain eternally loyal to you. In that instant, Qing felt a surge of faith power emanating from the sisters, flowing into him. Unlike ordinary devotees, the sisters had transformed into fervent zealots. Though their power was modest, the faith they provided was both abundant and of exceptional quality. Excellent, excellent. Zealots. I did not anticipate such an advantage. Feeling the remarkable difference in the faith power, Qing's heart soared with uncontainable joy. This signifies that the esteemed figure of Taoist Zun can continuously manifest, further transforming an unending stream of followers into fervent devotees. Contemplating this, Qing felt a surge of joy and proclaimed, Thus, I shall lend my support to you. 3 sisters. With that, Qing raised his hand towards the location of the 3 sisters and, without hesitation, invoked the great law of the righteous command. I decree, may my divine envoy take form, spared from the torment of thunder tribulations. In the next moment, divine power ignited. As the force of the great law erupted, 3 radiant orbs of golden light enveloped the essence of the 3 sisters. The pillars of light soared into the heavens, accompanied by a resonating hum, and one could vaguely discern 3 clouds coalescing into corporeal forms at a visible pace. After a while, as the golden light dissipated, the 3 golden beams vanished, revealing the youthful visages of Yun Xiao, Bai Xiao, and Xiong Xiao. It was uncertain whether the sisters were deliberate in their presentation, but they now possessed remarkably alluring figures, complemented by their youthful faces, leaving Qing momentarily spellbound. Greetings, master. Greetings, master. In the next instant, the 3 sisters approached Qing, bowing respectfully while their gazes towards him brimmed with fervor and admiration. Behold the fervent devotee, unknowingly transformed into a zealous follower. Sanxiao has wholly immersed herself in contemplation of Qing, even surrendering her heart without any other distractions or thoughts. Excellent. Observing this state, Qing smiled, finding satisfaction in Sanxiao's condition. Whether she is a woman, a servant, or a fanatic, it matters not to Qing. In this ruthless world governed by the law of the jungle, the strong are destined to enjoy all privileges. This principle holds true in the ages to come, where countless individuals toil their entire lives to afford a second-hand vehicle that has changed hands numerous times, while others glide effortlessly in new cars, replacing them at will. Reflecting on this, Qing inquired, Are you prepared? Indeed, master. Sanxiao responded, her eyes gleaming with eagerness, filled with reverence for Qing. As a fervent devotee, she eagerly anticipated Qing's actions, longing for the blessings he would bestow. Without further ado, Qing waved his hand, and in an instant, he and Sanxiao vanished into the Qianyuan Pearl. Ding successfully conquered the goddess Yun Xiao, rewarded with 1 evolution permission and an exquisite innate spiritual treasure, Rebirth Pool. Ding successfully conquered the goddess Xiao, rewarded with 1 evolution permission and the authority to create once. Ding. Successfully conquered the goddess Xiao, rewarded with 1 evolution permission and the power of yin-yang origin. A decade later, Qingdi emerged from the Qianyuan Pearl. Indeed, Sanxiao is remarkable, truly exceptional. Stretching his limbs and recalling Sanxiao's fervent desire for guidance, a smile lingered on Qingdi's face. He then commanded, "System, present me with the reward information." In the next moment, the details of the rewards materialized in Qingdi's mind. Rebirth pool, place a fragment of one's original spirit within, enabling infinite resurrection, boundless regeneration, and accelerated healing. Creation authority, once the host may wield the creation authority to establish a race, which shall remain eternally loyal, continuously providing the host with faith power that strengthens as the race flourishes. Power of yin-yang origin, a complete essence of yin-yang beneath the great Tao, when combined with another, enhances both parties' comprehension, aptitude, foundation, and potential. Note, the power of yin-yang origin is singular, limited to the host and one other. Goodness, what a tremendous gain. Upon reviewing the reward information, Qingdi's breath quickened in excitement. The value contained within was truly immense. The combination of creation authority and the rebirth pool could almost guarantee the establishment of a perpetually thriving race of devotees. Moreover, with the Qianyuan Pearl in his possession and the impending completion of the 24 heavens, transferring these devotees into that realm would ensure their safety and the continuous influx of faith power. Most crucially, if he could fully develop this race, competing for supremacy in the primordial world would not be an impossible feat. The sovereign of the primordial world. Initially, Qingdi had no particular thoughts or ambitions. However, now, he has formed a preliminary plan and intention. Setting aside the matters of creation and the rebirth pool, the value of the yin-yang origin power is considerable. Should it be bestowed upon Xihe? Furrowing his brow, Qingdi fell into contemplation. This source is singular, signifying that only one individual can share it with oneself. Although the 3 knights are commendable, they remain relatively feeble. Even with the assistance of Qingdi in transforming, their cultivation is merely at the level of a true immortal. To deplete the essence of yin and yang, it is undeniably essential to have an equally matched counterpart to refine it together, whether it be Xihe or Ho-Tu. Both are excellent choices. However, Qingdi swiftly dismissed the option of Ho-Tu's day. In contrast to Xihe's understanding of his circumstances, the relationship with Ho-Tu is merely transactional, lacking genuine emotional connection. It is high time to meet Xihe. After all these years, she must have nearly completed her endeavors. Murmuring to himself, Qingdi prepared to head towards Xihe's secluded retreat. My lord, my lord. Before Qingdi could depart, he heard the voice of Xihe calling out. Following the sound, he beheld a magnificent hall, resplendent in gold and jade, standing atop a nearby peak, with countless pavilions and towers connecting and rising at the mountainside. Evidently, Xihe had not been idle over the past decade. Not only had he fulfilled the tasks entrusted to him by Qingdi, but he had also constructed additional abodes, their ancient craftsmanship beyond reproach. Remarkable, truly a testament to the aesthetic of the dragon race. It is indeed grand and imposing. Qingdi mused, observing Xihe approaching. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "Well done. Now I present you with a choice, to become my exclusive divine steed. I can transform you into a special dragon. Your bloodline essence should rival that of an ordinary true dragon. As I grow stronger, you too shall reap greater benefits, with the potential to further enhance your status, perhaps even to the level of Zhulong or even the ancestral dragon." Xihe could not help but swallow hard upon hearing this. Even the prospect of evolving to the standard of a true dragon was a level he had longed for yet could not attain. The possibility of advancing to be on par with the ancestral dragon was an irresistible allure. In an instant, Xihe knelt before Qingdi, performing 3 bows and 9 kowtows, exclaiming, "My lord, I am willing to become your divine steed with unwavering loyalty." Excellent. Qingdi nodded, foregoing further dialogue. With a flick of his finger, a surge of divine power was directly infused into Xiaohe's being. Subsequently, Qingdi invoked the grand decree. "I decree, Xiaohe is appointed as my divine steed." In the next moment, the decree was enacted. Deification. This is a unique technique of the divine cultivators, akin to a future divine ranking list, transforming them into their own attendants, followers, and staunch believers. In a mere instant, Xiaohe was racked with pain, crying out, "Ah!" As a column of black light soared into the heavens, his form morphed into a 100-meter-long dragon. Under the sanctified power's baptism, his dragon body gradually transformed into that of a 5-clawed black dragon, and even the magical energy within him was transmuted into a semblance of divine power, propelling his realm to the late stage of the Golden Immortal. In Chapter 51, Rescuing Xihe, absorbing the essence of yin and yang, Xiaohe finally completed his transformation. Feeling the surge of the 5-clawed black dragon bloodline coursing through him, he was overwhelmed with excitement, his face flushed, and his gaze towards Qing Di was filled with fervor. In an instant, Qing Di sensed a pure force of faith emanating from Xihe, rivaling that of the three knights. Clearly, although Xihe had just recently transformed into his divine steed, he had already ascended to the status of a fervent believer. Excellent. In high spirits, Qing Di immediately bestowed a cultivation method upon Xihe. Go and cultivate. Only by becoming stronger will you earn the right to accompany me as my steed. Yes, my lord. Xihe replied without hesitation, bowing deeply before hastily departing. With his exit, Qing Di also did not linger and swiftly made his way toward the secluded area where Xihe was in retreat. Before long, Qing Di arrived at Xihe's sanctuary. Despite the barriers and formations in place, they could not deter him. Enveloping himself in divine power, Qing Di effortlessly entered. Soon, he reached the wooden cabin and, upon pushing the door open, was met with the overwhelming aura surrounding Xihe. The forces of utmost yang and utmost yin entwined around her, her expression shifting constantly, with her aura in utter turmoil. What is happening? Wasn't she supposed to be absorbing the essence of the Eastern King to restore herself? Why does she appear so distressed? Qing Di raised an eyebrow, a hint of astonishment and confusion flickering in his eyes. Without hesitation, he approached and placed his hand on Xihe's shoulder, channeling divine energy to assess her condition. The next moment, Qing Di's expression darkened. The forces of utmost yang and utmost yin within Xihe were clashing violently, exhibiting a trend of irreconcilable conflict. If this continued, it was likely that Xihe would suffer a catastrophic explosion. Had it not been for her peak quasi-saint cultivation forcefully suppressing the two powers, she might have perished before his arrival. Yin and yang cannot coexist. This must be a consequence of the leakage of primal yin. Alas, this matter is not unrelated to me. Pondering internally, Qing Di wasted no time, swiftly lifting Xihe and murmuring, I must resort to this method. Although the clash of yin and yang was intense, absorbing the essence of yin and yang should resolve everything and even facilitate a transformation for Xihe, allowing her to undergo a rebirth. As he spoke, Qing Di took decisive action. System, extract the essence of yin and yang. Beep. Extraction successful, commencing release. In the next moment, a battle for healing erupted, as the black and white forces of yin and yang enveloped Xihe, Qing Di, and the entire wooden cabin. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a century had passed. As the black and white energies dissipated, Xihe and Qing Di sat facing each other within the cabin. You shameless. Xihe opened her mouth, her complexion flushed. Her gaze towards Qing Di, laced with a mix of reproach and tenderness. Despite her scolding, she felt no resistance within. Instead, she was immensely grateful. After all, without Qing Di's assistance, she might have already perished or fallen into madness. However, spending a century on this matter seemed excessive to her, leading her to suspect that it was intentional on Qing Di's part. Your words are misguided, dear friend. Qing Di replied, his confidence unwavering as he smiled. I did this to save you. Should you truly blame your savior? For the first time, Qing Di engaged in an equal dialogue with Xihe. Previously, due to the disparity in their cultivation levels, he had only been submissive and compliant in her presence. Now, he possessed sufficient confidence to converse with her on equal terms. And in his heart, he regarded her as truly his own woman, rather than the ambiguous relationship they had before. Xihe scoffed, unable to refute him. The truth of the matter was evident, and she could even sense the elevation of her essence, experiencing a profound transformation. Instinctively, she inquired, what has caused such a significant change within me? What exactly did you do? Knowing it was not her own doing, she surmised it must be the consequence of Qing Di's actions. In this regard, Xihe felt a profound curiosity and perplexity within her heart. I have acquired a power derived from the primordial forces of yin and yang. Without further ado, Qing Di spoke calmly. If we refine it using the methods we have cultivated, the primordial power of yin and yang will enter our bodies, thoroughly enhancing our foundations, origins, and even our potential. The benefits you reap will be even greater. Being intrinsically linked to the utmost yin, the Taiyin deity, in absorbing this primordial power, you should have transcended the level of the top innate deities. And your Taiyin laws should have transformed into even mightier yin-yang laws. Is that not so? Raising an eyebrow, Xihe instinctively extended her hand. As her thoughts stirred, a sphere of yin-yang law power manifested in her palm. It is indeed real. I have mastered the yin-yang laws, and I have directly reached the stage of 50%. Confirming the changes within her, Xihe's breath quickened, and her gaze towards Qing Di softened with even more affection. After all, even without Qing Di's words, she could sense the preciousness of this primordial yin-yang power. Although her acquisition was passive, the benefits were monumental. With this thought in mind, Xihe immediately declared, protect me. I intend to abandon the 3 corpses slaying and directly cultivate to prove my path through strength. Since my foundation has already surpassed that of top innate deities, why should I pursue any law-based or merit-based paths? Proving my path through strength is most suitable for me. Having said that, she has settled into a cross-legged position and commenced her cultivation. Upon witnessing this, Qing Di opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Logically, Xihe's success in cultivating through law would be higher, even allowing for rapid enhancement. Yet, her reasoning was not without merit. With such a foundation and potential, it would indeed be somewhat wasteful not to cultivate through strength. With this in mind, Qingdi decided not to disturb her further, moving to a nearby area to sit and protect Xihe, then resolutely spoke. System, continue evolving my foundation. Utilize all 3 evolution permissions. I am eager to see what level my foundation can achieve after 3 evolutions. Chapter 52, Evolution of the Entity, Tree of Life, Superior Innate Deity Foundation Ding. Consumed 1 evolution permission. Foundation successfully evolved to Inferior Innate Deity. Ding. Consumed 1 evolution permission. Foundation successfully evolved to Intermediate Innate Deity. Ding. Consumed 1 evolution permission. Foundation successfully evolved to Superior Innate Deity. Note: the foundations of living beings are categorized into postnatal deities, innate demons, innate demon gods, and chaotic demon gods, divided into inferior, intermediate, superior, and top grades. In an instant, Qingdi felt a vast power surging within. Under the influence of this power, he could distinctly sense his life undergoing a metamorphosis, sublimating and leaping forward. As the continuous enhancement of his life essence surged, Qingdi became oblivious to his role as Xihe's protector and closed his eyes, entering a state of enlightenment. In such a state, Qingdi distinctly felt his essence transforming, evolving from the initial goji tree into a towering tree brimming with vibrant life energy. The Tree of Life. Astonishingly, after evolving into a superior innate deity, the essence of the goji tree had also changed, becoming a Tree of Life. As the Tree of Life took form, the life force within Qingdi reached its zenith, allowing him to grasp 70% of the laws of life. Most significantly, under the embrace of this power, Qingdi's originally silvery hair gradually returned to a deep green hue, and his previously cool demeanor transformed into one of remarkable warmth. However, Qingdi remained unaware of all this. At that moment, he was deeply engrossed in the process and rewards of his transformation into the Tree of Life. As the continuous influx of life energy surged into his body, the area surrounding Qingdi began to flourish, even affecting Xihe in the process. However, this life force did not harm Xihe. Rather, it served as an excellent aid. After Xihe destroyed 2 pieces of superior innate spiritual treasures and reclaimed her good and evil corpses, her cultivation had plummeted to the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal, leaving her exceedingly weak. Yet, with the assistance of the life force, the frailty within her rapidly dissipated, and the power of the yin-yang laws continuously enhanced her being. In a remarkably short time, Xihe's cultivation had reached the ultimate limit of the great Luo Golden Immortal, just a step away from ascending to quasi-saint. Break for me, she growled lowly. Unaware of the external circumstances, Xihe was determined not to miss such a splendid opportunity for enhancement. With the augmentation of her inner power, yin-yang laws, and life force, Xihe's cultivation surged back to the quasi-saint realm, leaping directly from the early quasi-saint stage to the mid-quasi-saint stage. It should be noted that this was a quasi-saint mid-stage achieved through strength. Although the realm was somewhat weaker, it was sufficient for Xihe, who had previously been able to dominate numerous opponents at the 2 corpses slaying realm. I have succeeded. I have completed the first step of proving my path through strength. Feeling the changes within her, Xihe's breath quickened, and she could not help but open her eyes, letting out an exclamation of excitement. However, she soon noticed Qingdi not far off, radiating life energy. It dawned on her why she had suddenly recovered, even benefiting unexpectedly to restore her quasi-saint mid-stage cultivation. Qingdi opened his mouth, and Xihe's beautiful eyes were filled with tenderness and gratitude. Yet, she quickly regained her composure, seemingly recalling something, biting her lip and saying, "However, I have many matters to attend to. I cannot stay by your side forever. Wait for me. Once I resolve those past issues, I will come to find you. And then I will be by your side always." Having said that, Xihe stood, casting a deep glance at Qingdi before stepping out of the wooden house and swiftly employing her evasion technique to leave the bounds of Tang Valley. Comfortable. Years later, Qingdi awoke leisurely, stretching his limbs and feeling an unparalleled sense of satisfaction. During this period of reflection, he has fully embraced the reality of his existence as the Tree of Life, concurrently gaining a profound understanding and recognition of his own powers. Subconsciously, Qingdi spoke. System. Activate personal panel. Immediately, a virtual personal panel materialized before his eyes. Qingdi Entity, Tree of Life, Unique, Footing, Superior Innate Divine Demon Cultivation, Early Stage Quasi-Saint Laws, Law of Slaughter, 10, Law of Yin and Yang, 30, Law of Life, 70, Innate Talent, Immortality Magical Arts and Abilities, Great Law Command Simplified Authority, 0 The Tree of Life, the Talent of Immortality. Excellent, splendid. After reviewing his information, the smile on Qingdi's face widened considerably. It is noteworthy that he initially traversed into this realm merely as a low-grade, innate spiritual root. with his footing being no more than that of a low-grade innate deity. It has been but a short time. Yet not only has my strength surged to the threshold of the saint realm, but my very essence has also evolved into the tree of life, while my foundation has ascended to the realm of the superior, innate demon god. Most significantly, Qing senses yet another elevation in his power. Although he has not yet reached the mid-stage of the quasi-saint realm, he is tantalizingly close. Opening his eyes, he yearns to share his joy with Xihe. However, upon noticing the emptiness of the room, the smile on Qing's face falters considerably. Surveying his surroundings, he lets out a resigned sigh. Has she departed? Truly heartless. Nevertheless, he reassures himself, one day, you shall obediently remain by my side. Taking a deep breath, Qing rises from his seat and strides confidently out of the wooden hut. He refrains from breaking the local barrier, for in his heart, this place eternally belongs to Xihe. Soon, Qing returns to his palace. After summoning San Xiao for a period of training, his previously disheartened mood is completely restored. Casting a glance at the now slumbering San Xiao, he bestows upon the three a particular technique before departing the palace. After instructing Xihe to keep a vigilant eye on the Soup Valley, Qing swiftly darts towards the valley's exterior. Before long, he arrives at the area where the legendary Penglai Island once lay. After a brief examination of the surroundings, he quickly heads towards the suspected core of the Three Talents formation. 10 years later, after miscalculating the coordinates 9 times, he finally succeeds in locating another island that exists within the core of the Three Talents formation alongside Penglai Island. I proclaim, before my eyes, a golden bridge connects. The island of the abbot is unimpeded. As the grand decree activates, Qing feels his divine power rapidly deplete, yet a golden archway materializes beneath his feet, extending outward into an area above the sea surface that suddenly vanishes without a trace. However, as the golden light intensifies, the void in space begins to warp, revealing the faint outline of a massive island floating within. Although its area is 1/3 smaller than that of Penglai Island, it is abundant with countless heavenly materials exuding radiant brilliance. Chapter 53. Refining the core of the island of the abbot, the gathering of the Dragon Clan success. Gazing at the ethereal silhouette of the island, Qing realizes he has triumphed. The island of the abbot. He has finally discovered it. With the prior experience of absorbing Penglai Island, he simply needs to refine the core of the island of the abbot and integrate it into the Qianyuan pearl, thus allowing the pearl to ascend to a higher innate prohibition, drawing ever closer to the echelon of innate treasures. With this thought in mind, Qing does not linger. Stepping onto the golden bridge and advancing into the interior of the island, the sound of his footsteps resonates continuously, as the power of the grand decree enables him to disregard the island's prohibitions and barriers, stepping directly inside. Upon entering the island of the abbot, Qing feels his spirit invigorated, not for any other reason, but because the entire island currently emanates an extraordinarily rich and intense aura. This is the essence of the innate, the essence of spiritual roots. Unlike Penglai Island, which had already been exploited, the island of the abbot remains in its most primordial stage, resulting in an abundance of heavenly materials and treasures, with many innate spiritual roots still present. Coupled with his essence having evolved into the tree of life, he becomes exceedingly sensitive to the aura of spiritual roots. In mere moments, Qing perceives the existence of 7 or 8 superior innate spiritual roots within the island of the abbot, as well as a single exceptional innate spiritual root. However, these roots have yet to develop sentience, and, thus, cannot evolve into living beings or deities. Truly, this is one of the treasures of the primordial world. He cannot help but marvel at the immense value of these 3 islands. Alas, the treasures within Penglai Island have long been pillaged, rendering its current worth incomparable to that of the island of the abbot. Nonetheless, its larger size and richer celestial aura, along with the greater abundance of spiritual veins, suggest that with time, Penglai Island may recover and even surpass the foundational level of the island of the abbot. Most importantly, Penglai Island, the island of the abbot, and Yingzhou Island constitute one of the innate Three Talents formations. If he can secure all 3 and transfer them into the Qianyuan pearl, not only will the pearl itself evolve into an innate treasure, but the amalgamation of the 3 will also exponentially enhance their intrinsic foundations. First, he must locate and refine the core. Once the entire island of the abbot is refined, he will assess whether its treasures are suitable. Taking a deep breath, Qing swiftly regains his composure. Although the heavenly materials and treasures within the island of the abbot are invaluable, failure to swiftly master them could lead to unforeseen consequences. Therefore, to ensure safety, he must quickly find the core's chaotic fragment for refinement. With this thought, Qing releases his divine sense to begin his search. After approximately 10 minutes, he opens his eyes. Found it. Without further delay, he swiftly heads towards a specific area. Before long, Qing arrives at a valley. With a low growl, the slaughtering divine sword is wielded, and a surge of sword energy cleaves the ground, accompanied by the brilliance of chaotic hues. The core of the island of the abbot becomes visible, The chaotic fragment lies within. Floating in that space, it emanates a rich chaotic aura and remains an unclaimed object. Excellent. With a smirk, Qing steps forward to reach the fragment. Without hesitation, he grasps the chaotic fragment, sits cross-legged, and begins the process of refinement. Meanwhile, outside the island of the abbot, some shrimp soldiers and crab generals have emerged, observing the resplendent scenery of the island of the abbot. They all recognize it as a celestial mountain. Without any hesitation, this group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals immediately relays the information to the Dragon King Qing of the East Sea. Approximately half an hour later, Qing leads the dragon clan to the waters off the island of the abbot. Dragon King, this should be a celestial mountain, and it appears to rival the Penglai island of Ur. One dragon cultivator speaks. Indeed, Qing nods, his breath quickening. Such a celestial mountain, rich with countless treasures, has appeared in our East Sea and is rightfully ours. He commands, bring forth my orders. Ascend the celestial mountain and gather its heavenly materials and treasures. Yes, your majesty. Upon hearing the command, countless shrimp soldiers and crab generals responded in unison. Shortly thereafter, the sea surged, and these myriad creatures surged toward the vicinity of Fangzhong Island. However, just as they were about to make landfall, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The prohibitive barriers and enchantments surrounding Fangzhong Island erupted in a brilliant radiance, effectively repelling them. Furthermore, any existence beneath the realm of true immortals was utterly annihilated by the might of the constraints, their corporeal forms and primordial spirits obliterated. The air was filled with anguished cries as innumerable shrimp soldiers and crab generals met their grim fate, their blood staining the waters below a vivid crimson. Even those above the realm of true immortals, any who had not attained the lofty heights of the Tai Golden Immortal, suffered grievous injuries, retreating with expressions of utter despair and disarray. Damn it, it is a primordial prohibitive formation. Qing's countenance shifted dramatically. As the Dragon King of the East Sea, his cultivation had reached the consummate stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Even though he had yet to fully realize his potential due to the propagation of his teachings by Qing, his strength was far beyond that of an ordinary great Luo Golden Immortal. Thus, he was acutely aware of the formidable power of the primordial prohibitive formation within Fangzhong Island. Apart from himself, none of the subordinates he had summoned stood a chance of breaching its defenses. Even he lacked absolute confidence in his ability to shatter it, which was disheartening, especially given that the ethereal image of Fangzhong Island had already manifested, and the mountains of celestial materials and earthly treasures within were an immense temptation for any seeker. All of you stand back. I shall attempt it myself. Taking a deep breath, Qing bellowed. As his words resonated, the shrimp soldiers and dragon clan cultivators collectively exhaled, having been thoroughly startled by the earlier spectacle and fearing to approach Fangzhong Island. Upon receiving Qing's command, the shrimp soldiers and crab generals promptly retreated a considerable distance. In the next moment, a resounding dragon roar echoed through the air. Qing's form shifted, revealing his true essence. A colossal 8-clawed golden dragon, stretching tens of thousands of feet in length, appeared in the heavens. As its massive body twisted, the full power of a great Luo Golden Immortal subtly gathered at the tip of its tail. Then, with a powerful sweep of its tail, the golden appendage, resembling a razor-sharp blade, sliced through the firmament, hurtling toward Fangzhong Island. Chapter 54. The East Sea Dragon King Falls, the depths of the Dragon Clan's heritage. With a thunderous roar, an explosion resonated, and the entire primordial prohibitive formation surrounding Penglai Island trembled violently at that moment. Yet, it did not shatter. Rather, after a brief quiver, it stabilized once more. In contrast, Qing suffered the consequences. Following his strike, countless dragon scales scattered from his tail, flesh tearing apart, and blood erupted forth. With a cry of distress, Qing swiftly retreated thousands of meters. Once his form steadied, he dissipated his dragon form, reverting to his human shape, standing in the skies with a countenance that oscillated between gloom and uncertainty. It was a failure. His full-force strike had inexplicably faltered. This was hardly auspicious news for him. It could be deemed an exceedingly perilous predicament. At this very moment, he found himself utterly powerless, forced to watch as the innate protective array of Penglai Island rapidly rejuvenated. Yet he dared not recklessly launch another assault. Below, countless shrimp soldiers and crab generals were equally taken aback, utterly incredulous that Qing's formidable strike had proven ineffective against a mere barrier. The gravest concern was that if they could not even breach the barrier, how could they hope to enter and procure the celestial treasures concealed within the island? The atmosphere in the vicinity grew thick with an oppressive silence. Suddenly, a shrimp soldier, endowed with 3 eyes, seemed to sense something and couldn't help but exclaim in alarm. As his words echoed, the previously silent sea momentarily froze. Subsequently, countless shrimp soldiers and crab generals, including Qing, turned their gazes toward the direction indicated by the shrimp soldier. Although the innate barrier remained unscathed, the recent violent tremors had thinned the dense spiritual energy within the island, allowing for a faint glimpse of the figure of Qing Di, who was refining chaotic fragments. It was a cultivator. Damn it, someone had gotten there first. In an instant, Ao Qing's expression darkened to an extreme. The value of Fangzhong Island is indisputable. However, the fact that someone has managed to gain entry signifies that the Dragon Clan cannot maximize its interests. Particularly troubling is the obstacle posed by the current restrictions. For while the intentions of those within remain unknown, they are undoubtedly nefarious. In a moment of urgency, Ao Qing retrieved a jade talisman from his bosom and crushed it with fervor. Hasten to my location. The emergence of the immortal Al presents immense opportunities. The intruder must be thwarted. With those words, the talisman disintegrated into fine powder. At that very instant, deep within the ocean's trenches of the East Sea, several gaunt cultivators, resembling withered sages, abruptly opened their eyes. In the next moment, Ao Qing's voice resonated in their ears. Without hesitation, 3 emaciated Dragon Clan cultivators surged forth from the depths, their forms transforming into colossal 8-clawed true dragons, racing towards Ao Qing's vicinity. What commotion! Simultaneously, Qing Di within Fangzhong Island sensed the disturbance. His refining process momentarily halted as he instinctively glanced towards the outside world. The Dragon Clan? Upon spotting Ao Qing and his companions, a flicker of astonishment crossed Qing Di's eyes, swiftly replaced by a more chilling demeanor. After all, Fangzhong Island is pivotal to his fortunes and future. He cannot allow this rabble to disrupt his endeavors. Dragon Clan, I hope you possess the wisdom to retreat. Should you dare to intrude upon my domain, I shall show no mercy. Muttering to himself, Qing Di resumed his refinement of the core of the chaotic fragment. As time passed, he had nearly completed the process, with only a small portion remaining to be refined. According to his estimations, success would be within reach in a mere hour or two. During this interval, the Dragon Clan did not interfere, yet they remained in the vicinity. In this manner, time flew by. Suddenly, 3 towering water spouts erupted from the sea, accompanied by the resounding roar of dragons, as 3 gargantuan 8-clawed true dragons manifested in this region. The aura emanating from the 3 true dragons was profound, and their oppressive presence was terrifying, unmistakably signifying their advancement to the quasi-saint level. Particularly striking was the leading 8-clawed black dragon, whose essence radiated with the potency characteristic of the late quasi-saint stage. Salutations to Ancestor Xihe. Salutations to Ancestor Hanshan. Salutations to Ancestor Baiwe. Upon witnessing the emergence of the 3 true dragons, Ao Qing swiftly approached to pay his respects. The 3 true dragons are all of quasi-saint status, representing one of the legacies of the Dragon Clan since ancient times. Their essence is among the most formidable, second only to the 9-clawed true dragon in terms of potential and power. Typically, the Dragon King is permitted to awaken them only in times of dire crisis for the Dragon Clan. However, the allure of Fangzhong Island is simply too great, filled with celestial treasures and innate spiritual roots that cannot be overlooked, in which the Dragon Clan cannot refuse. Ao Qing, a resplendent triad of black, white, and red light materializes as 3 figures, a man and a woman, appear before Ao Qing. The foremost, Xihe, furrows his brow and inquires, "What is this opportunity you speak of?" Behold. Without further ado, Ao Qing gestures towards Fangzhong Island, safeguarded by an innate prohibitive formation. Esteemed ancestors, the value within this island is immense, and the density of its natural spiritual energy is unparalleled, making it a rare sanctuary. Should our Dragon Clan acquire it, we could transform it into a dragon valley, thereby nurturing more true dragons. This would even grant our weaker bloodlines the chance to refine their heritage. Furthermore, if we were to establish a dragon gate here, those who transcend through it would likely experience a significant enhancement of their bloodline power. Upon hearing this, Xihe, Hanshan, and Baiwe instinctively turned their gazes towards Fangzhong Island. A mere glance is enough for the 3 to nod in agreement, acknowledging the truth in Ao Qing's words. This Fangzhong Island is indeed a rare sanctuary, and it is truly suitable to transform into the Dragon Valley, becoming the foundation for the Dragon Clan. Contemplating this, Xihe spoke. In that case, this object is destined to connect with our Dragon Clan. Hanshan, Baiwe, you 2 shall break the restriction, but remember not to cause excessive destruction, for the items within hold immense value for our clan. Understood. In response, Hanshan and Baiwe nodded in agreement, unwilling to refuse. Given the significance of this matter for the future of the Dragon Clan, they dared not act with carelessness or negligence. Observing the 2 about to take action, Ao Qing interjected urgently. Exercise utmost caution. There are others within the immortal island who may have gotten there first. I have previously attempted this, and it is impossible for a Deluo golden immortal to breach the restrictions. That individual is swiftly approaching the status of a quasi-saint. If we assault the barrier of the immortal island, that quasi-saint residing within will undoubtedly retaliate fiercely. Chapter 55, Racing Against Time, a Powerful Counterattack Quasi-Saint. Upon hearing this, Xihe, Hanshan, and Baiwe were all taken aback. Within this celestial island resides a being of quasi-sanctity, which implies that this island is indeed owned. Is this an attempt at forcible seizure? Though astonished, the three quickly regained their composure. As ancient warriors of the Dragon Clan, they inherently harbored the pride and prejudices of their forebears. If the Dragon Clan has set its sights on something, it ought to belong to them. Others should recognize their place. However, should anyone fail to do so, they would soon witness the might of the Dragon Clan. Contemplating this, Xihe spoke. Go. Let us hope that the individual is sensible. Good, good. With an affirmative reply, Hongshan and Baiwei wasted no time, swiftly appearing outside the confines of the Abbot's Island. Casting a glance at the innate prohibitive array, they disregarded it entirely, raising their fists without hesitation. Break for me. In the next moment, the fists of the two dragons collided with the array. The sound of cracking echoed, and the array, which had previously injured the Eastern Sea Dragon King at the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal level, began to fracture. Within mere breaths, the entire formation was on the verge of collapse, continuously absorbing the spiritual energy from within the Abbot's Island to replenish its power, while simultaneously revealing the treasures within more clearly. So many treasures. My heavens, there are an abundance of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, not to mention the innate spiritual roots scattered everywhere. If we were to take these back for crafting, we might be able to forge numerous innate spiritual treasures. This island truly is a celestial realm. Should our Dragon Clan acquire it, we would undoubtedly rise to prominence. Witnessing the scene within, Xihe, Qing, and others couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Even having seen mountains of treasure before, the resources and heavenly materials on the Abbot's Island took their breath away, and an overwhelming sense of greed welled up within them. Damn it. Meanwhile, Qingdi's expression darkened significantly. He sensed the commotion from the Abbot's Island. Now, at a critical moment of his refinement, any interruption would yield disastrous consequences. Dragon Clan, I shall remember you. A flash of murderous intent crossed his mind, and he hastened to channel his divine power, determined to complete his refinement before the prohibitive array of the Abbot's Island shattered. I declare, my divine power, amplified 100-fold. With a low roar, Qingdi forcibly invoked the grand decree to empower himself. In an instant, his divine power surged, rapidly refining the chaotic fragments. Although his own divine energy consumption escalated swiftly. Push harder. Break it. In the external region, Hongshan awoke from his reverie, excitement emanating from him. All right. Nodding. Baiwei did not refuse. She too understood the immense value of what lay within. Without hesitation, they channeled all their magical energy into their fists. Break for me. With another low shout, the two struck simultaneously, their fists landing squarely on the already cracked prohibitive array. The sound of shattering filled the air as the entire formation visibly crumbled, disintegrating before their eyes. Within just 3 or 5 breaths, the array was utterly destroyed. And without pausing, Baiwei and Hongshan propelled themselves towards Qingdi's location like arrows released from a bow. Although uncertain as to why Qingdi had not intervened, they recognized him as an enemy, and they would show no mercy. Is everything all right with ancestors Xihe, Hongshan, and Baiwei? Observing the situation, Qing inquired with concern. He had a vague feeling that Qingdi was no ordinary opponent, and as he watched the two approach, unease stirred within him. Do not worry. Xihe waved dismissively. He is merely a mid-stage quasi-saint, no match for Hongshan and Baiwei. Let us proceed. It is time to land on the island. Once they gathered the heavenly materials and earthly treasures within, they would immediately mobilize forces to forge the Dragon Valley here. Yes, Ancestor Xihe. Relieved, Qing dismissed his worries, becoming increasingly excited at the prospect of acquiring the Abbot's Island. He murmured, this matter is simple. I will summon the Dragon Clan from the surrounding seas to assist, and we can establish the Dragon Valley in no time, even relocating the Dragon Gate here. Once the Dragon Valley is established, our clan's opportunity to rise will come. However, before Qing could finish, a heart-wrenching scream suddenly reverberated, drawing the attention of everyone on the surface of the sea. Impossible. This cannot be. In the next moment, Xihe, Qing, and countless shrimp soldiers and crab generals gasped in disbelief. Before their eyes, the entire Abbot's Island had vanished without a trace. Not only that, but Hongshan's chest had been pierced by a long sword, emanating a chilling murderous aura that left all below the great Luo Golden Immortal level trembling in terror. Unable to even move. Upon closer inspection, Qingdi stood before Hongshan, his slaying divine sword having pierced through him, and as the power of the slaying laws surged, it swiftly obliterated Hongshan's primordial spirit, leaving no hope for escape. Clearly, Qingdi had outmatched them in the end. As the prohibitive array of the Abbot's Island shattered, Qingdi successfully refined the chaotic fragments completely. This also led to Fangzhong Island, akin to Penglai Immortal Island, becoming his personal possession. With merely a thought, it was absorbed into the Qianyuan Pearl. Even before Hongshan and Baiwei could react, he struck first. In but an instant, Qingdi appeared before Hongshan, piercing his form with the sword of slaughter before the latter could even comprehend the situation. How could this be? Hongshan's mouth opened in disbelief, his face a canvas of incredulity. He could hardly fathom the sheer might of Qingdi. The mere aura of a mid-stage quasi-saint rendered him a late-stage quasi-saint, utterly devoid of any capacity for response or resistance. Especially upon witnessing the sort of slaughter, Hongshan could not restrain his exclamation, a top-tier innate slaughtering spiritual treasure. Cursed be it, who exactly are you? Release me at once. I am an ancient ancestor of the dragon clan. Your disrespect shall not go unpunished by my kin. Chapter 56. Annihilation of Ancestor Hongshan. The Battle of Quasi-Saints erupts. The dragon clan? With a cold smile, Qingdi's eyes glinted with frost as he replied, from the moment you foolishly sought to seize my Fangzhong island, we have been adversaries. And as for your threats, do you still believe this is the age of antiquity? You are but remnants of the ancient dragon clan. Have you finished your futile ramblings? If so, then prepare to meet your end. As he spoke, Qingdi unleashed a surge of divine power into the sword of slaughter. In an instant, Hongshan's screams echoed through the air, his form disintegrating at a visible pace, his primordial spirit meeting the same fate. At that moment, Baiyu was jolted from her reverie. Upon witnessing Hongshan's disheveled state, she promptly summoned a crimson spear, launching it towards Qingdi. She discerned the perilous situation Hongshan found himself in. If Qingdi were not halted, Hongshan would undoubtedly meet his demise. Having been friends for so many years, how could Baiyu allow Hongshan to perish before her eyes? Thief, how dare you? Thief, cease at once. Simultaneously, in the outside world, He Tian and Ao Qing were also roused from their stupor. With a low growl, the two hastened towards the area where Qingdi resided. What a farce. Should Hongshan meet his demise, it would undoubtedly be a catastrophic blow to the dragon clan. After all, the number of quasi-saints that have survived since ancient times is exceedingly scarce, with Hongshan standing as one of the distinguished few among the later stage quasi-saints. If Hongshan were to perish here, the dragon clan would suffer immense losses, and upon their return, they would likely face the wrath of Zhulong. I declare, in my presence, all things shall remain still. Upon sensing Baiyu's impending assault, Qingdi calmly spoke. As the power of the great law resonated, an unshakable force expanded forth, ensnaring Baiyu's spear mid-air, rendering it incapable of drawing near within a 10-meter radius of Qingdi, let alone rescuing Hongshan. How could this be? Staring in disbelief, Baiyu's eyes widened. She had not held back. Her strike was a genuine display of her full might, yet the outcome? It was astonishingly restrained, making it extraordinarily difficult to even approach. This was simply unfathomable. Similarly, the rapidly approaching He Tian and Ao Qing were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically. Witnessing Baiyu's attack thwarted, they could sense the gravity and peril of the situation. To speak plainly, the current circumstances were already lethal for them. A roar of defiance erupted as Hongshan's corporeal form was utterly obliterated, his primordial spirit dissipating into the ether. The only remnant left was a resplendent dragon pearl, still floating, faintly revealing a lingering echo of a dragon's soul within it. The dragon pearl. Recover it. Baiyu, assist me. Seeing this dire scenario, He Tian was utterly frantic. Hongshan was dead, leaving only a fragment of his soul and the dragon pearl. While restoration to his former state was impossible, reclaiming the dragon pearl could indeed resurrect him. With this thought, He Tian was consumed by rage. Dark power erupted around him, transforming him into a colossal black dragon. Claws bared as he lunged toward the dragon clan. Breakthrough. At the same time, Baiyu regained her composure. Acknowledging Hongshan's death, the immediate priority was to seize the dragon pearl. Even if it did not lead to Hongshan's revival, the energy contained within the dragon pearl was immense, potent enough to elevate a great Luo golden immortal of the dragon clan to quasi-saint status. This was critical for the foundation and future of the dragon clan. In an instant, Baiyu relinquished her spear, transforming into an 8-clawed white dragon soaring into the sky, her tail sweeping towards Qingdi as a strike aimed directly at him. He has perished. Ancestor Hongshan is dead. Impossible. How could a quasi-saint of our dragon clan meet such an easy end? Ao Qing stood in stunned silence, lost in the grief of Hongshan's death. It was not merely that he shared a profound connection with him. Rather, the latter had come here at his summons. This situation inevitably places him at the center of it all. Regardless of subsequent developments, upon his return, he will likely face punishment, and the throne of the East Sea Dragon King may no longer be his. The loss of a powerful being at the quasi-saint late stage is something that Zhulong cannot possibly condone, nor can the ancient ancestors of the dragon clan, who dwell in the abyss of the sea. The dragon pearl, a remarkable treasure. As the crisis looms, Qingdi remains astonishingly composed. With a mere gesture, he grasps the dragon pearl in his hand. After scrutinizing it for a moment, he ascertains that its residual soul bears no consciousness, thus refraining from erasing it immediately. Casually collecting the dragon pearl, a smile graces Qingdi's lips. It will be a fitting gift for Xihe, a dragon pearl from an 8-clawed true dragon, and one possessing quasi-saint late-stage cultivation. Should he succeed in refining it, Xiaohe's advancement to quasi-saint would pose no challenge. After all, as his loyal attendant and steed, Xiaohe's fidelity is beyond question. As his fervent devotee and divine servant, no matter how formidable he becomes, rebellion is simply inconceivable. With this thought, Qing Di's gaze sharpens, fixating on the approaching black and white dragons. The dragon pearls of Hongshan possess such formidable capabilities. Thus it stands to reason that the dragon pearls of these two individuals are not to be underestimated. Should they be eradicated, I could indeed forge 2 quasi-saint level true dragon mounts. The spectacle of 3 dragons pulling a chariot would undoubtedly be striking. With this thought in mind, Qing Di raised the sword of slaughter in his hand and declared, "Since we've arrived, let us engage in battle." In the next moment, Qing Di swung his sword with great force. With a resounding slash, a massive cross-shaped sword energy soared into the heavens, targeting the 2 dragons. Immediately, the sword energy collided with the claws and tails of the dragons, producing an earth-shattering explosion. The deafening roar echoed throughout the area as the terrifying shockwave surged forth, directly assaulting Ao Qing and the myriad of shrimp and crab soldiers. The anguished cries filled the air as it became evident that countless shrimp and crab soldiers were obliterated. Even the Deluo Jingxian were swiftly annihilated by the residual force. Within a matter of breaths, the entire sea surface lay desolate, save for the heavily injured Ao Qing who was retreating, while all the other soldiers had perished, their blood staining the waters, and countless dismembered limbs floated, rendering the scene akin to a hellish inferno. Moreover, as the shockwaves continued to spread, the entire sea stirred violently, with waves rising high and sweeping in all directions. After several breaths, the tumult in the region gradually subsided. As calm returned to the sea, the area transformed into a gruesome tableau of corpses and blood, with innumerable severed limbs drifting, indicating the dragon clan had suffered a catastrophic loss. Simultaneously, the confrontation between Qing Di, Bai Yu, and He Tian abruptly halted. The 3 figures retreated, with Qing Di swiftly regaining his composure, his expression unchanged. However, the faces of He Tian and Bai Yu were grim, particularly Bai Yu, whose lips bore traces of blood, appearing exceedingly disheveled. Furthermore, He Tian's arm trembled incessantly. The recent clash made him acutely aware of Qing Di's formidable power. To put it bluntly, he felt an overwhelming force emanating from Qing Di that crushed his own. Consequently, He Tian found it hard to accept this reality. As a late quasi-saint on the verge of reaching full quasi-saint status, he believed there were few capable of rivaling him within the primordial realm. Had it not been for Hong Jun achieving sainthood, his mere presence would have allowed the dragon clan to rise again. But now, an obscure individual before him displayed such extraordinary strength, effortlessly warding off his attack and even fending off the combined assault from him and Bai Yu of the same realm. This was utterly incomprehensible. How could this be? How could this be? Bai Yu could scarcely accept this truth. After reverting to her human form, she gazed at Qing Di as if he were a monster. It was unfathomable that she and He Tian, joining forces, were utterly incapable of overcoming Qing Di, especially in light of his evident advantage. What a profound shock. What a terrifying revelation. A heavy silence enveloped the entire area. Who exactly are you? After several breaths, He Tian was the first to regain his composure, fixing his gaze on Qing Di as he queried, "With such strength, such combat prowess, there is no information or intelligence regarding you within the primordial realm. You truly have concealed yourself well." In response, Qing Di smiled. Conceal? He had no need for it. Previously, he indeed required some degree of hiding. For with merely the cultivation of a Deluo Jingxian, he was little more than cannon fodder in this quasi-saint era. However, circumstances had changed. Due to his influence, nearly all the powerful beings within the primordial realm had shifted their cultivation, resulting in a dearth of combatants above the late quasi-saint level. Although he currently remained a mid-quasi-saint, he was not someone the likes of the 2 late quasi-saint dragon ancestors could contend with. Of course, Qing Di did not appear as untroubled as he seemed. After all, being besieged by 2 late quasi-saint powerhouses had left him with some injuries. But with his essence having evolved into that of a life tree, these wounds healed within moments, posing no lingering threats. "You are not worthy of knowing," Qing Di slowly stated. "If you wish to know, let Zhulong come to seek me personally. Do you both wish to continue?" Upon uttering these words, He Tian and Bai Yu fell silent. Zhulong. The fact that this individual was aware of the ancestral Zhulong indicated that he was far from ordinary, perhaps even more deeply concealed than they had imagined. After all, following the calamity of the dragon and phoenix during the ancient era, Zhulong had withdrawn from the world. And aside from the old ancestors and the 4 sea dragon kings, the rest were entirely ignorant of Zhulong's existence. Qing Di's sudden revelation was hardly favorable news for them. Fellow Taoist, He Tian took a deep breath, suppressing his inner fury and resentment. "The matter of the celestial island rightfully belongs to you. This was an error on the part of my dragon clan. Why not turn hostility into harmony? If you were to relinquish the dragon pearl of Hongshan, you would become a dear friend of my dragon clan. What do you think?" In response, Qing Di chuckled, regarding He Tian with an expression akin to that of an imbecile. I think not. What is in my possession belongs to me. If you wish to reclaim it, offer your own dragon pearls in exchange, or perhaps a superior innate spiritual treasure. Having said this, Qing Di did not afford He Tian and Bai Yu the opportunity to respond further, waving his hand dismissively. Shall we fight? If so, I shall accompany you to the end, but if not, I have no time to waste here with you. You. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu and He Tian were seething with rage. If looks could kill, Qing Di would have been subjected to 1,000 tortures at that moment. Yet, despite their frustration and anger, they understood that they could not best Qing Di, and continuing would likely lead to their own demise. Though they lamented the loss of Hongshan, they were not foolish enough to sacrifice themselves in the process. We leave. Gritting his teeth, He Tian glared at Qing Di and declared, fellow Taoist, regardless of who you are, my dragon clan will not let this matter rest. Just wait. Zhulong will ensure you pay the price for your arrogance. Upon concluding their discourse, He Tian and Bai Wei did not linger. In a swift motion, they plunged into the depths of the sea, vanishing from sight. At this sight, Qing Di exhaled a sigh of relief. Finally, they departed. If circumstances permitted, he had no intention of confronting the dragon clan at this moment. However, now that they were adversaries, he would not show any leniency. Had it not been for the presence of the Zhulong, he would have decisively dealt with both He Tian and Bai Wei just moments ago. After their previous confrontation, Qing Di felt a surge of divine consciousness locking onto him. Although no immediate attack was made, the warning was palpable. In the entire East Sea, the only entity capable of exerting such influence, one that instilled genuine fear in Qing Di, could only be the ancient ancestor of the dragon clan, Zhulong. Based on Qing Di's estimations, Zhulong was at least at the peak of quasi-saint status, if not beyond. After all, in ancient times, Zhulong was second only to the primordial dragon, who had reached the semi-saint stage during the ultimate battle. Thus, it was reasonable to conclude that Zhulong, having had so much time to evolve, must have made significant advancements in strength. It appeared that lingering in the East Sea was inadvisable. Zhulong had taken notice of him, and thus he could no longer remain on Yingzhou Island. Otherwise, should that entity emerge to seize what was his, he would find himself powerless against it. Training and growing stronger was imperative. Only by attaining greater power could he confront any danger and potentially eliminate it. With this thought, Qing Di's expression grew grave. The path of divine cultivation he pursued rendered ordinary training insufficient. The sole means by which he could rapidly enhance his strength was through the absorption of faith power. Only with an abundance of such power could his capabilities escalate swiftly. Chapter 58, The Xihe of Zhulong, Crafting the 24 Heavens. Preaching. It is only through preaching that I can disseminate faith more effectively. However, compared to the present moment, the optimal maximization of benefits has yet to be achieved. Previous preaching sessions have led to my Taoist identity gaining some notoriety within the wilderness, attracting numerous enemies. I must prepare adequately before proceeding. Hongjun would not personally intervene. For having achieved unity with the Tao, he could not engage directly in the affairs of the wilderness. Moreover, those fated saints have yet to attain enlightenment, so at most, it would be a gathering of quasi-saints seeking trouble. Given the current situation, the general strength of quasi-saints is not particularly formidable. Even the 3 pure ones would only reach the late quasi-saint level at best. If I could advance to the late quasi-saint tier, I could easily overpower this group and even stand unafraid of Zhulong's menace. With this in mind, Qing Di promptly employed his escape technique and vanished from his location. He needed to return to Tang Valley to enter seclusion. Further searching for Yingzhou Island was no longer feasible. Yet the evolution of the 24 heavens could not be delayed any longer. Meanwhile, He Tian and Bai Wei hurriedly returned to the abyss of the East Sea. Without delay, they delved deeper, soon arriving at a pitch-black expanse of water. Upon reaching this realm, He Tian and Bai Wei exchanged glances and bowed deeply, exclaiming, "We seek an audience with Ancestor Zhulong. We seek an audience with Ancestor Zhulong." As their words resonated, an overwhelming radiance erupted throughout the sea. In the distance, an enormous entity, whose length seemed endless, emerged, unmistakably the Zhulong. At that moment, Zhulong opened his eyes, illuminating the heavens and earth, instilling an immense sense of oppression in He Tian and Bai Wei, compelling them to bow even lower, filled with reverence and fervor. "Rise." After a moment's contemplation, Zhulong spoke slowly. "I am already aware of your inquiries. That individual possesses considerable strength. Although he is merely at the mid-quasi-saint level, his combat prowess approaches that of a complete quasi-saint. Furthermore, the magical power he wields is exceedingly peculiar and extraordinary, to the extent that even I cannot discern its mysteries. This incident serves as a lesson. Our dragon clan is not yet in a position to act recklessly, nor should we expose too much of our foundation." At this, He Tian and Bai Wei exchanged glances, momentarily filled with reluctance. After all, they had suffered a significant loss. The 3 of them had failed in their endeavor. And even Hongshan had been slain before their very eyes by Qing Di, a tremendous humiliation. Yet, Zhulong's words indicated that they could not continue to pursue this matter. Bowing once more, Xihe and Baiwei responded, "Yes, Ancestor Zhulong. Yes, Ancestor Zhulong." They did not depart immediately, however, instead turning to Zhulong, saying, "But Ancestor, that individual has seized the immortal island. Our Dragon Valley cannot be established, which bodes ill for us. Hongjuan's scheme has been revealed. His true nature will eventually come to light, yet our Dragon Clan's foundation is not as formidable as it once was. The establishment of Dragon Valley is of utmost significance to our clan." Hearing this, Zhulong furrowed his brow, although he was reluctant to admit it. The truth of their words was undeniable. The current Dragon Clan was barely surviving, in no way comparable to its ancient glory, with the Taoist revealing Hongjuan's plot. The entire wilderness was spiraling toward uncontrollable chaos. If the Dragon Clan wished to endure through this era and restore its ancient splendor, the establishment of Dragon Valley could not be delayed. After a moment of contemplation, Zhulong gradually spoke, "You two should not enter seclusion just yet. Instead, venture into the interior of the wilderness to seek out an unclaimed Taoist temple. As long as this temple meets the requirements for establishing Dragon Valley, then relocate it directly. In due course, we shall transform it into Dragon Valley, ensuring the continuous growth and evolution of our clan's foundation and lineage." "Yes, yes." Upon hearing this, Xihe and Baiwei exchanged smiles. Zhulong's plan resonated with them. Even though Zhulong forbade them from troubling Qingdi, the thought of vengeance lingered in their minds. Thus, to exact retribution and cleanse their humiliation, they could not remain in the abyss any longer. They must venture into the outer realms. With their objectives aligned, the two deeply bowed to Zhulong before hastily departing the sea. As they left, the waters once again fell into darkness, and Zhulong sighed, "Foolish children, foolish children." The secrets that individual harbors are numerous. Seeking trouble with him is not a wise decision. Had I not locked onto him and issued a threat, it is likely you would not have returned alive. Unbeknownst to all of this, Qingdi had already returned to Tang Valley. He did not engage in training with the Sanxiao sisters. Instead, he went directly to the former residence of Xihe. Upon entering, Qingdi unhesitatingly summoned the Qianquan ruler and the 24 sealing pearls, a smile gracing his lips as he declared, "The 24 heavens shall become one of my foundational assets and a prime means of enhancing my combat power. With the power of the 24 heavens, coupled with the creation of sufficient beings within it, the dissemination of my faith will accelerate tremendously, and my cultivation will rise rapidly." As he spoke, Qingdi wasted no time and began the ritual of refinement. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, a millennium had elapsed. With a low command, the last vestige of the innate restrictions within the Qianquan ruler shattered. Simultaneously, the Qianquan ruler trembled and soared back into Qingdi's body, now truly belonging to him, rather than to anyone else. However, this was merely the beginning. With the refinement of the Qianquan ruler completed, Qingdi's gaze shifted towards the 24C stabilizing pearls. Unlike the Qianquan ruler, which was a superior innate spiritual treasure endowed with numerous innate restrictions, the C stabilizing pearls were merely of medium grade, possessing fewer innate restrictions, thus presenting a lesser challenge for refinement. In a mere 2 centuries, Qingdi successfully refined all the innate restrictions within the 24C stabilizing pearls. Henceforth, both the 24C stabilizing pearls and the Qianquan ruler were entirely his. "Come forth." With a thought, Qingdi summoned the Qianquan ruler. Without hesitation, he placed it in the vicinity of the C stabilizing pearls. In an instant, the Qianquan ruler and the 24C stabilizing pearls trembled, as if drawn together, complementing and enhancing one another in a harmonious symphony. In mere moments, a wondrous reaction unfolded. Brilliant white radiance illuminated the scene as the Qianquan ruler transformed into beams of light, launching the pearls into the air, where a vague outline of a world began to coalesce gradually. Chapter 59. The emergence of the 24 heavens and the determination to create humanity? Boom, boom. The resounding echoes of violent explosions reverberated as the nascent worlds before him erupted, collapsing and shattering. Soon after, the cycles of destruction and birth of worlds unfolded before Qingdi's eyes. As the nascent worlds exploded, their interiors expanded at a visible rate, akin to the creation of the universe, with the forces of earth, fire, water, and wind swirling tumultuously within. Ultimately, the pure essence ascended while the turbid energy descended. Within just a few years, numerous small thousand worlds perfectly emerged before Qingdi. With the complete evolution of the 24 heavens, one could distinctly feel the rich essence of the world permeating the air. The power of heaven and earth is akin to the force of the heavenly Tao, albeit weaker. Within the primordial chaos, this power can only be harnessed by those who have attained the status of a saint within the heavenly Tao. However, thanks to the existence of the 24 heavens, Qingdi is also able to manipulate the power of heaven and earth. Though it pales in comparison to the heavenly Tao's might found in the primordial realm, it is merely the power of heaven and earth within the 24 heavens. Nevertheless, this enhancement significantly amplifies Qingdi's combat prowess. For instance, when he previously encountered the 3 formidable quasi-saints, Heavenly Black, White Moon, and Red Mountain, he found himself challenged, requiring his utmost effort to secure a chance of victory in their confrontations. Yet now, with the support of the 24 heavens, he can effortlessly dominate in single combat. Even when faced with 3 adversaries, securing an absolute advantage and swiftly annihilating them within a short span of time. It can be said that, despite still being at the mid-stage of the quasi-saint realm, the augmentation from the 24 heavens endows him with the capacity to contend with fully realized quasi-saint opponents. As he savored the flow of heaven and earth's power coursing through him, a knowing smile finally grazed Qing Di's countenance. With the presence of the 24 heavens, his personal combat strength has reached its zenith within his current realm. Even in the vast expanse of the primordial chaos, few quasi-saints can rival him. Most significantly, this is merely the first function of the 24 heavens. Its greatest value lies in being composed of 24 independent and complete small worlds, which means he can transfer living beings into these realms for survival, or even create new beings to thrive within them. Importantly, the spatial scope of these 24 heavens has yet to reach its full potential. It is merely in its nascent stage. As Qing Di successfully refines the 24 heavens, he has come to comprehend their value and potential, capable of ascending to the status of a great thousand worlds without exaggeration. The great thousand worlds transcend the middle and small thousand worlds. While one great thousand world may seem insignificant, 24 of them could encompass an area approximately 1/5 the size of the primordial chaos. How vast is the primordial realm? It is boundless. Once the 24 heavens are fully actualized, equating to 1/5 of the primordial chaos, how many followers and beings could he nurture within, once populated with his devoted followers? Attaining the Tao of the primordial would be effortlessly within reach. Even the subsequent stages of the infinite Great Luo Golden Immortal and the primordial infinite Great Luo Golden Immortal would not pose a challenge, with possibilities of glimpsing the great Tao itself. Contemplating this, Qing Di felt a surge of excitement and murmured to himself, ah. He had initially intended to integrate the 24 heavens into the Qianyuan Pearl, but now it seems he had underestimated their potential. If he could bring them to their utmost realization, their value would rival that of the Qianyuan Pearl, perhaps even surpassing it in suitability for his needs. Alas, the difficulty of evolving the 24 heavens is daunting. According to the information he acquired upon completing the 24 heavens, their ascension requires numerous special materials. This includes the consumption of small thousand worlds of equal rank, spatial treasures as offerings, the flesh and blood of beings at least of the innate divine demon level as sustenance, and the gathering of primordial forces such as metal, wood, water, fire, earth, yin, yang, wind, and thunder. These are all exceedingly difficult to obtain, and even at this moment, Qing Di harbors no certainty or hope of acquiring them. Nonetheless, let us set aside the evolution of the 24 heavens for the time being. The pressing matter at hand is to establish a race that is uniquely my own. A glimmer of determination flashed in Qing Di's eyes as he fixed his gaze intently upon the 24 heavens. He now possessed a singular opportunity to create a race, alongside the independence offered by the 24 heavens beyond the primordial chaos, to forge a multitude of beings who would become his devoted followers, thereby augmenting his strength. The beings within the primordial chaos were numerous. Despite the considerable number of followers he had amassed after previous events, few had truly become fervent devotees. This resulted in a substantial yet low-quality source of faith, leading to a meager conversion rate into divine power. However, creating a race is no simple task. Although he had one chance to create, he required the appropriate materials to proceed. The ideal material for creating a race, it seems, is the essence soil. After all, it is said to have been transformed from the marrow of Pangu, and in the future, Niwa will also use essence soil as the foundation for her creation. Yet, this essence soil, once existing atop the primordial gourd vine, was later divided among others, while Niwa retained possession of both the primordial gourd vine and the essence soil. If I wish to use essence soil to create my race, I must acquire it from Niwa. With this thought, a glimmer of resolve flickered in Qing Di's eyes. The human race should not merely be a product of Niwa's creation. He, too, intends to forge a human race, one that belongs solely to him. Unlike the pitiful human race that has become embroiled in the machinations of the myriad deities despite ruling over heaven and earth, he aims to create a self-reliant human race, leaning towards the fantastical, the 24 heavens. He could independently create 24 distinct worlds, such as those of martial energy, soul power, the great wilderness, and the northern dipper. With his current strength, he is entirely capable of bringing them into existence, even discovering entities reminiscent of protagonists from novels he had read in his past life, enabling them to continuously grow stronger, rise to prominence, and perhaps even evolve the myriad worlds to their utmost potential. It is decided, if he is to act, he shall make it grand. Beasts, dragons, and phoenixes are abundant in the primordial chaos. He can simply capture a few and introduce them. However, a truly self-reliant human race has yet to emerge, and he must bring it into existence beforehand. Resolute in his decision, Qing Di rose from the ground. With the intention of creating a human race firmly established, his next objective is the essence soil in Niwa's possession. Chapter 60. Finalizing the plan, shaking the primordial chaos however. Approaching Niwa is no trivial matter. Exiting the room, Qing Di furrowed his brow, lost in thought. After all, Niwa is not like other women. Her strength is unquestionable. and as a predestined saint, she would never forsake her cultivation of the three corpses. Thus, it is evident that Nuwa cannot be a true partner in his endeavors. His future path is destined to oppose Hongjun, and with his current weakness, he cannot contend with Hongjun or the heavenly way. Yet, once his strength reaches the level of the supreme golden immortal, he will be able to truly challenge them, and even the predestined saints may become his adversaries. The difficulty of approaching Nuwa to acquire the essence soil is immense. However, the possibility of deceiving Nuwa into relinquishing the essence soil to him does not seem entirely out of reach. A spark of brilliance ignited in Qing Di's eyes as a plan began to take shape in his mind. Coupling this with his prior advice to Zhao Gongming about preaching in the Eastern Sea, and the countless forces and great powers in the primordial chaos seeking his hidden identity as Daozuan, Qing Di's previously furrowed brow gradually relaxed. After a brief contemplation, Qing Di spoke decisively. Let the news spread far and wide, igniting a frenzy in the primordial chaos, compelling the great powers to gather in the Eastern Sea to listen to my teachings. In doing so, the three pure ones, Jane, Xuandi, and Nuwa will surely be unable to remain idle and will come to investigate, even attempting to deal with me. Once Nuwa arrives in the Eastern Sea, I shall seize the opportunity to acquire the essence soil from her. Moreover, with the presence of the unstable factor known as Zhu Long in the Eastern Sea, careful planning may allow for a forceful acquisition if she refuses to comply. Resolute, Qing Di stepped beyond the confines of Xihe's residence. Soon, he returned to his palace, summoning Xihe at once. My lord, you summoned me? Xihe arrived at the palace, immediately bowing in respect before curiously inquiring. Indeed. Nodding. Qing Di wasted no time and spoke directly. Xihe, I have a task for you to accomplish. Depart from Tanggu, and once you reach the outer regions, spread the word that Daozuan will preach in the Eastern Sea in a millennium. If anyone inquires, simply say that you received this information by chance and do not know the precise location of the preaching. Remember, this information must reach the inner regions of the primordial chaos. Understood, my lord. Xihe replied, though inwardly filled with confusion. Yet, as one of the divine attendants, he held unwavering trust and recognition for Qing Di's words. This led to his inability to comprehend why Qing Di possessed knowledge regarding Daozuan, yet he exhibited no hesitation, promptly responding and hastily departing the palace. Master. As Xihe departed, Yin Xiao's figure quietly materialized within the palace. Upon reaching the vicinity of Qing Di, Yin Xiao bowed respectfully before speaking. Esteemed Qing Di, I find myself ensnared in a bottleneck in my cultivation, and I beseech your assistance. At these words, Qing Di raised an eyebrow. Instinctively glancing at Yin Xiao, he discerned that his cultivation had already attained the perfection of the true immortal realm and was on the verge of breaking through to the Tai true immortal level. Truly, he was the most gifted among the three celestial beings. With a slight smile, Qing Di beckoned Yin Xiao closer. Yin Xiao approached and sat in Qing Di's embrace, gently stroking Yin Xiao's hair. Qing Di spoke, the breakthrough to true immortal is not arduous. I shall guide your cultivation, and you must diligently attune yourself. A decade later, Yin Xiao successfully transcended to the Tai true immortal realm, staggering as he exited the palace, his face radiant with joy and fulfillment. After this brief interlude, Qing Di remained diligent. Having resolved to entice Nuwa into his plans, even preparing to seize the Shi Rang, he understood the importance of swiftly refining his strategy. A crucial aspect of this plan was to conceal his identity. Despite having garnered numerous rewards, he could not obscure his own aura and the fluctuations of his essence through transformation techniques. Therefore, his immediate task was to swiftly consolidate a divine avatar. In due course, this divine avatar could assume the guise of Daozuan to expound teachings and elucidate doubts, allowing his true self to evade suspicion and facilitating future endeavors. Divine avatar, based on the power of divine belief and rooted in divine strength. The information regarding the cultivation of the divine avatar surfaced within Qing Di's mind, and without hesitation, he settled into a meditative posture, initiating the mobilization of divine power and the activation of belief energy. As time elapsed, the milky white belief energy coalesced, complementing Qing Di's divine strength, gradually giving rise to a virtual silhouette before his eyes. However, this apparition was exceedingly unstable and devoid of any cultivation aura. It was merely a nascent form of the divine avatar. To fully refine it and endow it with substantial combat prowess, further cultivation was necessary. Qing Di felt no urgency regarding this matter. After all, he had a millennium at his disposal and was confident that by the time the teachings were to commence, he would successfully solidify the avatar, perhaps even endowing it with combat capabilities not inferior to his own. On another front, Xihe, having departed Tanggu, commenced actions in accordance with Qing Di's directives. Within a mere few months, word of Daozuan's impending teachings in the East Sea millennium hence spread throughout the region. In an instant, the East Sea was abuzz. Countless beings surged with fervor, their hearts ignited with longing, resolutely vowing that upon Daozuan's arrival to impart teachings, they would be among the first to attend. This includes the dominant dragon clan of the East Sea, which is no exception. Although Ao Qing faced severe punishment due to recent events, his status as the Dragon King of the East Sea remained unscathed. Upon receiving and confirming the news, he promptly summoned his kin, particularly gathering the pure-blooded dragons to await the long-anticipated moment to receive teachings. After addressing matters within the East Sea, Qing also conveyed the information to the dragon kings of the North Sea, South Sea, and West Sea, within a mere few months. The other 3 sea dragon kings hastily assembled their pure-blooded kin and set forth towards the East Sea in grand procession. Such significant movements from the dragon clan could hardly escape the notice of various races and powerful beings in the primordial realm. After some investigation, the news of the Taoist master's impending teachings in the East Sea spread like wildfire, swiftly reaching every corner of the primordial expanse. The realm was abuzz with excitement. The long-absent Taoist master had returned. In times past, he had revealed the secrets of the heavenly Tao and the primordial sage, seemingly even guiding the ancestral shaman, Ho Tu, in the path to enlightenment, an enticing allure for any cultivator. Without the slightest hesitation, the primordial deities who received this information promptly emerged from seclusion, gathering a few trusted companions and racing towards the East Sea. Chapter 61. Pressing the issue to establish the demon clan Taoist Dijun, this matter should be addressed promptly. Indeed, Taoist Dijun, with the demise of the Eastern King and the complete collapse of the Celestial Court, it is the opportune moment for our demon court to rise. If we establish the demon clan, we can rapidly grow in strength, even rivaling the shaman clan, thereby attracting a continuous stream of fortune and power. It is true that Taoist Dijun has sacrificed himself for our future, choosing the path of destiny to attain enlightenment. Thus, he must engage in this endeavor and strive to become even more formidable. Now is the time to establish the demon clan. Uniting all forces from places such as the North Sea's Demon Master Palace, Xihe Palace, and Mount Baizhe, creating a viable chance to contend with the shaman clan. Within the Sun Palace, Kunping, Baizhe, and others spoke to console the seated Dijun. Following the conclusion of the Eastern King's affair, the Celestial Court was utterly annihilated, and even the Isle of Palai had vanished without a trace. Presently, no significant force in the primordial realm can rival the demon court, leaving only the shaman clan in its unchallenged supremacy. Yet, should we successfully gather everyone and establish a new race, the demon clan, an endless stream of primordial beings will emerge as potential members, and as time passes, the demon clan will continually grow in strength and prominence, ultimately reaping rewards that are profoundly compelling and worthy of attention. Of course, their encouragement for Dijun to ascend also stemmed from their previous defeat in contesting for the myriad celestial formation, which had led to a complete falling out with the 3 pure ones and various other powerful beings vying for the same. Although they were relatively satisfied with their current strength, they could not withstand the multitude of adversaries and rivals. Thus, in such circumstances, they felt an urgent need to enhance their power. However, the path of cultivation is not achieved overnight, especially in the pursuit of strength as a means of enlightenment. They are particularly lacking in foundational depth. Every step forward is fraught with difficulty. Therefore, it is imperative to elevate the demon court to a level beyond the reach of others, ensuring their own protection, especially from the 3 pure ones. This is indeed the destined sage of the future. Whether we, as individuals, can attain enlightenment remains uncertain. However, it is an undeniable truth that the 3 pure ones shall achieve sanctification. This time, having fallen out with them, they even broke one of my legs, which constitutes a deep grudge. If I cannot strengthen the demon court, if I cannot establish the demon race, they may have to contemplate withdrawal or even departure. I understand. I will reflect on this matter. You need not worry. The establishment of the demon race is imperative, not only for my sake, but also for all of you and the myriad beings under our command. With a sigh, Dijun found his mood rather sour. He had not anticipated that matters would escalate to such a degree. Initially, the conflict was merely over the coveted diagram of the 10,000 immortals array, a mere exchange of blows. Yet, who could have foreseen that I would act so recklessly, disregarding everything to seize the 10,000 immortals array, even resorting to invoking the heaven and earth Xianwang Tower for protection? This ultimately led to all the attacks from Dijun and the others falling upon me. Though I was not slain, I was indeed wounded, and the most grievous consequence was the loss of a leg. Who are the 3 pure ones? They are acutely aware of their own superiority, embodying an inherent pride that leads them to regard others with disdain. Even among the Panga lineage, they perceive the ancestral shamans as mere brutes devoid of intellect. Now that they have united to sever one of my legs, how could their arrogance allow them to let this matter rest? This has compelled them to take action, and the establishment of the demon clan has become an urgent necessity. Even if they can withstand the animosity of the 3 pure ones, the formation of a new race transcends mere trivial power struggles, inevitably bringing them into conflict with the present-day, unofficial sovereigns of the Hong Wang, the Wu clan. Splendid. Just agreeing will suffice. Upon hearing this, Kunping, Baze, and the others all let out a sigh of relief. Emperor Jun has acquiesced. This signifies that in due course, Dijun will stand as the foremost bastion. Most importantly, they will no longer need to hide in the shadows or spend their lives evading the enmity and vengeance of the 3 pure ones. Upon contemplating this, Baze immediately spoke. In that case, we should commence our actions. I propose that we establish the demon clan, with Dijun as the demon emperor and Dong Wangtai as the eastern sovereign. What do you all think? As these words were uttered, Kunping and the others' eyes brightened at the mention of Dijun and Dong Wangtai. Undoubtedly, these two are the strongest among them, particularly Dong Wangtai, whose combat prowess is truly unparalleled. In this contest for the diagram of the 10,000 immortals, Dong Huangtai single-handedly contended against both Yuan Shi and Tong Tian, displaying not only resilience but an undeniable advantage. Were it not for Laozi's surge of power, they would have emerged as the foremost victors, and the diagram would rightfully belong to them. It can be asserted that Di Jun and Dong Huangtai are the most likely among them to attain enlightenment. Should they be nominated as leaders, it would undoubtedly align with the collective interest and future of all. Upon this realization, figures such as Shang Yang and Gue Che voiced their support in unison. I stand with you. I endorse this. Fellow Taoist Di Jun and Taoist Tai are truly deserving. In an instant, the hall resonated with praises for Di Jun and Dong Huangtai. Whether sincere or feigned, at that moment, unity prevailed, providing Di Jun, seated at the head, with a sigh of relief and a flicker of ambition within. The demon clan. Having established a lineage and cultivated the path of fortune, why should one not aspire to contend for the position and identity of the sovereign of the primordial chaos? Elder brother, I bring good news. The Taoist venerable is set to expound once more. At that moment, the Eastern Emperor Tai hurriedly entered the solar palace, calling out loudly. His words resonated not only with Emperor Jun but also with the Kunping, Bai Zhe, and others present within the Sun Star, who heard him distinctly. Suddenly, everyone, previously absorbed in matters concerning the demon clan, abruptly lifted their heads, their eyes blazing red as they fixed their gazes upon Eastern Emperor Tai. Elder brother, why are you all staring at me? This scene startled Dong Huangtai, who instinctively took a step back, his demeanor shifting to one of caution. Upon witnessing this, Kunping and the others quickly retracted their gazes, feeling rather awkward. Conversely, Emperor Jun hastily rose to his feet, his voice tinged with urgency as he inquired, Brother, are your words truly genuine? Has the Taoist master truly appeared? Will he be imparting teachings? Do you know the exact location and the specific time of his discourse? Not only Emperor Jun, but also Kunping and the others hurriedly approached, their expressions aflame with excitement and anticipation as they gazed at Dong Huangtai. The Taoist master. He was a legendary figure believed to have survived since ancient times. Numerous rumors circulated within the primordial realm, some asserting that the Taoist master possessed the strength of a quasi-saint, while others claimed his methods were unparalleled, with some even suggesting that he had transcended the saints. Standing shoulder to shoulder with the Tao ancestor, regardless of the version, it unequivocally proclaimed the Taoist master's might and enigma, particularly as the distinctions between the predetermined saints and the primordial saints were unveiled. Hong Jun's reputation plummeted, while the Taoist master, under the guise of Qing Di, emerged as the absolute authority within the primordial world. Thus, upon learning of the impending teachings from the Taoist master, their hearts brimmed with excitement and hope. After all, if this were indeed true, they would have the opportunity to witness the mysterious Taoist master and perhaps inquire about their own paths and futures. It is indeed true. Dong Huangtai exhaled a sigh of relief. Although he too anticipated the Taoist master's teachings, he remained composed, unlike the startled state of Emperor Jun and the others. Thus, he spoke with a tone of calmness. This news has already spread throughout the primordial realm. Allegedly, it was first received by the Dragon Clan. The Taoist master is set to deliver his teachings in the East Xihe millennium hence. The Dragon King of the East informed the other 3 Dragon Kings, and a multitude of dragons have been drawn to the East Sea, attracting the attention of the innate deities within the primordial realm, who confirmed the information upon inquiry. Moreover, the great practitioners across the entirety of the primordial realm have commenced their journeys, and it is highly likely they are heading to the East Sea to attend the teachings. Brother, shall we go? Of course we must go. We absolutely must. Almost instantly, Emperor Jun, Kunping, and the others spoke in unison. After exchanging glances, Emperor Jun was the first to regain his composure, stating, the Taoist master's teachings are an opportunity that must not be missed. While I do not concern myself with the content of the teachings, the 3 inquiries following the Taoist master's discourse present immense opportunities, potentially allowing us a glimpse into higher realms and levels, especially concerning the fate of destiny. Though it has been passed down through the ages, no one has succeeded thus far. I require an answer, a definitive answer. Upon hearing this, Kunping and the others nodded in agreement, and even Dong Huangtai adopted a serious demeanor. The fate of destiny. This is an existence that is the most widely circulated yet uncertain within the primordial chaos. Di Jun, having cultivated his fortune to attain enlightenment, indeed requires a steadfast core. With a unified consensus, Di Jun did not delay and directly proclaimed, let us depart for the Eastern Sea now. This time, we must not miss the opportunity to listen to the teachings. The establishment of the demon race shall be pursued after this gathering of enlightenment. Yes, yes. Upon hearing this, Dong Huangtai, Kunping, and others responded in unison. Without any hesitation, the group swiftly exited the Sun Palace, making their way towards the Eastern Sea of the primordial chaos. Damn Di Jun, damn Dong Huangtai, damn Kunping, inside Kunlun Mountain. Within the Hall of 3 Clear, the voices of Yuan Shi and Tong Tian resonated with anger and a murderous intent. At this moment, both felt guilt as they glanced towards Laozi seated not far away, especially Laozi's leg, which, although it had scabbed over and ceased to bleed, had become grotesquely deformed. The bloodstained Taoist robe constantly reminded Yuan Shi and Tong Tian that Laozi's leg had been severed by their actions. as well as by Di Jun and Dong Huangtai. Initially, Yuan Shi and Tong Tian had forcibly broken through the attack of Dong Huangtai and the Chaos Bell to seize the formation diagram of the myriad immortals. Not anticipating that Dong Huangtai would retaliate fiercely, directly using his blood to activate the Chaos Bell, unleashing the innate treasure's full might. Had it not been for Laozi, who at a crucial moment cast the Tower of Heaven and Earth to protect them, it was likely that Yuan Shi and Tong Tian would have been the ones injured or even killed. Elder brother. Stepping forward, Tong Tian expressed his remorse. I am sorry. It was my fault this time for forcibly seizing the formation diagram. As Tong Tian apologized, Yuan Shi opened his mouth but refrained from voicing an apology. Unlike Tong Tian's straightforwardness, Yuan Shi was an exceedingly proud being. Offering an apology was nearly impossible for him. It is of no consequence. Observing their reactions, Laozi's expression remained tranquil, as if the severed leg were not his own, yet the fury and murderous intent within him surpassed that of Yuan Shi and Tong Tian combined. Nevertheless, Laozi maintained a facade of nonchalance, glancing at his severed leg and stating, I shall not mend this leg. It will only be restored once I have annihilated Di Jun and the others. Second brother, third brother, although this incident concludes with my injury, we have, in essence, gained from it. The formation diagram of the myriad immortals speaks for itself. Its value to the three of us is immense, but most crucially, this incident has imparted an important lesson. What lesson does elder brother refer to? Yuan Shi and Tong Tian were taken aback, instinctively looking at Laozi with expressions of confusion. After all, they had not truly anticipated any further gains, and even upon careful contemplation, they could not discern the underlying significance. To sever the three corpses is inferior to validating the Tao through strength. Indeed, the method of severing the three corpses is a flawed path to enlightenment. In response to their scrutiny, Laozi slowly began to speak, a flash of hatred momentarily igniting in his gaze. The target of this hatred is none other than Hongjun, whom they once sincerely revered as their master. Everything is wrong. All of it is erroneous. Previously, they believed that they could sever their three corpses and that the primordial purple energy was their perfect match, considering themselves the destined saints of the future. However, this incident has thoroughly awakened me. A group of practitioners who merely possess the initial stage of quasi-saint cultivation managed to overpower me, a perfected quasi-saint, as well as Yuan Shi and Tong Tian, both of whom are at the late stage of quasi-sainthood. Particularly, Dong Huangtai's ability to contend against Yuan Shi and Tong Tian single-handedly proclaims the might of strength-based cultivation and underscores the profound error in their past choices. Elder brother. Zhang opened his mouth and Yuan Shi and Tong Tian quickly grasped my meaning. Yet, at this moment, the two were at a loss for words. Unlike the other practitioners who could decisively sever their three corpses and return to their true selves, even if it meant sacrificing some potential in order to cultivate anew through strength, those of us who have received the primordial purple energy have absolutely no such opportunity. The primordial purple energy has already merged with our primordial spirits, and our severed three corpses of good and evil are irrevocably intertwined with it, leaving no possibility for recultivation. Master! Master! At that moment, a voice called out. Following the sound, a plump, golden glimmering treasure mouse burst into the Sanqing Palace. Before I or Yuan Shi could express our discontent, the treasure mouse excitedly reached Tong Tian and exclaimed, Good news, Master! The legendary Taoist has reappeared. Moreover, it has spread throughout the outside world that in 1,000 years, the Taoist will expound teachings and dispel doubts in the eastern sea of the primordial chaos. Upon hearing this, the entire hall fell into silence. The previously displeased expressions of both myself and Yuan Shi turned solemn. Exchanging glances, we swiftly approached the treasure mouse, our gazes sharp. Treasure mouse, is this truly the case? The Taoist will indeed appear in the eastern sea to impart teachings in 1,000 years? Master uncle, second master uncle. Facing our scrutiny, the future Buddha of the Tathagata nearly trembled in fear. His massive form quivered slightly, and his voice stammered, It is true. Absolutely true. This matter has spread throughout the primordial chaos. There can be no mistake. Excellent. With this confirmation, I smiled and tossed a vial containing elixirs to the treasure mouse. This is the 3-transformation golden pill I concocted. Take it back, consume it, and cultivate to refine it. With the aid of this elixir, you should be able to reach the level of Tai True Immortal within 1,000 years, making transformation a trivial matter. Thank you, Master Uncle. The treasure mouse was overjoyed. He had never expected that I would bestow upon him such an important elixir. Without lingering, the treasure mouse bowed to me, Yuan Shi and Tong Tian before hurriedly departing the Sanqing Palace with the elixir clutched tightly. Elder brother, thank you. Once the treasure mouse had left, Tong Tian instinctively spoke. For the mouse was his disciple, and my gift of the elixir was indeed a boon to him. No need for thanks, I waved my hand dismissively, speaking calmly. This is merely a reward for doing the right thing, although I do not favor his lineage. It is only natural that someone from our Sanqing lineage receives rewards for merit and penalties for faults. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shi nodded in agreement. Although he held disdain for those who were born from eggs or possessed scales, he could not deny the significance of the news brought by the treasure mouse. Contemplating this, Yuan Shi inquired, Elder brother, shall we go? The Taoist is a figure of the highest caliber, and he stands in opposition to Hongjun. Indeed, Tong Tian also nodded, adding, As the opposing party, it is highly likely that the Taoist will become our adversary in the future. If he had not propagated the existence of the primordial saint, we would have remained independent saints and not become the derided destined saints we are now. As he spoke, Tongtian's expression grew somewhat bitter. Not just him, but I and Yuan felt the same. When we initially acquired the primordial purple energy, the Sanqing was filled with pride and excitement. Now, we found ourselves stifled and resentful. We must go. In response to the inquiry, I declared without hesitation, the Taoist teachings are not the main concern. What matters are the 3 questions he will address afterward. Additionally, we must meet this representative of the Taoist. Regardless of our future achievements at this stage, the Taoist will undoubtedly bring us immense benefits. Moreover, with the primordial purple energy entangled with our primordial spirits and 3 corpses, I am eager to discover whether the Taoist possesses a solution. Upon hearing this, Yuan and Tongtian's eyes brightened. Indeed, if we could resolve the threat posed by the primordial purple energy, we could focus solely on strength-based cultivation. Even if it meant sacrificing some potential, as reincarnations of Pangu's primordial spirit, our lineage rivals the top innate demon gods. Losing some potential would not be a concern. After deliberation, the 3 of us did not linger, departing the Sanqing Palace and swiftly employing our evasion techniques to hasten our journey to the Eastern Sea. Elder brother, shall we go? Inside Mount Buzhou, Niwa and Fushi sat facing each other. They had received the information conveyed from the outside world. Consequently, Niwa found herself in a state of conflict. After all, the existence of the Taoist could very well be her future adversary. It was precisely due to the Taoist teachings that the so-called heavenly Tao saints had plummeted, once envied by countless beings. She had now become a figure scorned and looked down upon by many. How could someone as proud as Niwa accept such a transformation? We must go. In response to the inquiry, Fushi, after a moment of contemplation, spoke. Not only must we go, but we must also cultivate a good relationship with the Taoist. If possible, I hope to gain insight from the Taoist on how to break free from the primordial purple energy. Though reluctant to admit it, little sister, you too have sensed that the might of strength-based cultivation is beyond mere severance of the 3 corpses. This is no jest. Though Fushi has merely completed the preliminary stages of his transformation, his combat prowess rivals that of Niwa, who is at the later stages of quasi-sainthood. And his endurance in battle is likely even more formidable. I understand, elder brother. Niwa, though feeling a touch of indignation, internally acknowledges Fushi's judgment. After taking a deep breath, she rises and declares, brother, let us depart. We must hasten to the Eastern Sea and see if we can discover the presence of the Taoist master ahead of time. Very well. Fushi responds without hesitation. The siblings then swiftly leave the Xihe Palace, making their way towards the Eastern Sea. Senior brother, what course of action should we take? On Mount Xihe, the anxious Kunni paces back and forth, his expression fraught with urgency and unease. They have received news that the Taoist master will soon deliver teachings in the Eastern Sea, which they should attend, given the numerous advantages it offers. However, as disciples of Hongjun, who stands in opposition to the Taoist master, they fear the repercussions should Hongjun discover their intentions. Yet, the desire to attend is undeniable. We must go, Jiejing asserts, rising slowly with a piercing gaze directed at the heavens. Junior brother, you must understand that a registered disciple does not equate to a true disciple. From the very beginning, we were not included in the list of disciples of the Tao ancestor. Our status as registered disciples stems from our positions as the lords of the West. And the Tao ancestor's past debts to the West led him to grant the primordial purple energy and sanctified status, even accepting us as registered disciples. The Taoist master's teachings are crucial to our future. Indeed, if possible, I do not wish to become a saint of the heavenly Tao. Let us journey together. Senior brother. Kunni opens his mouth, fully aware of Jiejing's truth. Yet, it is precisely this realization that intensifies his inner turmoil. Despite the disdain the myriad gods of the wilderness hold for the saints of the heavenly Tao, they are still saints, and many harbor envy and resentment in secret. He is acutely aware of his shortcomings. Should he proceed with the conventional path of cultivation, he fears he may never attain the Tao, thus making the position of a saint of the heavenly Tao a tremendous temptation and support for him. Chapter 64, The Divine Avatar Emerges. Initial arrival at the Northern Sea in search of the mysterious tortoise apart from the 3 pure ones, Niwa, Jiejing, and Kunti, at this moment, Hongjun too finds himself ensnared in a web of conflict. Gazing at the ginseng fruit in his hand, a treat he once relished, he now lacks the appetite to indulge. Hongjun, what troubles you? Noticing Hongyun's reaction, Zenyuenku instinctively inquires. The two, as close friends, have maintained a strong bond since before their transformation. Years have passed, and both individuals have ascended to the pinnacle of mastery, deepening their bond with each passing moment. With a sigh, Zenyuanzi remarked, the Taoist master has re-emerged and is about to deliver teachings in the Eastern Sea. Do you think I should attend? Despite the passage of time, I have yet to refine the primordial purple qi, nor can I anchor my primordial spirit within it. Must I truly forsake the Tao ancestors' method of severing the 3 corpses in pursuit of enlightenment? Although I possess confidence, you are well aware of my limitations. The title of the foremost red cloud in the realm may sound illustrious, yet it merely places me alongside the high-grade innate deities, far inferior to the 3 pure ones in Yuhua, and even weaker than the likes of Jian and Zhuanwen. Upon hearing this, Zenyuanzi fell silent. He was aware of the Taoist master's situation and had already resolved to attend. Observing the conflicted red cloud, Zhen Yuanzi suddenly clenched his teeth and declared, "Then let it go. There is nothing to lament. If you cannot refine or anchor your spirit, the primordial purple qi is nothing but a useless burden, potentially bringing calamity upon you." Although the existence of the saints of heaven is currently scorned by numerous great masters, when many fail to attain the status of the primordial saint through force, the value of the primordial purple qi will become apparent. With that, Zhen Yuanzi chose not to elaborate further, yet Red Cloud understood the implication. Indeed, a choice must be made. Very well. Taking a deep breath, Red Cloud rose and proclaimed, "Then let us proceed to the Eastern Sea. If what the Taoist master speaks is true, and I have a chance to attain enlightenment, what harm is there in relinquishing the primordial purple qi? Moreover, it seems there are many who desire the primordial purple qi, such as Emperor Jun, Kuanping, and the beings of the underworld. I could exchange it for formidable innate treasures, thereby enhancing my strength and foundation." "Ah, my friend has come to understand." Zhen Yuanzi rejoiced. Red Cloud had finally grasped that by relinquishing the primordial purple qi, the karmic debts accumulated over the years in the primordial realm would pose little danger in the future. Conversely, should he cling to the primordial purple qi, he would become a target as more and more individuals failed in their pursuit of enlightenment through force. Meanwhile, great masters across the primordial realm hurried to the Eastern Sea. In a short span, the area was filled with Daoyuo golden immortals and quasi-saints, countless figures traversing the Eastern Sea, not merely to listen to the teachings, but also to seek the Taoist master, hoping to establish rapport or receive his guidance in advance. Among them, the 12 ancestral shamans departed from the Pangu Hall, making their way directly to the Eastern Sea. The narrative shared by Qing Di within the Wu clan had ignited a fervor among them, leading to a profound transformation. Even the likes of Di Jiang and other ancestral shamans felt an unprecedented surge in their own power, as the entire Wu clan experienced rapid enhancement. They had obtained the complete version of the Luan High Secret Realm. However, they still sought subsequent methods, arcane techniques, and cultivation practices that could further amplify their race's strength. Regrettably, finding Qing Di at this moment seemed utterly impossible. As time progressed, Qing Di's divine avatar had fully coalesced into form. Its visage bore some resemblance to him, yet possessed the youthful appearance of a child with silvery hair, adorned in a golden robe. The aura emanating from it rivaled that of a typical quasi-saint. "Concentrate." A commanding whisper echoed as Qing Di forcefully infused his divine power. With the brilliance of the divine avatar intensifying, its physical form solidified further, and its aura grew increasingly formidable, soon matching that of a quasi-saint in the mid-stage of cultivation through the path of strength. Nevertheless, this divine avatar still fell short compared to Qing Di's true self, being limited to wielding divine power and methods, lacking any innate spiritual treasures, which remained beyond its grasp. As a divine embodiment, it was imperative for him to wield divine spiritual weapons. This signifies that Qing Di must acquire an innate spiritual treasure that resonates with him, which he can then refine into a divine weapon to equip this divine avatar. Divine weapons. Such artifacts are not easily found. Aside from the enigmatic Book of No Words, I have yet to encounter any other suitable entities. Alas, the Book of No Words rests in the possession of the Xian Gui, who is a semi-saint. Wait a moment. Suddenly, Qing Di's spirit surged. He recalled a crucial detail. Why did Xian Gui engage in trade with the Eastern King? Was it not because the Eastern King promised to assist Xian Gui in achieving transformation? It is precisely for this reason that Xian Gui entrusted the Book of No Words, which is suspected to rival innate treasures, to the Eastern King. If I were to aid Xian Gui in his metamorphosis, could I not then obtain the Book of No Words from him, perhaps even refine it into a divine weapon? There lies a glimmer of opportunity. By discerning the needs of others, one can fulfill those needs in exchange. Xian Gui, a semi-chaotic demon god, is typically incapable of transformation. But my divine power may not be hindered, provided he consents to become my follower, or even my divine emissary. With this thought, Qing Di could no longer remain seated. 1,000 years have passed, and 700 to 800 of those years have already elapsed. Thus, acquiring the Book of No Words from Xian Gui is of utmost importance, even more so than preaching. 200 years might suffice for experimentation. Resolute, Qing Di immediately employed a technique of evasion to depart from his dwelling, heading northward towards the realm of Xian Gui. 20 years later, Qing Di, having journeyed at full speed, successfully arrived at the North Sea. After expending 3 additional years, he finally located Xian Gui's sanctuary. Swiftly traversing the icy expanse, Qing Di soon reached the northernmost edge of the sea. Before him lay a vast, frigid landscape, with countless colossal icebergs towering amidst the biting cold, which even made semi-saint level beings shiver. However, Qing Di remained unfazed, following the evolution of his feet. This chill posed no significant threat or value to him. Yet, the vastness of the North Sea's end was truly boundless. To locate Xian Gui among these innumerable glaciers was no simple task. After a brief contemplation, Qing Di took a deep breath and called out, "Xian Gui, my friend. I am Qing Di, and I wish to discuss your transformation with you." In an instant, the entirety of the region resonated with Qing Di's voice. The area at the end of the North Sea echoed with his proclamation. Simultaneously, a massive iceberg began to tremble, and amidst the rolling waves, a colossal head slowly emerged. Hearing Qing Di's voice reverberating through the air, a glimmer of coldness flickered in Xian Gui's eyes. The last individual who attempted to deceive him had turned to ash. He had thought he had issued a warning to the primitive cultivators, yet here stood another audacious soul daring to seek him out. I shall see who dares to scheme against me. With a cold snort, Xian Gui's immense form commenced its movement, swiftly approaching Qing Di's location. Although he could not transform, Xian Gui's power had undeniably reached the semi-saint level. In this state, his divine sense extended throughout the North Sea. He could perceive Qing Di's presence from any corner of the sea. At that moment, Qing Di sensed Xian Gui's existence and felt a wave of relief wash over him. With a thought, he gracefully descended onto a nearby iceberg to await his arrival. Simultaneously, he began to contemplate how to respond to Xian Gui, how to convince him, and how to obtain the Book of No Words. As time passed, the sea suddenly stirred with tempestuous winds, accompanied by towering waves. The demonic aura of Xian Gui manifested in the area. My heavens! How could this be? Qing Di instinctively gasped in astonishment. He recognized that Xian Gui had succumbed to demonic influences. After all, it was through embracing the demonic that he had once wielded semi-saint combat strength and turned the tables on the Eastern King. Yet, Qing Di could hardly fathom that Xian Gui had so completely descended into chaos, showing no intent to purge the demonic energy from within. In fact, at this moment, he fully unleashed his demonic nature, emanating an oppressive force that instilled profound unease and trepidation. However, within a brief span, Qing Di regained his composure. Although Xian Gui's complete descent into madness was unexpected, even deviating from the original narrative, the flow of time in the primordial realm had long since been riddled with chaos, resulting in profound changes. It was entirely plausible for Xian Gui to have transformed in such a manner. Most importantly, the now demonic Xian Gui would likely become increasingly obsessive about the matter of transformation, ensuring that Qing Di's plans could proceed more smoothly. With this realization, Qing Di refrained from hasty words or actions and patiently awaited the encounter. It is you. You are capable of solving my transformation dilemma. At this moment, the Xian Gui had arrived at the glacier's location, directly shattering most of the icy expanse. Its colossal head emerged before Qing Di, its eyes wide with a chilling intensity, infused with a murderous intent and unbridled fury. From the gaze of Xian Gui, Qing Di could sense a profound disdain and skepticism. Clearly, after the events with the East King, Xian Gui had become wary of placing trust in others. It is I. Yet, Qing Di felt no fear. Instead, he spoke with a calm demeanor. Friend Xian Gui, we have met before, during our time on the Immortal Island. Although you may not have noticed my insignificant presence, I have always held great admiration for your strength and charisma. You're here? With a raised brow, Xian Gui glanced at Qing Di in surprise. He had not anticipated that Qing Di was in the vicinity of Immortal Island, and it seemed he bore no semblance of fear despite being aware of his own power. In an instant, Xian Gui's heart raced with uncertainty, pondering if Qing Di could truly resolve his transformation dilemma. With a hint of eagerness, Xian Gui inquired, were your previous words sincere? Can you genuinely solve my transformation issue? Indeed. Qing Di responded without hesitation, nodding affirmatively, aware that the next moment was his to elucidate. He understood that persuading Xian Gui would grant him possession of the wordless celestial tome. With the divine artifact in his possession, he would have greater assurance in manifesting his divine avatar to preach the way. Thinking along these lines, Qing Di continued, I have a general understanding of your situation. You are not a primordial deity, but rather a half-celestial demon, which renders your transformation possible, albeit exceedingly arduous. One must at least attain the stage of a Hunyuan saint to transform autonomously. What? A Hunyuan saint? Upon hearing this, Xian Gui instinctively exclaimed, unable to contain himself before Qing Di finished speaking. Although he had reached the semi-saint stage, Xian Gui was acutely aware of the vast chasm between himself and a true Hunyuan saint. He had felt the overwhelming pressure when Hong Jun attained enlightenment, an insurmountable force that even now he could not withstand. The lack of hope for further progression plunged Xian Gui's heart into despair. Friend, I have not yet finished. Observing Xian Gui's reaction, Qing Di understood the turmoil within him. This only bolstered Qing Di's confidence. After all, Xian Gui's current demeanor revealed an intense obsession with transformation, bordering on madness. Oh, you possess another method? Xian Gui queried, skepticism lacing his tone. Nevertheless, Qing Di had directly addressed his predicament, earning some measure of recognition and concern from Xian Gui. Thus, he felt a burgeoning curiosity about whether Qing Di had additional means to assist him. If so, he was determined to obtain such knowledge at any cost. Indeed, a confident smile graced Qing Di's lips as he proclaimed, if I had no other methods, would I foolishly venture here to seek you out? The truth is, you are a being of semi-saint status, and I have no desire to toy with death in your presence. What method do you propose? After receiving Qing Di's affirmative answer, Xian Gui could no longer suppress his curiosity. As Qing Di had indicated, if he were not confident in his approach, he would not have sought Xian Gui, as that would be tantamount to courting death. Therefore, Xian Gui leaned toward the belief that Qing Di indeed possessed a solution, seeking him out for a transaction. And the only thing of value he could offer was the wordless celestial tome. With this thought in mind, Xian Gui spoke, if your method proves true, I will owe you 3 favors. In the future, I shall assist you in any endeavor. Furthermore, I can bestow upon you the wordless celestial tome. What say you? Chapter 66. Inferior primordial treasure. Wordless celestial tome. It is settled. Upon hearing this, Qing Di realized that his objective had been achieved. Once Xian Gui made his promise, it was unlikely he would renege. This point is evidenced by the fact that he has refrained from directly engaging in battle with the Eastern King for many years, instead urging him to fulfill his promises. Had the Eastern King not openly confessed to having deceived Xian Gui, the latter would never have launched a direct assault, especially during their initial encounter on Palai Island, where he could have sought absolute vengeance. Deal. Without a hint of hesitation, Qing Di declared, I possess 3 strategies that can assist you in your transformation. However, since Xian Gui has already succumbed to darkness, while I hold great respect for your existence, we must prioritize practicality over virtue. I shall first disclose the lower strategy. If you are certain of your ability to transform, present the Book of No Words to me. Upon the completion of this transaction, I will then reveal the middle and upper strategies. What say you? 3 strategies. 3 methods for transformation. Xian Gui gasped, his gaze fixed intently on Qing Di. Upon realizing that he was not jesting, a tempest of emotion surged within him. How arduous had his transformation been? For countless eons, he had been unable to achieve it. Yet now, Qing Di astonishingly possessed 3 means to aid in his metamorphosis. This was nothing short of extraordinary. No problem. Without a moment's contemplation, Xian Gui consented without reservation. To demonstrate his sincerity, he summoned the Book of No Words and cast it before Qing Di. There is no need for delay. I shall present the Book of No Words to you immediately. If this is indeed true, it shall serve as your reward. However, should it prove false, you shall not leave this place alive. This is not mere arrogance on the part of Xian Gui. Rather, in reaching the realm of a half-saint, he indeed possesses the qualifications to utter such words. Gazing across the vast expanse of Hong Wang, aside from the lofty Tao of heaven and the already unified Hong Jun, who else dares to claim they can rival the present Xian Gui? Even the 12 ancestors of Wu, without having summoned the corporeal form of Pangu through the 12 capitals' heavenly array, are unable to withstand the onslaught of the half-saint Xian Gui. Friend Xian Gui, how forthright! A hearty laugh escaped Qing Di, who was pleasantly surprised by the other's candor. Without hesitation, he grasped the wordless heavenly book and directly infused it with his divine power. With a low hum, the wordless heavenly book resonated. At the instant it absorbed the divine energy, a brilliant white light erupted from it, accompanied by an enigmatic aura that enveloped Qing Di. The wordless heavenly book transformed into a streak of radiant light, diving into his being, not into Qing Di's sea of consciousness, but rather into the domain of his divine incarnation's divine essence. In an instant, the wordless heavenly book radiated magnificently, and its inherent information materialized within Qing Di's mind. Wordless heavenly book low-grade innate supreme treasure contains 43 innate prohibitions. Note, this is a remnant of the chaotic supreme treasure, the chaotic heavenly book, focusing on faith, destiny, and fate. Good heavens! Innate supreme treasures are indeed categorized by quality. Moreover, this artifact is actually a remnant of a chaotic supreme treasure. Upon absorbing the information, Qing Di could not suppress his astonishment. Although he had previously surmised the immense value of the wordless heavenly book, even comparing it to an innate supreme treasure, he never anticipated it to genuinely be one, albeit a low-grade innate supreme treasure, thereby revealing that even innate supreme treasures possess a hierarchy of distinction. This notion is indeed plausible. After all, the unparalleled primordial treasures undoubtedly include the 3 treasures of creation. In addition to these, items such as the Qian Kuan cauldron and the god-slaying spear also fall under the category of primordial treasures. Yet their might pales in comparison to the 3 treasures of creation. Following closely is his Qian Yuan pearl, which, although it possesses the potential to evolve into a primordial treasure, is limited to a maximum of 41 primordial prohibitions, rendering it inferior to the likes of the god-slaying spear. To my astonishment, my Qian Yuan pearl has yet to evolve into a primordial treasure, and I have unexpectedly acquired one now. The wordless heavenly book, classified as a primordial treasure, when combined with the current prowess of my divine avatar, surely matches my strength closely, and should a genuine confrontation ensue, the synergy between the divine methods and the wordless heavenly book would ascend to an unprecedented level. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, the smile upon Qing Di's face grew increasingly vibrant and intense. After all, this acquisition has been secured, with a primordial treasure in hand. The divine avatar transformed into a Taoist lord shall become impeccable. Henceforth, he can wholly establish his independence. Aside from the few who are privy to his true identity as an ancestral shaman, no one else could possibly discern that he is indeed the Taoist lord. Nor could they project their animosity and schemes against the Taoist lord onto him. Thus, Qing Di can certainly obtain additional time to cultivate his followers, amass faith, and continually grow stronger, even to the point of attaining the Tao of primordial unity. You have indeed succeeded. How surprising. The voice of Xian Gui echoed in astonishment. At this moment, he had regained his composure, gazing at the completely mastered Book of No Words, feeling a mix of envy and curiosity within. After all, the power of the Book of No Words is beyond doubt, yet over the years, neither he, the Eastern King, nor the beings of the Celestial Court could refine it. However, Qing Di had accomplished this today, leaving him both shocked and genuinely curious, prompting him to ask instinctively, "My friend, is this book of no words an exceptional innate spirit treasure or a primordial supreme treasure? The rumors about it within the wasteland are incessant. Yet even I am unaware of its specific details." Upon hearing this, Qing Di seemed to awaken from a dream. He glanced at Xian Gui and, after a moment of contemplation, decided to speak the truth. It is a primordial supreme treasure. However, it is the weakest among them, possessing only 41 innate prohibitions. To master it, one must cultivate a special method. I merely stumbled upon it. His words were a blend of truth and deception, yet they were unassailable. Xian Gui had been observing Qing Di closely, and at this moment, he could detect no clues in the response. So it is indeed a primordial supreme treasure. No wonder it is so difficult to recognize a master. After the shock, Xian Gui could not help but express his feelings. Nevertheless, he did not regret relinquishing the Book of No Words, for as Qing Di said, to gain its recognition, one must cultivate a special method, otherwise it would merely serve as a decoration. Gathering his thoughts, Xian Gui immediately spoke, "My friend, congratulations on acquiring a primordial supreme treasure. However, now that it belongs to you, shouldn't you fulfill your promise regarding the 3 strategies we discussed?" With that, Xian Gui raised his head, looking at Qing Di with eager anticipation and impatience in his eyes. "Of course," Qing Di replied, laughing heartily, his spirits lifted. Gaining a primordial supreme treasure without effort is indeed a delightful occurrence. He then directly continued, "I have 3 strategies, the lower, the middle, and the upper. The lower strategy is a choice of necessity. You, my friend, possess a half-chaotic demon body, making it nearly impossible to normalize your form. However, if you abandon this half-demon body, you could indeed transform using another body, thus altering your fate. At that time, this body would not be completely wasted. You could refine it into your true form, thereby unleashing the power of a half-saint demon." After a brief contemplation, Qing Di articulated his lower strategy. Although it seemed somewhat implausible, it could indeed assist Xian Gui in transforming his form. However, the risks involved were extraordinarily high. During the initial phase of transformation, Xian Gui's strength would plummet to its nadir, and if someone were to ambush him, he would undoubtedly perish. Nevertheless, Qing Di's words held no falsehood. As long as Xian Gui could swiftly regain strength after transforming, this half-saint body could certainly be summoned to battle, exhibiting half-saint combat prowess without significant loss. Truly, it would be a win-win situation. This method is unfeasible. After a moment's reflection, Xian Gui firmly rejected the proposal. "I do not doubt the authenticity of this method. From the moment you spoke it, I sensed it could indeed help me achieve transformation, even allowing me to exist independently outside this body. However, the consequences of such actions are beyond what I can bear, especially since I have already revealed myself and demonstrated half-saint strength in the battle against demons. Even though the innate deities of the wasteland hold a rather unfavorable view of Hong Jun due to the Taoist lord, they still maintain a hostile and intolerant stance towards the demonic path. I now belong to the demonic path. Should even the slightest information leak, I would be hunted and imprisoned by countless foes. This body may only be usable by me, but if manipulated by others, the possibility of it being seized would be significantly greater." Upon hearing this, Qing Di nodded. Xian Gui was not foolish, unless absolutely necessary. It was indeed unsuitable for him to transform in such a manner. Qing Di even suspected that the Xian Gui from the original text had made a similar choice. Given that his physical form was slain by Tong Tian, and his limbs transformed into the pillars of heaven, which surely carried immense merit. Therefore, even as a saint, one would not dare to recklessly slay Xian Gui, who had not succumbed to demonic influence, since Tong Tian had done so and even gained merit. It is highly likely that Xian Gui had not truly perished, but had instead employed a method akin to feigned death to escape. After all, during that period, Tong Tian had already attained the status of a saint, and as a saint of the heavenly Tao, he could manipulate a portion of the heavenly Tao's power. Aiding Xian Gui in altering his fate was not a daunting task and aligned perfectly with the teachings of Tong Tian's sect. With these thoughts in mind, Qing Di refrained from further elaboration and continued, "Next, let us discuss the middle strategy. My friend, existing within the wasteland, you face numerous dangers and will inevitably encounter the encirclement of righteous cultivators. Though no saints have yet emerged, once a saint is born, you will undoubtedly be among the first to be targeted. Therefore, the middle strategy is for you to leave the wasteland, either retreating into the demonic path, where the heavenly will of the wasteland no longer binds you. Within the demonic path, you could accelerate your cultivation and even reach primordial unity, thus allowing you to transform without abandoning this body. Alternatively, you could choose to depart the wasteland and retreat into the chaos. With your half-saint cultivation, the chaos energy poses no threat to you, and your half-demon form will allow you to traverse the chaos freely, granting you ample time to cultivate and attain primordial unity, thereby transforming. Furthermore, you could opt to remain in the wasteland, but you must thoroughly dominate the Northern Sea, becoming its supreme ruler and harvesting its fortune to embark on the path of ancient great powers. As you slowly cultivate, the fortune of the entire Northern Sea will support you, facilitating a smoother and simpler transformation. Having articulated his middle strategy in one breath, Qing Di fixed his piercing gaze upon Xian Gui. Although it was termed the middle strategy, in reality, It encompassed three distinct choices: venture into the demonic path for rapid cultivation, retreat into the chaos for potential success, or remain in the wasteland amidst peril yet still achieve transformation. Regardless of the chosen option, each bore considerable risks and dangers. The demonic path was a different matter altogether. After a moment of silence, Xihe slowly began to speak. Though I have entered the demonic path and cultivated its ways, I am not truly a demon. I am ill-suited for the demonic realm. Moreover, from the moment I entered the demonic path, I sensed an overwhelmingly powerful feeling of being observed. This sensation is profound, surpassing the aura emitted by Hong Jun during his path to sainthood. Thus, the demonic path is unsafe for me, even more so than the wasteland. What? A sense of being observed from the demonic path. It even surpasses that of Hong Jun during his period of attaining sainthood. Does this mean that the one lurking behind is Luoho? In this moment, Qing Di's breath quickened. If this were indeed the case, it would signify that the dynamics within the primordial realm were far more perilous than he had previously imagined. It was rumored that Luoho, who had perished in battle, was, in fact, alive and had even cultivated to a stage surpassing the primordial unity within the demon realm. Yet, throughout all these years, not a whisper of information or intelligence regarding Luoho had emerged within the primordial realm. Was it that such tidings were never disseminated, or were they deliberately concealed? The crux of the matter lies in the fact that, given Luoho's strength now eclipsed that of the saints, he likely rivaled the formidable Hong Jun in power. This begs the question, could there be other entities of similar caliber within the primordial realm? Numerous renowned and named great practitioners existed in the ancient era, and even more powerful beings were reincarnations of the chaotic demon gods. Although historical records claim these individuals have perished, if Luoho has survived, how easily can the others meet their demise? Furthermore, there was the enigmatic Yang Mei, who was rumored to have reached the boundless great Luo golden immortal stage. It was said that this being had bested Hong Jun after his enlightenment, even confiscating all of Hong Jun's spiritual treasures. The repercussions of that battle had profoundly affected Hong Jun, prompting him to choose the path of unity and distribute all his treasures, save for the creation jade butterfly, among the deities of the primordial realm, thereby initiating his schemes to transcend the heavenly Tao and ultimately reclaim the power of a boundless great Luo golden immortal. Regrettably, due to Qing Di's influence, Hong Jun's plans had undergone significant alterations, such as the stagnation of the witch and demon calamity, which now seemed unlikely to commence. After all, the witch clan, having acquired the secrets of the Wheel Sea, was far more formidable than depicted in the original texts. As Qing Di pondered these matters, the voice of Xihe resonated once more. As for venturing into chaos, that is utterly impossible. During my descent into madness, I perceived a crucial truth. Hong Jun cannot act against me while I remain within the primordial realm. However, should I depart from it, he would be unencumbered by such constraints, and I would undoubtedly meet my end. Can Hong Jun truly strike personally beyond the primordial realm? This news is indeed timely. Listening to the recounting by Qing Di felt a surge of trepidation within. His audacity to preach stemmed from the fact that after Hong Jun achieved unity, he could no longer enter the primordial chaos. Even if he were capable of intervening, the repercussions would be exceedingly severe, particularly given his current abundance of faith. Should Hong Jun take action, the consequences for him would be even more catastrophic. Little did he anticipate that upon departing from the confines of the primordial realm, Hong Jun could personally intervene. Had he foolishly ventured into the chaos without this information from Xihe, it would have been akin to courting death. However, now armed with this knowledge, Qing Di would never commit such a blunder. The primordial chaos, he would absolutely not leave. If Hong Jun possessed true prowess, let him allow those designated saints to attain enlightenment. Yet, once he executed his plan and seized the Shirong from Nuwa, the future of the human race in the primordial realm would be nearly impossible, rendering the so-called designated saint's path to sanctification a mere illusion. After all, the witch clan would never impart teachings to them. Even with the emergence of the future demon clan, figures such as Di Jun and Dong Wang Tai, with their ambitions and standings, would never permit the six saints to dominate over them. Since the trajectory and narrative of the primordial realm have already been altered, why not effectuate a more substantial change? I shall secure the Shirong. It is better that the human race, reduced to mere pawns in the schemes of divine beings, does not come to fruition. Resolute in his decision, Qing Di felt elated, turning to Xihe and declaring, "It seems the only path left is to seize the northern sea and establish dominance." Xihe nodded in agreement, offering no rebuttal. The task at hand is indeed challenging. However, in an era devoid of sages, it is not particularly arduous for one of semi-divine stature to dominate the northern sea. What of the dragon clan, after all? The ancestral dragon has perished, and the current dragon clan does not possess the grandeur of its ancient forebears. Should they refuse to cooperate, the Xihe can effortlessly eradicate them at any moment. Contemplating this, Xihe spoke in a solemn tone. Let us discuss the superior strategy. Surely, what you deem to be a superior strategy must surpass these options. Upon hearing this, Qing Di cast a contemplative glance at Xihe. This strategy, in essence, primarily serves the interest of Qing Di himself, while it indeed has the potential to assist the Xihe in transforming. Such a transformation is contingent upon the latter's submission, becoming a divine attendant to Qing Di. "Xiangui, my friend." Taking a deep breath, Qing Di proclaimed. "Let us establish this clearly. Even if you refuse, you must not harbor anger or take action against me, despite the gravity of the moment." Qing Di prudently prepared for any eventuality. After all, he was confronting a semi-saint. Even if he was confident in his ability to escape, being pursued by such a formidable being would certainly not bode well. Though Xiangui presented himself as a benevolent figure, he was known to be relentless in conflict, as evidenced by his previous pursuit of Dong Wanggong. Nodding in acknowledgement, Xiangui did not decline. His curiosity piqued regarding the strategy Qing Di had alluded to. "That is reassuring." Qing Di exhaled, relieved, and proceeded without further preamble. "Before discussing the strategy, allow me to introduce my circumstances. The cultivation method I practice diverges significantly from that of the primordial practitioners. It can be described as my own unique path of divine cultivation. This divine path resembles the way of fate yet distinguishes itself by drawing upon faith rather than fortune. As a practitioner of the divine path, I possess a rare treasure known as the 32 heavens, comprising 32 miniature worlds, which have the potential to evolve into vast realms. Therefore, should you merely wish to transform, I can incorporate you into the 32 heavens, where I can modify the rules of existence, allowing your transformation to occur effortlessly. However, given your superior cultivation level, should you wish to manipulate the rules of existence, you must pledge your allegiance to me, becoming my divine envoy, an irrevocable bond." Upon concluding, Qing Di felt a sense of relief, though he regarded Xiangui with a wary eye. Should this being exhibit any hostile behavior, he would be prepared to employ his escape technique at a moment's notice. Surprisingly, Xiangui burst into hearty laughter upon hearing Qing Di's words, continuing for a full quarter of an hour before his mirth subsided. "I see now," he remarked, his gaze playfully fixed on Qing Di. "I had my doubts before. Yet after your revelation, I am convinced of the strategies you previously mentioned. I wonder why you sought me. It appears your intentions extend beyond the silent heavenly book, aiming instead to harness my strength for your own ends. Well played indeed, a most clever scheme." In response, Qing Di remained composed, aware that his intentions were transparent. Nonetheless, Xiangui's failure to act aggressively indicated he bore no murderous intent toward him. This realization eased Qing Di's mind, leading him to muse that even if his plan faltered, he would not face dire consequences. Moreover, it had become clear to Xiangui that should he find himself in a desperate situation in the future, he might seek Qing Di's assistance. Emboldened, Qing Di declared, "You have seen through my design, and I shall not conceal anything further. While this endeavor promises considerable benefits for me, you too stand to gain. The issue of transformation can indeed be resolved, and your future cultivation will face no impediments. Most importantly, you cannot venture into the demonic realm, nor can you traverse the chaos. Should a saint emerge within the primordial realm, do you believe you would remain safe? Conversely, within my 32 heavens, your size would occupy merely a fraction of a miniature world, presenting no hazards or troubles." Upon hearing this, Xiangui nodded in agreement, though he harbored no intentions of submitting to Qing Di or becoming his mount or divine envoy. With a majestic retreat of his colossal form, he spoke in a commanding tone. "Though your ambitions are considerable, your method of transformation is indeed valid. I acknowledge your 3 strategies, and our transaction is complete. In the future, I shall assist you with 3 matters. Depart now. Soon I shall claim the Northern Sea, and all beings therein will be compelled to submit to me, or face death." As the final word echoed ominously, Xiangui's massive silhouette vanished from the surface of the sea, leaving the area in tranquility, while above, dark clouds began to gather, signaling an impending storm. It was time to leave. Exhaling a long breath, Qing Di cast a lingering glance toward the area where Xiangui had disappeared. Without hesitation, he leapt into the air, transforming into a streak of light as he sped toward the East Sea. Chapter 69, The East Sea Battlefield, the gathering of the 3 pure ones in the East Sea. A multitude of formidable beings congregated, frantically seeking information and intelligence regarding the Taoist Lord. Unfortunately, Qing Di was not present in the East Sea, rendering their efforts futile and devoid of significance. Amidst this scenario, tensions among the powerful beings began to surface, particularly between the 3 pure ones and the demon court, their animosity palpable. "Alas, I have lost my leg," cried Laozi, lamenting the loss of the myriad celestial formations. When the 2 factions met in the East Sea, a fierce battle seemed imminent. Fortunately, the likes of Xihe, Zhundi, and Nuwa arrived just in time to temper the rising tensions and prevent conflict from erupting between the 3 pure ones and Emperor Jun. Although a battle did not ensue, the discord between the 2 sides had reached an irreconcilable point. The 3 pure ones turned away, while Nuwa and Fushi joined forces with Emperor Jun. Only Jane and Junti remained, not invited by either party, rendering their role awkward. However, as representatives with thick skins, they pursued the 3 pure ones to engage in conversation. Previously, the 3 pure ones would have regarded Jane and Junti with disdain. Yet, following recent events, Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tong Tian had come to appreciate the value of assistance from others. Had it not been for the joint assault by Emperor Jun and Kunping, they would not have faced such a dire predicament. How could Laozi have suffered the humiliation of losing a leg? With this in mind, The three pure ones accepted Xihe and Junti, and the five of them swiftly took flight, soon arriving at a secluded island. What grievances exist between you and the demon court? Inquired Junti, perplexed. After all, following the death of Dong Wang Gong, Xihe and Junti had chosen to pursue the innate spiritual treasures and investigate the secrets of Palai Island, thus remaining uninvolved in the contention over the myriad celestial formations. Are you both unaware? Yuanshi and Tong Tian exchanged glances, their irritation evident. The incident surrounding Lao Zi's injury had caused quite a stir across the primordial realm. They believed Xihe and Junti were feigning ignorance. Dear friends, you misunderstand. Xihe interjected, eager to clarify. After obtaining 2 high-grade innate treasures, we intended to explore Palai Island for potential opportunities, only to discover that it had already been claimed by others. In our despondency, the two of us returned to the Western realm to refine spiritual treasures, prompted by the news of the Taoist master's teachings reaching us. Unaware of the subsequent events following the demise of the Eastern sovereign, Xihe expressed a sense of unjustness. Their inquiry was sincere, devoid of any mockery. However, the current atmosphere suggested that their intentions had been misinterpreted, a rather unfortunate development. To this day, Xihe and Junti are acutely aware of the necessity of allies while traversing the vast wilderness. They had observed the tensions between the three pure ones and Emperor Jun. And in contrast to the latter's situation, they held a greater appreciation for the three pure ones and their profound heritage. Thus, they sought to forge connections, and if possible, to become allies would be most desirable. Second brother, third brother. At this moment, Lao Zi waved his hand. He could tell that Drain was not lying. Indeed, the latter had not acted with intent. Reflecting on this, Lao Zi pointed to his left leg, explaining that it was the result of the joint assault by Emperor Jun and others during the contention over the array map of the myriad immortals. Do you two understand now? Hearing this, Xihe and Junti gasped in astonishment. A severed leg. Previously, they had sensed something amiss in Lao Zi's movements. Yet they had not considered this possibility. With Lao Zi's voluntary revelation, waves of shock surged within Xihe and Junti. When had the proud Sanqing suffered such a loss? What kind of power did Emperor Jun and his allies possess? Simultaneously, they began to fathom the intense animosity between the Sanqing and the formidable beings of the demon court. After exchanging glances, Xihe spoke, Lao Zi, I possess merit golden lotus seeds, which should be able to mend your injuries. As he spoke, Xihe prepared to retrieve the few merit golden lotus seeds he had. Despite their immense value, potentially rivaling top-tier innate spiritual treasures, if this opportunity could foster goodwill with the Sanqing, then all sacrifices would be worthwhile. No need for that. However, before Xihe could take action, Lao Zi preemptively interjected, a mere severed leg, and I can mend it with ease. Yet, I shall not repair it until this matter is fully resolved. It shall serve as a reminder of my past humiliation. Gulping audibly, Xihe and Junti exchanged knowing glances. They were not fools. Lao Zi's words conveyed the gravity of the situation, which would not end without bloodshed. Nonetheless, they refrained from prolonging the topic and swiftly shifted the conversation. Esteemed friends, we shall refrain from involving ourselves in the matters of the demon court. You have come to the East Sea for the Taoist lecture, correct? Although we have received word, we cannot ascertain its authenticity. Upon hearing this, Lao Zi, Yuanshi, and Tong Tian understood their intentions. After a brief exchange of glances, Tong Tian spoke, we too are uncertain of its veracity, yet given its widespread dissemination throughout the wilderness, the likelihood of it being false is minimal. However, the situation is different this time. We are all in a precarious position akin to the ordained saints. Perhaps we should collaborate to ensure that we do not grant others opportunities to exploit us. Once these words were uttered, Lao Zi and Yuanshi turned their gaze toward Xihe and Junti, awaiting their response. After all, the Sanqing's influence was limited, and until they attained sainthood, the circumstances in the wilderness were hardly favorable for them. Certainly, a smile graced Xihe and Junti's faces, their hearts swelling with joy. They had come to forge an alliance with the Sanqing, and Tongtian's initiative was a fortuitous development. With their opinions aligned, the atmosphere grew increasingly harmonious. And the five commenced discussions regarding the Taoist lecture and strategies to secure opportunities for enlightenment from the Taoist. On another front, Niuhua and Fuxi, having followed Emperor Jun and his entourage, arrived at a deserted island in the East Sea. After taking possession of it, Fuxi furrowed his brow and inquired, Emperor Jun, Tai, do you truly intend to forego reconciliation with the Sanqing? This matter is far from simple. The Sanqing possesses profound roots and is a manifestation of Pangu's primordial spirit. Bolstered by the Hongming's purple energy, their ascendance to ordained saints is virtually assured. Even my sister, an ordained saint, cannot withstand 3 opponents alone, if reconciliation is not achieved. I fear. Hearing this, Emperor Jun and the others fell silent. They were not ignorant. They understood that Fuxi's words were grounded in reality. In fact, they felt a greater urgency and unease than Fuxi himself. Otherwise, they would not have pressured Emperor Jun to establish the demon race within the Sunstar, intending to use it as a foundation to vie with the witch race for dominance in the wilderness and thus secure greater fortune for their safety. If possible, they would certainly prefer reconciliation with the Sanqing. Yet, witnessing Lao Zi's enduring injury made it clear to Emperor Jun, Dong Wangtai, Kuanping, and others that reconciliation was impossible. Sighing deeply, Emperor Jun finally spoke. Fushi, this situation is beyond our desire for reconciliation. Laozi's severed leg has escalated matters to an uncontrollable level. What we need to do next is to grow stronger, to reach a point where even the Sanqing would hesitate to retaliate against us. Thus, we have previously deliberated on establishing the demon race as a foundation to genuinely embark on a path of supremacy in the wilderness. I wonder if you and Yuo would be willing to join us? As soon as these words were spoken, Dong Wangtai, Kunping, and the others turned their gazes toward Fushi and Yuo. At that moment, they were all filled with tension and anticipation. Fushi, while formidable in his own right, could not surpass the strength of those present, his only notable asset being his ability to deduce strategies. However, Yuo was different. Despite her combat prowess being inferior to that of the others, she was destined to become an ordained saint. Should the Sanqing attain sainthood, Yuo might be their only opportunity to secure a saint. After all, Jian and Juanti had unhesitatingly pursued the Sanqing, indicating their preference for the latter over Emperor Jun's faction. Thus, Yuo's response was pivotal, eliciting great anxiety and anticipation from all. Sister, what do you think? Fushi, perceptive as ever, noticed the reactions of Emperor Jun and the others and instinctively turned to Yuo for her opinion. However, he felt a twinge of discomfort. It was evident that the others did not regard him with much esteem. Previously, he would have left without hesitation, but given the current circumstances, he felt compelled to consult Yuo, for they were bound together as siblings. If Yuo agreed, Fushi would have no choice but to comply, even if reluctant. Not so fast. Surprisingly, Yuo did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, she cast a thoughtful glance at Emperor Jun and the others, stating, "Let us discuss the establishment of the demon race later. After all, the demon court is merely a faction, whereas the demon race signifies a struggle for supremacy." Setting aside the presence of the Sanqing, it is widely acknowledged that ordained saints are essentially shackles, while the primordial saints embody true freedom and transcendence. Considering the existence of the witch race, you must approach this matter with caution, for the current witch race is vastly different from before. Once these words were spoken, disappointment was evident on the faces of Dijuan and the others. Although Yuo did not outright reject their proposal, she had not given her consent either, in a sense. Her silence implied a refusal. After all, as Yuo mentioned, the witch clan had undergone a complete transformation. With the teachings of the Taoist master regarding the secret techniques of the Wheel Sea, the ancestral witches, great witches, and even the clansmen could now forge destiny artifacts that rivaled the innate spiritual treasures, and even more than one. Aside from the inability to foresee the future due to lacking a primordial spirit, the clan members had become largely indistinguishable from ordinary cultivators. Even the weaker members wielded destiny artifacts whose strength could not be compared to the treasures possessed by regular cultivators. In that moment, a sense of clarity mixed with oppression and unease filled their hearts, and they found themselves at a loss for words, struggling to articulate their thoughts. "All right, esteemed friends," Yuo declared, not intending to linger any longer. After bowing to Dijuan and the others, she continued, "My brother and I have come to the Eastern Sea for the Taoist master's teachings. Since you are all safe, we must take our leave." Upon hearing this, Fushi's spirit was instantly lifted. Without hesitation, he spoke directly, "Esteemed friends, farewell." With that, Fushi and Yuo turned and swiftly departed on their clouds, not waiting for a response from Dijuan and the others. As Fushi and Yuo's figures vanished, Kunping and the others could not help but sigh. It's a failure. We were indeed too hasty, but we have no other choice. None know when the three pure ones will attain enlightenment. Indeed, given the current circumstances, even if the path ahead was fraught with challenges, the establishment of the demon clan was imperative. They wondered if the Taoist master could provide them with unique cultivation methods. As they envied the witch clan's will see secret techniques, lamenting their complete lack of any possibility for cultivation. Listening to the discussions around them, Dijuan and Dong Wangtai wore grave expressions. After exchanging glances, they pondered how to break the deadlock and address the looming threat posed by the three pure ones. "Sister, it is truly fortunate that you did not agree." On the other side, after flying a distance, Fushi could not help but express his thoughts. It was evident to even a fool that the three pure ones and Dijuan were locked in an irreconcilable conflict. Thankfully, he and his sister had refrained from engaging in the matter, or else. "Brother, do not be overly optimistic," Yuo interjected, shaking her head. Her expression grew complex as she continued. "While we did not actively offend the three pure ones, we were indeed involved in the matter. No one can predict whether the three pure ones might turn their wrath upon us. The reason for my refusal is my genuine apprehension regarding the existence of the witch clan. Otherwise, establishing the demon clan to compete in the wilderness could yield immense fortune for both of us." Upon hearing this, Fushi fell silent. Yuo's words were indeed factual, and he recognized that this situation was far more intricate and troublesome than he had initially perceived. "Sister." Instinctively, Fushi opened his mouth to say something. Suddenly, his expression shifted, and he fixed his gaze on the distant sky, exclaiming, "Oh, sister, look, that person over there radiates such a profound life force, even more potent than the waves emitted by one who has mastered the laws of life. Who is this person? Why have I never seen them before? It seems there is no information or name about them in the wilderness." Following Fushi's gaze, Yuo instinctively turned to look. To her surprise, she spotted Qing Di hurrying back to the Eastern Sea. Sensing the rich life energy emanating from Qing Di, Niwa was equally astonished. It truly was remarkable. Brother, this person is no ordinary individual. They must possess secrets. Moreover, this vibrant life energy should greatly benefit me. Let us go and investigate. Chapter 71, Fushi's Vigilance. Niwa's rejection, esteemed friend. Please hold. Just as Qing Di was contemplating where to seek a venue for the Taoist teachings, two voices suddenly called out from behind. Instinctively, Qing Di turned to look. Upon seeing the newcomers, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, thinking, what a coincidence. Niwa, it seems fate has allowed me to encounter you ahead of time. It appears you have also been drawn here by the Taoist master's teachings. Excellent, very excellent. While Qing Di pondered, Fushi and Niwa had already arrived before him. Stepping forward, Fushi introduced himself. I am Fushi, honored to meet you, esteemed friend. This is my sister. Niwa, may I ask how you are addressed? Upon hearing this, Qing Di felt the intensity of Niwa's gaze upon him, as if she beheld a rare treasure. Though uncertain of the reasons behind it, Qing Di masked his confusion and returned the greeting. I am Qing Di. Greetings to both esteemed friends. What brings you to seek me? Qing Di? The Azure Emperor? What an audacious name. Fushi and Niwa murmured to themselves. However, they maintained their composure, smiling as they replied. Oh, it is nothing much. We were merely wandering in the Eastern Sea and happened to see you, so we were curious to approach. They certainly would not disclose that they were drawn by the rich life force emanating from Qing Di. Such honesty would appear overly deliberate and might suggest ulterior motives. I see. Feigning realization, Qing Di internally smirked. I believe you two are not being entirely forthright. However, as I harbor my own intentions, let us see whose wits prevail. Resolute, Qing Di refrained from further chatter and directly inquired, do you have any additional matters to discuss, esteemed friends? If not, I shall take my leave, as I am eager to test my luck in encountering the Taoist master. Upon hearing this, Fushi remained unfazed, but Niwa was left questioning her worth. After all, she was Niwa, a top-tier primal goddess in the wilderness, unmatched in beauty, potential, and strength. Countless beings sought her favor. And even masked intentions could not disguise the greed and possessiveness hidden in the gazes of those powerful beings. Yet now, Qing Di merely glanced at her, showing no further interest or emotion, as if he were eager to depart. This was utterly perplexing. Very well, Qing Di, you have successfully piqued my interest. Niwa murmured to herself, slightly vexed, and voiced her thoughts. Esteemed friend, do you not intend to join us? Remember, two heads are better than one. If we work together, our chances of finding the Taoist master will be greatly enhanced. As soon as the words left his mouth, Fushi cast a peculiar glance at Niwa. He was well aware of his sister's pride and arrogance. Typically, no ordinary primordial deity could capture Niwa's attention. Even the exalted three pure ones, whom she outwardly respected, were met with an air of extreme aloofness, devoid of any intention or possibility of closeness. But what was the situation? Her indignant tone and the words she spoke were laden with implications that could easily lead to misunderstandings. Could it be that his sister harbored a fondness for this type? Fushi's thoughts raced, his expression shifting unpredictably. He looked at Qing Di with a hint of hostility, much like a father who had painstakingly raised his daughter glaring at a young suitor. Goodness. Fushi seemed intent on piercing him with his gaze. Observing Fushi's reaction, Qing Di inwardly chuckled coldly. He was adept at the art of feigned retreat. Although he was unsure why Niwa took an interest in him, or what the two sought from him, he understood that the opportunity presented itself and was thus his to seize. With this realization, Qing Di shook his head and said with utmost seriousness, Dear Niwa, your words are misguided. If we are to seek, it is indeed best that we do so independently, maximizing our chances of encountering the Taoist sage. Conversely, if we act in unison, it would be akin to proceeding alone. As the millennium approached, it was prudent for him to test his luck first. Should he fail to find anything, they would reconvene when the sage delivers his teachings. Without waiting for Fushi's astonishment or Niwa's bewilderment to register, Qing Di waved his hand dismissively. Farewell, esteemed friends. He then unfalteringly employed his escape technique, vanishing from sight. Watching Qing Di depart, Fushi and Niwa stood in stunned silence. They had not anticipated such a resolute rejection in response to Niwa's invitation. Did this fellow lack aesthetic judgment? Did he harbor no thoughts of romance? Exchanging an instinctive glance, Fushi opened his mouth. Sister, surely you do not have feelings for him? Though Qing Di was indeed unique, he had never been seen before, nor had he visited the Purple Cloud Palace. Brother, what are you saying? Before Fushi could finish, Niwa regained her composure and reproached him lightly. I merely seek to understand the source of his life aura. Yet, it was true that Qing Di was unlike anyone else. Few in the vast expanse of the primordial world could reach his level, and her curiosity was indeed piqued. Fushi felt a pang of regret and wished to slap himself. What foolishness had he uttered? Now, Niwa had explicitly shown her interest in Qing Di. It was well known that a woman's infatuation often stemmed from curiosity about a man, a notion Fushi deemed perilous. Without further ado, he hastily changed the subject. All right, sister, let us set this matter aside for now. In less than 100 years, the sage will impart his teachings, and we shall meet again. Niwa nodded in agreement, recognizing the reason in Fushi's words. After all, a century in the primordial realm was but the blink of an eye, easily disregarded. The siblings then soared off in a chosen direction. How intriguing. It seemed that the source of his life aura had drawn their interest. After Fuxi and Yuhua departed, the sea nearby churned, and Qingdi emerged from the depths. Enveloped in divine power, a playful and enigmatic expression upon his face. Chapter 72, The Taoist Sage's Incarnation Takes Action. A reunion with Jiayin and Junti Qingdi had not truly left. Once beyond the sight of Fuxi and Yuhua, he harnessed divine power to activate the Great Law to conceal his presence and traces, submerging into the ocean before resurfacing. His aim was to uncover the truth. Yet he had unexpectedly gleaned the reason for Fuxi and Yuhua's search for him, the life aura. Previously, Qingdi had paid little heed to this matter, as it was merely a manifestation of the power he carried after evolving from a goji tree into the tree of life. However, he was utterly astonished to discover that Yuhua exhibited a keen interest in his life essence, seemingly fixated upon him. This unexpected turn of events was indeed a delightful surprise. Previously, he had been concerned that his strategy of feigned retreat might collapse, but now it appeared that such worries were unfounded. When Yuhua sought him out again, he would seize the opportunity to cultivate a favorable relationship with her, thereby enhancing his chances of acquiring Xihe. If possible, he would not forsake the innate gourd vine either, for it was one of the artifacts of creation, and its potential hidden abilities could greatly benefit his plans for creating a new race. With this thought, a smile graced Qingdi's lips as he murmured, "Excellent. With the necessary actor now present, it is time for my grand endeavor to continue. Come forth, Daozun." In the next moment, a dazzling golden light erupted. The divine mark upon Qingdi's forehead manifested, and a figure swiftly emerged. It was none other than his divine avatar, the guise he intended to assume as Daozun. Ensuring that there were no similarities in their auras, Qingdi turned to his divine avatar and instructed, "Go, find a safe place and begin your teachings. From this moment forth, you shall embody Daozun." "Yes, my lord." The divine avatar responded without hesitation. After bowing respectfully to Qingdi, he transformed into a streak of light and vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Qingdi, having completed this task, calmly took flight, heading in the direction of his divine avatar's departure. His objective was to arrive just as the avatar commenced the teachings, allowing him to encounter the other primordial deities and feign interest in the discourse, thereby concealing the fact that Daozun was merely his guise. Qingdi, fellow Taoist Qingdi. However, before Qingdi could fly far, two astonished voices suddenly echoed through the air. Following the sound, he beheld Jiayin and Junti on a nearby desolate island, their auras radiating warmth as they waved enthusiastically at him. Clearly, after the previous encounter, Jiayin and Junti had come to regard Qingdi as a close friend. Even after so many years, their joy and excitement were palpable upon seeing him. What is happening? Why are Jiayin and Junti so enthusiastic? Are there other friends of theirs within the vast wilderness? In this scene, Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tog Tian, who were nearby, were rendered momentarily speechless. After all, the reputation of Jiayin and Junti within the primordial world was indeed difficult to articulate. Had it not been for the significance of their collaboration bolstered by sheer numbers, it would have been inconceivable for them to work alongside Jiayin and Junti. However, the demeanor of this individual, referred to as Qingdi, was evidently extraordinary, earning immense respect from both Jiayin and Junti. Exchanging glances, the three of them found themselves intrigued, instinctively turning their gaze towards the swiftly approaching Qingdi. Their eyes now tinged with curiosity. "Jiayin, Junti, what a surprise to see them." Qingdi was equally astonished, sensing the formidable aura of Jiayin and Junti. Without further contemplation, he immediately took strides towards the distant area. As he drew nearer to the location of the desolate island, a flicker of astonishment crossed Qingdi's eyes, for he had also discerned the presence of the three purities. At this moment, Qingdi's heart was besieged by tumultuous waves. When did Jiayin and Junti manage to stand alongside the three pure ones? Moreover, it appeared that the five of them shared a harmonious rapport, as their positions were certainly not indicative of hostility. How intriguing! What transpired between Jiayin, Junti, and the three pure ones? Why would the proud three pure ones engage with the two of them? Contemplating these questions, Qingdi hastened his pace. Before long, he arrived at the desolate island and gracefully landed, exclaiming, "Jiayin, Junti, it has been a long time. How have you both been? Are these three truly the legendary three pure ones? They are indeed the manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit, exhibiting an inherent divine presence." Upon hearing this, Jiayin, Junti, Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tongdian all smiled. Jiayin and Junti were delighted that Qingdi had not forgotten them, greeting them with such warmth and sincerity, reflecting the genuine words exchanged in the past. Meanwhile, the three pure ones were pleased by Qingdi's praise. As beings transformed from Pangu's primordial essence, they held immense pride, and being recognized in such a manner elevated their fondness for Qingdi significantly, even if they did not outwardly express it. "Indeed, it has been quite a while since we last met, Qingdi." Junti stepped forward enthusiastically, taking Qingdi by the hand and leading him closer to the three pure ones. Upon reaching their presence, Junti introduced, "Allow me to present Qingdi, a dear friend of both my senior brother and myself." "Esteemed friends, this is Qingdi," Junti continued. After the brief exchange of pleasantries, Jiayin inquired, "Qingdi, have you come to hear the Taoist teachings?" "Indeed." Qingdi nodded, openly admitting, "The Taoist insights are unparalleled in this world, and I am eager to witness them firsthand." especially the methods of the primordial sage. While they have been spoken of, I find myself somewhat unclear on the specifics. This opportunity to delve deeper is most welcome. Suddenly, Yuan-Ti seemed to sense something, looking at Qing Di with astonishment. Qing Di, you have made a breakthrough to the quasi-saint realm. What? Was Qing Di not already a quasi-saint before? The three pure ones were taken aback. They had assumed Qing Di was a quasi-saint, which explained his association with Xihe and Yuan-Ti. However, it appeared that prior to their acquaintance, Qing Di was merely a great Luo golden immortal. Yet Xihe and Yuan-Ti still displayed such enthusiasm. Were these truly the same two shameless individuals from the West who would not associate without gain? Merely good fortune. Qing Di smiled lightly, unfazed by the astonishment of Yuan-Ti and Xihe. After all, his advancement was a natural outcome, and without Xihe and Yuan-Ti, he would not have discovered and defeated Ran Ding, seizing the Qian Kuan ruler to forge the 24 heavens. Reflecting on this, Qing Di remarked, "After parting from you both last time, I experienced some insights, and after a period of seclusion, I naturally attained the quasi-saint realm." He added, "I must thank the Taoist. Without his guidance, as a mere loose cultivator with no treasures, even slaying the three corpses would not have yielded such results." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the three pure ones, Xihe and Yuan-Ti, changed markedly. This revelation was indeed beneficial for all beings in the primordial realm, yet for them, the disciples of Hongjun and possessors of the primordial purple energy, it posed a significant dilemma. Had the Taoist not elucidated the distinction between the primordial sage and the heavenly Taoist sage, they might still be envied by countless others. Now, however, such envy felt more like a shackle. Qing Di. At this moment, the figure of Yuan-Ti suddenly spoke, "In your journey of cultivating through strength to attain enlightenment, how many times greater is the power of a quasi-saint compared to that of a great Luo golden immortal?" Upon hearing these words, both Xihe and the three pure ones were taken aback. Their gazes then turned curiously towards Qing Di, their hearts brimming with anticipation. Although such matters were not entirely secret, they had never inquired of others or fellow cultivators, which left them quite uncertain about how much more formidable the path of cultivating through strength was compared to that of severing the three corpses. Qing Di, however, could not suppress a wider smile. He understood the thoughts of Yuan-Ti and the others, and he wished to seize this opportunity to illuminate the disparity between their understanding. His intention was to sow discord among the three pure ones, Xihe, Yuan-Ti, and even Yuan regarding their paths to enlightenment. Should they begin to harbor doubts about Hongjun, or even resist him, it would serve to weaken their adversaries, diminishing their ranks. With this thought in mind, Qing Di spoke up, "Approximately 10,000 times, I would say. However, overall, it should be even stronger, considering I have only recently embarked on the path of quasi-saint." He continued, "Moreover, there are variances in cultivating through strength, as far as I know. Those with greater potential and superior foundations experience even more significant enhancements upon reaching this stage. 1,000 times." They gasped in unison. They understood the might of cultivating through strength, yet they had not anticipated it to be so overwhelmingly powerful, a mere 10,000 times being just the starting point. It is worth noting that when they themselves severed the three corpses using top-tier innate spiritual treasures, their own power elevation from great Luo golden immortal to quasi-saint had only been around 9,000 times. The entities of Jejing and Yuan-Ti are truly pitiable. Although they wield superior innate spiritual treasures to sever corpses, their own enhancement appears to be limited to a mere 7,000-fold, rendering them incapable of comparison with the extraordinary innate spiritual treasures of the three pure ones, which can sever corpses at a much higher caliber. While their finest innate spiritual treasures achieve an ultimate enhancement of only 9,000-fold, the path cultivated by Qing Di, rooted in the power of the Tao, commences at a formidable 10,000-fold, with the potential for further amplification as one's capabilities increase. Jejing and Yuan-Ti, while not without merit, find their lineage constrained to the realm of top-tier innate deities and lesser innate demons. In stark contrast, the three pure ones, as reincarnations of Pangu's primordial spirit, possess a lineage that aligns them with the apex of innate demonhood. If one were to cultivate the power to substantiate the Tao, it is conservatively estimated that one's magical prowess could be enhanced by approximately 20,000 times. Should there be an expansion beyond that, the increase might be even more substantial. Damn it! Damn it! Instinctively, their fists clenched tightly, and the expressions of Primordial and Tong Tian were utterly contorted with frustration. 20,000 times. If I were to cultivate the power to substantiate the Tao, it stands to reason that my magical abilities would outstrip my current level by several magnitudes. In that moment, their hearts brimmed with indignation, and their resentment towards Hongjun swelled enormously. Although Laozi uttered no words, his countenance betrayed a turbulent inner turmoil, an oppressive weight of unrest. After all, only a fool would fail to recognize the gravity of the situation and the glaring disparity between severing the three corpses and substantiating the Tao through power. It was one thing to be oblivious to the intricacies in the past, but now that they were aware, how could they not feel a surge of anger and resentment? Alas, we possess the primordial purple energy, and our primordial spirits have already merged with it, leaving us with no escape. With a sigh, Yuan-Ti spoke helplessly. He too yearned to substantiate the Tao and desired greater strength. Regrettably, this matter was not one that could be altered at will. Many things were determined from the outset, and he and Xihe found themselves with no alternative. Not so. Upon witnessing this scene, Xingdi's eyes sparkled with insight, and he promptly declared, "We may be powerless. But the Taoist might not be. I have heard that the Taoist answers 3 questions after each sermon. If we could seize the opportunity to inquire, there might still be a glimmer of hope." Indeed, while the primordial purple energy serves as a foundation for substantiating the Tao, it is but an inanimate object, not a living one. I refuse to believe there is no solution. As these words left his lips, Jian, Zhuanti, Laozi, primordial, and Tong Tian all experienced a moment of enlightenment. Indeed, the primordial purple energy is lifeless, yet they are vibrant beings. Can a living person be suffocated by their own urine? While they might not have an answer, the enigmatic Taoist surely possesses the means to resolve the shortcomings of the primordial purple energy, perhaps even averting their impending crisis of becoming predestined saints. With this thought, Jian spoke up, "Your words are most insightful, my friend. However, we currently do not know the Taoist's whereabouts." Before Jian could finish, the entire eastern sea was suddenly illuminated with resplendent light. Accompanied by countless resonating sounds, boundless phenomena erupted in the heavens and earth, capturing the attention of innumerable cultivators of the eastern sea. Before anyone could regain their composure, the celestial phenomena gradually coalesced into a colossal figure. And a voice of authority and sanctity reverberated throughout the eastern sea. "I am the Taoist, here today to impart teachings at Skeleton Island. Those fated may come forth." In the next moment, the giant figure dispersed, revealing the coordinates of a sea region and a small island. Instantaneously, the eastern sea erupted in fervor. Countless cultivators shouted in excitement. "It is true, the Taoist has appeared. He is indeed delivering a sermon in the eastern sea. Quick, remember the coordinates of Skeleton Island. We must hurry there." Chapter 74, Gathering of the Gods. The enlightenment of Hu to the manifestation of the Taoist sent shockwaves through the eastern sea. Countless innate deities set aside their discussions, conflicts, and battles, swiftly abandoning everything to soar towards Skeleton Island. Although they had not located the Taoist in advance, being among the first to arrive at the lecture venue to secure a prime position was the best option. Perhaps they might even pose questions and resolve their own predicaments. Skeleton Island. Ah, it is not far from us. It seems we have passed by there before, never expecting the Taoist to be present. Within the desolate island, the 3 pure ones, Jian and Zhuanti, were equally exhilarated. Upon seeing the coordinates of Skeleton Island, the 5 of them disregarded words and contemplation, soaring rapidly towards their destination. Just before departing, Jian kindly reminded Qingdi, "Hurry and secure a position." With that, he and the 3 pure ones, along with Zhuanti, sped away. Excellent. Observing this situation, Qingdi's lips curled into a smile. He realized that this occurrence was more fortuitous than he had anticipated. Following their discussion, Qingdi had devised a rough plan. If all went well, he could not only harvest the Shirong and innate gourd vine but perhaps also acquire other treasures. With this in mind, Qingdi ascended into the air, leisurely making his way towards Skeleton Island. While the matter of the sermon could be entrusted to his divine avatar, addressing questions required his personal involvement. Under these circumstances, he needed to conceal himself within the crowd, avoiding any display of extraordinary talent or prominence, lest he be discovered. Meanwhile, within Skeleton Island, a competition had already commenced. The arrival of the 3 pure ones, Jian and Zhuanti, coincided with the presence of Nuwa, Fuxi, Emperor Jun, and Dong Wangtai, among other supreme powers. As they all appeared simultaneously, an atmosphere of hostility erupted. However, considering that this was the venue for the Taoist teachings, no one directly engaged in conflict. Instead, they accelerated their pace, striving to find the Taoist presence and secure a position closer to him. As the 3 pure ones entered, those who followed included Hongyun, Zenyuanzi, Luais, and Zhuangmu, all of whom hurriedly entered. Upon spotting the Taoists standing on a distant hill, they noticed that the foremost area had already been occupied by the 3 pure ones, and their expressions reflected resignation and sighs. Yet, at that moment, no one sought to contest. They simply approached, exchanged pleasantries, and took their seats in anticipation. As time passed, an increasing number of innate deities arrived, and the atmosphere within the gathering grew increasingly vibrant. Everyone's gaze instinctively turned towards the divine avatar seated in meditation upon the hill. For due to his cultivation of the divine path and deliberate concealment of his aura, even the 3 pure ones could not discern the depth of his power. Yet one thing was undeniable. From the divine avatar emanated an aura of sanctity and inviolability. This prompted many to instinctively draw comparisons with Hongjun. While perhaps lacking the enigma of the original Hongjun, this esteemed figure is undeniably a remarkable presence. After some time had passed, Qingdi arrived on the island. Observing the area before him, which was already teeming with individuals, a subtle smile graced his lips as he sought out a secluded spot to sit and await developments. As time continued to unfold, an increasing number of primordial deities made their arrival, causing the available space on the island to dwindle rapidly. Get lost. All of you. Move aside. At that moment, a series of thunderous shouts resonated through the air, accompanied by the rampant primordial turbid energy. The 12 ancestor witches could be seen striding forth with remarkable speed. Those accursed ancestor witches. What business do they have here, lacking a primordial spirit? They merely slumbered for over a millennium in the Xihe palace, and now they return to cause chaos. Discontent rippled through the crowd. The mighty practitioners present expressed their dissatisfaction with the domineering behavior of the 12 ancestor witches. As they disregarded the seating arrangements and advanced toward the front with their formidable strength, despite their resentment and fury, none dared to confront the 12 ancestor witches at that moment. The immense power of the ancestor witches was widely acknowledged among the cultivators of the Hongwang era, especially after having received guidance from the esteemed figure. Following this, the 12 ancestor witches and the entire witch clan had cultivated a unique secret technique, enabling them to forge life instruments rivaling the innate spiritual treasures. The 12 ancestors of sorcery stand as paragons among their kind. Their crafted life vessels rivaling the finest innate spiritual treasures, thereby significantly augmenting their strength and surpassing the majority of beings in the primordial chaos. In a brief span, the 12 ancestors advanced to the forefront. After displacing several individuals, they settled down, claiming that area as their own. Even the 3 pure ones, upon witnessing this, chose to close their eyes and ignore the scene, while even their old adversaries from the demon court remained surprisingly silent. Before long, over a year elapsed. The entirety of Skeleton Island became overwhelmingly crowded, although individuals from the outside continued to arrive in droves. Their cultivation levels had already fallen below that of the great Luo Golden Immortal. It was nearly time. Observing the situation, Qing Di's eyes gleamed with intent. The arrival of great Luo Golden Immortals had become largely unnecessary. Capturing everyone present would yield an immense and remarkably pure source of belief power. With this thought, Qing Di promptly contacted his divine avatar. In an instant, the divine avatar perched atop the mountain abruptly opened its eyes and spoke slowly. I declare, my teachings exist independently of the heavens and the earth. The next moment, a resplendent golden light erupted. With the surge of the great law's decree, a unique barrier emerged, enveloping the entirety of Skeleton Island. Utilizing the power of the wordless heavenly book, the divine avatar successfully simulated the innate restrictions of Palai Island and Fazhang Island, rendering Skeleton Island utterly invisible within the Eastern Sea. Standing on the island, one could clearly observe countless cultivators arriving at this location, yet it appeared entirely empty to them. They wandered back and forth, unable to penetrate the confines of Skeleton Island. What is this? Divine proclamation? To isolate the entire island from the heavenly path of the primordial chaos? Truly, the Daozun is terrifying. Undoubtedly, a formidable being from the ancient era. Their power is indeed exceedingly fearsome. In that moment, countless cultivators could not help but inhale sharply, feeling a mix of incredulity, dread, and a hint of admiration. Among the crowd, however, the figure of Huda frowned at the sight of the divine avatar atop the mountain. Is it not Qing Di? How can this be possible? She is well aware that Qing Di is the Daozun, and the Daozun is indeed Qing Di. Yet, the Daozun that has now appeared feels utterly unfamiliar. Not only in appearance but even in essence. What could this mean? Is someone impersonating him? Or is it that the Daozun has been deliberately crafted by Qing Di? Indeed, that must be the case. The events from last time have directly rendered the Daozun a target of scorn. Under such circumstances, how could Qing Di possibly present himself openly to impart teachings? Upon realizing this, Ho-Tu gradually regained her composure. After taking a deep breath, she quietly instructed the nearby Di Jiang and the other ancestral shamans, brothers, remember, this is indeed the Daozun. The one who came to our tribe to deliver teachings was he and none other. Chapter 75, A Millennium of Teachings. The Tao cannot be lightly shared. Upon hearing her words, Di Jiang and the other ancestral shamans also came to a realization. They are not fools. They understand that the figure before them must be an illusion or perhaps a doppelganger created by Qing Di. This may appear to be a jest at the expense of all, yet in truth, it serves to safeguard oneself. The crux of the matter is that, since it is not the true embodiment of Qing Di who is personally descending, those who prostrate themselves in adoration shall not receive any special regard from him. Consequently, it is the select few who are privy to the fact that the Taoist sovereign himself is Qing Di who hold the most advantageous position. They may even find themselves in a better position to forge closer ties with him and, perhaps, acquire the remaining cultivation methods following the acquisition of the. I understand now. Sister Hutu. Rest assured, Sister Hutu, we are well aware of the depths of this matter. In unison, Di Jiang and the other ancestral witches expressed their agreement. However, due to the hushed nature of their exchange, those around them remained oblivious, their attention captivated instead by the grand and profound edicts manifested by the divine incarnation. Particularly, the method capable of isolating the primordial chaos inspired countless souls with yearning, and their recognition towards the divine incarnation only deepened their reverence and faith. Thus, amidst the throng, Qing Di could distinctly sense the power of belief within him steadily amplifying, with the cumulative increase in mere moments surpassing decades in totality. Splendid, splendid. It is indeed worthy of the extensive preparation I have undertaken. Truly, the fruits of my labor have proven their worth. In this moment, Qing Di's heart brimmed with uncontainable joy. If this trend were to continue, the divine avatar's teachings over the span of a millennium would undoubtedly yield immense benefits for him. With this thought, Qing Di hesitated not a moment longer and promptly transmitted a message to the divine avatar. Commence at once. Initiate the teachings. Receiving Qing Di's command, the divine avatar upon the hill did not languish in idleness. With a wave of his hand, he dissipated the divine energy emanating from himself, and then seated himself in a meditative posture. The way of heaven is characterized by loss and insufficiency. The way of earth In an instant, the voice of the teachings resonated throughout the surroundings. However, the doctrine expounded by the divine avatar was not particularly profound, easily comprehensible only to the great Luo cultivators. Consequently, the esteemed semi-saint beings who had journeyed to this place felt a tinge of disappointment. Yet, the great Luo golden immortals and even the somewhat weaker Tai golden immortals, along with those of the golden immortal realm, were filled with exhilaration. After all, the wisdom conveyed by this revered sage encompassed what they desperately needed and currently lacked. In such a context, this gathering of individuals listened with heightened attentiveness, their admiration and recognition for the sage escalating rapidly. As time flowed by, a millennium swiftly passed. On this day, the esteemed Taoist successfully completed the profound exposition of the ultimate principles of the great Luo golden immortal and subsequently ceased his discourse. It was over. The moment of opportunity was drawing near. In an instant, the prospective saints seated in the front rows experienced a surge of anticipation, lifting their gazes towards the divine avatar. Their eyes brimming with expectation and excitement, their very beings poised for action. The moment the divine avatar commenced to address their inquiries, they would rise without hesitation, eager to voice their confusions and seek the answers that resided deep within, yearning to dispel the current fog of uncertainty that enveloped them. In this moment, the divine avatar was fully within sight. However, he remained indifferent, for the next events would be personally handled by Qing. With a flicker of his consciousness, he initiated the secret technique of the primordial vision transference. Unsurprisingly, at that instant, Qing, concealed within the crowd, unleashed his mystical art while the surrounding individuals remained oblivious. In an instant, the perspectives of both Qing and the divine avatar shifted. Qing successfully commandeered the divine avatar's form. Meanwhile, the divine avatar had seized control of Qing's corporeal vessel, albeit at that moment, he possessed no means to observe and could only maintain a posture of attentive listening, careful not to arouse suspicion among the others. With the conclusion of the discourse, Qing, having adeptly supplanted the divine avatar's physical form, gazed downwards with a subtle smile, astonished to see such a multitude of fellow practitioners gathered in support. Truly, it was an unexpected delight. According to my previous customs, upon completing the lecture, I would entertain 3 inquiries. However, given that all esteemed friends have traveled from afar, it would be inappropriate for me to make a selection or to refuse. Therefore, I shall extend an opportunity for bidding to all esteemed practitioners present. Should one present something of interest to me, I shall gladly address their questions and uncertainties. As for limitations, I shall respond to a maximum of 10 queries. If all esteemed practitioners are amenable, let us proceed thusly. What? One must offer something in exchange for answers? 10 questions shall be answered, yet one must part with treasures to gain the opportunity. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 3 pure ones darkened. After all, the previous Taoist master had not imposed such conditions for inquiries. It was said that even the questions posed by the Earth Mother had required no recompense. Taoist master, instinctively, within the crowd, the figure of Jun Ti spoke up, asking, wasn't the Taoist master's previous discourse and answers to 3 questions complimentary? Why has there suddenly been a shift to charging? Taoist master, you are, after all, a preeminent figure among the great powers of the primordial world. How can you be so unfaithful in your words? At this statement, many around nodded in agreement. Yet, they were not foolish enough to confront the Taoist master directly, for inciting his ire could yield unfortunate consequences. Only Xihe and Jun Ti dared to voice their concerns. These 2 individuals are notoriously shameless and infamous for their unscrupulous behavior. Now that the Taoist Lord has presented such conditions, it is indeed difficult for them to accept, which has led to their self-destructive choices. My responses are contingent upon my mood and the individuals involved. Initially, when the Taoist friend Xihe orchestrated the inquiries from the cultivators, I did not immediately perceive the implications and thus answered his questions. Casting a calm glance at Jun Ti, Qing replied expressionlessly. However, the answers that Xihe sought were obtained only after paying a corresponding price. Upon hearing this, the cultivators present were astounded. Did Xihe truly pay a price to acquire the Taoist Lord's teachings on breaking the impasse? Was it indeed the case that the method of crafting life instruments was imparted to Xihe by the Taoist Lord and subsequently passed down to the Wu clan? Instinctively, a group of powerful beings turned their gaze toward Xihe. Even the ancestral witches, including Di Jiang, regarded Xihe with surprise. After all, Xihe had never mentioned any sacrifices made on her part. Xihe, my dear, instinctively, Zhu Rong inquired, is the Taoist Lord's statement genuine? As these words were uttered, the surrounding cultivators held their breath in anticipation of a response. It is indeed true. Xihe then cooperatively glanced at Qing before calmly stating, my Wu clan has expended numerous innate spiritual treasures as a price to obtain the answers, and I have also sacrificed precious items in exchange for the information. Furthermore, the Tao is not to be imparted lightly. You are not disciples of the Taoist Lord, so why should he respond directly to all your inquiries? If you are unwilling to pay the price, you are welcome to leave. My Wu clan will take on these 10 questions. Chapter 76, The Decisive River of the Underworld. Offering the 12-grade fiery red lotus. Impossible. Upon hearing these words, the powerful beings around could no longer remain seated. This was preposterous. They had relinquished so much to come here, all in pursuit of resolving their own doubts and anxieties. Now that they had finally gained an opportunity, Although it required some sacrifice, it was not beyond acceptance, especially since it pertained to their futures. Should the Wu clan be granted ample opportunities, their power would undoubtedly swell, rendering the primordial ancestors increasingly formidable. What then would remain for these innate deities within the vast expanse of the wilderness? Merely by condensing the life weapon. The dominion of the Wu clan has burgeoned exponentially. Countless great powers have been compelled to vacate their long-cherished sanctuaries and abodes due to the Wu clan's territorial expansion. How could one possibly allow the Wu clan further chances? In an instant, the figure of the river of the underworld rose abruptly from the crowd, producing a 12th grade lotus leaf, emanating a potent aura of karmic fire, and declared, "This is the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the 12th grade karmic fire red lotus. I seek an opportunity to receive a response from the Taoist master. Might you consent?" The river of the underworld was resolute in his determination. Although he possessed several companion spiritual treasures, including the exceptional innate killing artifact, the primordial slaughter, the 12th grade karmic fire red lotus, and the Xian Yuan water controlling banner were also premier innate treasures, primarily defensive in nature and crucial to his future survival. Yet, in this moment, he was willing to forsake it all for the sake of his path. If he could indeed exchange the 12th grade karmic fire red lotus for a chance, he would harbor no hesitation or doubt. The supreme innate spiritual treasure. The 12th grade karmic fire red lotus, one of the 4 primordial lotus seeds. How generous the river of the underworld proves to be. The surrounding great powers were equally astonished by his audacity, unable to fathom the magnitude of his resolve, and the audacious elevation of the price for the Taoist master's response. The 12th grade karmic fire red lotus indeed represented a significant sacrifice. Even Qing Di could not help but feel a surge of emotions. He was acutely aware that, in the future wilderness, the river of the underworld would undoubtedly emerge as a paragon among the foremost great powers. Setting aside his inherent might as the master of the blood sea, his existence was intertwined with the sea of blood. As long as the blood sea persisted, so too would the river of the underworld, endowing him with a survival capability that rivaled the future saints of heavenly Tao. In this era devoid of saints, such an ability propelled him to the pinnacle of great powers, especially with his possession of the primordial slaughter, the Xian Yuan water controlling banner, and the 12th grade karmic fire red lotus. Alas, fortune had not favored the river of the underworld. In the original text, due to the absence of the primordial purple energy, when Nuwa achieved sainthood by creating humanity, he birthed the Azura clan in the Blood Sea. Meanwhile, the Sanqing, Jane, and Juani established their doctrines and attained sainthood through the same waters, leading him to form the Azura sect centered around the Azura clan within the Blood Sea. Though this advancement propelled him to the semi-saint stage, the lack of primordial purple energy and the excessive absorption of merit resulted in his eternal status as a semi-saint instead of a full saint. Even after the investiture of the gods, he faced relentless oppression from the Western teachings, including the eightfold heavenly dragons of the Buddhist sect, which comprised members of the Azura clan. The Xihe king directly stationed himself at the Yin mountain, guiding Azuras into the Buddhist fold as love Azuras, thus siphoning a portion of the Azura clan's fortune and reducing the Azura sect to a mere vestige of the future Buddhist attire. However, this was merely the original fate of the river of the underworld. With Qing Di's arrival and the alteration of the narrative, the future of the river of the underworld was destined to transform. If he were to acquire the breath of earth and the innate gourd vine this time, it could effectively thwart Nuwa's creation of humanity, leaving the emergence of heavenly Tao saints in question. With this realization, Qing Di refrained from further delay, summoning the 12th grade karmic fire red lotus to his vicinity with a mere gesture. After appraising it, Qing Di's intent surged, and he swiftly absorbed the 12th grade karmic fire red lotus into his being, subsequently employing the wordless heavenly scripture to subdue it. In an instant, the river of the underworld outside groaned softly, feeling the severance of the bond with the 12th grade karmic fire red lotus. Even the essence of his blood deity was erased in that fleeting moment. At this moment, a sense of reverence filled the heart of Mingyi. With a gaze towards Qing Di that brimmed with devotion, he bowed deeply and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Daozuan. May I inquire if it is possible for me, Mingyi, to attain enlightenment? Furthermore, how should I chart my future path of cultivation?" The moment these words were uttered, a tremor coursed through the bodies of the powerful beings present. Although Mingyi's inquiry was somewhat cunning, it undoubtedly addressed the concerns of nearly every individual in attendance. The possibility of achieving enlightenment and the proper planning for the future were paramount questions. This was especially true for the 3 pure ones, Jian, Zhuanti, and Yuhua, who were filled with anxiety. After all, Mingyi's reputation within the primordial realm was formidable. His low-profile demeanor did not imply a lack of strength. In his early days in the primordial realm, Mingyi had encountered numerous foes, all of whom ultimately fell to the edge of his twin swords, establishing his formidable presence among the innate deities. Qing Di, however, remained exceedingly calm. The 12th grade fiery red lotus had been subdued by the wordless heavenly book, and as an innate treasure, it could not be shaken by the prowess of the fiery red lotus, no matter how remarkable it was. In a state of contentment, Qing Di spoke, "As for your future, to be frank, the path of purely relying on strength to attain enlightenment is not viable. The probability of success is less than 30%. Attaining enlightenment purely through strength requires one to push oneself to the utmost, elevating one's foundation to its peak, thereby breaking through personal limits through extreme means to have any chance of enlightenment. However, I'm aware of certain unique cultivation techniques that still follow the path of strength but can incorporate auxiliary methods to elevate your chances of success from 30% to at least 90%. It ultimately depends on whether you wish to pursue it. I do need it. Without a moment's hesitation, Mingyi responded resolutely. It was no jest. The thought of relying solely on strength for enlightenment with only a 30% chance was disheartening. Yet, Daozuan could assist in elevating that probability to 90%. Even if the special methods employed could not compare to a cultivator who purely relied on strength, their immense value is undeniable, stirring Mingyi's heart profoundly. A 90% chance. What difference did that make from 100% enlightenment in the primordial realm? My heavens, how could Daozuan utter such statements? It was truly terrifying. Daozuan, who exactly was he? If such techniques truly existed, the emotions of the surrounding cultivators surged like tumultuous waves. Each individual, astonished, cast their gaze back to Qingdi, their eyes burning with an intensity that bordered on fervor. Chapter 77, The Heart-Stirring Deities, A Desperate Gamble by Xuanzi. Especially those seated in the foremost area, such as the three pure ones, were now gazing with fiery intensity. A 90% probability of attaining enlightenment. If it were uttered by others, they would undoubtedly scoff and dismiss it with disdain. However, the speaker of this statement is none other than the revered Taoist master, a representative of the transcendental realm, whose words are undeniably credible. This implies that once Mingyi receives guidance from the Taoist master, he will undoubtedly attain the status of a mixed Yuan sage, which represents true freedom and liberation, incomparable to that of a heavenly Tao sage. At that moment, their anticipation grew ever more palpable. Yet, they refrained from speaking immediately, their gazes instinctively drawn to Mingyi. After all, under such circumstances, the Taoist master had already made a promise. But whether Mingyi dared to take the gamble depended solely on him. Moreover, the Taoist master had mentioned a remarkable opportunity of 10 chances for enlightenment. Even if Mingyi were to seize just one, the losses would be negligible. Most importantly, this individual had already presented the supreme innate treasure, the 12-grade fiery red lotus. They felt they had no chance of competing with him. Thank you, Taoist master. Under the attentive gazes of all, Mingyi decisively made his choice, bowing respectfully. I humbly request the special method of assistance. As these words left his lips, all eyes turned to the Taoist master. Simultaneously, many hoped that Qingdi would elucidate the special method directly, pondering if they too could glean insights from it. Nodding affirmatively, Qingdi refrained from unnecessary words. He certainly would not naively divulge the special method outright. With a flicker of thought, a blank jade talisman appeared in his hand. Subsequently, Qingdi inscribed the method to achieve enlightenment through merit-based assistance within it, highlighting the necessity for Mingyi to utilize the power of the blood sea to create the Azura race and establish the Azura sect. Even if this matter were to come to light later, and others became aware of it, replication would be impossible. After all, the establishment of the Azura race hinged on the existence of the blood sea and the premise that Mingyi was its master. For others to replicate such an operation, merely creating a race would be beyond their capabilities. As for establishing their own sect, that was indeed feasible, considering the myriad of races coexisting in the primordial world. However, if such endeavors were pursued, it would usher in an entirely new paradigm, with bloody and fierce competition centering around sections. As Qingdi completed the inscription, the jade talisman trembled slightly. Without hesitation, he tossed it to Mingyi, stating, "This is the special method of assistance I offer you, which you can complete expeditiously." He added, "If you follow my instructions, I can assure you that you will reach the pinnacle of quasi-saint in a short time, and perhaps even enter the half-saint stage. However, to genuinely attain the realm of mixed Yuan sage, you will need your own accumulation and fortune." Hearing this, countless individuals inhaled sharply. Although Qingdi spoke lightly, the implications contained within were explosive. The special method that could be accomplished in a short time signified that Mingyi could rapidly return to a level of power surpassing his previous state of severing the three corpses. And such a swift elevation in cultivation would be at the half-saint stage. In the vast expanse of the primordial world, aside from the mysterious tortoise in the northern sea, where else could one find a being of half-saint caliber? If the river of Hades were to succeed, who among heaven and earth could stand as his rival? He would ascend directly to a stage of invincibility beneath the realm of saints. Gratefully, and with utmost respect, he accepted the jade talisman, his eyes brimming with excitement and fervor. Without a moment's hesitation, he settled into a meditative posture, channeling his energy to absorb the information contained within the talisman. Moments later, he abruptly opened his eyes, gazing in astonishment at the figure of Qingdi atop the mountain, his expression a mix of fervor and profound shock. While the rest may have been manageable, the methods, concepts, and techniques for creating the Azura clan and establishing the Azura teachings left him feeling as though he had received a divine revelation. Subsequently, he crushed the jade talisman in his hand, choosing not to engage with the surrounding cultivators. Instead, he sat in a meditative state, seemingly indifferent to the world, evoking envy and resentment from many nearby practitioners who gritted their teeth in jealousy. Although he did not utter a word, His reaction made it evident to all that the information bestowed upon him by the Taoist master was undeniably genuine and immensely valuable. Otherwise, he would not have behaved in such a manner, nor maintained such silence. Following their envy, the powerful beings present could hardly contain their restlessness. Almost instantaneously, another figure among the crowd rose. It was apparent that Jin Yuanzi had made a resolute decision. Summoning a tome exuding the essence of a supreme innate spiritual treasure and the weighty aura of Earth's laws into his hands. This artifact was none other than Jin Yuanzi's trump card, the Earth Book. At this moment, he exhibited no hesitation, nor any reluctance, as he raised it in a gesture of offering, declaring, "This is the Earth Book, my companion treasure. Although it is a supreme innate spiritual treasure, its defensive capabilities are not inferior to those of innate supreme treasures. Furthermore, the Earth Book possesses the ability to manipulate the laws of Earth, making it a rare gem of both offense and defense. Might this item be exchanged for a single piece of guidance from the Taoist master?" This scene once again elicited an involuntary gasp of astonishment from many. A supreme innate spiritual treasure. Yet another supreme innate spiritual treasure. Jin Yuanzi has truly lost his mind. Willingly revealing his trump card. Although he previously surrendered the 12th grade fiery red lotus of karma from the underworld river, those familiar with him understand that his primary focus lies in the sword path, with the Yuan Tu and Ubi twin swords as his foundational weapons. However, this Earth Book holds immense value for Jin Yuanzi, almost akin to a means of attaining enlightenment, and his decision to relinquish it indicates his resolute determination, bordering on desperation. Brother Jin Yuanzi. Hong Yun instinctively glanced at Jin Yuanzi, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. He opened his mouth, intending to speak. Yet before he could utter a word, Jin Yuanzi resolutely interrupted him, directing his unwavering gaze towards the summit. "Daozuan, this represents my utmost sincerity. I implore you to guide me on the path to enlightenment." With these words, the surrounding cultivators fell silent. As Jin Yuanzi stated, when compared to guidance on the path to enlightenment, a mere supreme innate spiritual treasure pales in significance. As long as one can attain the state of primordial unity, not only supreme innate spiritual treasures, but even innate supreme treasures could be relinquished. After all, spiritual treasures are ultimately external and do not equate to inherent strength. Upon reflecting on this, many gazes turned to Jin Yuanzi with newfound admiration. When a decision is made, it must be resolute, regardless of the outcome. Jin Yuanzi's determination and courage are truly inspiring. On the mountaintop, Qing Di immediately agreed without hesitation. He possessed the wordless heavenly book, and this Earth Book was evidently a similar entity. Although their functions differed, their origins should be akin. Considering that the wordless heavenly book itself was merely a remnant of the chaotic supreme treasure, this Earth Book might also be a remnant. In their conjunction, the grade and power of the wordless heavenly book could potentially enhance and amplify. Thus, this transaction was undoubtedly a win-win for him. Moreover, Jin Yuanzi was already a renowned figure within the primordial chaos, and although the Earth Immortal path he aimed to establish seemed ineffective, it was limited by the constraints of severing the three corpses and the primordial purple energy. Yet, he had managed to reach the semi-saint level despite those limitations. Now that Jin Yuanzi had abandoned the severing of the three corpses to seek enlightenment through strength, if combined with the existence of the Earth Immortal path, attaining sainthood could very well be within reach. With this thought in mind, Qing Di waved his hand. In the next moment, the Earth Book held by Jin Yuanzi flew directly into Qing Di's grasp. With a flicker of thought, the Earth Book was drawn into his sea of consciousness. As the suppression of the wordless heavenly book commenced, the Earth Book experienced no resistance and was entirely subdued, along with the disappearance of Jin Yuanzi's spiritual imprint. At that moment, the Earth Book and the wordless heavenly book began to attract one another. Under Qing Di's watchful gaze, the Earth Book visibly melted, eventually transforming into a soil-colored page that floated in the air. A resonant hum filled the atmosphere as the wordless heavenly book began to unfold. In the area of its final chapters, a gap in the pages appeared. With its emergence, the floating page of the Earth Book trembled as if drawn by an unseen force, soaring upward to merge with it. Instantaneously, the wordless heavenly book vibrated again. And upon absorbing the Earth Book, the innate restrictions within it surged, manifesting as a soil-colored innate restriction. Despite being merely an innate restriction, the wordless heavenly book belonged to the category of innate supreme treasures, and with the enhancement of an innate restriction, its foundational strength and power multiplied significantly. As a result, the amplification provided to the divine avatar by the wordless heavenly book became even more pronounced and formidable. Excellent, excellent. Qing Di could not help but laugh heartily within himself. If this trend continued, once more remnants of the pages were found to complete the wordless heavenly book, it could ultimately be restored to its status as a chaotic spiritual treasure, or even a chaotic supreme treasure. With this thought, Qing Di's gaze towards Jin Yuanzi softened considerably. And he spoke. "I shall convey to you the same words I shared with Minghe. Jin Yuanzi, do you require assistance from a special method? If not, you possess a 30% chance of enlightenment. However, should you choose to seek aid, the probability could soar to 90%. A gulp echoed through the air. Though the words were the same, the prospect of a method that could enhance their chances of enlightenment by 60% ignited immense anticipation and desire among them. In that moment, they were even more convinced of the great value of this so-called method, and many found themselves unable to contain their eagerness. I choose the latter. I require assistance from the special method. Without hesitation, Xihe made his choice. After all, a mere 30% probability of enlightenment through strength was far too low. Even knowing that a complete method would be stronger, he would not gamble on such slim odds. Otherwise, he would not have relinquished the Earth Book as a price to solicit Qingdi's guidance. Very well. Nodding, Qingdi had long been prepared. Upon receiving Xihe's response, he immediately produced a jade talisman and began inscribing it. After a brief moment, Qingdi completed his actions and unhesitatingly tossed the jade talisman to Xihe. The method you seek is within. You may examine it yourself. However, I must caution you. If you disclose it to others before completion, they may seize the opportunity for themselves. The choice is yours. Upon hearing these words, Xihe's body trembled. Could this method still be intercepted? Does it imply that what Mingyi obtained previously could also be of a similar nature? It is precisely for this reason that after acquiring the method, Mingyi resolutely shattered the jade talisman, determined to prevent others from discovering it, or even from seizing his own opportunity. Upon contemplating this, Xihe immediately grasped the jade talisman in his hand, unhesitatingly channeling his spiritual energy to examine it. Meanwhile, the surrounding cultivators fixed their eager gazes upon the talisman in Xihe's possession. Were it not for the current circumstances and the presence of the Taoist venerable, they might have been tempted to snatch it away. The existence of such thoughts encompasses even those seated in the foremost area, such as Sanqing, Jin, Junti, Nuwa, and Emperor Jun. After all, the Taoist master elucidated clearly that the opportunities within are open to interception. In other words, when one attains them, one can indeed employ the unique methods therein to aid oneself in achieving enlightenment. How enlightening! However, it is regrettable that before they could continue their contemplation, Xihe had already perused the information regarding the Tao of Earth Immortals and recognized that he could harness the power of fortune to enhance his path to enlightenment through strength. Without a moment's hesitation, Xihe, emulating Mingyi, decisively shattered the jade talisman. He understood all too well that, as the Taoist master had indicated, once others became aware of the Earth Immortal methods, they could easily usurp his opportunities. In such circumstances, he would reveal not a whisper, nor grant anyone the chance or hope to interfere. Gratitude to the Taoist master. Having completed these actions, Xihe lingered no longer, offering a respectful bow to Qingdi before resolutely adopting a posture of indifference. His conduct sparked agitation among the others. After all, with Mingyi first and Xihe following, the 10 opportunities had already diminished by 2. In such a scenario, should they refrain from taking action, they would likely face interception without the Taoist master's guidance. Their future cultivation would surely yield minimal results for maximum effort. Contemplating this, the group could no longer remain seated, rising promptly. Taoist master, I possess a top-tier innate spiritual treasure, which rivals even the finest innate treasures. Taoist master, while I do not hold any supreme innate treasures, I do possess several top-tier innate spiritual treasures. Chapter 79. Absorbing the River Diagram and Luo Book, Inquiry from Emperor Jun. In this moment, everyone is vying eagerly for an opportunity. In their quest for the guidance of the Taoist master, and to augment their chances of enlightenment, they have cast aside all reservations. After all, first there was the Nether River, followed by Xihe. These two individuals received guidance that granted them a 90% chance of achieving enlightenment. As long as one is not a fool or intentionally sabotaged, their success is virtually assured. This has resulted in even the esteemed figures seated in the foremost area, such as Sanqing, Jane, and Junti, experiencing a sense of restlessness. However, being ordained saints, they tread the path of severing the 3 corpses, and the Taoist master's guidance is solely directed towards attaining the status of a primordial saint, which holds little significance for them. Nevertheless, they manage to contain their impulses. In contrast, the likes of Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai in the adjacent area can no longer remain composed, eagerly exclaiming, Taoist master, I possess the sun and moon essence wheel, a supreme innate spiritual treasure. I beseech your guidance. Taoist master, I hold the river map and the Luo book, which are also supreme innate spiritual treasures. I implore your guidance. In this moment, the clamorous voices resonate melodiously. Amidst such a scenario, a subtle smile graces Qingdi's lips. He understands that his plan has come to fruition. Although he has only just begun to provide guidance to 2 individuals, the remaining 8 opportunities have already stirred considerable unrest. Most notably, he observes that Fuxi has commenced bidding. This signifies that Nuwa will soon find herself unable to remain idle. Even if it is due to Fuxi, she will undoubtedly make sacrifices. Once Nuwa takes the bait, the Shirong and the primordial gourd vine shall certainly be within his grasp. Upon contemplating this, Qingdi immediately spoke, Excellent. Since all esteemed friends are so eager, I shall not squander time. I require the river map and Luo book. Thus the next quota shall be granted to you. Emperor Jun splendid. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jun rejoiced. While he would have to offer the river map and Luo book as compensation, he deemed such a sacrifice worthwhile. At the very least, he needed to resolve his own uncertainties, even those matters that weighed most heavily on his mind. With this thought, Emperor Jun stood, raising the river map and Luo book in his hands, exclaiming, "Thank you, Taoist master. This is the river map and Luo book. I humbly ask you to accept." As he spoke, he lifted the river map and Luo book high. In this scene, Qing Di observed with keen eyes, yet his heart brimmed with immeasurable joy. He beheld the Xihe and Luo Shu. This is indeed a supreme innate spiritual treasure, and it is also a matching supreme innate spiritual treasure. In certain aspects, it is not inferior to the innate supreme treasures, and in the future, the demon race will establish the great array of the Zhoutian stars based on the Xihe and Luo Shu. Now that Di Jun has offered the Xihe and Luo Shu, whether he can still create the great array of Zhoutian stars in the future remains uncertain. However, Qing Di is indifferent to these considerations. After all, the Luo Shu is likely another page of the Book of No Words. If that is indeed the case, its value to him is immense. With this thought, Qing Di waved his hand, and the Xihe and Luo Shu flew into his grasp. Upon incorporating it into his sea of consciousness, the Book of No Words reacted as expected. As the Luo Shu shattered, it transformed into a deep blue innate restriction that entered the Book of No Words. In an instant, the Book of No Words underwent further evolution. Not only that, after a period of struggling, the Xihe also exploded, becoming deep blue pages that integrated into the Book of No Words. Thus, the Book of No Words gained 2 more innate restrictions, and its grade was significantly elevated at that moment, rivaling treasures such as the Taiji diagram, the Panga banner, and the Chaos Bell. Feeling the changes within, Qing Di couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. For no other reason, he had merely approached this with a mindset of experimentation. To his astonishment, the Xihe and Luo Shu were not merely the Luo Shu, but the Xihe was also one of the pages of the Book of No Words. Consequently, the immense benefits he reaped were beyond imagination. Moreover, since the Xihe and Luo Shu are fragments, does it imply that other innate spiritual treasures, such as maps and books within the primordial chaos, are also pages of the Book of No Words? If so, treasures like the map of mountains and rivers held by Nuwa and the star map in the demon court could potentially transform into pages as well, possibly enhancing the grade and power of the Book of No Words through innate restrictions. With this thought, Qing Di's breath quickened, and his gaze swept across the area, quickly locking onto several innate spiritual treasures in the form of books, maps, and paintings. However, the majority of them were of medium or lower quality. He could not afford to abandon other treasures to seize them. Nonetheless, Qing Di memorized the auras of those who possessed these treasures, intending to explore the situation after this matter concluded. With this in mind, Qing Di opened his eyes and looked towards Di Jun below, saying, "Your path does not rely on strength to prove the Tao, but rather on the fortune to validate it. What is it that you wish to inquire? Is it regarding methods to assist in the path of fortune, or do you seek ways to prove the Tao through strength?" "What? The path of fortune?" Upon hearing this, the powerful beings present all narrowed their eyes in disbelief, glancing instinctively at Di Jun, their expressions revealing incredulity. They thought to themselves, Di Jun is making a grave mistake. The path of fortune is not one that can be completed. No one has succeeded on this path. Has Di Jun lost his senses? In contrast to the curiosity of others, the ancestral witches, including Di Jiang, were filled with murderous intent. The path of fortune, Di Jiang himself walked this path and knew very well what it required to cultivate it to its utmost. Thus, since Di Jun had chosen this path, he would undoubtedly become an adversary in the future, even a competitor. If it were not for the current situation being Qing Di's time to provide answers, they would have already wished to eliminate him. Indeed, faced with the scrutiny of the crowd, Di Jun remained remarkably calm. His gaze fixed intently on Qing Di as he asked, "May I inquire, Tao Master, can the path of fortune truly lead to the attainment of the Hunyuan Saint?" At this, the venue fell silent. All eyes instinctively turned to Qing Di, for in their memories, no one had achieved this step. In fact, they believed that the pinnacle of the path of fortune was utterly hopeless. Yet, despite their assumptions, they still yearned to hear the Tao Master's response. After all, if success were possible, then cultivating the path of fortune might indeed be a viable option. Among the numerous cultivators present, each belonging to different races, many were even ancestral members of their respective clans. The concept of fortune was enigmatic, but if it were a matter of the clan's leader, they could indeed gain some degree of enhancement. With this thought, all eyes converged upon Qing Di, awaiting his response, including Di Jiang and the other ancestral witches. Although Qing Di had previously suggested that one of them take the path of fortune and they had accepted it, Di Jiang himself still harbored some concerns. Now it made sense. No wonder such a great price was paid. It was due to the lack of confidence in the path of fortune. A glimmer of understanding sparked in Qing Di as he realized why Di Jun was willing to sacrifice his companion's spirit treasure, the He Tu and Luo Shu, for such an opportunity. However, it was evident that he was attempting to take shortcuts, in addition to seeking guidance and advice. He sought to validate this information with Qing Di. Nevertheless, considering how the He Tu and Luo Shu had helped him evolve the Book of No Words into 2 innate restrictions, Qing Di decided not to hold it against him. With this in mind, Qing Di spoke softly. Who told you that no one has completed the path of fortune? And who informed you that the path of fortune cannot lead to proof of the Tao? Huh, what? The crowd erupted in astonishment. In that moment, everyone's breath hitched, their eyes wide with disbelief and shock. Especially for Di Jiang and Di Jun, both practitioners of the path of fortune, their gazes sharpened, breaths quickened, as they fixed their probing eyes upon Qing Di. Dare I ask, Tao Master, who succeeded? Struggling to contain his excitement, Di Jun inquired. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their expectant gazes towards Qing Di. After all, if the path of fortune could indeed lead to success, it would mean an additional method and technique to attain the status of Hunyuan Saint, alongside the paths of strength and virtue. With a sigh, Qing Di feigned difficulty. After pondering for a moment, he finally looked at Di Jun and said, in light of your offering of the He Tu and Luo Shu, which are 2 supreme innate spiritual treasures, I shall make an exception and share some information with you. The path of fortune has been traversed by more than 10 practitioners from the dawn of creation until now. Among them, the Beast Emperor Xihe, the leader of the calamity of ferocious beasts, cultivated the path of fortune. At that time, the ferocious beast clan nearly dominated the entire primordial chaos. And he indeed completed the path of fortune. Although Xihe ultimately failed, it does not imply that he was not a Hunyuan saint. Rather, he successfully proved the Tao. Whether he truly perished or sacrificed his own flesh to transform into the beast realm, his life and death remain indeterminate. Subsequently, those who practiced this method were the ancestors of the dragon, phoenix, and Xihe clans. They failed because they did not reach the level of dominance in the primordial chaos. Yet during their peak, the ancestral dragon, Yuan Feng, and ancestral Xihe attained the semi-saint realm, with combat power approaching the level of a saint. Subsequent to this, as you are all aware, the dragon, phoenix, and Xihe clans have been utterly vanquished, withdrawing from the grand stage of the primordial struggle, thereby signifying the complete failure of the 3 races' fortunes in their quest for the Tao. However, are you cognizant of the events that transpired thereafter? Upon hearing this, the assembled deities exchanged glances of astonishment. The Beast Emperor has successfully transcended to the Tao. It is even conceivable that he has not met with true death. Rather, he may have transformed his corporeal form to take refuge within the beast realm, thereby evading the lethal calamity of the ferocious beasts. Such news is truly astounding, causing the breaths of countless individuals to quicken in response. As for the defeat of the dragon, phoenix, and Xihe clans, it is common knowledge, even among the members of these very clans, who are acutely aware of the failures of their ancestors in their pursuit of enlightenment. I am aware. At that moment, a woman suddenly rose from the crowd, proclaiming, the battle between Tao and demon follows the lineage of dragons and phoenixes. Upon hearing her words, the attendees instinctively turned their gazes towards her. The battle between Tao and demon. They possess some knowledge about the battle between the demon ancestor Rahu and the Tao ancestor Hongjun. However, to be frank, they are not privy to specific details. This includes the primordial deities who emerged eons ago, such as the River of Hades. The war between Tao and demon during that era was terrifying and formidable, with numerous ancestors emerging, each surpassing the boundaries of the great Luo, rendering it beyond their reach to comprehend or influence. Who are you? A cultivator instinctively inquired. How do you possess information about the Tao demon war? I'm Qingwan. Casting a glance at the inquirer, Qingwan understood their skepticism. Yet, at that moment, she had other priorities. Her greater aim was to attract the attention of Qingdi, for she needed to grow stronger and gain more benefits. Upon this thought, Qingwan declared, my mother is the sovereign of the Phoenix clan, Yuan Feng. It is precisely for this reason that I am aware of certain aspects of the Tao demon war. All those involved were ancient powerhouses, almost all of whom were quasi-saints, if not half-saints. Among them, Rahu and Hongjun stood out as noteworthy figures and primary targets. Moreover, as far as I know, both Rahu and Hongjun seem to cultivate the law of fate, contrary to popular belief that Hongjun practiced some method of severing the 3 corpses to attain enlightenment. What? The Tao ancestor is on the path of fate? The Tao ancestor does not follow the path of severing the 3 corpses. Upon hearing this, the surrounding cultivators remained calm, but the foremost figures, Laozi, Yuanshi, Tongtian, Jing, Jinti, and Nuwa, could no longer remain composed. After all, if this were true, what would it imply for their own cultivation of the severing of the 3 corpses? Instinctively, Laozi stood up. Qingwan, are you serious? With a glance at Laozi, Qingwan's eyes flashed with disdain. Although he was a manifestation of Pangu's primordial spirit, his choice to follow the path of severing the 3 corpses or even to become a predetermined saint, was utterly self-destructive. At least in her eyes, Laozi, Yuanshi, Tongtian, Jane, Zhuinti, and Nuo were all beneath her consideration. Thinking this, Qinghuan raised her head to gaze at Qingdi on the mountaintop. Dao Zun. I wonder if what I have said is correct. Ding. The detection of goddess value met the standard. Ding. Goddess information manifested. At this moment, the voice of the system resonated in Qingdi's ears. Before he could gather his thoughts, information regarding Qinghuan appeared before him. Qinghuan footnote. Low-grade primordial deity demon. The first Qinghuan in the world. Cultivation. Mid-stage quasi-saint goddess value. 93 goodness. Qinghuan is indeed qualified. This revelation was quite unexpected. With a raised brow, Qingdi felt a mix of astonishment and surprise. After a deep look at Qinghuan below, he suppressed his emotions and spoke. Indeed, what you say, Qinghuan, is quite accurate. Whether it be the demon ancestor Rahu or the Tao ancestor Hongjun, they truly cultivate the path of fate. However, they do not solely rely on the singular path of fate. Rather, they employ other special methods as supplements, which enhances their power considerably. Among these, Hongjuan's supplementary method is the severing of the three corpses, which can indeed be seen as a practice in that direction, yet fundamentally, it remains the path of fate. Moreover, he absorbed the entirety of the primordial world's fate to accomplish this. His three teachings were a product of extracting the fate from all of you, and his teachings and bestowed treasures have already settled your karmic debts. This allowed him to rapidly ascend and achieve unity, surpassing the saintly realm. Chapter 81. The Aggrieved Future Six Saints. Emperor Jun's Choice Silence. Stillness. As Qingdi's words fell, the entire area was engulfed in profound silence. Following this, countless primordial deities and great practitioners instinctively directed their gazes toward the three pure ones, Jane, Zhuinti, and Nuo. Though no words were spoken, the scorn and disdain in their eyes were impossible to conceal, for no other reason than that Qingdi's statements were irrefutable, particularly with Qinghuan's testimony as the former princess of the Phoenix clan, which declared that this matter could not possibly be erroneous. Thus, it was affirmed that Hongjun indeed cultivated the path of fate, and the so-called severing of the three corpses was merely one of the means he utilized to assist in his cultivation of the path of fate. As the ultimate victor of the Tao Demon War, he absorbed nearly all of the primordial world's fate, in addition to orchestrating a grand scheme involving the practitioners of the entire primordial realm during his teachings in the Purple Cloud Palace. This allowed him to gain the fate of all the top-tier great practitioners in the primordial realm, enabling him to transcend the saintly realm and achieve unity. Ultimately, what had once appeared enviable to outsiders, the 3,000 guests of the Purple Cloud Palace, suddenly found themselves revealed as mere jesters. Indeed, the greatest jesters within the primordial realm. While they had obtained the method of severing the three corpses, it had become evident that this method was flawed. Without the primordial purple energy, the possibility of attaining enlightenment was non-existent. Now, all had abandoned the transition to prove their worth through strength, seemingly suffering little loss. Yet the severance of their own potential was no trivial matter. Even the three pure ones, who had not sought to transition, appeared as mere fools in this light. After all, since Hongjun traversed the path of fate rather than genuinely severing the three corpses to attain enlightenment, it implied that this so-called severing of the three corpses was fundamentally defective. Even with the aid of the primordial purple energy, becoming a heavenly Tao saint would still carry numerous drawbacks. Impossible. This cannot be. Yuanshi suddenly rose, his face contorted with rage. He could not accept such a reality, nor was he willing to acknowledge that he and his companions had merely been pawns, manipulated by Hongjun all along. They had believed themselves to be the fortunate ones, having become Hongjuan's disciples, gaining the primordial purple energy, and even acquiring innate treasures. Yet, now, Qingdi's words brutally unveiled the truth. They were the true fools, unwittingly serving as mere pawns. Yuanshi, brother. Witnessing this scene, Laozi and Tongtian's expressions turned complex. Within, they were engulfed in tumultuous waves. Though they did not exhibit the same loss of composure as Yuanshi, their hearts burned with fury and frustration. Furthermore, Jane, Zhuinti, and Nuo's faces turned pale. This outcome was evidently difficult to accept, and they felt a profound sense of betrayal and deception. Yet, even so, what could they do? At this moment, their primordial spirits were irrevocably entwined with the primordial purple energy, rendering any possibility of transitioning to prove their worth through strength, merit, or the path of fate utterly impossible. Most importantly, they were now completely bound to Hongjuan's worship. Their future freedom hinged solely on Hongjuan's demise or the collapse of the heavenly Tao, making liberation almost inconceivable. Upon this realization, Jane, Zhuinti, and Nuo could not restrain their clenched fists, inwardly declaring, I am unwilling. I shall not become a pawn. My destiny should not be dictated by another. Hongjun, cursed Hongjun, I vow to make you pay for your machinations against me. Although their hearts burned with a desire to rend Hongjun into 1,000 pieces, they chose to maintain their composure. Refusing to succumb to the chaotic rage exhibited by Yuanshi, which would only invite disdain and mockery from others. Yuan sure, this is merely the beginning. If they were to comprehend the extent to which Hongjun would manipulate the three pure ones in the future, they would undoubtedly harbor an even deeper animosity towards him. Witnessing this scene, Qing Di couldn't help but smirk internally, while maintaining an outward facade of calmness as he addressed Di Jun. I have answered your queries. Now, do you wish for me to provide guidance on the cultivation method suited for you? You pursue the path of destiny, yet true success hinges upon your own efforts. However, I can indeed expedite your ascension to the semi-saint stage. Beyond that, the journey towards enlightenment will depend solely on your own endeavors. This declaration plunged the assembly into a profound silence. While the revelation of Hongjuan's cultivation of the path of destiny was astonishing, Qing Di's words were even more unexpected. Even the Dao Zun did not possess a foolproof method for attaining enlightenment. At best, he could assist Di Jun in reaching the semi-saint level, but further advancement would remain unattainable. Nevertheless, they soon regained their composure. As Qing Di had previously stated, achieving the path of destiny required a substantial backing from the entirety of the primordial world's fortune, whether one was Shun, Inai, or Hongjun. In such circumstances, although Di Jun was the sovereign of the demon court, aspiring to dominate the primordial world posed immense challenges. Not only did he face the cultivators of myriad races, but also the formidable Wu clan, which represented an insurmountable obstacle. Upon reflecting on this, many began to calm down. Although the path of destiny was open to cultivation, the existence of the Wu clan effectively rendered success on this path nearly impossible. Furthermore, to attain enlightenment, one would need to vanquish or even annihilate the Wu clan. Otherwise, how could one hope to gain the world's fortune? Thus, in light of the current situation, it was evident that the path chosen by Di Jun was fraught with uncertainty and potential failure. Di Jun himself felt a pang of frustration, realizing that the complexities of the path of destiny were far greater than he had initially anticipated, requiring the unification of the primordial world. Yet, could he achieve this with his current strength? Even if he successfully established the demon race, it seemed unlikely he could reach the pinnacle of power. At the same time, Dong Huang Tai Yi, Fu Shi, and Kuan Peng wore equally grim expressions. After all, Di Jun's pursuit of the path of destiny was meant for the benefit of them all, and now it seemed he had lost any hope for his own enlightenment. Dao Zun, I seek your guidance. Despite his disappointment, Di Jun quickly made a decision. Very well. Without further ado, Qing Di produced a jade talisman inscribed with intricate symbols. In no time, he successfully recorded the method of refining the stars of the Zhou Tian to exchange for the world's fortune. After completing this task, Qing Di handed the talisman to Di Jun, stating, "The method you require is contained within. If you fulfill the instructions inscribed, you can attain the semi-saint stage in the shortest possible time. Thereafter, your fate lies in your hands." Chapter 82. Continuous Guidance. Fu Shi and the Gourdvine thank you. Dao Zun. With a respectful gesture, Di Jun accepted the jade talisman, though his mood remained somber. Nevertheless, the method contained within offered him a glimmer of hope for rapid advancement to the semi-saint level, serving as a source of comfort. His earlier doubts had been dispelled. The path of destiny was indeed achievable, with more than one predecessor having succeeded. This realization indicated that his choice had not been an error, and it was merely a matter of how the final outcome would unfold. With this thought, Di Jun promptly channeled his spiritual power. In the next moment, the method of manipulating the star domain to bestow the primordial world with fortune appeared vividly in his mind. So, it is like this. In an instant, Di Jun experienced a profound awakening. At this moment, he felt a twinge of regret for being oblivious to the treasures surrounding him. After all, the entire star domain now belonged to the demon court, and under such circumstances, he could have easily taken this step himself. Unfortunately, in the past, he had never contemplated this notion, even harboring doubts and confusion regarding the path of fortune. However, the situation had dramatically changed, and everything had been ultimately confirmed. At this current juncture, although the loss of the river map and the Book of Luo was disheartening, he had at least attained what he desired. What of his elder brother? At this moment, the Eastern Emperor Tai stepped forward to inquire. Upon his utterance, many turned their gaze towards Di Jun, particularly the ancestral witch. Emperor Jiang. He, too, cultivated the path of fortune, and the method of enhancement in Di Jun's possession held immense value for him. Moreover, as an ancestral witch, achieving the semi-saint stage would nearly guarantee his invincibility within the same realm. Even without attaining the saintly path, he would still stand as a paragon beneath the saints, rivaling even the weaker heavenly saints. Alas, given the current circumstances, the difficulty of seizing this opportunity was formidable. And since the jade talisman required the power of the primordial spirit to activate, the witch clan, lacking this essence, had little hope or possibility of success. Indeed, it is feasible and not particularly challenging for me. Di Jun eventually replied candidly, recognizing that concealing this matter bore no fruit. Few within the primordial realm practiced the path of fortune. Even with the veracity of the fortune path confirmed, Qing Di's final remarks extinguished the aspirations of the gathering. If even Di Jun harbored uncertainties, it was evident that only Emperor Jiang among the ancestral witches had some likelihood of success, rendering it nearly impossible for the others to pursue the path of fortune. That is splendid, as long as it is effective. Eastern Emperor Taiyi exhaled, relieved. He had been concerned that the offering of the river diagram and Luo book would yield no answers. With Dijuan's affirmation, they faced not an insurmountable loss. While the river diagram and Luo book were precious, they paled in comparison to the prospect of accelerated enhancement. Contemplating this, Eastern Emperor Taiyi turned his attention towards Qing Di. Taoist, I possess the sun and moon essence wheel, an exquisite innate spiritual treasure. Might I exchange it for your guidance? Upon hearing this, the assembled deities cast furious glances at Eastern Emperor Taiyi. To many, this act appeared somewhat excessive. Just moments ago, Dijuan had received guidance. And now Eastern Emperor Taiyi sought to partake as well. Was he implying a desire to monopolize further opportunities? Despite the remaining 7 slots, the number of cultivators present was in the thousands. Who wouldn't yearn for such an opportunity? Nevertheless, Eastern Emperor Taiyi chose to disregard the uproar, clutching the chaos bell. Though merely at the initial stage of quasi-saint, he felt no fear as he had cultivated through strength. Moreover, with the higher echelons of the demon court gathered, he was confident of retreating unscathed should conflict arise. These 2 items hold no affinity for me. Casting a glance at Eastern Emperor Taiyi, Qing Di resolutely declined. Having identified several targets of interest from prior events, while the sun and moon essence wheel was indeed commendable, it significantly paled in comparison to his true needs. Not practicing the path of yin and yang, he found it to possess little value beyond potential use for Xihe. Yet, as Xihe was an innate deity of the lunar star, there existed treasures more suited to her essence, rendering any guidance to Eastern Emperor Taiyi unnecessary. What? A refusal? Eastern Emperor Taiyi was taken aback. He gazed incredulously at Qing Di, unable to fathom that the latter would dismiss the sun and moon essence wheel with such disdain. In an instant, his emotions became tumultuous, and discomfort stirred within him. Taoist is wise. Taoist is wise. The surrounding cultivators breathed a sigh of relief, promptly offering their compliments and brandishing their own innate spiritual treasures, awaiting Qing Di's selection. At this juncture, doubts had dissipated entirely. Consequently, the subsequent 7 chances for Qing Di's insights became a coveted prize for all. You in this context, Qing Di wasted no words, swiftly selecting 3 formidable practitioners. The treasures they offered were not top-tier innate spiritual items, yet they were exceptional innate roots or rare, high-quality materials. These individuals have cultivated their paths through the demonstration of strength. Qing Di, in a forthright manner, imparted to them various methods and techniques to expedite the accumulation of their foundational essence, while also sharing some unique practices of cultivation, such as harnessing fortune, drawing upon virtue, and utilizing the principles of the cosmos. In that moment, the 3 cultivators were filled with immense joy. Without hesitation, they shattered the jade talismans and expressed their profound gratitude to Qing Di. In this scene, the surrounding onlookers were ignited with jealousy. In the blink of an eye, 3 more slots had vanished, leaving only 4 opportunities to answer. Most importantly, it became evident to everyone that it was not merely the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the Qitian Di, that was sought after. Rather, it was the items of true value that were desired, such as innate spiritual roots. Within the crowd, Fushi inhaled sharply, instinctively moving closer to Nuwa and inquiring, "You still possess the innate gourd vine, do you not?" The gourd vine, indeed one of the 10 innate spiritual roots, had withered due to the formation of gourds, yet its essence had not perished. Consequently, Fushi was inclined to experiment with it, understanding that while it might seem devoid of worth, if it could be exchanged for an opportunity for guidance from the Taoist master, it would be a profitable venture. Yes, brother. Nuwa nodded, hesitating momentarily before retrieving the innate gourd vine and handing it to Fushi. Although she vaguely sensed its potential usefulness and possible value, she had yet to achieve enlightenment regarding the creation of humanity and the path to sanctification. Thus, she easily relinquished the withered gourd vine. With the gourd vine in hand, Fushi felt a surge of confidence. After all, its value was immense. Despite its damage, it remained one of the 10 innate spiritual roots, unparalleled by ordinary items. With this thought, Fushi rose and addressed Qingtian Di atop the mountain, stating, "Taoist master, I possess the innate gourd vine, one of the 10 spiritual roots. Although it is somewhat damaged, its value remains significant. Might I exchange it for your guidance?" Upon hearing this, Qingtian Di's spirit lifted. After waiting and scheming for so long, he was finally ready to reel in his net. However, he would not immediately agree to the mere gourd vine, nor foolishly reveal his own needs. Frowning slightly, he feigned contemplation, saying, "I have heard of this item. If paired with those gourds, there would be no issue in guiding you on the path to enlightenment. Yet, the gourd vine, having birthed those gourds, has lost its vitality, significantly diminishing its intrinsic value. It falls short of being a worthy bargaining chip." At this, the powerful beings present nodded in agreement. Just as Qingtian Di had asserted, the gourd vine's value was insufficient to sway the Taoist master. Many onlookers cast scornful glances at Fushi, deriding him for daring to speak with such meager offerings, as if they were all fools. Fushi hesitated for a moment, feeling uncertain. The gourd vine was indeed his most formidable asset, though he possessed other treasures, most of which were of personal significance. The innate spiritual treasures of no value had largely been given to Niuhua or bestowed upon other cultivators within the Xihuang Palace. Moreover, even if he sought innate spiritual treasures, they would need to be of at least the highest grade to warrant the Taoist masteress' attention. However, it is not entirely impossible. Sensing the moment was ripe, Qing Tiandi spoke again. Though the innate gourd vine has withered, it has not truly perished. If one could employ a special treasure to coax its vitality back, the gourd vine's value could reach a commendable level. The first generation of gourds, once formed, would be a supreme innate spiritual treasure. Even if the second generation did not attain that level, reaching a superior quality is feasible, and as a complementary existence, its value remains respectable. At these words, the powerful beings present were momentarily taken aback. Such matters had truly not crossed their minds, nor had they even considered them. This included Niuhua and Fuxi, who also failed to contemplate the continuous utilization of the innate gourd vine. As Qingdi remarked, even if the second generation of gourds did not reach the pinnacle, they were still sufficient to rival high-grade innate spiritual treasures, or even serve as complementary entities. Moreover, if the second generation could be cultivated, could it not also give rise to third, fourth, or even more gourds? In that instant, many gazes instinctively turned towards the gourd vine in Fuxi's hand. What had once appeared to be of little value now seemed to reflect their own superficiality, especially for those mighty beings who had once vied for the gourd. An overwhelming sense of regret filled their hearts, realizing that had they known, they would have fiercely contested for one or two, not allowing it to casually fall into Niuhua's hands. Ah, Shirong. At that moment, a voice resonated through the crowd. I remember when the root of the innate gourd vine was pulled out, it still carried a substantial amount of Shirong. This substance is known for nurturing sacred objects. The original gourd vine was able to produce 6 pieces of supreme, innate spiritual treasure largely due to its presence. If we use Shirong as an aid, could we not reawaken the innate gourd vine? Upon hearing this, Fuxi's eyes brightened. Indeed, he had nearly forgotten about Shirong. Moreover, Qingdi's implication suggested that if the innate gourd vine could be restored, he had thoughts and intentions regarding it. With this in mind, Fuxi instinctively glanced at Niuhua. Sister, about that Shirong. Brother, Niuhua began, instinctively wanting to refuse. While the gourd vine was something she was reluctant to part with, the existence of Shirong was an even greater attachment. She felt an intrinsic value in it. Yet, she could not articulate what that value was. Seeing Fuxi's pleading gaze only deepened her internal conflict and hesitation. After a long pause, Niuhua finally spoke. Brother, I can give it to you. However, brother, this pair of items holds significance for me. I know, little sister. Fuxi interjected before she could finish. While they may indeed possess potential, the lack of information and leads over the years suggests their value cannot be too great. Conversely, if I could receive guidance from the Taoist sovereign, I would have the possibility of achieving the path of Hongyuan. At that time, with our combined efforts, Fuxi did not finish his sentence, but his words provided Niuhua with considerable reassurance. As Fuxi indicated, whether he could succeed as the destined saint remained uncertain, and the current circumstances made it evident that the gap between a destined saint and a Hongyuan saint was substantial. If Fuxi could attain enlightenment, even if she faced difficulties, she would have a solid ally and support. With this thought, Niuhua refrained from further ado. Although she vaguely sensed the immense value of the innate gourd vine and Shirong to herself, in light of their sibling bond and future considerations, she chose to relinquish and let go. Without any hesitation, Niuhua promptly took out Shirong and handed it to Fuxi. It was done. On the mountaintop, Qingdi felt an overwhelming joy within. He had finally ensnared them. Regardless of whether it was Fuxi or Niuhua, they had ultimately fallen into the trap he had meticulously prepared for them. With the innate gourd vine and Shirong in hand, he would be able to create a unique human race within the 24 heavens. Conversely, without Shirong, the future creation of a human race in the wild would be nearly impossible. Even if one were to be created, it would not be a true human race in the purest sense, nor would it carry the essence of Pangu as the sovereign of heaven and earth. In that case, even if there were a human race in the wild, it would merely be one of the myriad races, perhaps the most inferior among them, incapable of stirring any significant waves or replacing the Wu and Yao as the rulers of heaven and earth. Hongjuan's calculations regarding the future of the investiture of the gods and journey to the west would hold little hope. Chapter 84, The Gourd Vine and Shirong in Hand. Bestowing law upon Fuxi at that moment, Fuxi, having obtained Shirong, could scarcely contain his excitement, fearing that others might act before him. He immediately raised the gourd vine and Shirong, declaring, Shirong and the innate gourd vine complement each other. Together they can revive the existence of the gourd vine. Is it possible now? Upon uttering these words, the entire assembly fell silent. Soon after, numerous innate deities and formidable beings lifted their heads to gaze at Qingdi, awaiting his response. After all, Qingdi had previously expressed clear interest in the gourd vine, and now that Fuxi had resolved the final concern, it was up to the Taoist sovereign. Under the scrutiny of the gods, Qing felt an internal drama unfolding, yet he maintained a facade of indifference. After a brief acknowledgement, he waved his hand, and the gourd vine and Xihe and Fuxi's possessions soared into the air. It was done. Seeing this unfold, Fuxi was overjoyed. He had truly succeeded. The surrounding innate deities sighed, a glimmer of disappointment flashing in their eyes. After all, had Fuxi failed, they would still have had a chance to compete. But now that he had succeeded, it meant another opportunity for guidance had slipped away from them. My treasures. Nuwa gazed at the two items with a complex expression. As they continued to drift further away, her urgency intensified. It felt as if something were urging her to reclaim them, to not lose hold of these two crucial items. Yet, despite her restless heart, she refrained from acting, for this matter pertained to Fuxi's future, to her brother's destiny, and indeed her own future. As Fuxi had said, regardless of the circumstances, having another Hongyuan saintly brother was paramount. Only with their combined strength could they possess both a destined saint and a Hongyuan saint. No matter what transpired, they would be able to support each other, rather than forsaking Fuxi's future for personal gain. Furthermore, although the items had already been given to Qing, it did not signify the impossibility of reclaiming them in the future. At worst, she could negotiate with the Taoist sovereign privately later. Nuwa remained exceedingly confident in her appearance, believing no one in the wild would refuse her, especially not men. In the blink of an eye, the gourd vine and Xihe had already appeared in Qing's hands. Finally, they were in his grasp. Gazing at the object in his hand, Qing's lips curled into a smile. Were it not for the presence of so many formidable beings around him, he would have been unable to suppress a triumphant roar towards the heavens. With this artifact, he could harness the system's reward for the first-time authority to create the human race. Not only would this act yield him an immense amount of merit, but it would also allow him to propagate his own doctrine, guiding the newly created humans onto the path of the mystical, thereby enhancing his own foundation and strength. Most importantly, with the continuous existence of the human race, he could generate an unending source of faith to bolster his own cultivation, elevating him beyond mere primordial saints. Encompassing the realms of the infinite Great Luo Golden Immortal, the primordial infinite Great Luo Golden Immortal, and even the Tao itself would not be out of reach. With this thought in mind, Qing unhesitatingly stored the two items within his sea of consciousness, subsequently employing the wordless heavenly script to thoroughly suppress them, ensuring that no one could seize them from his grasp. After completing this, his gaze shifted towards Fuxi. A glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes as he mused, Fuxi's path to enlightenment should logically traverse the realm of faith, for in the original text, it was indeed his ascension to the position of heavenly sovereign that allowed him to absorb the ceaseless power of human faith, propelling him to the semi-saint stage during his enlightenment. Currently, Fuxi had not reincarnated, possessing a robust foundation, and having cultivated through the strength of his own path. If he were to tread a similar road, the benefits would undoubtedly elevate him to even greater heights, making enlightenment a distinct possibility. However, it is not yet prudent to disclose the path of faith and incense to him. After all, Fuxi is currently a member of the demon court and will eventually belong to the demon race. If he were to utilize the demon race for his own empowerment, it could lead to uncontrollable outcomes, perhaps even reaching an unmanageable stage. Thus, he resolved to share with him another special auxiliary method. Emperor Xianyuan ascended with 3,000 maidens to attain enlightenment. This feat can also be accomplished by Fuxi. After all, at this stage, Fuxi is a being of both human and dragon, his essence rivaling that of the pure young bodies of Dong Wang Gong, Dijun, and Dong Huang Tai. With this plan forming in his heart, Qing looked at Fuxi and said, like the previous few, I possess a method to expedite your path to primordial enlightenment. However, this special technique is only suitable for exceptional beings like yourself. Ordinary individuals cannot partake. Are you willing to accept? I am willing. I am willing. Fuxi exclaimed, his joy immeasurable. He understood clearly that this was a pathway to primordial enlightenment, not merely the so-called semi-saint safety net like that of Dijun. This signifies that the teachings imparted by the Taoist master would enable him to directly grasp the principles of the primordial unity, affirming that his gamble had indeed paid off. Not only he, but even Inhua, who stood beside him, breathed a sigh of relief. After all, having invested significant effort, she harbored concerns about Fuxi's insufficient foundation to attain enlightenment. With the Taoist master's assurance, she could finally set her mind at ease. Meanwhile, Dijun, Dong Huangtai, Kuan-Ping, and others in the vicinity were equally illuminated by this revelation. Given Fuxi's profound confidence, it was paramount for them as well, considering that he was also a member of the demon court. If they could persuade both Inhua and Fuxi to establish the demon clan together, it would ensure the presence of two saints, not only securing their safety but also potentially contending for dominion over the primordial world. Excellent. Nodding affirmatively, Qing did not linger in suspense. He produced a jade talisman and began inscribing the essence of the yin-yang path. After a considerable time, Qing completed the engraving and, without hesitation, tossed it to Fuxi, exclaiming, Here, take this. Although it may be somewhat unconventional and possibly even unsettling for you, there is no doubt that this method is indeed tailored for you. Should you cultivate it, your speed in attaining enlightenment will multiply exponentially. Thank you, Taoist master. Fuxi responded, carefully receiving the jade talisman and immediately infusing it with his spiritual energy to examine its contents. In the next instant, his expression shifted dramatically. He had never anticipated that the method bestowed by the Taoist master would be of this nature. However, in mere moments, Fuxi composed himself, his face betraying no emotion. After shattering the jade talisman with a flick of his fingers, he resolutely sat down and fell silent, leaving no opportunity for others to inquire or probe further. Chapter 85, The Banner of the Sun, Moon, and Stars, Guiding the Queen Mother of the West. Brother. Noticing Fuxi's transformation, Inwa instinctively opened her mouth. Sister. We shall discuss this later. Before Inwa could finish her sentence, Fuxi interjected, I will explain the specifics to you later, but without a doubt. The method provided by the Taoist master is effective, and one might even say it is tailored specifically for me. As he spoke, Fuxi's gaze inadvertently swept across Di Jun and Dong Huangtai. These two individuals are also embodiments of pure yang, and they possess the capability to cultivate this method for their enhancement. However, the previous rejection of Dong Huangtai signifies that he is unlikely to receive guidance from the Taoist Lord without the assistance of such methods. The difficulty he faces in attaining enlightenment is undoubtedly considerable. Given his current circumstances, Fuxi has no intention of disclosing this information to the two, for fear that they might disrupt his endeavors, thereby jeopardizing his own opportunities and aspirations. Nodding in understanding, Niwa refrains from further inquiries. At this juncture, she perceives the gravity of the situation and has already gleaned the answers she seeks. Since the Taoist Lord's methods are authentic, she no longer harbors concerns or doubts. With this thought in mind, Niwa instinctively cast her gaze toward the Taoist Lord. With only 3 opportunities remaining, she feels it is nearly time for her to take action. After all that has transpired, she is acutely aware of the precarious circumstances surrounding the destined saints, particularly since the technique of severing the 3 corpses imparted by Hong Jun is not the primary means for their enlightenment. This implies that she and the others are mere subjects of experimentation, potentially incapable of achieving true enlightenment, even if they were to leverage the primordial violet energy and the heavenly path to attain sainthood. There would likely remain significant disparities compared to those like Fuxi who cultivate as primordial saints. Just as Niwa prepares to speak, a sudden voice resonates through the crowd. Following the sound, she observes the figure of the West Queen Mother rising slowly, with a wave of her right hand. A long banner radiating an intense power of the sun, moon, and stars materializes in her grasp. She then declares, this is a supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Sun-Moon Star Banner. Its intrinsic utility is boundless, and it can summon the power of the sun, moon, and stars to enhance oneself. Might it be possible to exchange it for a moment of guidance from the Taoist Lord, the Sun-Moon Star Banner? To summon the power of the sun, moon, and stars for self-enhancement? A flicker of intrigue crosses Qing Di's mind, and his breath quickens. If this is indeed true, the value of the Sun-Moon Star Banner is truly immense. It is crucial to understand why the future Zhou Tian star array possesses such formidable strength. Why can it harness the power of the celestial bodies to bestow upon Di Jun and Dong Huangtai the ability to contend with the true form of Pangu? Is it not all due to the future Kunping's forging of the starry banner, which harnessed the power of the stars? And in conjunction with the river diagram and the Luo book, as well as the energies of the sun and the moon, that this formidable force was ultimately attained? Now, this Sun-Moon Star Banner astonishingly possesses a similar capability, even directly commanding the powers of the sun, moon, and stars. Such a feat is beyond the reach of ordinary star banners. Moreover, the river diagram and Luo book have already merged with the formless celestial texts. This signifies that he has already gathered the second essential element for the celestial star array. If he were to obtain the array's intrinsic formation, he could seamlessly amalgamate it into a unique celestial star array of his own. At this thought, Qing Di did not hesitate to acquiesce. Such a treasure could potentially empower him to master the forces of the celestial star array. How could he possibly refuse an opportunity presented so readily? Without a moment's doubt, Qing Di gestured to collect the sun, moon, and stars banner from the hands of the West Queen Mother. Upon completing this task, Qing Di turned to the West Queen Mother and inquired, Dear friend, would you prefer guidance on the method of assistance, or shall I address your remaining questions? Certainly. The method of assistance, she replied without hesitation, for she had no further inquiries. She understood well that this method of aiding her enlightenment was of paramount importance to her. With a sense of urgency, she implored, Taoist master, please grant me the method. Very well, Qing Di nodded, refraining from further discourse. Since the West Queen Mother was insistent, he would not be stingy. Moreover, as the foremost among the female immortals, despite the death of the East King and the downfall of the Celestial Court, she still wielded considerable authority. Particularly, her position as the leader of the female immortals was bestowed by Hong Jun, akin to an acknowledgement granted by the heavenly Tao, enabling her to pursue a path of fortune assistance. With this in mind, Qing Di wasted no time, retrieving a jade talisman to inscribe the method of fortune, simultaneously documenting various quotations and deeds of women from later generations. For the West Queen Mother to gain the favor of fortune, she must first earn the recognition of the female immortals within the primordial realm. Thus, she needed to achieve significant accomplishments to ensure a continuous stream of female acknowledgement of her status, ultimately solidifying her position as the leader of the female immortals and garnering immense celestial fortune to empower herself. While it may not be possible to attain enlightenment solely through fortune, The likelihood of success in utilizing it as a means to bolster her path to enlightenment was quite substantial, particularly before reaching the threshold of semi-sainthood, where obstacles would be minimal. There were only 2 opportunities remaining. The West Queen Mother, how infuriating that she had also involved herself. The sun, moon, and stars banner. Such a precious artifact, and she was willing to part with it. Meanwhile, within Skull Island, the innate deities were expressions of tension and dismay. Indeed, the West Queen Mother's growing strength was not advantageous for them. After all, she was the consort of the East King, and even though he had perished, many had participated in the obliteration of the celestial court, resulting in a genuinely adversarial relationship. Naturally, many were reluctant to witness the West Queen Mother rise in power. Or worse, attain enlightenment. Should she seek retribution in the future, it would spell disaster for the majority. With this in mind, many cast wary glances at the West Queen Mother, contemplating whether they ought to take action to eliminate potential future threats. At this moment, Qing had completed the engraving. Casually tossing the jade talisman to Xihe, he spoke softly, "Everything you need is recorded within. Whether you can accomplish it depends on your own fortune and destiny. Thank you." Daozun. Receiving the jade talisman, Shi Wangmu immediately began to examine its contents. Upon finishing, she glanced at Qing in astonishment, then without hesitation destroyed the jade talisman and bowed in gratitude. "Thank you for your guidance, Daozun." Overwhelmed with appreciation, she wasted no time and settled into a meditative posture, completely disregarding the unfriendly gazes that surrounded her. Daozun. Daozun. At that moment, Xihe, Nuwa, Laozi, Yuanshi, Tongtian, and Jian all rose to their feet. With only 2 spots left, they could no longer contain their eagerness to act. On the mountaintop, Qing raised an eyebrow in surprise. He had not anticipated Xihe's appearance, especially now, as she stepped forward. Clearly, she too sought the means to assist her path to enlightenment. Qing felt a twinge of conflict within. After all, this lecture was designed to ensnare these primordial deities and great powers. Xihe was his beloved, and he would not withhold assistance from her. Yet, given the current circumstances, he found it difficult to refuse or counter her request, much less expose their relationship. As he contemplated this, Qing turned his gaze toward Xihe, noticing the special seal she held aloft, emanating an imperial aura that conveyed a sense of nobility, sanctity, and inviolability. "What treasure is this?" he inquired curiously. At his words, the expressions of Laozi and the others shifted. Instinctively, they turned to Xihe, their eyes reflecting a mix of resignation and frustration. They recognized that the seal in her possession was a supreme innate spiritual treasure. However, while its aura was distinct, its innate essence was not particularly potent, indicating that it could not compare to the treasures they possessed. The fact that Daozun chose Xihe in such a situation left them feeling disheartened and constrained. "Daozun." Xihe was momentarily taken aback by being called out. However, her surprise quickly transformed into joy as she exclaimed, "Daozun, what I hold is the 9 Dragon Supreme Seal. It is a supreme innate spiritual treasure, imbued with the essence of unique imperial laws. Moreover, it can cultivate its own imperial aura, and there are additional special abilities that require complete refinement to uncover. I cannot fully refine it, hence I cannot ascertain its other capabilities." "What? Imperial aura? Imperial laws?" Upon hearing this, the expressions of Dijuan and Daijang shifted dramatically. As practitioners of the laws of fortune, they were acutely aware of the value of such an item. If it were to belong to them, it could foster an imperial aura, thereby garnering recognition, support, and faith from their kin. This would allow them to harvest an unending supply of fortune to enhance themselves. And the imperial aura, augmented by the imperial laws, could significantly increase the likelihood of subduing opponents and bringing them under their command. The prospect of Xihe possessing such a valuable item stirred their desires. Were it not for the peculiar circumstances, both would have approached her for a transaction. However, it seemed that Daozun also took an interest, which was far from favorable news for them. The possibility of obtaining the treasure from Xihe still existed. But once it fell into Daozun's hands, that chance would vanish. A remarkable treasure. Qing's interest was piqued by the information regarding the 9 Dragon Supreme Seal. While it may not hold substantial value for him at present, it could play a pivotal role in the future. For instance, when he establishes the human race, he would inevitably need to select a human emperor. In the vast wilderness, there exists the Konggong Seal, which can confer the title of human emperor and declare one as the leader of humanity. Yet, Qing lacked a similar artifact. And the emergence of the 9 Dragon Supreme Seal indeed resolved one of his dilemmas. Given his relationship with Xihe, how could he possibly refuse? "Excellent." Nodding, Qing concentrated, drawing the 9 Dragon Supreme Seal into his vicinity. "Wonderful." Xihe's heart soared with joy at this development. Meanwhile, Laozi and the others felt a profound sense of disappointment as they hung their heads, fists clenched tightly, contemplating that they could not afford to miss this final opportunity. With a thought, Qing absorbed the 9 Dragon Supreme Seal into his consciousness. After erasing Xihe's spiritual imprint with the silent heavenly script, he continued, "Do you seek the means of assistance or the path of assistance?" Before Qing could finish, Xihe interjected eagerly. In this situation, only the means of assistance aligned with her interests. Especially after her recent experiences, she understood that aside from Qing, very few could be trusted to provide genuine help in the vast wilderness. Very well. Without a hint of reproach, Qing Di gazed deeply at Xihe before unhesitatingly retrieving a jade talisman to begin the engraving. This time, Qing Di did not conceal her intentions. She directly inscribed the most suitable principles for Xihe's path to enlightenment, simultaneously illuminating several key aspects for her future endeavors in achieving enlightenment through strength. After completing this task, Qing Di tossed the jade talisman to Xihe and spoke, "What you seek lies within." Contemplated earnestly. "Thank you, Taoist master." Upon receiving the jade talisman, Xihe eagerly began to examine its contents. In the next moment, her expression shifted dramatically as she inwardly exclaimed, "Principles. It is indeed the principles." The words of the Taoist master echoed remarkably with what Qing Di had previously conveyed. Furthermore, the Taoist master had highlighted essential points regarding the issue of enlightenment through strength. What does this signify? Is this the value of receiving guidance from the Taoist master? One cannot deny that the cost of this exquisite innate spiritual treasure was indeed worth it. In that moment, Xihe finally comprehended why Mingyi and others had been so cautious. Such meticulous methods of assistance, even if they did not lead to enlightenment and sanctification, at the very least provided a foundation for semi-sainthood. In truth, she was completely unaware that the methods she had acquired were enriched by Qing Di, filled with substantive content without any concealment. Incomparable to the assistance methods possessed by Mingyi and his companions. With a decisive snap, she shattered the jade talisman and seated herself. It was at this juncture that one could observe Dijuan leading Dong Wangtai and others as they began to approach the area where Xihe resided. Clearly, this individual's intentions had not waned. After so many years without seeing Xihe, his heart was filled with an overwhelming sense of urgency and longing. Dijun, you find yourself at a narrow crossroads. Observing this scene, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flickered within Qing Di. To dare contest for a wife with him, regardless of who it may be, was intolerable, especially for someone like Dijun, who had yet to ascend as the ruler of the demon clan. Chapter 87. Hong Yun takes action, offering the primordial purple qi. Though his heart brimmed with murderous intent, Qing Di refrained from displaying it at that moment. The crux of the matter was that Dijun was destined to become the leader of the demon clan, bearing a hint of the Dao's fortune. To eliminate him outright would require Qing Di to possess saintly combat prowess, otherwise, the Dao would swiftly react and whisk him away. Even if Hong Jun and the Dao could not directly act against the cultivators of the Hong Huang, employing methods such as relocation, confinement, or control was hardly a daunting task. With this thought, Qing Di turned his gaze to the area below. Well then, the final slot remains. Is there anyone among you who desires it? If not, this lecture may conclude, marking a perfect end to our benevolent endeavor. Upon his utterance, an eerie silence enveloped the assembly. All present felt their breaths quicken. The final spot held significant allure for them. Simultaneously, many were filled with regret. Had they known it would come to this, they should have contended for it from the start, lest they find themselves in such a predicament. Reflecting on it now, how greatly had those like Ming He and Jin Yuanzi profited from their initial choice to relinquish their supreme innate treasures. Dao Zun, may I exchange the primordial purple qi for your guidance? At that moment, Hong Yun's voice resonated throughout the surroundings. Instantly, all those who had been poised to speak were jolted, turning in disbelief toward the source of the voice, their eyes wide with incredulity. Among the most astonishing figures are Sanqin, Jian, Zhuanti, and Niwa. This is not for any trivial reason. They too are bearers of the primordial purple energy. They possess a profound understanding of the significance of this essence, which others perceive merely as the foundation for enlightenment. Indeed, they once shared similar sentiments. Consequently, upon acquiring the primordial purple energy in the Purple Cloud Palace, they promptly refined it, merging it with their innate spiritual essence to ensure that no unforeseen circumstances would arise. Yet now, to their dismay, Hong Yun has unexpectedly emerged, and astonishingly, he has not refined the primordial purple energy. What remarkable audacity! What extraordinary courage! Most importantly, now that it is known that the destined sage is a pawn in Hongjuan's scheme, the unrefined Red Cloud has instantly become the object of their envy. Has Red Cloud lost his senses? Although the destined sage cannot be compared to a primordial sage, he is still a sage. How could he abandon the primordial purple energy? This is madness. It is utterly insane that he would willingly forsake the primordial purple energy. Meanwhile, countless gasps of astonishment reverberated around. The gazes directed at Red Cloud were filled with shock, fear, and disbelief. After all, any sensible individual would not relinquish the primordial purple energy. Even if one is aware that it is a trap, it remains a sage's realm. How can one dare to claim 100% certainty in attaining the primordial path without the primordial purple energy? Thus, while it is widely believed that primordial sages are superior, the primordial purple energy, which guarantees the path to sainthood, is an object of envy for countless individuals. Red Cloud's actions, viewed through the lens of many, appear utterly irrational. Only those in the know, such as Qing Di and the Three Purities, comprehend the profound correctness of Red Cloud's decision. Most importantly, Qing Di understands one crucial truth. Red Cloud did not choose not to refine the primordial purple energy. Rather, he lacked the qualification to do so. The primordial purple energy, at its core, is merely bait cast by Hong Jun, entirely devoid of any intention for Hong Yun to refine it. In the future, it may even be divided into three parts, ultimately becoming the pivotal element for the three sovereigns of humanity to attain the status of semi-saint. It also serves as a crucial strategic piece for the heavenly Tao to seize control over the mortal realm. Fascinating. Although the reasons behind Hongyun's choice remain a mystery, there is no doubt about the immense value of the primordial purple energy. Contemplating this, Qingdi's thoughts began to stir. He had no intention of refining the primordial purple energy, nor did he plan to allow it to remain intact. Since the future heavenly Tao can skillfully divide the primordial purple energy into three to gain dominion over the mortal realm, why could he not do the same? If he were to divide it into three, could he not also create three semi-saints? He did not believe that the human race he created within the 24 heavens could reach the realm of Hunyuan, as they merely constituted small thousand worlds. Even if the 24 small thousand worlds were interconnected, it would be impossible to birth a Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian. However, semi-saints were a different matter altogether. Ultimately, this semi-holy figure is merely a unique variant of a quasi-holy being, capable of being crafted within the confines of a small thousand worlds. This resembles the progeny of fate often depicted in novels from previous lives. By harnessing the foundation of primordial purple energy, three such progenies of fate could be created. As long as they do not coexist in the same era, it would be entirely feasible to elevate the martial arts of humanity to its zenith. Particularly, he possesses knowledge of the Veil of Heaven technique. Though incomplete, he is nonetheless aware of the subsequent stages of cultivation that lie ahead. If this were to be passed down, would it not mean that everyone could become a dragon? Would it not pave the way for the emergence of a grand era of conflict? The crux of the matter lies in the potential creation of a world pattern akin to that of Xihe and Huang, wherein an endless stream of quasi-saints, even half-saints and saints, could be harnessed for one's own purposes. Once one's 24 heavens evolve into a complete great thousand worlds, the pinnacle of beings within would transcend mere primordial golden immortals, opening the door to even greater possibilities. Upon contemplating this, Qing turned his gaze towards Hongyun and inquired, "Are you truly willing to exchange the primordial purple qi for my guidance? You must recognize the considerable value of this item. Although the teachings of Hongjun Daozu are somewhat veiled, there is no doubt that this primordial purple qi is genuine, and possessing it would enable one to ascend to the status of a heavenly Tao saint. The heavenly Tao remains eternal, and saints do not perish. Although they may be inferior to the primordial saints, the essence lies in their immortality. After all, with Hongjun Daozu's attainment, I believe there are few who could truly annihilate the primordial realm or overturn the heavenly Tao, and thus, it is impossible to genuinely vanquish a heavenly Tao saint." As these words were spoken, many present swallowed hard. Just as Qing articulated, the greatest benefit of a heavenly Tao saint is their immortality. The heavenly Tao endures, and saints remain unvanquished. This is precisely the greatest advantage of the saint of the heavenly Tao, an existence that captivates countless individuals. Only by ensuring the safety of one's own life can one advance further and make long-term plans for the future. Even the three pure ones nodded in agreement, for they too harbored similar thoughts and aspirations within their hearts. After all, throughout history, how many sovereign-level powerhouses have emerged in the primordial chaos? Each one dominating their era with unparalleled might, yet ultimately meeting their demise and fading into the annals of time? I am certain of it. However, at this moment, Hongyun remained utterly resolute. Chapter 88. Does the primordial purple qi acknowledge its master? Severing the primordial purple qi, what a jest. Hongyun is no fool. He is well aware of the benefits and significance of the saint of the heavenly Tao. If it were not for this understanding, he would not have been so tormented for such an extended period. Yet, the inability to refine the primordial purple qi left him without any options. To speak frankly, this object in his possession felt like a death warrant, a truth he was acutely aware of, which is why he chose to present it at this moment. After all, rather than allowing this item to bring about his own demise, it would be wiser to hand it over to the Taoist Lord, potentially reaping considerable benefits and, at the very least, receiving guidance and assistance in his quest for enlightenment. With this thought, Hongyun continued, "I have made my decision. I ask for the Taoist Lord's support." Good. With Hongyun's affirmative response, Qing did not refuse. With a mere thought, he spoke directly. "In that case, hand over the item. As long as the primordial purple qi you provide is genuine, I shall grant your request." Upon hearing these words, the eyes of everyone present burned with fervor as they turned to Hongyun. The primordial purple qi, was he truly willing to part with it? Could he really entrust it to the Taoist Lord? Yet, at this moment, Hongyun remained remarkably calm. After all, the primordial purple qi was an entity he could not refine. Without hesitation, he withdrew it from his sea of consciousness. Instantly, a brilliant purple radiance erupted. The primordial purple qi appeared in Hongyun's hand. The primordial purple qi. It was indeed the primordial purple qi. My heavens, Hongyun was truly throwing caution to the wind. Unbelievable. Was he really willing to sacrifice everything? Why? This was clearly an opportunity to ascend to greatness. Only upon witnessing the actual emergence of the primordial purple qi did those around him genuinely believe Hongyun's words. However, belief aside, there was a prevailing sense of confusion and doubt, and many felt an instinctual awareness that the situation was far from simple. After all, anyone with a modicum of sense would not relinquish such a treasure, and even though Hongyun had committed many foolish acts, it did not imply he would so readily part with the invaluable primordial purple qi. With this thought, Many began to breathe rapidly, and some even contemplated seizing it. However, before they could act, Qing atop the mountain had already taken the initiative. A chilling voice reverberated, and an overwhelming divine majesty swept across the entire island. In an instant, countless figures quivered, their bodies trembling under this divine pressure, paralyzed by fear. Even the quasi-saint powerhouses felt a chill run through them, deterred from making any rash moves. The only ones able to act were the three pure ones, Xihe and Zhundi in the front. Yet, even they could only barely move. Qingdi's seemingly simple aura of pressure was, in reality, a full manifestation of the wordless heavenly book combined with the great law of rulings. It was no exaggeration to say that even a half-saint would be shaken by it. Given that everyone believed Qingdi's guise as the Taoist lord was a remnant of an ancient era, his power was undoubtedly formidable. Thus, even those who could act refrained from making any hasty moves. Should they anger this Taoist lord, they had little confidence in surviving the aftermath. In such a situation, Qingdi beckoned, and the primordial purple qi in Hongyun's hand was drawn to him. In an instant, the primordial purple qi surged. Sensing the fluctuation of Qingdi's aura, the entire primordial purple qi activated, transforming into a beam of purple light eager to enter this divine incarnation. This was not good. Upon witnessing this, Qingdi's expression changed. He never anticipated that the primordial purple qi would proactively seek him out. This could only mean there was some intervention from the heavenly Tao, or even a scheme from Hongjun. After all, this item was originally a distraction thrown by Hongjun to Hongyun, who had lost his life over it in the original tale. Yet throughout, Hongyun had never received the acknowledgement of the primordial purple qi nor attained his own enlightenment as a saint. Now that he had acquired the primordial purple qi, it could be said that he had saved Hongyun, yet he did not expect Hongjun and the heavenly Tao to seize this opportunity to plot against him. I declare, my being is impervious to all loss. Without hesitation, Qingdi activated the great law of rulings. In an instant, a unique divine power formed a barrier that kept the primordial purple qi at bay, just 3 inches from his divine incarnation. Regardless of how the primordial purple qi trembled in its attempts to penetrate his mind, he remained unmoved. Below, Hongyun found himself somewhat dumbfounded. The primordial purple qi he had possessed for so many years, which he had initially thought to be a deception, now seemed to be actively seeking to acknowledge the Taoist Lord as its master. This signifies that throughout these many years, he has never received acknowledgement, making it impossible for him to refine it. Why? What is the reason for this? Why is it that the one recognized by the primordial purple energy is not me? Hongjun, you must be scheming. In a moment of turmoil, Hongyun's heart roared in anguish. He could not accept or comprehend the events unfolding before him, even forgetting that he had willingly abandoned the primordial purple energy, shifting all the blame onto Hongjun. Yet, it must be said that by sheer chance, he had indeed found the right target for his resentment. So it was. Hongyun had not garnered the recognition of the primordial purple energy. No wonder he was able to extract it. He was fundamentally incapable of refining the primordial purple energy. Laozu, Yuanshe, Tongbian, Jane, Zhundi, and Yuhua also came to a sudden realization. Only now did they understand why Hongyun had taken such drastic measures, forsaking the primordial purple energy and the easily attainable status of a sage of the Tao in exchange for guidance from the Taoist master. It turned out that the primordial purple energy had never belonged to Hongyun. He lacked the qualification to refine it and the possibility of becoming a sage of the Tao. Upon this realization, the 3 pure ones instinctively glanced at Hongyun, a fleeting expression of contempt flashing in their eyes. However, before they could utter a word, a cold voice resonated from the mountain peak. In the next moment, the decree of the great law erupted. Divine power transformed into a sharp blade, cleaving the primordial purple energy into 3 as countless gazes filled with astonishment, fear, and disbelief bore witness. Thus, the hum of the primordial purple energy abruptly ceased. In being divided into 3, its intrinsic value diminished significantly, rendering it incapable of fulfilling its previous tasks and objectives, drifting aimlessly while losing most of its luster. Chapter 89. The teaching concludes. Does Fuxi attempt to intervene? Hiss. It's severed. The primordial purple energy has been cut? My heavens, the Taoist master is so decisive. That is the primordial purple energy, and yet, in the very act of acknowledging its master, he did not hesitate to sever it. This scene immediately evoked an uproar among countless cultivators on the island. Everyone was astounded by Qingdi's sudden actions, feeling an innate sense of shock, disbelief, and a tinge of sorrow. After all, the value of the primordial purple qi was beyond question. Under its acknowledgement, attaining the path to sanctity seemed like a foregone conclusion. Yet now, even such an easily accessible opportunity for enlightenment was unhesitatingly forsaken by the Taoist Lord, who even severed the very primordial purple qi that sought to acknowledge him as its master. What immense courage this is! How formidable this is! Most importantly, what deep-seated aversion does Qingdi harbor towards becoming the celestial saint? If previously they had harbored doubts regarding Dao Zun's intentions, the current circumstances have solidified their conviction. It is unequivocal that the celestial saint cannot possibly compare to the primordial saint. Otherwise, Dao Zun would not have relinquished such an easily attainable opportunity to attain enlightenment by obliterating the primordial purple energy. In an instant, figures such as Minghe, Jin Yuanzi, and Hongyun wore expressions of delight. After all, although Qingdi's actions appeared straightforward, The revelations they elicited further entrenched their resolve to pursue the path of primordial enlightenment rather than that of becoming a celestial saint. Could it truly be that the drawbacks of the celestial saint are so pronounced? Without the slightest hesitation, it was annihilated. Laozi, Yuan Shi, Tong Tian, Jiayin, Zhuan Ti, and Yuhua found themselves in a state of profound complexity. They had previously believed their choices to be sound and even contemplated a steadfast commitment to their path. Considering that the celestial saint, after all, is still a saint, a coveted status sought by countless individuals. Yet now, Dao Zun's actions were undeniably a resounding slap in the face. In the present context, anyone not utterly foolish could discern the folly of their choices. But what of it? The time for them to choose has long since passed, leaving them devoid of any options or possibilities. Contemplating this, the three pure ones and their companions bore grim expressions, their fists clenched as they sat, lost in tumultuous thoughts. In contrast, Qing remained unperturbed by it all. With a mere thought, he effortlessly gathered the three portions of the primordial purple energy, having already been destroyed. These fragments lacked any resistance or possibility of recognizing a master, rendering them entirely incapable of rebellion at this moment. Upon completing this task, Qing rose from his seated position and, casting a sweeping glance over the assembly below, proclaimed, "Very well, this lecture has concluded. The 10 opportunities for inquiry have also come to an end. Fellow Taoists, it is time for me to take my leave. Disperse." With that, Qing commanded his divine avatar to swiftly wave his hand. In the next instant, the special formation enveloping Skull Island quietly vanished, and Skull Island reverted to the confines of the East Sea. Before the onlookers could fully grasp the situation, Qing stepped forward and vanished from the realm. Skull Island had reappeared. Curse be it, we have indeed failed. Why? Oh, why could we not arrive sooner? Simultaneously, a cacophony of lamentations erupted. Following the sound, one could observe countless cultivators and beings outside Skull Island. These were the very individuals who had failed to reach Skull Island and had not discovered its location. Upon witnessing its manifestation, they grasped the reality of their defeat. In an instant, waves of disappointment washed over the multitude of cultivators. Conversely, those within Skull Island, including Minghe and others, were the first to react. Whoosh, whoosh. The sounds of breaking air resonated as Minghe, Jin Yuanzi, Hong Yun, Zhuangmu, and Xihe immediately employed their escape techniques. What a jest! They had received Dao Zun's guidance and were now eager to return and apply themselves to their cultivation. In such circumstances, they would not squander time, nor would they grant others any opportunity to seize the moment. Among them, Xihe was the swiftest, vanishing before Dijuan could even react. Upon witnessing this scene, Dijuan could not help but let out a sigh. He understood that Xihe had come to know of his past actions. Furthermore, her current demeanor indicated that she would not allow that matter to be easily forgotten. It was not only himself. He feared that his sister, Changxi, residing above the moon, would also become one of Xihe's targets for retribution. Alas, brother, let her be oblivious to the times. At this moment, Dong Huangtai stepped forward and patted Dijun on the shoulder, promptly saying, moreover, the extreme Yin body is not unique to her. It is, in fact, a manifestation of the leaked primordial Yin, rendering her utterly unworthy of being my sister-in-law. In comparison to the Xihe, my brother would be far better off marrying Changxi, for her unwavering affection towards him poses no inherent risks. Upon hearing these words, Dijun's expression darkened. He cast a surprised glance at Dong Huangtai, astonished that his younger brother had discerned his thoughts and perhaps even knew of his actions. However, upon recalling that the latter was indeed his brother and had not hindered him in the past, Dijun quickly found solace. I understand, he said, taking a deep breath to suppress his inner turmoil, and then added, let us depart, dear brother, it is time for us to return. As for the matter of Changxi, I shall deliberate further. With that, Dijun led the members of the demon court away from the scene. Unbeknownst to him, as Dong Huangtai had just mentioned that Changxi was an extreme Yin body, the expression of Fuxi, who stood nearby, subtly shifted, and a flicker of fervor briefly ignited in his eyes. After all, the method he acquired from Qing was one of dual cultivation of Yin and Yang, and an extreme Yin body like Changxi was undoubtedly amongst the finest options available. In fact, individuals possessing such a constitution were exceedingly rare throughout the vast expanse of Hong Huang Changxi, Shi Wang Mu, Xihe, and Nuhua. Aside from these four, nearly all others were not extreme Yin bodies. Among them, Nuhua is his own sister, and he could not act against her in any way. Xihe has already revealed her primordial Yin, rendering her assistance negligible. Nonetheless, the Queen Mother of the West and Changxi present themselves as commendable targets. As the sovereign of the Shi Wang Palace, Fuxi truly does not believe he would be outmatched by Dijuan. Brother, what are you pondering? Observing Fuxi lost in thought, Nuhua inquired with a hint of confusion. Chapter 90. Scheming against the Queen Mother of the West, an invitation from the divine it's nothing, Fuxi replied, regaining his composure with an awkward cough. After all, the idea of thwarting Dijuan is not particularly honorable. The crux of the matter is that should he truly pursue this course of action, it would irrevocably turn him and his sister into enemies of Dijuan and his cohort. Although he had declined the earlier invitation to join Dijuan's faction in establishing the demon race, Fuxi remains acutely aware of Dijuan's formidable strength and promising future. especially in light of the guidance he received from the Taoist sage. The fortune and path this individual cultivates serves as an accelerator. Once he establishes the demon clan, it is inevitable that he will rapidly grow stronger, potentially even reaching the semi-saint stage. In light of this, it is indeed uncertain whether a direct confrontation would guarantee victory. Contemplating this, Fuxi took a deep breath to calm himself. This matter requires careful deliberation. Changxi can afford to wait for a while. Yet the Western Queen Mother must act swiftly. After all, the Eastern King has already perished. Presently, the Western Queen Mother finds herself in a state of isolation, with the entirety of the primordial realm unwilling to tolerate her resurgence. Under such circumstances, if I were to extend my assistance, Fuxi possesses great confidence in subduing her. Once I secure the allegiance of this foremost celestial maiden, my cultivation will ascend to unprecedented heights. Especially considering that the Western Queen Mother commands the allegiance of over half of the female cultivators within the current primordial realm. If he could transform these female cultivators into his own resources, then, with the auxiliary methods imparted by the Taoist patriarch, he could swiftly ascend to the stage of a half-saint. At that point, whether it be Changxi or others, they would possess a fair chance of competing. Contemplating this, Fuxi spoke up. I am perfectly fine, little sister. However, our current situation is far from ideal. The ambitions of figures like Di Juan and Dong Wangtai are rapidly expanding. At this juncture, it is unwise for us to join their ranks, especially with the witch clan lurking ominously. We cannot foolishly walk into their trap. His words elicited immediate agreement from Nuwa. As Fuxi articulated, Di Juan and his companions were indeed playing with fire, even though they tread the path of fortune. The future of the demon clan appeared exceedingly bright. Yet, under the watchful gaze of the witch clan, the 12 ancestors were not to be trifled with. With this in mind, Nuwa suggested, then brother, let us proceed to the western Kunlun mountain. Before she could finish, Fuxi revealed his intentions, although the celestial court is fallen. The Queen Mother of the West and her female cultivators have managed to retreat unscathed. In this context, the Queen Mother is now isolated and vulnerable. If we can establish a rapport with her, or even invite her to join the Xihe Palace, the three of us united would ensure our invulnerability. After all, both of us have already obtained the methods of enlightenment, as long as we endure for a while and resolutely refrain from contending for fortune. The witch clan will not pose a threat to us. We could easily become an independent force, free from manipulation. Upon hearing this, Nuwa nodded in agreement. Just as Fuxi stated, he had received guidance from the Taoist patriarch, while she harbored the primordial purple energy. The two were destined to attain enlightenment together. And with the combined might of two saints, there was no need for concessions to others. In the original narrative, Nuwa's involvement with the demon clan stemmed from Fuxi's participation. Even after attaining saint status, she sought to sever ties immediately. Unfortunately, by then, she was already deeply entrenched. And her identity as a saint of the demon clan could not be altered even by becoming the mother of humanity, leading her down a path of no return. But the circumstances had changed. Due to Qing Di's influence, the credibility of Hong Jun had significantly diminished. The 12 ancestors in the witch clan had grown unprecedentedly powerful, which made Fuxi and Nuwa hesitant to confront them head-on. Particularly with Fuxi having obtained the methods of enlightenment, they now possessed the means for independence. Why should they serve Di Juan and the others or assist them in attaining saint status, which could threaten their own existence? With their thoughts aligned, Fuxi and Nuwa swiftly departed on clouds. How intriguing. Fuxi had his sights set on the Queen Mother of the West. As they left, not far away, Qing Di also opened his eyes. At that moment, he had returned to his original self, having retracted his divine avatar, leaving no trace of the Taoist patriarch in the entire primordial realm. However, he was taken aback by Fuxi's audacity. It seemed he intended to seek the Queen Mother of the West, and it was likely that other women were also part of his grand design. Had Fuxi truly succeeded? With the support of the Queen Mother of the West and the vast majority of the primordial female cultivators under her command, he might have indeed attained enlightenment and ascended to the realm of mixed origin. Let us depart. Farewell, esteemed friends. Concurrently, the surrounding great practitioners awakened from their reverie. Without lingering, each departed in haste from that place. Although they had not received guidance from the Dao Zone, they had nonetheless confirmed the authenticity of attaining enlightenment through strength, merit, and fortune, rendering their gains from this encounter exceedingly substantial. Apart from a few individuals who felt disheartened, the rest left brimming with confidence, intending to retreat and cultivate diligently upon their return. Some astute individuals swiftly set their sights on those who had received Dao Zun's counsel, eager to clandestinely observe and, once they comprehended the methods of assistance, to seize the opportunity for their own gain. Among them, the three pure ones, Xihe and Junti, returned with disappointment. After all, their objective was to obtain a solution from the Taoist Lord to eliminate the potential hazards of the Hongmeng purple qi. Unfortunately, the events unfolded in a manner that was utterly unexpected. Initially, they harbored doubts, then settled into a calm demeanor. But ultimately, no one anticipated that the red cloud would actually intercept the Hongmeng purple qi, thus depriving them of their final opportunity to resolve their confusion. Without any hesitation, the three pure ones turned and departed on their clouds. This failure weighed heavily upon them, particularly the words and actions of the Taoist Lord, which struck them deeply. In that moment, regardless of whether it was Laozi, Yuan Shi, or Tong Tian, all felt a profound regret for not having offered a substantial price for the Taoist Lord's guidance earlier. As they flew, the three pure ones instinctively clenched their fists, silently vowing, next time, when the Taoist Lord imparts his teachings, I must be the first to receive the answers I seek. As the three pure ones took their leave, Xihe and Juanti did not depart immediately. Instead, they approached Qingdi. After a slight bow, Xihe promptly invited, Qingdi, my friend, do you have any plans for the near future? If not, might I suggest a visit to my abode on Mount Xihe in the west? It would be an opportune occasion for us to engage in discussion. Upon hearing this, many innate deities nearby instinctively halted their actions, turning in astonishment towards Qingdi, Xihe, and Juanti. The reason for their astonishment was clear. Xihe and Juanti possessed a notoriously poor reputation within the Hongwang realm. It would not be an exaggeration to say that they were universally reviled, yet their status as disciples of Hongjun deterred anyone from openly defying them. Even so, the other innate deities tended to keep their distance from these two figures, and Xihe and Juanti had little interaction with the rest of the innate pantheon. But now, what were they witnessing? Xihe and Juanti were actually inviting an innate deity to their stronghold for a reunion, an utterly astonishing occurrence. Apologies, esteemed friends. Qingdi was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained composure, shaking his head in response. I have matters to attend to and cannot leave the Eastern Sea for the time being. Once I conclude my seclusion for cultivation, I shall visit Mount Xihe and disturb you then. This is not an evasion on Qingdi's part. He genuinely lacks the time to squander. The 24 heavens have been established, and the essence soil along with the gourd vine is now in his possession. At this juncture, his primary objective is to swiftly create the human race, even harnessing the 3 strands of primordial purple energy to forge 3 progenitors of fortune. Only by thoroughly developing and strengthening humanity can he acquire a ceaseless influx of divine power, thus enabling him to rapidly ascend in strength and reach even loftier heights. Though his current cultivation is formidable, the recent provision of benefits to the likes of Ming he has precipitated a significant shift in the entire primordial landscape within a short span. It is likely that the establishment of the demon race is not far off, and consequently, the calamity of the witch and demon will inevitably begin to unfold. This is no trivial matter. The calamity, it encompasses all living beings. In the original tale, even the 3 pure ones, saints, such as Xihe and Juanti, dared not recklessly involve themselves. Only Niwa, compelled by circumstance, intervened to assist the demon race. Yet the outcome was dire. Had the calamity not obliterated Mount Buzhou, Niwa would not have garnered immense merit from mending the heavens, and she might have fallen from her saintly position by the end of the calamity. Upon hearing this, Xihe and Juanti exchanged glances, a flicker of disappointment passing through their eyes. However, they did not dwell on it excessively, for they discerned that Qingdi was not intentionally dismissive, but rather genuinely occupied. With this thought, Xihe and Juanti looked at one another and spoke. Thus, we shall await the arrival of our friend Qingdi at Mount Xihe. Dear friend Qingdi, the mountains remain unchanged and the waters flow eternally. We shall meet again. After speaking, Xihe and Juanti did not linger, vanishing into the clouds with a swift application of their escape technique. As they departed, the surrounding primordial deities awakened from their reverie, hastily leaving without further delay. Yet, before their departure, they cast lingering glances at Qingdi, marking him in their memory. After all, to associate with Xihe and Juanti, and appear to maintain a good rapport, Qingdi was certainly more complex and understated than he seemed. Goodness, this certainly drew attention. Witnessing this scene, a flicker of vexation crossed Qingdi's lips. After all, rather than exposing himself or becoming the center of attention, the path of low-profile growth was the true way forward. However, with matters as they stood, Qingdi could not utter any further words nor offer explanations. Casting a glance at the departing figures, he too prepared to leave. Friend Qingdi, please wait. At that moment, a voice called out. Following the sound, he saw the ancestral witch Ho-Tu hurriedly approaching. Soon, the 12 ancestral witches arrived at Qingdi's side, with Ho-Tu's gaze keen as she inquired, Friend Qingdi, are you well versed in the subsequent methods of that secret technique? Though it was a question, Ho-Tu's tone was resolute, and the ancestral witches behind her, including Di Jiang, looked at Qingdi with eager anticipation. For many years, they have successfully completed the cultivation within the Wheel Sea secret realm, resulting not only in a substantial enhancement of their combat prowess but also in the creation of several life-protecting artifacts. Although they have yet to reach the level of semi-saints, they are no match for ordinary quasi-saints. However, upon concluding their training in the Wheel Sea secret realm, Di Jiang and the other ancestral witches were astonished to discover that the enhancement of their strength had become exceedingly arduous, even completely devoid of the rapid progress they had previously experienced. Consequently, they now find themselves in dire need of the cultivation methods that follow the Wheel Sea secret realm. Undoubtedly, this knowledge resides with Qingdi, and while Ho-Tu and the other ancestral witches yearn for it, they are equally hopeful for Qingdi's consent. Oh, have you all completed the cultivation of the Wheel Sea secret realm? Qingdi remarked, raising an eyebrow in surprise as he gazed at Di Jiang and the other ancestral witches. After all, it had not been long since their endeavor began. And yet the 12 ancestral witches had accomplished this feat with astonishing speed, leaving him both surprised and incredulous. Indeed, without hesitation, Ho-Tu nodded. Thus, Qing Di. My friend, however, before Ho-Tu could finish, Qing Di interjected. While he indeed possessed subsequent methods, he was not inclined to share them casually with the witch clan. Initially, he had entrusted them with knowledge in exchange for exceptional innate spiritual treasures, primarily because he sought their strength to generate a continuous supply of faith to bolster his own power. But now, the situation had shifted. Having acquired Xihe and Gourdvine, the creation of the human race was a foregone conclusion. With a stable source of faith now secured, he would be foolish to relinquish such precious methods to the witch clan without due consideration. Hearing this, before Ho-Tu could respond, Zhurong, standing nearby, could no longer contain his exasperation. Qing Di, you are being unreasonable. We have come with sincerity. What you seek, we the ancestral witches can also offer you. Yet you choose to outright reject us? Do you truly believe that the 12 ancestral witches are to be trifled with? Upon hearing this, the other ancestral witches sensed the underlying issues in Zhurong's words. However, they had no intention of rebuttal at that moment, instead casting glances filled with dissatisfaction towards Qing Di, including Ho-Tuesday. What a bold display. Observing this scene, Qing Di smirked coldly. Although he had a connection with Ho-Tu, it was merely a transaction. Did they genuinely believe they could take advantage of him? Did they think him a soft target? While the 12 ancestral witches were powerful, especially when united, Qing Di was not one to cower or fear in the face of such might. Chapter 92. Tension mounts, intimidating the ancestral witches. Oh. Are the ancestral witches intent on forcefully seizing what is mine? Qing Di's lips curled into a smirk as he regarded Ho-Tu and the other ancestral witches. If it came to blows, he did not believe he would falter. He was no longer the timid cultivator of the great Luo golden immortal rank, bowing submissively before the ancestral witches. Indeed, should they provoke him, Qing Di was fully confident in his ability to bury several ancestral witches right here. After all, in the primordial chaos, strength reigns supreme. Transactions must be equitable. They occur when both parties are in need of one another. What if they resorted to theft? The expression on Qing Di's face, both arrogant and infuriating, incited the wrath of Zhurong and the other ancestral witches. Although they were aware that Qing Di was the Taoist lord and had witnessed his formidable power, what did that matter? The 12 ancestral witches, bolstered by their newfound strength and wielding life-protecting artifacts, harbored no fear of any being other than saints. In an instant, the atmosphere within the chamber grew tense, poised on the brink of violence. Enough. At a critical moment, Di Zhang's deep voice resonated, halting the ancestral witch's restless movements. Stepping forward, he clasped his fists in respect towards Qing Di. I understand that ordinary offerings will not satisfy you, my friend. Even the finest innate spiritual treasures would hold little value for you now. Instead, let us propose a condition. Anything within our capacity, we shall not refuse. Di Zhang felt a sense of frustration within. However, the one who possessed the subsequent methods was none other than Qing Di. For the sake of their own strength and the future of the witch clan, he had no choice but to bow his head first. Brother. Yet. Zhurong and the other ancestral witches were puzzled, glancing at Di Zhang with expressions of confusion. Di Zhang, however, made no further explanations, merely gesturing for Zhurong and the others to refrain from rash actions. Conditions. What did the ancestral witches believe could possibly attract me at this moment? With a serene smile, Qing Di cast a meaningful glance at Di Zhang. He continued, however, there is indeed one thing I require. You ancestral witches must possess Panga's essence blood, correct? I speak of pure Pangu essence blood, untainted by the primordial turbid Qi. If you can provide me with a single drop of this essence blood, I shall grant you the methods following the Wheel Sea secret realm. What do you all think? Panga's essence blood. This item possesses considerable value. However, for Qing Di, its significance is rather minimal. After all, his lineage undergoes continual evolution, rendering the essence of Pangu a mere trifle in due course. Nevertheless, the intrinsic worth of Pangu's essence is undeniable, as its potential is immense. Should he acquire even a single drop of the sacred blood, he could potentially forge a more formidable race of humanity, albeit only in limited numbers, which would nonetheless enhance their foundation and strength. The crux lies in the necessity for pure Pangu essence. Tainted by innate murkiness, any creations would merely belong to the witch tribe rather than humanity. How outrageous. Qing Di. You have gone too far. Qing Di, you shall not succeed. At this moment, however, Zhurong and the other ancestral witches were seething with rage. Each of them emanated a tumultuous aura of innate murkiness, glaring at Qing Di with an intensity that suggested they were ready to strike at any moment. The essence of Pangu. This audacious individual truly dares to make such a demand. The value of pure Pangu's essence is immeasurable. Even the 12 ancestors of sorcery cherish it immensely. How could they possibly relinquish it to an outsider like Qing Di? There is simply no room for negotiation. Shrugging his shoulders, Qing Di was not surprised by the ancestors' reaction. However, judging by their demeanor, it seemed that pure Pangu's essence was not entirely absent, but rather scarce, which explained their keen interest. At that moment, Qing Di felt a swell of anticipation within him. Should he indeed acquire pure Pangu's essence, it would significantly aid his future endeavors. Yet, given the current circumstances, Qing Di was not inclined to delay. He raised his hand, pointing at the 12 ancestors. I declare, bind. In the next instant, the decree was enacted. In but a fleeting moment, Di Jiang and the other ancestors sensed an enigmatic force enveloping them, rendering them immobile and rooted in place. How could this be? How is this possible? What manner of power is this? How has this individual grown so formidable? In an instant, Zhu Rong and the other ancestors were struck with shock and disbelief. Their eyes wide as they fixated on Qing Di's figure, their expressions rife with fear and anxiety. Esteemed ancestors. Yet, Qing Di had no intention of further aggression. Having successfully immobilized the 12 ancestors, he spoke calmly. I harbor no desire to be adversarial with the witch clan, nor with any of you ancestors. Nevertheless, it does not imply that I, Qing Di, am a mere plaything to be toyed with. This serves merely as a warning. Next time, fortune may not favor you so. If you wish for something, be prepared to offer what I require in return. Should you choose to escalate to a point of mutual destruction, I shall simply reinvent myself. However, the witch clan must bear the brunt of my wrath. With that, I advise you all to tread carefully. Farewell. Upon concluding his words, Qing Di did not linger, stepping forth and vanishing from the designated area. After 10 breaths, the binding force upon Di Jiang and the other ancestors dissipated. They regained their ability to move. Yet their expressions were far from pleasant. Each bore a countenance darkened by anger and frustration that could not be concealed. After all, Qing Di had, in every sense, delivered a stark warning. Moreover, given the power he had just exhibited, they were compelled to acknowledge an undeniable truth. They were powerless against Qing Di. While a united front of the 12 ancestors might hold promise, they realized that should he choose to depart, they could not hinder him. The notion of Qing Di retaliating against the witch clan was a frightening prospect. Instinctively, Hu Tu turned to Di Jiang. This matter